This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. When the storm came, Liang Ran was conducting the last dissection experiment of the day at the institute. She had been working for 12 hours at a high intensity, but her face was not tired at all, and she even looked a little excited. While the next monster was pushed up, she moved her stiff shoulders and asked softly, "Have you found the fresh mermaid?" The assistant did not answer immediately. Liang Ran raised his voice. I said, "Have you found the amphibian reptile?" This sentence was very loud. The assistant shuddered and came back to his senses from his wandering. He stood up awkwardly. Yes, I just went out to deal with this monster. At your request, its vocal cavity has been remotely smashed, and its limbs and head have been locked with mechanical locks, but for safety reasons, I have fixed its flipper tail with a bone-piercing machine. It will definitely not be hurt. Liang Ran interrupted his stupid words to seek credit. Who told you to take the initiative? Her tone was a little bad. 3 days ago, Liang Ran's assistant was shot into a sieve by the law enforcement team because he was parasitized by a spider species. The talent training base in the main city had no spare manpower for a long time, and it took a long time to send her a rookie. In the apocalyptic era, researchers are scarce, and there are countless examples of researchers being parasitized by monsters during experiments. The surviving researchers do not mean good skills, but also boldness, carefulness, and excellent luck. People are afraid and do not want to engage in this profession. Therefore, many personnel in the institute were forcibly transferred from the talent base. They were forced to do the simplest auxiliary work. Liang Ran understood this, so he only required his assistant to be obedient, but it was obvious that the rookie did not even have this most basic quality. He was afraid that the monster would kill him with a glance, and he wanted to kill it outside the laboratory before he saw it. Under Liang Ran's cold gaze, the rookie closed his mouth in fear. After a moment, he explained tremblingly, I originally studied soilless cultivation, and Its claws are very sharp, and its bad breath is also very serious. It's better for me to drown in the sewer repeatedly than to be eaten by it. Okay. Soilless cultivation. Okay. Liang Ran sighed and lowered his head helplessly. Forget it. Her tone returned to normal. In the future, you only need to follow my instructions, and you don't need to do anything else. Liang Ran decided to pamper him. After all, this was her 5th assistant in the past 6 months. Some of these assistants performed well, while others were terrible. But no matter good or bad, each assistant could only live for another 36 days on average after arriving at the laboratory, which was faster than the speed of the military's firearms renewal. Everyone needed extra humanistic care. So she rarely lost her temper with them, just like now. Thinking of this, Liang Ran turned the scalpel in her hand, tightened the handle, and quickly and accurately inserted it into the chest of the alien that had just been pushed in front of her, and then gently slashed downwards, and a 30-centimeter-long blood line suddenly appeared on the monster's yellow-brown skin. The monster's chest cavity had been hit by multiple gunshots, and its scales had almost fallen off. It was obviously painful. Under Liang Ran's unsophisticated actions, it cried sharply like a baby and struggled violently. The wheels of the dissection table kept hitting the ground and made loud clanging noises. The assistant shuddered subconsciously, but Liang Ran was not affected at all. She turned the handle of the knife and skillfully cut open the monster's skin and flesh covered with scars and blood, and the dense teeth inside instantly flowed out. Slit-mouthed mermaid, 3 meters long, weighing 230 kilograms, amphibious. Reptilian mutant, from Red Moon Pollution Zone 3. Liang Ran cut its skin and flesh quickly like a roast duck without changing his expression. She turned on the recorder and began to record voice. This alien species was captured alive by the Xuanqing team and belongs to the latest mermaid mutant. According to the actual combat video recording, this monster has strong hind limbs, crawls on all fours, and often chooses to swing its flippers to attack the opponent. The mouth parts are longer than the face and chest, containing more than 200 teeth, and the bite force is amazing. In terms of temperament, it is brutal and bad. In the latest description of the hunter team, this mutant has appeared in the situation of pretending to be dead. The IQ is higher than that of ordinary species, roughly between 4 and 6. Compared to the mutant brought back on July 23rd, this one is more fully developed, with stronger limbs and sharper teeth in the chest. Some of its teeth in the chest have been broken by the A277 sniper rifle during the attack, but there are no fatal injuries in the body. How to kill it with one shot still needs further research. Liang Ran is confident in her next research. If the last crackfish brought back was not a limb, she should have studied the heart position of this mutant on the 23rd. Speaking of this, she suddenly paused. She looked at the alien under her command, and put her hand on it for verification. The body temperature seems to be a few degrees higher than before. As soon as she finished speaking, she stood up and pressed a few buttons on the dissection table, pushing the ripped mermaid into the special sanatorium, observing the speed of the regeneration and repair of the alien's chest while paying attention to its body temperature. The initial body temperature was 12 degrees Celsius, and the current body temperature is 15, 29, 48, and it is still rising rapidly. There is no sign of repair on the body surface. Give me the insulation gloves immediately. An emergency occurred on the first day. The assistant swallowed her saliva, took a few quick steps to hand the insulation gloves on the shelf to Liang Ran, and watched her next operation closely. Facing the assistant's dumbfounded expression, Liang Ran directly opened the door of the sanatorium, put his whole hand into the mermaid's chest that had just been cut open, and then quickly groped from top to bottom. "What are you doing?" the assistant screamed. Liang Ran's hands did not change. Under her rapid groping, the wound on the chest of the mermaid alien continued to tear downwards, until it was connected to the fins, forming a gap of more than 1 meter. "Keep your voice down." The assistant's expression gradually became frantic. "What if you get hurt? Are you crazy? You must be crazy." "Yeah," Liang Ran answered perfunctorily while continuing to work, and his subordinates moved even faster. It's no wonder that the assistant was making a fuss. The reason why this world is crumbling is because of the invasion of alien species, and the alien species are divided into 2 categories. One type directly descends into the contaminated area in the form of monsters, and the other type parasitizes in the human body without form or sound. The latter type of monster has no shape, cannot be located, and has no trace, as if it is just a layer of air. After parasitizing the human body, they can directly devour the other party's memory, disguise themselves as human life, and then explode one day, causing large-scale slaughter and damage. According to common sense, there are always conditions for a species to be parasitized, such as mental trauma, such as physical wounds. This is indeed the case. According to research, all confirmed monster parasites have wounds on their hands that cannot be healed. Therefore, the Institute reasonably inferred that the medium for monsters to parasitize the human body is the hand, and they can drill into the wounds of human hands. As long as the hand is injured, you lose the protection layer in front of the second type of monster. Therefore, everyone in this era wears airtight special gloves when traveling, and tries every means to protect their hands. It is unheard of for people like Liang Ran to directly touch the internal organs and sharp teeth of unknown monsters. After all, no one dares to guarantee that the strength of the insulation gloves can perfectly protect the hands. The rookie is still screaming. In case he continues to scream and interfere with her judgment, Liang Ran decided to hurt himself. "Didn't you hear what others said? I don't want to live anymore." The rookie's scream stopped suddenly. For a moment, the desire for knowledge briefly overcame his fear. He asked tentatively, "Did Commander Liang really sacrifice himself to save you?" Liang Ran did not answer. She pulled out a bottle-cap-sized dark red ball from the top of the alien fins. The outermost layer of the ball was wrapped with blood vessels, and was very elastic. The sphere had all the facial features. The mouth covered with sharp teeth kept opening and closing. If you pressed it gently, it would make a barely audible cry, like a dying child. Liang Ran turned on the recorder and reported in a cold and clear voice. "The heart of the mermaid mutant is located 17 centimeters from the top of the fins. This needs special attention. Compared with ordinary species, its heart position has moved down and is no longer located in the chest cavity. In order to avoid exposing the fatal point, it chooses to close the chest cavity and squeeze the internal organs to commit suicide, which is manifested by a sudden rise in body temperature. The infirmary cannot repair the surface wounds. In fact, its self-destruction progress is faster than the infirmary repair speed. The scales on the flippers of the Rift Mermaid are extremely hard, far better than the scales on the chest cavity. The latest version of the A277 sniper rifle cannot break them. I personally suggest starting from the chest cavity. The power gene carrier carries a melee weapon and inserts it from top to bottom into the chest cavity of the mermaid alien, directly into the flipper heart. And get off work. After recording the last sentence, Liang Ran put the heart of the Rift Mermaid into the culture dish, waiting for the next step of research. At this time, the cleaning staff pushed the door in and began to deal with the broken body on the dissection table. Liang Ran took off the white coat covered with dirty and smelly mucus and changed himself into a new pair of gloves. The situation was urgent just now, and the heart was expected to self-destruct in just 30 seconds, which was not even enough for her to set up the professional equipment. Her gloves were left by her sister. They were made from the silk of mutant plants. They were not only heat-insulating, cold-resistant, and corrosion-resistant, but also extremely strong. Ordinary guns could not penetrate them at all. This was the confidence that she dared to directly touch the internal organs of the alien species. Besides, she didn't care whether she was alive or dead. Anyway, she was just an outsider in this damn world. If she died, she might be able to wear it back home. Liang Ran packed up his things and left the laboratory with his backpack. The rookie who had just arrived hesitantly followed him and stared at Liang Ran's hands, wanting to say something but not knowing what to do. Liang Ran knew what he wanted to do. She spread her hands and stretched them out in front of the other person. The assistant quickly held her hands and observed them carefully. After making sure there were no bleeding spots, he exhaled heavily. His tone became cheerful. Don't do this again in the future. You really don't value life. Your life was exchanged by Commander Liang with her life. She loves you. She is such a gentle and powerful person. You must live well for her. Don't give up on yourself, don't be too sad, and don't commit suicide like you just now. Liang Ran, I have never thought about suicide, and I'm not very sad. The assistant was stunned and looked at Liang Ran in a daze. Ding-ling-ling, a pleasant and relaxing voice suddenly sounded in the research institute full of dazzling mechanical lights. The corridor display screen began to broadcast today's evening news. Today is August 1st, 52nd year of the new calendar. What is great and deep? A study of Taiyuan Point in the Old World recently published by Dr. Lin's research team has caused a strong response, and may solve the mystery of the alien parasitism in the hands of the human body. The Xuanqing team suffered heavy losses when capturing a new mutant in the water pollution area, and one person died. But don't worry about them, the glory of mankind shines on them, and we always believe in the Xuanqing team. Next month, the main city will select the official chief of law enforcement from the 4 acting law enforcement officers. I believe they will inherit the will of Commander Liang Yin and lead the humans in the Hope Zone into the future. Liang Ran lowered his eyes and looked at the assistant with an unpredictable expression, smiling and waiting for his next words. She waited. Perhaps he could also realize the malice in his words, so the little assistant stumbled and his voice was like a mosquito. But no matter what, he insisted on saying it. You? How could you not have thought about suicide? See. Liang Ran thought, this damn world. Chapter 2. Liang Ran curses the world almost every day. As for the reason, it is very simple. She is not a native of this world. Liang Ran came here 3 years ago. She was 20 years old that year. She was a freshman majoring in human anatomy and histology. Because she skipped several grades and had the aura of some competitions and papers, she was also quite famous in the school. After successfully enrolling, Liang Ran was determined to destroy the group of mice in her mentor's laboratory. Perhaps she angered the god of mice. On the second day of school, her electric donkey suddenly malfunctioned and crashed directly into a bulldozer that was working on the campus. The huge wheels that rolled up a lot of dust mercilessly crushed her upper body. Liang Ran's consciousness disappeared quickly, and she opened her eyes again in this doomsday. When she came here, the original owner had died, curled up in the corner of an abandoned building with blood all over her body, and scattered around were several human corpses and 3 tentacles from unknown monsters. A girl who was only a few years older than her held her tightly, and murmured unconsciously because of excessive blood loss. Liang Ran listened carefully, and it was probably sister, don't sleep, hold on, there is always hope. The voice was indeed too sad. Although Liang Ran didn't understand anything, he still agreed subconsciously, and the girl soon stopped breathing. Liang Ran's time travel did not inherit the original owner's memory, but after looking at the things around her, she still had a horrifying but necessary guess about her situation. She struggled to crawl to several corpses, and took out various unknown strong injections from their backpacks, and injected them into herself one by one, until her physical strength recovered a little, and then she staggered out of the building with hunger. That was the most terrifying memory for Liang Ran. She walked aimlessly for more than 10 hours, and any movement frightened her. She could only walk in the direction of the monster corpses, because that represented where the group of people came from. Finally, she walked out of the ruins of the city, and walked to the barren wasteland. She saw a 100-meter-high wall in the distance, and the flickering aurora in the sky at nightfall. That was her first day in this world. It was also the 49th year of the end of the world. Liang Ran shook his head and stopped recalling. It was a big storm tonight. Liang Ran walked for more than 10 minutes to the city railroad, which usually took only 5 minutes. The wind whistled as if it was going to swallow up the whole city, and the umbrella ribs were also blown rustling. When she arrived at the ticket gate, Liang Ran wiped his face with his sleeve and put his eyes close to the ticket machine. Ding! Level 3 citizen Liang Ran is scanning his ticket, checking if he is eligible to ride the A-level rail. After more than 10 seconds, the facial recognition device made a beep sound. Test successful. I wish you a wonderful journey. Probably because they heard the name of a level 3 citizen. A pair of twins aged 7 or 8 passing by Liang Ran looked at her curiously. The child fully demonstrated what it means to be a child. Are there also level 3 citizens here? The little boy with a bowl cut asked with his head tilted. The teacher said that level 3 citizens have inferior genes and are not eligible to ride in the same car with us. Liang Ran obviously had a kind of calmness that made perfect with practice in this kind of questioning. Oh, I am special. She bent down, revealing a neat set of white teeth. Do you know about the parasitic incident of the level B team a few days ago? The little boy nodded. Yes, my mother said that the 5 members of the Shuifan team were parasitized by spiders, and their skin was full of small spiders crawling. Several second-class citizens they met on their way back to the city were also attacked and parasitized. In short, they died miserably. Liang Ran nodded. Yes, I am the third-class citizen who blew their heads with a few shots. The main city thinks that my shooting skills are excellent, so I have been promoted to the level of first-class citizens and allowed to have fun together. The little boy explained, subconsciously hugged his head, thought for 2 seconds, and then quickly covered his chest with the golden badge chip representing the first-class citizen. You must be lying. The lower-class people are not qualified to shoot at us, no matter what. The teacher said so. Liang Ran shrugged, believe it or not. She snorted twice, put away her slightly exaggerated smile, and found a seat by the window to sit down. Liang Ran was of course scaring the little kid. The person she described did not exist that day, and she was not that powerful. Liang Ran's physical condition is mediocre. Even if he exercises diligently, he has no chance of confronting the first-class citizens. Just like those doomsday novels in the old world, the citizens of this world are also divided into several classes. 40 years ago, not long after the end of the world began, some citizens underwent genetic experiments at the institute. Among them, 1 in 10 people had acquired genetic mutations, and their bodies showed different degrees of growth in speed and strength. This was simply the most surprising thing in this era, so all citizens were injected with genetic reagents at that time. The mutated 1 in 10 quickly grasped the discourse power of the era, called themselves first-class citizens, established the main city, formed a law enforcement team, and created multiple alien hunting teams. Second- and third-class citizens are not qualified to object to this, because first-class citizens are those with excellent physical conditions. Speed mutants can dodge monster attacks nimbly, and strength mutants can raise their heavy swords to compete with monsters to see who is harder. They cross the wasteland, bringing things from the old world from different polluted areas at the cost of their lives to make up for the extremely scarce resources in the main city. The most glorious glory and the most noble sacrifice in this world belong to this group of people. After 3 years here, Liang Ran has completely accepted this explicitly stipulated inequality of all beings and gradually got used to it. The door slowly closed, the rails began to run, Liang Ran stretched and leaned on the handrail by the window. The depressing and dull things in the main city passed by her eyes quickly, including the 3 red moons hanging in the sky, the gray streets covered by the moon's light red light, the gray and solid tube-style residential buildings, the nutrition supplement vending machines everywhere, and so on. The huge black armored vehicle of the military department passed by the track at a high speed, and several members of the hunting team sat inside, lowering their heads to wipe the glaring blood on their weapons. Many stores imitated the old world and posted red couplets outside their doors, but there were no bustling crowds or dazzling lights here. The only bright light was the projection screen in the central shopping mall, which read congratulations on the 40th anniversary of the emergence of gene mutation technology in huge black fonts. There was a countdown in the lower right corner of the screen, calculating the hours, minutes, and seconds until the 41st year. A few minutes later, Liang Ran looked away thoughtfully. She looked at herself in the car window mirror. Liang Ran hadn't looked at herself for a long time. When she first came here, she would run to the bathroom to look in the mirror as soon as she woke up, but now she no longer does such stupid things. She now fits the stereotype of the apocalyptic researcher that people on Earth used to have. She is tall and thin, with black hair hanging down to her shoulders. Her skin is unhealthily pale because she has been in the laboratory for many years. At first glance, she looks a bit gloomy. In short, she looks difficult to get along with and has little presence. Ding. Xiangyang community is about to arrive at the station. Passengers, please prepare to get off. I'm home. Liang Ran stopped wandering in her mind, and got up, and got off the bus. After arriving home, she took a simple shower, walked into the bedroom, while wiping her half-dry short hair, and opened the diary on the table. But she did not record her mood immediately, but took out a pen from the drawer, and then gently rotated the place where the pen tip and the pen holder met 3 times. As soon as Liang Ran stopped moving, a red light flashed at the tip of the pen. This is a very concealed dual-use laser pen. Liang Ran skillfully turned to the previous page of the diary, and shown it at the lower right corner of the paper. As she expected, just like the previous hundreds of days, fingerprints appeared on the mark she made with the colorless potion again. Breaking into a private house again. I don't feel tired of monitoring every day. Liang Ran complained silently, threw down her pen, and began to write in her diary. I am very happy today. She wrote with her head down. I heard my sister's name again on the morning news. I am grateful that everyone still remembers Liang Dian, and I am also grateful for the love of the main city for my sister, so that her name can be immortal. But the pain still exists. Liang Ran brewed his emotions, and wrote with some force. I always can't suppress my guilt and nostalgia. For 3 years, I regretted every moment. If my sister hadn't used the power of the commander, I would not have the right to enter the main city to study, let alone enter the institute to become a researcher. I followed the Dawn team on my own, but I didn't help and was a drag on the team. I reflect on myself and atone for my sins every day, but I did something wrong again today. Liang Ran wrote seriously. I failed to control my emotions again. Every time I was sad, my emotions fluctuated greatly. I seemed to be no longer myself at that time. After my sister died, I always hoped to slander myself or attack others to make others insult and accuse me, which would make me feel better. I am in pain. I am in pain every day. I seem to always do something wrong. Finished. Liang Ran brushed the paper and admired her masterpiece for a while. Today, she dared to tell her true thoughts to the assistant and dared to poke the little brat in the spine. Because of this, she always has a way to make up for it, because she has been under surveillance from all sides for 3 years. For example, the main city supervision department. That year, she returned to the Hope district alone, covered in blood. The supervisor stood on the high wall and ordered her to take off all her clothes and check her body wounds on the spot. Liang Ran's thinking was still completely modern at that time, and she could not understand such an order in a short time, so her clothes were forcibly stripped off in public. Liang Ran thought about this later. In fact, at that time, the other party only needed to check if there were any wounds on her hands. After all, the invisible alien species would only parasitize humans through hand wounds. But because the other party was saved by her sister, and believed that her sister's death was related to her, the other party did not only check her hands, and all actions were strongly humiliated and punished. After that, Liang Ran went through a long interrogation. Fortunately, the central government of the main city was very secretive about the tentacle monster, but knew almost nothing about it. Liang Ran made a speculative narration based on the size of the wounds, and the shape of the limbs of the group of people she saw when she woke up, and finally concluded that she fainted in the middle of the story. She really wanted to live at that time. After all, she didn't know what her situation was like in the old world. If she had died, she would definitely not be able to return to the original world after she died here. So in order to prevent her identity from being exposed and being captured for slice research, Liang Ran was placed back home and learned everything about the original owner in a cramming style. Surprisingly, it was not difficult to imitate. The girl's parents died early in the hunting mission. She grew up with her sister. She looked lonely and indifferent on the outside, but she was fragile and sensitive on the inside. She refused to socialize and refused to make friends, so Liang Ran didn't need to deal with the original owner's interpersonal relationships. However, the original owner also had a great dream, such as entering the research institute and becoming an accompanying researcher of the Dawn team where her sister was. But except Liang Dian, no one was interested in understanding Liang Ran's soul and ideals. It is precisely because of this that Liang Ran settled down under the long-term surveillance of the supervision department, even though she had no memory of the original owner. However, they supervised her not because they suspected that she was not Liang Ran herself, but because they questioned why she could come back alive and whether the destruction of the Dawn team was related to her. They wanted to dig out something from her that she herself did not know. In addition, the Doomsday Symbiosis organization established by the second-class citizens also paid long-term attention to her. This group of people once placed their hopes of improving their status on Liang Dian, the strongest genetic mutant with a gentle personality. After Liang Dian's death, some people in this organization did not hesitate to curse Liang Ran. The new assistant is a second-class citizen with barely qualified genes, and obviously belongs to this organization. They want her to commit suicide to apologize, and also want her to atone painfully. Later, they worry that such an idea will appear to be lacking in humanity, so when they find that Liang Ran is really in pain, they will give some touching encouragement and care appropriately. Liang Ran thought while stroking the paper in his hand. She is very clear about these. She is particularly clear about these malicious intentions. The reason why she can clearly distinguish these malicious intentions is that she often examines herself and everything around her from the perspective of a bystander. Liang Ran did not come here voluntarily. When she came here, the original owner had already died. She endured many humiliations and oppressions that the original owner should have faced, and she has no obligation to inherit the guilt and remorse that she should have. She has been inexplicably angry a lot. It is true that she wanted to live a good life when she first came here, and it is also true that she has no direction in life now. Liang Ran leaned back helplessly and opened the diary to cover her face. The only sound in the room was the ticking of the clock. Liang Ran was like a person forgotten by time, her life stagnating in this room. After an unknown amount of time, her phone suddenly vibrated twice. Liang Ran looked at her phone, and a line of small black words appeared on it. Level 3 Citizen Liang Ran, the Supervision Department has received a report from a relevant person. Please come to the Supervision Hall at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to verify the report. It was sent by the Supervision Department. Liang Ran clicked on the message. Although it was an anonymous report, from the specific content, it was obviously from the assistant. Liang Ran was well prepared for this, and immediately placed the diary neatly on the table. Everything was ready, except for sleep. Liang Ran yawned, and just as she was about to get up and wash, her phone issued another annoying notification sound. Ding. Who reported me again? Liang Ran muttered, walked out of the bedroom, and opened the text message. The message that popped up this time was not sent by the Supervision Department. But Liang Ran was not happy. The moment she saw the text message, the relaxed expression on Liang Ran's face disappeared, but the living room was not a bedroom, so she couldn't do whatever she wanted. Liang Ran's eyes swept across the extremely hidden camera behind the living room decoration. She coughed to cover up, and her expression returned to normal. Liang Ran. The text message read, "Let's meet at Huijan at 10 o'clock tomorrow night." Chapter 3. Fire, the breeding center of the Doomsday. In the first few years of the Doomsday, the population has been showing a cliff-like negative growth, and almost no babies were born. Therefore, the first thing after the establishment of the main city center was to establish the fire, issue a mandatory decree, and require all men and women of appropriate age to go to the fire to input genetic information and wait for matching. Just like the old saying that dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, the probability of children born from the combination of first-class citizens having high genes is very high. If the gene level of both parents has reached a plus or above, then the probability of them giving birth to high gene children is even close to 100%. The Doomsday has been running for more than 50 years, and there are very few materials left for the configuration of gene drugs. Except for the high-level people in the main city center, who now have the opportunity to let their ordinary children inject mutation drugs after birth, the fate of the rest of the people has been determined since birth. Therefore, in order to maximize the number of genetic mutants, and to expand the group of innate mutants to the greatest extent, the only criterion for matching in the fire is genetic matching. Liang Ran is a third-class citizen, so the man she successfully matched last week is also a third-class citizen. She didn't know him, and had never seen him. After the match was successful, the system sent the man's contact information to Liang Ran. At that time, Liang Ran awkwardly asked hello via text message, but the man didn't reply a word. Liang Ran guessed that the other party must have died of a serious illness during the reply. Unexpectedly, he was just impolite. Not far away was the surveillance camera. Liang Ran didn't show any emotion. She went to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water to calm herself down, and then turned back to the bedroom. As soon as she closed the door, her face fell, kicked her slippers under the bed, and then stepped on the carpet. The thick soundproof mat well isolated her anxiety and irritability in the narrow room. In recent years, the main city has been constantly revising laws and lowering the childbearing age. Liang Ran has long reached the prescribed childbearing age, but because she injected many powerful drugs into her body in order to survive on the day she came here, her physical condition has not been suitable for conception. In a recent physical examination, The drugs in her body were finally metabolized. Liang Ran looked at the few concise and broken words on the screen of her mobile phone and exhaled a foul breath. Of course, she could find an excuse to delay for a few days or more than 10 days, but no matter how she postponed, the problem had to be faced. Avoiding is not advisable. So what should I do? Liang Ran stared at the phone and thought. In fact, since she knew that there was a law for forced reproduction in this world, she has been thinking about countermeasures, such as injecting drugs to keep her body in a state where it is difficult to conceive, or simply making herself unable to conceive forever, but these are not feasible to implement. First of all, the drugs in the institute are strictly controlled, and all the drugs she used are accurately recorded. Secondly, even if she used some means to get the drugs in the Xenomorph Research Institute are all used on the aliens, with strong killing and uncertainty. Once injected, she is likely to lose more than just fertility. Finally, and most importantly, the end of the world has lasted for 52 years, and the reproduction law has been promulgated for more than 30 years. Liang Ran is only 23 years old. If she were an aboriginal, she would be shrouded in this law since birth. Pairing and reproduction have become a consensus, and fertility is linked to survival. She couldn't express her dissatisfaction, and no one would help her solve this problem together. Liang Ran thought while lying on the carpet, struggling to use a broom to pull out the slippers that had just been kicked under the bed, and put them back on her feet angrily. So annoying. I still have to find slippers. The mirror at the head of the bedroom bed reflected Liang Ran's expression at the moment. Although he looked anxious, he looked lively. Liang Ran glanced at the mirror and bared his teeth at it. The world punched me, and I grimaced in pain. Liang Ran teased himself with a smile. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided to go to Huajian tomorrow. Huajian's supervision is extremely strict. Liang Ran has not been to the inside. He just submitted a genetic sample in the lobby a week ago. Tomorrow is a good time to understand it on the spot, and then find an excuse to send the man away and make a long-term plan. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Liang Ran went to the supervision department first. The daytime in the main city is as boring as the night. The huge artificial sun is erected by a tower thousands of meters high, emitting bright and dazzling light. Although the night is dead, the red moon has not disappeared. One of the red moons hangs above the main city, and the remaining two hang in the uninhabited area of the wasteland in the distance. This world originally had more than 3 red moons. One night 52 years ago, 7 red moons suddenly descended, hanging abruptly on the world map, causing panic among all mankind. One of the moons gradually faded soon after it appeared, like a moon eclipsed by a heavenly dog. As its red light gradually disappeared, countless monsters fell from that moon and landed on the ground. That night, the city that the disappeared red moon had once covered was paused by fate. Cries rang throughout the night, and blood soaked the earth. Only a few alert people living on the edge of the city drove out of the city at high speed, and went to other red moon areas to barely save their lives. In the decades that followed, the sun disappeared, and humans lost their natural light source. The country gathered all scientists to create an artificial sun in a short period of time, but the crisis did not pause. Just like the night when terror was born, the red moons in the sky went out one by one, and various alien species beyond human imagination descended on the earth. The surviving people continued to gather in the areas where the red moon still shone, and finally gathered in the wasteland and built high walls. Now, those deserted areas occupied by monsters are called Red Moon Zone, or Polluted Zone, and the area within the city wall is called Hope Zone, which is divided into the main city and the outer city. The day when human history opens a new chapter is the first day of the new calendar. It is also called Advent Day. Of course, these have nothing to do with Liang Ran's schedule today. She has already arranged everything to do today. First, go to the supervision department to delete the report information, then go to the laboratory to observe the condition of the alien heart yesterday, and finally go to Huajian to talk about fertility with a man she has never met. Thinking of this, Liang Ran shuddered subconsciously. She quickly patted her head to indicate that she should forget the evening's arrangements first. Arriving at the central building, Liang Ran walked to the lobby with ease. When she passed the door, a brown-haired, gray-eyed boy in uniform stopped her. The boy first scanned her eyes, and then motioned her to wait. Third-class citizen Liang Ran, the boy read as he looked at the data sent to him by the system. Yesterday, there was a report record that has not been deleted. I have submitted an application to verify it at 8 o'clock. According to your previous records. When he read this, the boy's voice suddenly paused strangely. He raised his head and looked at Liang Ran in shock. His originally firm voice became smaller. This is your Your 7,429th report information. Liang Ran was calm and even accused the other party, making a fuss. I haven't been reported much this year, only more than 300. If you don't believe me, take a closer look. Ah. The boy didn't know how to react. He always felt that Liang Ran's words seemed to be trying to get praise, but he didn't think there would be such a shameless human being. He changed the subject. Let's check the hands first. The boy quickly confirmed that Liang Ran's hands had no wounds, then turned aside and let him go. You can go quickly. Liang Ran said walked past the boy, and went straight to the elevator. Because humans infected by monsters will generate unknown magnetic fields to interfere with machine judgment, no matter how to detect, there will be no problem. So the method of using instruments to detect whether there are wounds on the hands is not reliable. At present, the method for humans to judge alien parasites is still the simplest naked eye observation. It's very troublesome, but there is no way. Ding, the supervision department is on the 4th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Liang Ran was disturbed by the noisy sound. A man wearing a first-class citizen badge was slapping the table and shouting, "Just tell me if it can be done. Didn't my brother contaminate a few second-class citizens on the way back to the city?" Voice mutant? Liang Ran looked at the man curiously. The man's angry voice was still getting louder. He looked at the report information impatiently and pressed his fingers on the table bit by bit. He's dead. His team is sacrificed for mankind. After death, he was reported by those rubbish. Do you want him to have no sleep? The employee opposite rubbed his hands anxiously. Sorry, please wait a moment. We are also very sad about the situation of Shuifan team. Let me take a look at the content of the report first. The employee raised the display screen in his hand and whispered, "Reason for reporting: pollution of innocent citizens. On the way back to the main city, Shuifan team met my sister, who was going to the outer city for business. They asked my sister to find clean water to clean the blood on their bodies. My sister approached them, her fingers were cut, she was parasitized by spiders, and when she died, her blood was full of black spiders the size of rice grains. My sister is a second-class citizen. She worked in the research institute, and she also made contributions to mankind." Liang Ran tilted her head. She knew who the report came from. After all, her previous assistant had told her about her sister, a cute and somewhat impulsive little girl. Now it seems that her dead assistant was right. After hearing what the employee whispered, the man suddenly became more irritable. He slammed the table hard. With a loud bang, the department hall, which was noisy just now, became quiet in an instant. A clear fingerprint appeared on the wooden table in front of the man. His face was twisted with anger. "Do you have brains? My brother was also parasitized at that time. It was not him who asked the lower citizen to find water, but the alien in his body. He is innocent." Liang Ran looked at the man. At this time, a well-dressed woman found her and walked quickly towards Liang Ran. "I was just handling work. I have seen the content of the report. Let's follow the usual process today." "Okay." The capable woman hung her name tag on her chest. First-class citizen Yao Yinchi. She obviously has a higher position in the supervision department. As soon as she appeared, the young employee who was being targeted by the man whispered hello. The woman waved her hand and turned to take Liang Ran to the inner room. Because the director of the supervision department and Liang Gian had a lifelong friendship, all of Liang Ran's reports would be directly passed to the director across countless levels. The man didn't want to miss any possibility of exposing Liang Ran as the direct culprit who killed Liang Gian. As the assistant to the director, Yao Yinchi has been responsible for handling Liang Ran's report information. After entering the room, Yao Yinchi pulled out a piece of paper from the last position of the bookshelf. She sat down opposite Liang Ran with the paper. "Some people say that you insulted Liang Dian's former commander, is that right?" Liang Ran lowered her eyes and chose to remain silent. She believed that the diary she had just finished writing last night had been taken to Yao Yinchi's mobile phone. There was no point in saying more. She didn't need to explain anything at this moment. As Liang Ran expected, Yao Yinchi sighed softly. "It's like this again. Their similar conversations have been repeated many times in the past year. You may need to see a psychologist." Yao Yinchi's voice was a little lighter. Many researchers are not in a good mental state. "If you need it, I can introduce you to one." Liang Ran shook his head. "No, thank you." "Okay, then, there is no problem here, you can go." Yao Yinchi lowered her head and wrote a few words on the document, indicating Liang Ran to leave on her own. Liang Ran stood up without hesitation. She opened the door expressionlessly and walked towards the elevator not far away. No one who saw Liang Ran at this time would guess that she was praising herself in her heart. It is easy to suffocate if you suppress it for too long. Liang Ran lived completely according to the original owner's cold and repressed personality for the past 2 years. Later, she found that she would really collapse if she continued like this, so she tried to move in other directions. For example, she would occasionally attack others because she was too repressed, and the purpose of attacking others was to punish herself. From the results, there was no problem with her 2 small free plays. When Liang Ran was waiting for the elevator, the man was still roaring not far behind her. Just like the assistants in her laboratory were second-class citizens, the employees of the supervision department were basically second-class citizens, working in the service industry. The employee obviously had some empathy for the dead citizens of the same level. Although he was afraid, he was still hesitating and delaying, and did not immediately eliminate the relevant reporting information. Liang Ran thought for a few seconds and turned around. "Do you know?" The man was angry at his employees at the moment, and didn't notice that Liang Ran was talking to him. Liang Ran stepped forward, patted his shoulder gently, and repeated, "Sir, do you know?" The man's emotions were suddenly interrupted by Liang Ran's action. He choked and turned his face impatiently. "What did you say?" "From your brother's wound, he was infected 2 days before entering the Hope Zone, to be precise, 30 to 32 hours, Liang Ran said seriously, "and according to relevant monitoring, your brother contaminated 5 people in less than 2 hours after entering the outer city, all of whom were second-class citizens without exception. According to the records of the Research Institute, the time for parasitic spider species to completely control the human brain is 40 hours. So he was awake when he entered the city, and even used some means to get rid of the inspectors at the city gate. Your brother seems to be a piece of trash." At this point, Liang Ran did not give the man time to react, and pointed to his badge again. As everyone knows, the outer city is the residence of third-class citizens. If it is not for work, second-class citizens rarely go there. So why are the 5 people your brother asked to help happen to be second-class citizens? Because he felt that third-class citizens were not even worthy of being scapegoats. The man understood Liang Ran's hidden meaning. He looked around in a panic, and tried to cover up his guilt with anger. But the man's saliva did not spray on Liang Ran. Yao Yinshi came up. She recalled Liang Ran's sudden verbal aggression just now, and suddenly felt distressed. For the past 3 years, she has been responsible for analyzing Liang Ran's diary, and she did not see what the girl was hiding. She believed that she was the person who knew Liang Ran's heart best in the world. She knew better than anyone that Liang Ran's occasional aggression was already a mental illness. The purpose was just to make the other party attack her, to achieve a kind of self-punishment after her sister died. I don't know if Liang Ran is thinking of her sister again now. How sad she is every day. Noticing Yao Yinshi's gaze, Liang Ran was a little puzzled, and always felt that the other party's gaze was very strange. But if he couldn't figure it out, he didn't think about it. Liang Ran put his hands into his sleeves and rubbed his fingers secretly. She repeatedly recalled all the details of the scolding. Finally, she came to the conclusion that, if you feel good scolding, you will feel good, and if you feel good, you will feel good, and if you feel good, you will live longer. So I also strengthened my body today. Thinking of this, Liang Ran nodded to himself. I will reward myself by dissecting 2 more small alien species. Chapter 4. The riot ended with the man's defeat. Yao Yinshi called up the detailed information, and after a brief browsing, confirmed that every data Liang Ran said was accurate. Reject the elimination request, she said directly. Whether there is this report or not, your brother's actions will be reported to the headquarters in the Hunter team. But the Data Supervision Department will ensure that it will not be leaked. The director and deputy director of the Supervision Department are not there. Yao Yinshi is in charge, and her gene level is A, which is much higher than the man who is also a first-class citizen, but has a gene level of C. Then how did she? The man glanced at Liang Ran's badge meaningfully. She is only a third-class citizen. This is not something you should know. Yao Yinshi made a pleased gesture and issued an expulsion order. Please go back. The man dared to belittle and refute the small employees and Liang Ran, but he did not dare to contradict Yao Yinshi. He said okay with a flushed face, and glared at Liang Ran in a bluffing manner before leaving. The expected result? Yao Yinshi was a first-class citizen after all, and it was obvious which group's interests she would ultimately protect. It was fine to criticize the man's brother in the first-class citizen group, but it was impossible to spread this man's bad behavior to the second and third-class citizens. After all, this would damage the reputation of the first-class citizen group. I'm leaving too. Liang Ran said goodbye to Yao Yinshi and went directly to the Research Institute. Today's workload was not heavy. She first dealt with the 2 new alien limbs, then went to complete the previous data on the spider parasite species, and finally made a detailed record of the heart of the Rift Mermaid yesterday. When everything was finished, it was just time to get off work. The assistant asked for leave today, probably because he hadn't figured out how to face Liang Ran, whom he had just reported, especially since nothing happened to Liang Ran after the report. 7:38 in the evening. Liang Ran packed up his things alone, looked at the clock, and turned on the voice recorder to finish today's work. Nothing special was gained today, she said. The newly delivered limbs belong to arthropod species, but because the sample volume is too small, it is impossible to determine which type of centipede the species is, and the possibility of a mutant cannot be ruled out. In addition, the heart of the slid mermaid was completely inactivated 22 hours after being separated from the main body. After saying that, Liang Ran rubbed his shoulders, closed the heart culture dish in front of him, and then pulled out more than a dozen long tubes on the transparent cylindrical instrument that were about the same thickness as a finger. These tubes are used to input nutrient solution into the culture dish. Some are used to monitor the acidity and temperature of the water in real time, and some are used to extract substances from the surface and inside of the heart and extract genetic information. Before leaving the laboratory, Liang Ran wrote on the daily record sheet hanging on the door, as usual, August 2nd, 52, still no genetic information in the heart area was read. If someone flips back to Liang Ran's daily record, they will find that this sentence runs through the entire record book. But it is understandable. After all, if the genetic information of a species is completely deciphered, it means that it can no longer hide, and all behaviors can be interpreted and even predicted. Correspondingly, targeted genetic weapons can also be developed. But the current human beings obviously have not reached this step. Probably due to the limitation of the level of technology, the genetic information of alien species cannot be fully read by human detection machines so far, and the most advanced instruments of human beings can only interpret part of it, especially the heart area, which is still blank. And this blank cannot be solved in a short time. Because the feedback from the machine on the xenogenic heart gene is not unreadable, not I can't read it, nor is it a bunch of garbled codes and chaotic and dense maps, but it doesn't exist here. This is a matter that makes all researchers anxious. The heart is clearly there, in the culture dish, on the dissection table, but the machine tells you that there is nothing there. It is the human eye that is wrong. Sometimes Liang Ran will doubt his vision and touch. But the beating heart in the palm of his hand will tell Liang Ran that it really exists, but it cannot be discovered by the machine. This is really bizarre. So humans still have a very long way to go if they want to defeat the xenogenic. After closing the door of the laboratory, Liang Ran walked out of the institute. It was not too late, and the lights in many laboratories were still on. Several researchers were already quite old. They wore old-fashioned reading glasses and looked down at the documents. Liang Ran was not familiar with them because of his withdrawn personality. He only knew that the oldest one was over 80 years old and was a well-known scholar in the field of medicine before the end of the world. The old man was also a third-class citizen, the only third-class citizen in the institute besides Liang Ran. Liang Ran passed by the old man's laboratory with a calm face. Just as she was about to push open the door of the institute, she suddenly heard the old man coughing. The sound was very short, as if someone was covering his mouth and trying to hide the discomfort. But coughing was not something that could be stopped just because he wanted to. The intermittent sound kept pouring into Liang Ran's ears. Liang Ran paused and took out a bottle of unopened water from his backpack. She turned back to the door of the old man's laboratory, bent down and gently placed the water on the shelf. "Thank you, little girl." Caught off guard, the old man's voice of thanks suddenly came from inside the door. The glass of the laboratory is one way. Liang Ran can't see the scene inside clearly, but the old man can see her. "You're welcome." Liang Ran stopped walking away. For some reason, the old man didn't stop talking, and kept the relationship between the two at the most basic social relationship. "I know you, your name is Liang Ran." Because he was old, the old man's voice was a little low, and Liang Ran needed to get close to the door to listen. After hearing clearly, Liang Ran said, "I know you too. I've heard what you said in the recorder. Your analysis of alien species is very good, very good." The old man's voice inside the door was very soft. "It doesn't matter if those research results don't belong to you for the time being, don't be sad." The old man's words were very abrupt, but Liang Ran understood what she meant. She nodded very quickly, and didn't reply. The old lady didn't say anything more. She recommended a place to Liang Ran. "The music festival is coming soon. I heard the music in the square. You can go and listen if you want. If you have a chance." Liang Ran replied. Because of the old lady's recommendation, Liang Ran did not choose to take the city rail after leaving the institute. Instead, he took a detour of more than 10 minutes, and walked to the central square. At this moment, the punk musicians in exaggerated clothes were debugging their equipment in the square. From time to time, there were passionate drum beats coming from them. Even though the music festival officially started tomorrow, there were still dozens of audiences standing around, swaying slightly with the drum beats. This is a rare entertainment project in the end times. Now the world is full of alien species, people die every day, and blatant enjoyment seems to be a sin, so there are no entertainment facilities in the main city. But repression will eventually lead to collapse. So after careful discussion, 20 years ago, the main city announced that it would hold a week-long music festival every 6 months. During this week, as long as the music is on, everyone can dance and revel in the square. Liang Ran heard that 7 years ago, because of a stampede at a music festival, 2 citizens died on the spot, so the main city ordered not to hold similar festivals, and as a result, the suicide rate of citizens soared in the next few days. So the music festival was urgently restarted and kept for a long time. The drums were intermittent, and the unprofessional punk band was playing unknown songs. Liang Ran stood in the shadow at the edge of the square for a long time until the alarm on her mobile phone rang, and she looked at the time. 9:30. If you walk to Huajian, you can arrive at the right time. When Liang Ran arrived at Huajian, the rude man had already arrived. The man was very tall, with dark and rough skin, chapped lips, and a blue work suit that didn't fit him well. There was some dirt on his shoes. There was no expression on his face, except for a slightly reserved smile when Liang Ran looked at him. Although the system marked the man's age as 31, he looked a generation younger than Liang Ran because of long-term physical labor. Liang Ran didn't waste any words and asked directly, "Is it Zhang Lin?" "I'm Liang Ran, a researcher. The laboratory has a lot of tasks recently, and I have to work overtime, so I can't stay here for long." Unexpectedly, the man's tense body suddenly relaxed, and he stuttered, "Okay. He doesn't look like a very bad person." Liang Ran noticed this, looked at him carefully, and realized that she had misjudged the man before. She thought for a while, and asked the man, "Why did you suddenly contact me last night?" The man didn't seem to understand Liang Ran's meaning, but still responded, "Last night my neighbor reminded me to check the message. The time is up, and Huijian should send me a message. I saw your message, so..." Liang Ran grasped the key point of the words. "The time is up? What time is up?" The man hesitated and lowered his voice. "My wife died 2 years ago. Huijian stipulates that I need to rematch after 2 years. He paused for a moment, and when he spoke again, his voice was even lower. "I forgot that the time was up last week. I have to take care of the flowers in the greenhouse every day. I rarely rest and rarely check messages. No one will contact me." Liang Ran withdrew his previous accusation of impoliteness against him. "Sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up. It sounds like you and your last match have a good relationship." "Very good, we've always been very good." The man coughed twice, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. "Actually, we weren't matched by fire. We've known each other for a long time. We've been neighbors since childhood. I help her move things. She also remembers my birthday. After I reached the required age, she took me to fire for genetic matching. Because we were both third-class citizens, F level, genetically matched." Fire agreed. Liang Ran asked, "Do you have children?" The man nodded. Liang Ran, She cursed several times in her heart. These fire seeds didn't tell her what a shitty matching system that not only erodes human rights, but also the right to know, when will the world end? Please do it quickly." She cursed secretly for a long time, and only looked at the man again after she finished. From the man's reaction just now, he and his deceased wife were childhood sweethearts, in love freely, and had a certain emotional foundation. However, Liang Ran could not copy this marriage model. She was under surveillance for a long time, and could not contact third-class citizens. She couldn't find a third-class citizen actor to start a fake relationship with the other party, register for marriage, and become a partner in the anti-fire law. Liang Ran's thoughts turned quickly, and an idea suddenly flashed in her mind. Could she take advantage of the man's feelings for his deceased wife, if the man is willing to help her delay? Fake marriage is better than real childbirth. Liang Ran pondered for a moment, and said tentatively, "Zhang Lin, I am very busy at work, and the laboratory occasionally has irritating drugs. I may not be able to give birth at the prescribed age. Can you accept it?" Before Liang Ran finished speaking, the man interrupted her fantasy directly. "This is against the rules." He scratched the back of his head honestly, but his words were cruel. "All citizens have the obligation to report those who violate the laws of the main city." "I will report you." Liang Ran, The man repeated, This is the rule. Liang ran. I was just joking, and my original intention was to have more time to contribute to mankind. I'm not disobeying the law. The man nodded heavily. Of course I know. After all, this is the rule. We all have to do this. Liang Ran was almost dizzy by the 4 words "this is the rule." She quickly stopped the man's words. I understand. You don't have to keep repeating it. The man grinned and stood there without saying anything. After a while, Liang Ran exhaled. She pinched her fingers a little irritably. It was really a brain drain to ask the aboriginals, who had only met once, for help. She was also a little anxious just now. The IQ can be compared with the early Homo sapiens. Liang Ran stopped the topic. She looked at the man. I have to work overtime. I will contact you if I am free. Ah. Okay. Zhang Lin quickly moved aside to make room for Liang Ran to leave. Let's go. Liang Ran passed the man. After that, Liang Ran and Zhang Lin walked towards the door one after the other, half a meter apart. It was evening at this time, and the fire hall was very lively. Many well-dressed citizens came in and out. Just as Liang Ran was about to step out of the door, a sweet girl wearing a first-class citizen badge walked into the hall with a thin boy and quickly passed Liang Ran. Zhang Lin seemed to remember something, gradually stopped and looked in the direction of the 2 people. Liang Ran also looked in the direction of his sight. The 2 walked directly to the consultation desk in the middle of the hall. The girl leaned forward, with her hands on the high platform, and asked nervously, "Good evening, sister. My name is Chungwon. I'm 22 years old this year, and his name is Han Bing. He's 23 years old this year. Our gene levels are both B level. We have performed more than 20 missions together, and saved each other's lives many times. Especially last time, I was knocked into the swamp by an alien species, and couldn't get out. The lizard swam towards me, and I thought I was going to die, but he jumped beside me, and bit my back with blood. If it weren't for my teammates, we would have almost died. We meet the fire seed pairing regulations, and are willing to fulfill our reproductive obligations." The girl carefully considered every word and asked eagerly, "Can we be together?" The middle-aged woman standing in the consultation center smiled and nodded. "Of course, but I need to confirm your genetic level." The girl quickly took off her badge and handed it to the middle-aged woman. The boy also hurriedly took off his badge. Because he was too anxious, he failed several times. In the end, it was the girl who helped. "Why are you so silly?" The girl smiled, revealing 2 cute dimples. She was visibly happy, staring at the figure of the woman opposite her, tiptoeing unconsciously, looking forward to becoming the happiest person in the world in the next moment. A few minutes later, the middle-aged woman looked up. She turned the computer screen to the girl. "Congratulations," the woman said. As soon as she finished speaking, the young girl exclaimed excitedly. She happily rushed to the boy, her eyes full of smiles, and she was at a loss as to what to do. The boy immediately took her hand, and then held her face. His face was full of uncontrollable joy. But the woman continued, "After system testing, Chungwon has performed well in recent missions, and has exceeded the B-level definition range. Congratulations, the system has redetermined that your genetic level is B+, and the contact information of the outstanding citizens who match you will be transmitted to your system on your 23rd birthday." Looking at the girl's instantly pale face, the middle-aged woman's words were cold. "I will submit your situation to the Law Enforcement Corps, and you will not act in a small team in the future. Please strictly abide by the fire seat regulations, and look forward to your contribution to the main city." The girl stood in the middle of the hall in a daze. After a long time, she pointed her finger at herself, and said in a trembling voice, "Match. Others? But my heart beats so fast every time I see him, and he also said so." Liang Ran closed her eyes, did not read the follow-up, turned around and walked out of the fire seat quickly. She had never been inside the fire seat, and had never witnessed similar incidents, so she did not expect that she would feel a little uncomfortable for 2 strange first-class citizens. You know, as the bottom of the world, Liang Ran has been targeted a lot, and even the research results are not qualified to belong to her, so she always thinks that feeling sorry for this group of people is as stupid as workers feeling sorry for capitalists. It's like having nothing to do after eating. But now Liang Ran is a little confused. Her steps became faster and faster until Zhang Lin had to jog to keep up with her. "I have to take you home," Zhang Lin said. Liang Ran refused bluntly, "No need." Because she was thinking about something, her tone was unusually cold, and there was impatience that anyone could hear. But Zhang Lin didn't slow down. He tried to keep up with Liang Ran's pace. "I have to take you home." Molly said the night was scary, and he wanted to pick his wife up every day. In this context, it was hard for Liang Ran to guess who Molly was. She smiled. I won't be your wife. The man widened his eyes in surprise, but the rules say. Liang Ran didn't listen to him finish, and turned to walk towards home. The cool night breeze blew up her windbreaker and short hair. She tightened her coat and said, Who can predict the future? You also know my job. I may be killed by the alien species that suddenly appeared on the dissection table tomorrow, or I may live for a long time. I heard someone say recently that I might become an accompanying researcher. Take good care of the greenhouse you mentioned. Chapter 5. The accompanying researcher, as the name suggests, is a researcher who follows the hunter team into the contaminated area. The man obviously understood the meaning of this title. He stopped in a daze, and watched Liang Ran's back walking farther and farther. The red moon cast scarlet moonlight on the ground. Liang Ran walked while imagining Jasmine inappropriately. From Zhang Lin's few words about his wife, she vaguely saw an outline in her mind, a brave girl with her own ideas. Even if no one in this world taught her what love is, she still taught Zhang Lin how to love her, and most importantly, she also loved herself well. The car arrived. Liang Ran swiped the message step by step and got in the car. When she stepped into the car door, she vaguely heard Zhang Lin's unskilled blessing in the wind. He raised his voice a little. I hope to see you on the list of people returning to the city. Thank you. Liang Ran turned around and nodded politely. After returning home, Liang Ran packed up everything as quickly as possible, took the freshly brewed coffee, and went straight to the bookshelf in the bedroom, and then pulled out 2 thick notebooks from the bottom shelf. In the apocalyptic era, all kinds of natural resources are extremely scarce, and coffee beans have long been out of production. The existing ones are preserved by high-tech sealing. Liang Ran certainly has no right to own such things, so the little stock in her home was secretly brought back from the Research Institute, and the Research Institute turned a blind eye to it. After all, you have to give a sweet date after hitting a club. Liang Ran has been working for nothing, so she must pay some mental damages. Now Liang Ran made a strong cup of coffee and sat cross-legged on the bed. She spread out 2 notebooks neatly in front of her, showing the posture of studying all night. To be more precise, it was a night of recollection. From the last few words of the conversation between Liang Ran and Zhang Lin, Liang Ran obviously knew what an accompanying researcher was, and regarded this as a way to reject the match and escape from genetic matching. This is indeed the case. Liang Ran did not suddenly have a flash of inspiration, nor was it adrenaline rushing. She had known the concept of an accompanying researcher for a long time. She first learned about this profession from the original owner's diary. After all, this was the original owner's ideal. Later, she occasionally heard some stories about this profession in other researchers' secretive discussions. Some people even speculated that Liang Ran would soon become an accompanying researcher in the past 3 years, because Liang Ran's life was worthless in their eyes. After hearing so much, Liang Ran went to study this profession carefully, and found that this profession could help her temporarily escape from the fire ordinance. Because the main city clearly stipulates that members of the hunter team, who are on a mission, can suspend the performance of multiple obligations, including the obligation to reproduce. But Liang Ran never put it as the best choice, but the most last resort. Because Liang Ran is just an ordinary third-class citizen, whether in terms of strength, speed, or body recovery speed, she has no ability to fight against the aliens in the contaminated area. Liang Ran often feels tired in this world, and doesn't care much about her future life or death, but this does not mean that she has decided to commit suicide, does not mean that she wants to expose her identity and be sliced and studied, and does not mean that she wants to be torn apart and eaten by the aliens in the contaminated area. In short, she really hopes that the world will be destroyed tomorrow, but jumping off the building today is absolutely impossible. It's just that the atmosphere in the fire just now really made her uncomfortable. Thinking of this, Liang Ran exhaled deeply. She used to think that the contaminated area was the most terrifying thing in the end times, but as a time traveler from the modern era, the powerless state of letting the system control her just now made her feel numb. So now Liang Ran is eager to escape from all this, and never wants to enter the fire again because of any genetic matching, at least not in the near future. And the profession of accompanying researcher can allow her to escape from the current predicament immediately. This is the fastest way Liang Ran can think of to escape. It was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, and the night fell. The blue-purple aurora gradually spread out its colors in the sky, reflecting the red moon. But Liang Ran didn't want to pay attention to the strange beauty outside the window. She took a sip of coffee, and carefully opened the first page of the 2 notebooks. The key points of the record were concisely written on their title pages. The rules for the accompanying researcher in the end of the world. How to integrate into the Dawn team. The former explains what an accompanying researcher is, and how to survive in the contaminated area, while the latter analyzes how to integrate into the hygiene team as a third-class citizen and become a teammate recognized by them. The Dawn team is Liang Dian's hunter team, so it is obvious that these two notes were written by the dead Liang Ran, who made sufficient preparations before trying to become an accompanying researcher in her sister's team. Now, after 3 years, Liang Ran once again calmed down to study these two books that she had read a long time ago. It's just that she used to learn to imitate Liang Ran's handwriting, and the content was secondary, but now the content has become the most important thing. In the silent room, there was only the tick-tock sound of the minute hand. Liang Ran quickly flipped through the paper, browsing the things that were emphasized. Everything about this profession was recorded clearly. The accompanying researchers are a group of people with infinite value. After the hunter team entered the contaminated area, the invasion of alien species always came suddenly. No one had time to look up alien species information and establish the best hunting mode. What was even more troublesome was that there were many new alien species and mutants in the contaminated area that had not been discovered by humans, so the hunters often had to verify the optimal solution to kill alien species at the cost of their lives. But if there was a researcher in the team at this time, many problems would be solved. Because the researchers have been with alien species for many years, and are familiar with the physical signs of various alien species, even if they are completely unfamiliar alien species, they can draw inferences from similar cases, mobilize the information in their brains to make inferences, and give the hunters the most appropriate hunting suggestions at the moment. According to relevant data, the survival rate of hunters in the team with accompanying researchers has been greatly improved. But the problem is that there are very few researchers, and it is difficult for them to survive in the contaminated area. Although the researchers in the institute are mainly first-class citizens, their gene sequence level is not high, and there are almost no A level, let alone the extremely rare S level. This is the result of the main city's early selection. In order to defend the safety of the main city, and to gather a group of people to search for supplies in the contaminated area as soon as possible, the main city arranged the most powerful first-class citizens into the army to learn combat skills, and arranged the secondary first-class citizens into the institute. Later, a vicious cycle was formed. Now researchers are basically B-level and C-level. Once they encounter powerful mutants or large groups of alien species outdoors, they have almost no ability to escape. Because of this, hunter teams are rarely equipped with accompanying researchers, but there are exceptions, such as those new teams with great development potential. In order to protect them, the main city will use huge prophets or family members as bargaining chips to communicate with researchers who have lost their scientific research ability, and let them accompany the new team to the contaminated area. As for what researchers who have lost their scientific research ability are, old, unstable, and researchers with little time left, etc., all of these are considered people who have lost their scientific research ability, or in other words, these people are rapidly losing their scientific research value. After entering the learning state, Liang Ran turned the pages faster and faster. She has always had a good memory, and is also good at staying up late. She used to be the first in her major in the old world for many years. When she was at her strongest, she could only sleep for a few hours, brush up on all the exam materials for all subjects in 2 days and 1 night, and then squeeze out time to soak in the laboratory all day. As time passed, the aurora outside the window disappeared, the artificial sun was lit by the law enforcement team, and the world suddenly became extremely bright from extremely dark. The dazzling light shone into Liang Ran's bedroom, and there were water ripples on the table that were shaking slightly. Liang Ran yawned and pushed the translucent water cup, and the water ripples shook more violently. Liang Ran bent the corners of his lips, half raised his cheeks, and stretched out his fingers to chase the lovely shadow. "Good morning." After playing enough, Liang Ran whispered hello to the water ripples, and put the book on the desk back to its original place. When she walked out of the bedroom door, she lowered her head sleepily, and showed her dark circles to the monitor not far away. "Next time, I won't stay up all night to study the alien species," she muttered. "Look at the cup and there will be double images." 7 o'clock in the morning, Research Institute. Lin Bai was a little nervous when he came to the laboratory. After all, the day before yesterday, he did the first big thing in his life and reported his immediate superior. This caused him to ask for leave from the Research Institute early yesterday morning and struggle with his thoughts at home for half a day. He didn't know whether to report his creation to the organization first, or go to the supervision department to collect his bonus first. After all, both are very exciting. But before he could make a decision, Lin Bai received a failed report receipt from the supervision department. There was also a fine ticket attached. Why is this happening? he asked the organization in confusion. The organization quickly responded to him. After Commander Liang Yin died, we sent people to report Liang Ran for a long time, but we never succeeded. How could the report fail? She didn't repent at all. Lin Bai replied angrily. I asked her what she thought about Commander Liang's death the day before yesterday, and she actually said that she had never thought of dying to atone for her sins. It's all because of her. It's all because of her. Lin Bai talked about the past. The Dawn team has never failed. They came back alive from such a dangerous deep pollution area, but they died in the most ordinary marginal pollution area. It must be Liang Ran's fault. The first time she went there, the team was wiped out, and we suffered as well. Commander Liang said that she would lead us to equality and freedom, but she died. What should we do if she died? My sister went to see a doctor last week, and she had the same disease. Why did the doctor give her medicine with this or that missing, but gave a full bag to the first-class civilians? The contact person of the organization was helpless. There is no way. The organization guesses that it is because of Liang Ran's current identity as a researcher. The main city needs her, and someone is protecting her. I don't know how powerful a person is to bring her down and make her receive the punishment she deserves. Lin Bai turned off the communicator angrily, but suddenly regretted it after being angry. He was just a small fry, and he shouldn't have confronted someone with connections. Now he is embarrassed. Just when Lin Bai's mind was in a mess, Liang Ran's voice suddenly sounded. What are you doing standing at the door? Why don't you come in? Liang Ran disinfected the scalpel while looking in the direction of the door. Lin Bai suddenly came to his senses and found that he had walked to the door of the laboratory. He greeted him awkwardly and walked to Liang Ran. What do you need me to do? Liang Ran nodded at him. Help me mix the reagents. The materials are in the third row and second column of the cabinet. They are pink crystal solids. Melt them at 400 degrees high temperature, and give them to me. Liang Ran handed the injection to Lin Bai. I need 10 milliliters. Okay. After Lin Bai took the injection, he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his palms, and walked quickly to the cabinet to start mixing the reagents. There was a note on the upper right corner of each cabinet in the laboratory, indicating the function of each material. Platinum powder crystals can be used to detect whether alien species are afraid of light. The recommended usage is 0.1 ml/3000 G. Lin Bai silently read the words on the cabinet, took the measuring cup, and took out 10 grams of platinum powder crystals from the cabinet. Then his eyes slowly moved down, and noticed the last sentence on the note. It cannot be used on the human body. It is slightly toxic, and can cause blindness. Lin Bai's hand suddenly trembled. Chapter 6. Lin Bai stared at the bold small words, and was lost in thought for a moment. Not long ago, the word sent to him by some second-class citizen organizations, that is, the Doomsday Symbiosis Organization, suddenly flooded into his mind. After all, she is a researcher, and someone is protecting her. I don't know how powerful a person is to bring her down. Someone is protecting her. Lin Bai suddenly thought of his sister. His sister is Linjiu, who is also a second-class citizen like him. But unlike his health, Linjiu has been weak since childhood, and needs to take many types of expensive drugs for a long time. His family is not in a good situation, and the whole family works hard to share the medical expenses of his sister. But some things cannot be solved with money. He has experienced it many times. Even with the same money, the hospital will give first-class citizens far more medicine than him. But his sister also needs medicine. His sister is so young, she needs medicine even more. Why didn't anyone protect his sister? Is it just because his sister is a second-class citizen? But if you compare it this way, Liang Ran is just the lowest third-class citizen. Why would she be protected? As he thought about it, Lin Bai's eyes darkened. Because she is a researcher. A third-class citizen with such poor genes is just a human meat pie in front of aliens, and she is not even qualified to enter the main city, let alone go to the talent training base in the main city to study. If Liang Qian hadn't used his authority to add a quota for Liang Ran, what would happen even if Liang Ran performed well in the base? What would happen even if her graduation project is still posted on the exhibition wall of the base? If she didn't have a sister who was a first-class citizen, she would not be able to enter the main city no matter how good she was. And she would not be able to enter the research institute as an exception because of her excellent final course results. So why is the world so unfair? Lin Bai suddenly got stuck in a difficult thinking problem. After a lot of thinking, he changed his mind and finally found the culprit. It was still because of Liang Ran. The world could have slowly become fair, but the appearance of Liang Ran destroyed the Dawn team. There was no one to lead them to equality, so the world would never be better again. The light pink crystals in the test tube gradually melted, like a beautiful nebula spinning wantonly. Lin Bai stared at the nebula until the crystals completely disappeared and turned into a pool of still liquid. He turned off the alcohol lamp, picked up the syringe Liang Ran had just handed over, and filled the test tube with 10 milliliters. He whispered to Liang Ran, "Do you need it now?" Liang Ran said without turning his head, "Give it here." Lin Bai walked steadily towards Liang Ran, but when he was 2 meters away from her, he suddenly felt a great panic and stopped suddenly. Noticing the disappearance of the footsteps, Liang Ran looked at the instrument data and reached out his hand. "What are you daydreaming about? Give it to me." "Ah. Okay." Lin Bai hastily raised the syringe in his hand, and then he regretted it belatedly. He decided to suspend his plan. In fact, he didn't even know what plan he had just made. He was just a little confused and empty-headed. He wanted to walk towards Liang Ran, with the needle tip facing forward, that's all. As for what he was going to do, after all, he didn't think he was a vicious person, and had never hurt anyone, so he hadn't thought about anything yet. But this matter was not something he could regret unilaterally, because the syringe he raised was already aimed at Liang Ran, and Liang Ran was focusing on the display screen at the moment, analyzing various heterogeneous data, and didn't look back at all. Lin Bai watched Liang Ran's hand reach for the void, and then crash into the needle in his hand. He quickly pulled his hand back, but only had time to deviate from the direction of the needle tip. "Stop!" he screamed. A sharp pain came. Liang Ran turned his head, and saw that under the action of inertia, the end of the needle was against the palm of the assistant, and the pink liquid was slowly pushed into her wrist along the needle tip. Under the effect of the drug, a large black shadow appeared in front of her eyes. The assistant rushed to the alarm in panic, and the force of pressing the bell was banging, as if the people who were about to die were his parents. "Hey you!" Liang Ran didn't understand a bit, but before she finished her words, she fell to the ground with the little assistant's pig-killing scream. Liang Ran was awakened by the questioning. The law enforcement team sent someone to check the relevant surveillance. The person in charge was talking to Lin Bai, and Lin Bai's voice was very weak. I don't know anything, I just came here not long ago, I'm a little nervous." Lin Bai kept repeating trying to convince the law enforcement officer of the rationality of his behavior. "I accidentally took the syringe upside down, I only admit that I did this wrong." As a novice, you can be nervous. The law enforcement team came with a heroic woman. She was wearing a fitted white law enforcement uniform, quickly browsing the communication device in her hand, and asked Lin Bai a question. "But you just reported this researcher the day before yesterday, you hate her. You have a suspicious motive for your behavior." Lin Bai wrung his hands anxiously. He argued, "Yes. It's true, I can't deny this, but you have also seen the video. I immediately took my hand back after I came to my senses. I didn't want to hurt her, I really just got distracted and took the wrong one, or I was too tired." Liang Ran listened to the conversation between the two people with her eyes closed, and finally came to the conclusion that it was all within the plan. There was a mirror above Liang Ran's dissection table. If the angle was just right, she could see the scene behind her with her peripheral vision. So once the assistant had a bad idea, she could accurately avoid the needle tip and prevent her hand from getting hurt, while allowing a small amount of platinum powder solution to be injected into her blood vessels. In addition, she made other preparations. If Lin Bai had no intention of harming her, she could also pretend to be dizzy during the dissection of the alien species, and accidentally scratch her wrist with the needle tip. After all, she had already shown her poor state after studying all night in front of the surveillance at home. In short, no matter what the process was, she would definitely be injected with a blinding drug today, and her vision would be damaged. This drama was a last resort. Her scientific research results were divided up by a group of people all day long. That group of first-class citizens sucked her blood. If she didn't do something ruthless to herself and make herself lose her so-called scientific research value, how could the group of people let her go? Liang Ran was thinking about the follow-up development here, and the debate was still going on there. Lin Bai really felt that he was innocent, and that he should be judged by his deeds rather than his intentions. Even if he really had some bad thoughts, he was ready to stop, and even helped Liang Ran press the alarm, so that she could receive treatment as soon as possible. But he did report Liang Ran and said some bad things in the report, such as cursing her to die soon, but many people said this in private. Liang Ran should be used to it, and it didn't seem to be a serious matter, so he had no idea how the law enforcement team would deal with him. Lin Bai stammered as he looked at the serious woman. He proposed a solution that he had thought about for a long time. What if I am willing to pay for the treatment? This kind of reagent should have a dissolving agent. Liang Ran. She injected a small amount, which will not really blind her. The law enforcer looked at the doctor beside the operating table. The doctor turned off the overhead light and reported, "The raw materials of the platinum powder crystal dissolving agent are in a heavily polluted area. There is no reserve in the hospital. Even if there is, it will not be used on third-class citizens. In addition, the injection amount is indeed very small, and it has not reached the blinding amount, but the vision is definitely affected. Let's see her reaction after she wakes up. If her vision is seriously reduced, I personally suggest that she leave the laboratory." While speaking, the doctor took off his glasses and uttered extremely cold words. After all, any mistake in the cutting point on the dissection table will cause abnormalities in the alien species. Any alien species that loses its research value is a huge loss to the main city. "Thank you for your trouble," the law enforcer nodded to the doctor. There was no point for the doctor to stay here any longer, so he packed up and left the institute. Hearing the footsteps going away, Liang Ran knew it was time for her to wake up, so she slowly opened her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she realized that her vision had indeed deteriorated, and her eyes were a little blurry, as if covered by a thin layer of gauze. If I had to describe it, it was probably like a person with 2.0 vision suddenly became 1.0, which was indeed blurry, but it was better than that of ordinary people, and it did not affect her life at all, let alone her ability to see the alien clearly. Although she was sure of the amount of injection, Liang Ran still breathed a sigh of relief when she confirmed this. This level of visual impairment was within her acceptable range. Most importantly, this visual impairment was not irreversible. As long as the raw materials of the digester were found, her vision would be restored. Noticing that Liang Ran had woken up, Lin Bai quickly ran to her and raised his finger in front of her eyes. "Can you see clearly what number this is?" Liang Ran nodded. Lin Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, the law enforcer picked up a culture dish and handed it to Liang Ran. "I need to confirm the extent of your visual impairment. Can you count how many live blood vessels are there?" Liang Ran pursed her lips and moved closer to take a look. The culture dish contained a small section of the vertebra of the man-eating salamander. Most of the blood vessels had become necrotic and black, and only a few dozen blood vessels were still bright red. But the blood vessels were too thin. Even the thinnest silk could not match their faint fineness. Liang Ran took some effort to count them, but she did not speak. After 2 minutes of silence, she said randomly, 13. Is that 13? Lin Bai held his breath instantly. He looked at the law enforcer in panic, and his body trembled slightly. Researchers are so scarce now, and each one is protected by the main city. It can be seen from the fact that the institute specially called a doctor from the A-level hospital. Even if Liang Ran is only a third-class citizen, the institute is willing to waste the time of a first-class citizen to treat Liang Ran. And now he has damaged Liang Ran's eyesight. Everyone knows that researchers can be in poor health, but they must not have impaired eyesight. It is difficult for Liang Ran to work at the dissection table now. Lin Bai's legs softened, and he actually collapsed to the ground trembling. But after waiting for a long time, the violent punishment he imagined did not appear. The law enforcer sighed. She put the pistol she had just put on the table back on her belt, and straightened the brim of her hat. "Lin Bai. It's Lin Bai, right? Remember to go to the supervision department to pay the fine tomorrow. And be careful when doing experiments in the future. Don't let this happen again." Lin Bai, His expression was a little dazed, and even unbelievable. In contrast, Liang Ran accepted it well. She pulled the corner of her lip obscurely. It was still expected. After all, one is a third-class citizen who has lost his value, and the other is a second-class citizen who is somewhat useful. The law enforcement team doesn't have to think about how to choose. This is also the reason why she can do this without any psychological burden. Lin Bai once insulted her in person. As a punishment, she wanted him to be scared. Anyway, he would not be punished substantially. Liang Ran closed his eyes and lay back on the bed. Lin Bai's compliments kept pouring into her head, such as "I have never seen a person as fair as you, and it would be great if all law enforcers were as impartial as you." Liang Ran raised his eyelids and glanced at Lin Bai, and decided to give him a nickname that was easy to understand. Let's call him the Defender of Fairness for second-class and above citizens. In short, he is called Gong Gong. Chapter 7. Everything progressed very quickly afterwards. The deputy director of the institute came to hurriedly verify Liang Ran's vision, with an undisguised nervousness on his face. After Lin Bai sent the law enforcer away, he was no longer panicked and began to make sarcastic remarks. "Change someone." He stood behind the deputy director to help him share his worries. "Director, you don't know, Liang Ran has a big problem at work. I saw her touch the alien's chest directly with her hands. With such sharp teeth, it's only a matter of time before her hands are injured and parasitized. The current result is good for everyone. The deputy director turned his head unbearably and shouted loudly, "If you don't know, shut up." This was extremely violent, and Lin Bai was frightened and dared not move again. The deputy director took a deep breath, turned around, and asked Liang Ran softly about his current vision. Liang Ran shook her head, revealing a dejected expression. "Very bad. I can't see the growth of the tiny stumps in the culture dish." The deputy director asked, "Is it a problem with the lens?" "I have a lens here. Maybe it can solve it." Liang Ran shook her head again. "No, there is just a layer of fog in front of my eyes, and sometimes it turns black. It has nothing to do with the lens. There is a problem at the nerve level." Her voice became lower and lower. "I also want to stay in the institute, but the situation is really not optimistic. I don't know if I will get better after a period of recuperation." The deputy director did not reply to this sentence, and rubbed his eyebrows irritably. He knows clearly what the law enforcers, doctors, and most of the institute staff do not know. Liang Ran's value in the institute is extraordinary. When she came, she was the best graduate of the talent base. She suffered a heavy blow and returned to the institute 3 years ago. Under the huge mental pressure from the outside world, her abilities in all aspects have been qualitatively improved, both in terms of research awareness and scientific research ability. In the past 2 years, many of the alien analysis articles published by the Institute and praised by the main city were based on the data provided by Liang Ran. Even if the Institute distributes these research results to researchers with high gene levels, it does not mean that they have the matching strength. Liang Ran himself is capable. The love for scientific research, the pursuit of accurate data, and the bold ability to speculate are not brought by any mutant genes, but only come from a person's talent and acquired efforts. Sometimes the deputy director would feel sorry. If Liang Ran was a first-class citizen, she might become the leader of this generation of the Institute, but there is no way. She is just the most ordinary third-class citizen. There is no need for 2 outstanding people among the third-class citizens. However, things have come to this point, and it is useless to think about anything. The deputy director walked out of the laboratory and called the regulatory department. 3 years ago, after Liang Ran came back from the contaminated area, the regulatory department asked him to send someone to keep an eye on Liang Ran to ensure Liang Ran's personal safety during his work at the institute. At that time, he asked the other party why, and the other party replied that Liang Ran was useful and might be hiding the real reason for the demise of the Dawn team. Now he called to ask about Liang Ran's follow-up arrangements. After all, Liang Ran's current situation made it impossible for him to be a good researcher for the time being. At least, he couldn't work with a scalpel in person before the digestion agent came out. He wanted to know if Liang Ran needed to leave the institute, whether the supervision department would still need him to assist in monitoring. After the call was connected, he walked to the shadow at the end of the corridor, nodding while answering the phone. Liang Ran stood up and looked through the crack in the door. The voice was too quiet, so she squinted her eyes and tried to see the other person's mouth shape. Before Liang Ran crossed over, she came from a public security family. Both of her parents were high-ranking officials, and they did dangerous things and had many enemies. For Liang Ran's safety, her parents cultivated her sensitivity to surveillance cameras since she was a child, taught her how to escape, how to disassemble and assemble various instruments, and taught her to distinguish lip shapes, etc. These skills helped Liang Ran more than once in the end of the world, such as the surveillance at home, and now. The deputy director was standing a little far away, so it was difficult for Liang Ran to distinguish, but she could still read part of it. Before, you said that you only need to ensure her life's safety, and nothing else matters. Yes, yes. She encountered many difficulties. Yes, no one believes those achievements. I still want to apply to help her restore her eyesight. There is a lack of such people in the institute. At present, the people with the most scientific research achievements, besides Zhang Jiman, are her and Adele, but Zhang Jiman is old and has only a few years to live. Liang Ran was a little anxious. Why is the other party still thinking about helping her restore her eyesight? He doesn't do his job every day, and he makes things worse for the first time. The raw materials needed for the digester are in her hands. She can just melt it and drink it when the time is right. If she is not sure that she can restore her eyesight, how can she take this risk? Thinking of this, Liang Ran subconsciously touched her gloves. The palm part of this pair of gloves from Liang Gian is made of the raw materials of the digester. When Liang Gian accidentally tore his gloves, he took the mutant plant found in the contaminated area to Liang Ran and asked her to help extract the soft but strong silk of the plant and sew it into the gap in the gloves. This incident was written in the original owner's diary. When Liang Ran read this, he checked the effect of this plant, and immediately tore up the page of notes. So Liang Ran is now fully focused on being an accompanying researcher, and doesn't need others to help her for the sake of benefits. Fortunately, the person on the other end of the phone didn't want to help her restore her eyesight. The deputy director's slightly anxious questioning voice sounded again. Because of the anxiety, Liang Ran could even hear this sentence faintly. I know she has no value to you, and you have given up investigating her, but she is really useful in the Institute. Let her be a data analyst in the Institute. Let others relay the data to her, and she will do the analysis. The other side obviously rejected the deputy director's request. Because Liang Ran finally heard what she wanted to hear, I support all your decisions. But isn't it a pity for Liang Ran to be an accompanying researcher? Liang Ran suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and lay back comfortably on the dissection table in the laboratory, feeling comfortable as if bathing in the sunshine of the old world. 2 minutes later, the deputy director walked into Liang Ran's laboratory. He first drove Lin Bai away, and then stared at Liang Ran for a long time. Liang Ran looked at the complex expression on the other person's face, and after a while, he realized that the expression seemed to be called shame. Liang Ran? ? She repeatedly looked at the other person's expression. For this person who repeatedly forced her to transfer research results, she didn't expect that he could have such a human shame expression. But before she asked, the deputy director said very quickly, I didn't control the volume just now, you should have heard it too. I'm sorry about this result. Liang Ran. Sorry? The deputy director nodded. Yes, sorry. He explained softly. Your mother is my benefactor. Liang Ran. ? Many years ago, I was only a teenager and a third-class citizen. The deputy director said with a sigh and nostalgic look, I met your mother by chance. One day she suddenly sent me a gene mutation agent. She said that she had seen the little gadgets I fiddled with casually and said that I had a talent for research. If I could successfully produce acquired gene mutations, she hoped that I could enter the institute. If there is a chance, please help me. Her daughter. She said that although her younger daughter was injected with a mutation agent, it did not work. She was just a lovely ordinary person, but her older daughter's gene level was S+, and she would definitely become one of the highest law enforcers. After knowing this, the younger daughter kept clamoring to enter the institute to help her sister. She wanted her daughters to be happy. Later, my gene mutated and became A-level. I entered the talent base on the same day. 4 years ago, I was transferred here and became the deputy director of the institute. He looked at Liang Ran, his expression full of apology. I had no choice but to do what I asked you to do. I thought I could at least save your life. Liang Ran fell silent. For a moment, she stared at the other person's expression and nodded slowly. Oh. It's the end of the story, and I feel uneasy. What are you pretending for? On weekdays, he didn't say a word about the sticky liquid splashed on the floor of her laboratory, the white coat with several holes poked in it, and the broken syringes. Now he said he wanted to save her life? He can't give her any sneaky help, right? Pretend. Liang Ran didn't want to cooperate with his performance, so he immediately covered his head and gasped. Wait a minute, my head suddenly hurts a little, it may be a side effect. But thank you anyway. The deputy director's eyes lit up slightly. Liang Ran quickly continued the previous sentence. Thank you for reminding me how good my mother was to me. The deputy director hesitated for a moment, but seeing Liang Ran's uncomfortable expression, he could only smile awkwardly. You're welcome. Let me tell you about the accompanying researcher. Liang Ran rubbed his temple and nodded lightly. Sorry for the trouble. The deputy director picked out what he could say and said briefly. 2 days ago, the accompanying researcher of the Xuanqing team died in the contaminated area. You should have an impression that the slit mermaid you dissected was brought back by them. The captain of this team is an S-level power gene carrier, and the only double gene mutation carrier in the main city is also in the team. In addition, there is a girl named Song Shanai in the team. Although the gene level is, it's just B+, but she is the daughter of the current archbishop. In short, this team has just been established for more than a month, and there are some small problems in the judgment of alien species and the degree of cooperation among the team members. So they need an accompanying researcher. The institute was planning to send Zhang Jiman, but because now the main city wants you to go with you and go out for 5 or 6 missions. You don't have any relatives alive now, so I can't help you in this regard, but you can ask for any conditions. Liang Ran thought about it and replied, Can I keep my laboratory? There are rest days between missions, and I want to come and see the new alien species when I have time. This is not a troublesome request, and the deputy director can decide it himself. So he nodded immediately. Anything else? He asked. Liang Ran thought for a while, and she thought if she was really the original body, according to such a lonely personality and painful past, what would she say at this time? After thinking for a long time, she whispered back, "No other requests. Thank you to the main city for letting me return to the contaminated area. I have wanted to go back for a long time." Chapter 8. In the afternoon, Liang Ran was sent home. Before leaving, the deputy director gave her some information and said that someone would contact her in the next 2 days. After Liang Ran returned home, in order to celebrate her temporary escape, she took her favorite lychee-flavored nutrient solution from the refrigerator and drank it. It was just a pity. Liang Ran felt the uncomfortable sense of being peeped behind her and leaned to the side. From the phone call made by the deputy director, it can be heard that after 3 years of surveillance, the regulatory department finally gave up on her. They no longer tried to find out from her the secret that a third-class citizen could leave the contaminated area alive, nor did they try to find out whether Liang Dian's cause of death was directly related to her. From today on, no matter those people think that she was lucky to survive or that she took the Dawn team as a scapegoat, since the regulatory department proposed that she become an accompanying researcher, the only value of her existence is to provide on-site consultation for the initial operations of the Xuanqing team. She understood all these principles, but she thought that since it was like this, the regulatory department should remove the surveillance camera in her house. Anyway, I thought she was not far from death, so what was the point of surveillance? It turned out to be a dream again. Thinking of this, Liang Ran laughed at himself. In order to avoid the annoying surveillance, Liang Ran walked into the bedroom with his backpack. The bedroom and the bathroom were the only 2 places in the house that were not monitored. Liang Ran did not have many areas to move freely. She had been Pua by herself before, and she analyzed for a long time why she didn't install surveillance in her bedroom. Later, she came to the conclusion that she couldn't bear to do it. Of course, she didn't bear to do it for her, but for Liang Dian. According to Liang Ran's guess, the person who proposed and was responsible for monitoring her was the head of the supervision department, that is, Wan Mei. Not only was she saved by Liang Dian, she was also the most active supporter of Liang Dian when he became the official law enforcement chief. Moreover, she was very young, only 2 years older than Liang Ran and 3 years younger than Liang Dian. She was one of the youngest people in power in the main city, and had called Liang Dian the commander's sister more than once in public. Liang Ran was sure that if there was a choice, Wan Mei would definitely want to replace her and become Liang Dian's biological sister. The house where Liang Ran now lived was full of traces of Liang Dian's past life, especially in the bedroom. There were Liang Dian's former plush slippers on the carpet, her favorite caterpillar doll on the bed, and the paper cut hanging on the wall was also made by Liang Dian with a lot of thought. Wan Mei probably thought that installing surveillance in the bedroom would disturb Liang Dian, even if she was dead. Liang Ran secretly wondered when she would be respected like this while flipping through the information that the deputy director had just given her. These materials are about the accompanying researchers, but Liang Ran had already studied most of the content last night, and some of the content is not as detailed as in the notebook. Liang Ran flipped through it roughly, took out a page, and threw the others aside. Only this one is worth a closer look, because it introduces the team composition of the Xuanqing team. The information shows that the Xuanqing team consists of 5 fixed members. There are 2 power mutants, named Ji Chan and Song Shen AI, with gene levels of S and B+. The former's combat weapon is a heavy sniper rifle, and the latter's combat weapon is a giant axe. There are 2 agility mutants, one is Shiru, with a gene level of B+, carrying a close combat double knife, and the other is Sui Yuesheng, who is the team doctor and has a gene level of A. There is also a girl named Wu Ruozi, who is the only double gene mutant in the main city. The gene enhancement directions are cell regeneration and perception enhancement. The gene levels of both directions are A, so her comprehensive level is judged to be A+. Liang Ran carefully scanned these paragraphs back and forth, and finally concluded that this group of people is indeed the darling of the main city. Because of the gene matching plan of the Fire Seed, the number of first-class citizens in the main city is much more than before, accounting for 1/7 of the total population of the Hope District. This 1/7 of people leaves the remaining 6/7 of second-class, D-class, and third-class, F-class, citizens. Among the first-class citizens, C-class is the most, and S-class is the least. According to Liang Ran's understanding, there are less than 8 S-class citizens in the main city at present, and each of them is protected like a 1,000-layer pastry. Excluding the very old S-class citizens, and those with important positions, there should be only 3 S-Class gene people who are still active in the Hunter team, and the Xuanqing team occupies one of them. Moreover, this team also has the only double gene mutant in the main city, especially the cell regeneration mutation direction. The accelerated cell regeneration speed means that this girl's ability to recover from wounds is far superior to that of ordinary people. Even if she is stabbed by a foreign species, as long as her heart and brain are not broken, she has a chance to survive. This is the rarest gene mutation direction, and it is also the type of gene mutation that everyone dreams of, because having it is equivalent to having several more lives out of thin air. However, luck and danger coexist. Liang Ran can already predict the position of this girl in the team. She is probably the first to explore the way, or the last to retreat. After all, she is most likely to survive when facing danger. After Liang Ran finished reading the front of the paper, she turned to the back to see if there was any more detailed information. But as soon as she turned to the back, she was blinded by a blank space. Liang Ran paused. Just like that, she turned the page several times in disbelief, and finally confirmed that the other party really gave her less than 200 words of information. Liang Ran, no. Excuse me, if she really wanted to know this information, would she still need the other party? Can't she just use the search engine? Liang Ran speechlessly turned on the communicator and searched for this group of people in the system, but the information on the internet was basically just that. She didn't have enough authority to enter the more advanced forums, otherwise she should be able to see some combat videos. Liang Ran sighed without temper. She was about to shut down the system, but at this moment, she suddenly stopped and remembered the combat video of the Xuanqing team capturing the Rift Mermaid alive that she had just watched not long ago. Even though there were only aliens and gunshots in that video, and no one showed their faces, Liang Ran was still ready to watch it again. After all, she had only paid attention to the situation of the alien species in the video before, and didn't pay much attention to other things. This time, she changed her angle, and might be able to see some other information. Liang Ran immediately started searching. Because all the video material she had watched would be marked, she could search quickly. She clicked on the folder where the video was located, and her eyes casually scanned it. Suddenly, she found that there was a video recording marked with the word useless on this video. Liang Ran didn't remember that she had marked this, so she frowned and recalled carefully. Soon she remembered. At that time, the Xuanqing team sent 2 videos to the Research Institute through the system, but after watching and reviewing, the Research Institute marked one of the videos as useless, so that Liang Ran only needed to watch the other video. At that time, Liang Ran only wanted to analyze the aliens' habits quickly, and had no curiosity about this scrapped video. But now it was different. After all, this was a team that she would be with for a while in the future, and she wanted to take a look at any related videos. So Liang Ran clicked on the video, and leaned back in her chair waiting for it to load. 2 minutes later, the video began to play. First there was a burst of electric current, and then there was a loud bang. Liang Ran was startled. After a moment, she sat up a little and continued to watch. Soon the picture quickly turned bright, but the flying dust made everything unclear. Liang Ran squinted and got closer to see. At this moment, the smoke raised by the dust gradually dissipated, and the huge body of the slit mermaid in the video was being stepped on by a girl dressed in church clothes. The girl was wearing a platinum dress that was out of place in the city ruins. Her long curly light gold hair was tied by her ears and hung down in front of her chest. She had an exquisite sun-shaped brooch on her chest, with tiny gems on it shining in the light. But the girl's vicious expression broke the quiet atmosphere created by her dress. She wiped the smelly and sticky flesh on her face, looked down at her blood-stained dress, cursed in a low voice, and swung a huge white axe to smash the alien's head. The girl roared while smashing, "Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting. This is the clothes that have just been baptized in the church. Do you know how troublesome baptism is?" The alien's head quickly became bloody and fleshy. At this time, a sharp female voice came from outside the video, followed by several threatening shots. "Stop! I told you to stop! Didn't you hear? The mission is to capture him alive. Songshan AI, if you don't stop, I will shoot your head off." Seeing that Songshan AI had no intention of stopping, a rain of bullets immediately rushed straight to her face without any mercy, but the girl did not dodge at all, and arrogantly smashed the axe into the alien's chest, raising her chin and scolding, "You dare to be mean to me? Ha, S level is amazing? Ji-chan, who do you think you are? Toad holding a gun, do you really think you are a sharpshooter?" After saying that, she quickly took out a grenade-like thing from her backpack and threw it forward, with a fearless expression on her face. "Ji-chan, If you have the guts, don't hide. If I don't blow you up today, I won't be named Song. The grenade drew a dangerous arc in the air, and in a flash, a very tall woman suddenly rushed into the camera. She quickly shuttled between the bullets for a few seconds, grabbed the grenade that the girl had just thrown, quickly threw it to the open space in the distance, and then rushed to Song Shanai. A few seconds later, the grenade exploded. In the choking smoke, the woman grabbed Song Shanai by the back of her collar and pressed her to the ground. Can you understand something? The woman had her back to the camera, but her oppressive and cold voice seemed to penetrate the camera. Song Shanai, listen to the captain. After a short silence, a trembling voice sounded, Can't we perform the mission well? Why do we have to fight every day? Before the girl finished speaking, a gloating male voice interrupted. He seemed to have watched a very interesting play, and clapped his hands twice. Don't stop, it's so fun. But it seems that this alien can't be brought back, and the one next to it is still breathing? I was so scared that my head was dizzy, so I could only trouble you to carry it. Song Shanai frowned and looked at the boy outside the camera. Her expression looked like she had swallowed a fly alive. Sui Yuesheng, can you speak properly? You make me sicker than Ji Chan. After saying that, she even retched. The boy laughed even more happily, and his dull laughter made it easy to guess his expression. He was probably laughing so hard that his facial features flew around, and he almost died. The video stopped here. Liang Ran stared at the black screen in silence, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. No? Did she break the law? She had to join such a team before she died? Chapter 9. Liang Ran really didn't understand. In her previous life, she wasn't a great philanthropist, but she donated her scholarship every year. She went to the nursing home to help out after school. Her grandparents loved her and loved to feed her food. But she was unlucky and died in a car accident. In this life, she has never enjoyed a single day of happiness. She is a living grudge in the world. She works for others every day. After 3 years of hard work, she is still a low-level researcher with no results. Doesn't she deserve some compensation from God? Liang Ran couldn't help staring at the screen. In order to escape the reproduction law, she was ready to enter the contaminated area at the risk of death. She should have some teammates who are strong and rational on the outside, gentle and kind on the inside, and cute from time to time. Of course, Liang Ran knew that all this was impossible, but it didn't stop her from thinking about it. In the end, the reality was even crueler than she imagined. After complaining in her heart for a while, Liang Ran sighed and sorted out her mood. According to her psychological expectations, under this strict genetic hierarchy system, she had already guessed what a third-class citizen would face if he sneaked into the team of excellent students. It was probably just isolation and disgust, but after all, she was somewhat useful, so even if she was targeted, it would not be too outrageous. But after seeing the way the Xuanqing team got along, Liang Ran suddenly felt a little unsure. This group of people did not seem to be able to restrain themselves. The S-level captain scolded them as he said, and the archbishop's daughter also beat them as he said, without mercy or retreat. You know, in the end times, the status of religion is beyond imagination. Liang Ran had read a book in the old world, which analyzed the composition of lost civilizations. The book said that if civilization collapsed, then the last relic of the world must be faith. People wanted to gain freedom and happiness in faith and calm down their restless lives. Therefore, the more lost people's hearts are, the larger the religion is, and the higher the status of religious leaders is. But in this team, except for the girl with a softer voice, everyone seems to be very bold and doesn't care about these external factors at all. Especially the one who was so mean and provoked. Although he didn't do anything, Liang Ran wanted to kick him when she heard his tone of voice. It was even more hateful. Thinking of this, Liang Ran put her mobile phone aside, sat on the soft chair and rubbed her temples. She reviewed the current situation and her own thoughts. First, the Xuanqing team. From the video, it can be seen that not only the 3 people emphasized by the deputy director, but also the other 2 have a great background. It is likely that they are not just first-class citizens. Otherwise, they would not have such a mutually uncompromising mode of getting along, and it is unlikely that they would be assigned to the same team. As a person who currently has no background at all, Liang Ran will find it difficult to deal with herself once a conflict breaks out with them, so she decided to reduce her presence as much as possible, keep a good distance, do her job well, and only put forward her views on alien species appropriately when necessary. As for whether they will listen after the proposal, it is not something Liang Ran can decide. The second is her own thoughts. Although she had this plan to escape from the fire decree after reading Liang Ran's diary about the material of gloves, she was very sure from the beginning to the end that this was the most necessary step. First of all, there are many alien species in the contaminated area, some of which are huge and some are extremely fast. Once she faces them head-on, she will not be able to hold on for long, and she does not want to be eaten by alien species, because that is the most painful way to die in the world. Secondly, various alien species evolve from time to time, and she cannot guarantee that she can always see the weaknesses of the other party. If she makes a mistake and causes serious injuries, or even death to her teammates, her ending may be worse than being eaten by alien species. Finally, and most importantly, she couldn't be a traveling researcher for life. Liang Ran could fully predict the future development. She would either die in the first few missions, or be lucky enough to survive the early missions, and then be abandoned by the growing team, and return to the main city alive, and continue to face the problem of fire matching. Liang Ran knew very well that unless the fire law was abolished, the genetic matching system would be a problem she would always have to face. As for compromise, Liang Ran never thought about it. She was a human being, educated in freedom and love, not a toy controlled by the law. Liang Ran sat quietly in the chair, thinking for a long time, and at a certain moment, she suddenly missed her parents, so she went to the bed and lay down, pulling the quilt over her face. Liang Ran felt that she seemed a little scared, and she was afraid of her own fear. This can't be like this, Liang Ran thought. Don't think about the surveillance at home, don't think about the past, and don't think about the future. Fear will wear down people's fighting spirit, and she wants to be the strongest person. Liang Ran was woken up by the ringing of the phone. She had just fallen asleep thinking about something, and when she woke up, she saw an unfamiliar number. The person on the other end said that she was an intern liaison of the Law Enforcement Corps. There was a test tonight, and she needed to attend on time. Liang Ran looked at the time and found that it was only an hour later, so she quickly packed up and went to the central building. After going through a series of procedures and entering the lobby, Liang Ran went to the 5th floor. The central building has a total of 5 floors. The first floor is the lobby, which is the consultation office. The second floor is the organization department, which usually assists the Law Enforcement Corps in making decisions. The third floor is the propaganda department and the education department. The former is responsible for the daily news and magazine publication of the Hope District, and the latter is responsible for handling various matters of the talent training base. The fourth floor is the supervision department, which is also the place Liang Ran comes most often. The 5th floor is the Law Enforcement Corps. The personnel composition, task arrangement, rewards and punishments of all hunter teams are arranged by the Law Enforcement Corps. As soon as the elevator door on the 5th floor opened, a young woman came towards them. Liang Ran was very familiar with her, so he lowered his eyes, walked out of the elevator door, and passed her indifferently. When they passed by, the woman suddenly said to her, "I asked you to go." It was a sentence without a beginning or an end, but Liang Ran knew what she meant. She stopped and turned her head, knowing that the other party had something else to say. Wan Mei looked at Liang Ran's calm face, and the more she looked, the more annoyed she became. "Your facial features are really more and more like your sister. Every time I see you on the surveillance, I feel sick. I suddenly figured it out recently. Why do I always want to know how you killed my sister? As long as you die, I won't have any entanglements." At this point, Wan Mei no longer planned to hide the fact that she was monitoring Liang Ran. Anyway, with Liang Ran's genetic level, there is no way he could leave the contaminated area alive. As for whether Liang Ran was an excellent researcher or not, and whether his death was a loss to the main city, it was not something she considered, and she didn't care. Liang Ran had long been accustomed to Wan Mei's way of speaking. In Wan Mei's opinion, she was the culprit who killed Liang Yin. Wan Mei had been investigating herself for 3 years, and what she wanted to know was how Liang Ran killed Liang Yin, not whether Liang Yin was killed by Liang Ran. So it was useless to say anything to her. Seeing that Liang Ran did not reply, Wan Mei thought she was frightened by the surveillance, and a cold smile appeared on her face. "You don't know yet? Your kitchen, living room, door, outside the door. These places have been installed with surveillance by me. I know everything about you. You have been hiding well in the past 3 years. I can't judge you in front of everyone, but you are finally about to be judged by fate." As she wished, Liang Ran's face gradually turned pale. Liang Ran pretended to be completely unaware, staring at Wan Mei with empty eyes, and his hands trembled slightly. "You?" After a moment, she restrained her trembling and whispered, "That's my sister, Wan Mei. Don't you remember? My sister said that she only has me as a sister, and she only wants me." After that, Liang Ran walked quickly forward. A boy nodded at her not far away. He should be the communicator who called her. Just after a few steps, Ruan Mei's angry shout came from behind her. Judging from the degree of madness in the voice, it was difficult to recognize that this was the head of the supervision department, who was known for his cold-bloodedness. I have told the Xuanqing team about your deeds. Ruan Mei shouted loudly. I have had a hard time these years, and you don't want to have a good time either. Liang Ran pursed his lips and turned his head. Maybe she remembered something. Ruan Mei's eyes were very red at this time. Liang Ran did not provoke the other party anymore, and followed the boy into the office. She hated Ruan Mei, but she did not hate her. Liang Gian was a very charismatic person. Her bone whip could pierce the throat of the most terrifying alien species, and could also roll up a 3-year-old child and protect the child while running among the alien species. She once rushed into the main city hospital with a young third-class citizen in her arms, and also went to the slums to smash the skulls of first-class citizens who bullied women. She was the kind of teammate Liang Ran imagined, omnipotent, warm and lovely. Liang Ran imagined many times that if she was just a bystander of this story, such a beautiful person died in a contaminated area, while her weak sister came out alive, she might also subconsciously think it would be good if it was the sister who came out. But she couldn't think like that. She wasn't a bystander either. She was in it, and she knew that Liang Ran really loved her sister, and she had died in the contaminated area with her sister. So Liang Ran was sure of one thing from beginning to end, that Liang Gian might have died to protect her sister, but it was definitely not Liang Ran who took the initiative to kill her. But Ruan Mei didn't believe it, and she had no choice. After entering the office, Liang Ran found a seat and sat down. The boy poured a glass of water and handed it to her. Can we start now? Liang Ran held the glass in his hand and nodded. Okay. So the boy directly clicked on the central display screen in the office, swiped to a picture of an alien species, and asked, Excuse me, what kind of alien species is this? It was very straightforward, without wasting any time. A leech mutant? Liang Ran glanced at the screen and said seriously, It was discovered on February 17th this year and brought back by the Yunjing team from the polluted area. It is the first leech mutant found by humans in a polluted area. Compared with the ordinary species, it has stronger attack power and faster swimming speed. It can swim through the blood vessels in the human body within 3 minutes, and suck the blood out of the human body within 5 minutes. The human being sucked dry by it will appear as a dead tree, with cracked skin and broken bones into powder, and finally no bones are left. As for how to kill it, Liang Ran paused and asked, Do I need to say this? The boy was stunned. He glanced at the screen and frowned. This is not a mutant. How can the Institute find people who can make such a simple mistake? Liang Ran? Liang Ran pointed to the bleeding spot on the abdomen of the leech on the screen. Can you take a closer look? The boy frowned even harder. Look again, it's just an ordinary species. I have killed several of them. How can I not know that the leech is an ordinary species? How can you be an accompanying researcher like this? Hurry up and pack up and leave. Forget it, wait a minute, I report to my superiors. The boy picked up the phone and dialed impatiently. The research institute is getting more and more useless. You can actually be a researcher, and an accompanying researcher. Don't let the Xuanqing team down. Liang Ran, She looked at the boy whose attitude changed quickly. Just as she was about to get up and talk to him in detail, she heard a hearty laugh outside the door. Liang Feng, you said yesterday that your knowledge reserve is better than that of a researcher. Why are you embarrassed today? The boy quickly stood up from his chair and looked at the door respectfully. Acting Commander, how come you have time to come here? Nothing, I'm just taking a look. A kind gray-haired old man walked in. He was wearing simple clothes and his hair was gray, but he was in good spirits. He smiled and nodded at Liang Ran, pointing to the screen. There is no difference between the common leech and the mutant leech on the outside, because the difference is inside the body, that is, the bones. This is the mutant. The boy looked at Liang Ran and frowned. Since the difference is inside, how did you? Liang Ran pointed to the leech's abdomen again. Look carefully at the blood spots here. The leech mutant has a denser bone density, so the internal bleeding spots are in the form of spray points, and the blood spots are small and dense. So, if you encounter a leech mutant in a contaminated area, you need to observe whether it has bleeding spots on its body before making a corresponding judgment. After all, the killing methods of these two types of aliens are slightly different. The bones of the mutant are more difficult to penetrate, and the heart is well protected by the extremely dense bones. It is also difficult for the strength mutant to break its bones in a short time. When encountering a leech mutant, I prefer to use poison rather than violence. At this point, Liang Ran looked at the old man who obviously had more say. The old man smiled and asked, "Use poison on leeches? This is the first time I've heard of this method. Why do you think so?" Liang Ran explained, "According to experimental tests, it is afraid of poison. After inhaling the poison gas, the huge pain will make it suddenly tighten its body, and then stretch out with all its strength. It will be difficult for the bones to lock into a ball in a short time. In this way, its advantage over ordinary species will be greatly reduced. Just use poison first, and then kill the mutant in the same way as killing ordinary leeches. It is much easier than the traditional way of breaking bones with weapons." The boy looked at the bleeding spot of less than 2 centimeters, and then listened to Liang Ran's analysis, and he was silent. This kind of meticulous observation, as well as her reaction and memory. You should know that there are already hundreds of alien species discovered. Under the premise that you can directly enter the system to query information, few people will memorize this. And if he remembered correctly, Liang Ran seemed to have just glanced at it. The old man looked at the boy. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and give the approval documents to them." Apart from these analyses, there are not many researchers who can write down the date of the alien capture. She is very qualified. The boy nodded hurriedly, looking at Liang Ran with a bit of embarrassment. After sending the old man away, he handed the approval documents, 2 pistols, and a bag of protective clothing to Liang Ran. "Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, at the entrance of the S-level railway in the main city, the Xuanqing team will gather there. Put on the protective clothing and take the documents with you." Then, Liang Ran took the things and said, "Anything else?" The boy asked quietly, "Did you memorize this information from some internal document of the Institute? How long would it take to memorize all of this? I really like studying this." Liang Ran, "No need to memorize, just practice more." The boy, "Huh?" Liang Ran glanced at the photo on the screen. "This is it, I took it, I dissected it, and I recorded it." Chapter 10. After Liang Ran finished a short test at the Enforcer headquarters, she went straight downstairs. On the way home, she recalled the contact's expression just now. After Liang Ran said that the photo was taken by her, the boy's faint admiration in his eyes instantly turned into contempt. Liang Ran knew the reason for his change of expression. Because according to the system records, the photo was taken by a B+ researcher in the Institute, and the research record was also written by that person. Most importantly, the other party also has a good reputation in the outside world. So the contact, without thinking, directly stood on the same front with the other party. But Liang Ran knew the twists and turns. At that time, after the leech alien was captured and brought back, the Institute assigned the dissection task to a researcher named Saad, but Saad was timid and usually dissected aliens with low attack power. After seeing the twisted and ugly appearance of the leech alien, he retched for a long time at the flesh-colored earthworm-like strip creature, and directly found Liang Ran, and asked her to take the dissection instead. With Liang Ran's position in the Institute, she couldn't refuse anyone, so she could only help him handle the work properly. After handling it, the other party not only didn't thank her, but also deleted and modified her analysis data, changed it to his own research tendency, and submitted it into the record file. So Liang Ran's proposal to use poison against the leech mutants was directly deleted by the other party. Liang Ran can still remember Thad's sarcasm. Only the weak can't let go, look ahead and behind, and be timid. No one died in the process of capturing the leech mutants. You want to make so much trouble for such a low-risk alien species. You really deserve to be a lowly third-class citizen. Liang Ran, did you write this on purpose? Do you think I would hand it in without even reading it? You must want the higher-ups to laugh at me. You're really vicious. Liang Ran didn't feel insulted at the time. He just thought the other person was a fool. After entering the contaminated area, how many teams can withstand the endless stream of alien species? The most basic premise for saving lives is to conserve physical strength, fight as little as possible, and it's not shameful to borrow external factors, but it's shameful to die in the end without borrowing. Unfortunately, the words came true. 3 months ago, a member of the Hunter team was parasitized during a mission, but his teammates didn't find anything unusual. The team entered the Hope Zone step by step. During the routine inspection, the parasite suddenly jumped off the armored vehicle and rushed into the gate. The man's eyeballs flowed down like water, and flesh-colored jagged tentacles quickly grew in his mouth and eye sockets, with suction cups all over the top of the tentacles. He ran while waving the tentacles, inserting them into the mouths and eyes of passers-by running around. This was a bloody tragedy, and as the source of the tragedy, the parasite could have been caught in the first place, but his 2 A-level teammates were exhausted from performing the mission, and even the speed mutants could not catch up with him immediately. Thad died in the riot, and the task of the Hunter team was to kill a large number of blood leech mutants. If Liang Ren had the right to express herself, if her proposal was fully conveyed and taken seriously, then the members of this team would have saved a lot of physical strength to hunt down the parasitic teammates. The tragedy would not have happened, and Thad would not have died. But there is no if. Everything can only be said to be destined. After arriving home, Liang Ren thought that Wan Mei had told her about the surveillance cameras at home, so she pretended to be nervous and rummaged through the boxes and cabinets. After working for several hours, she found 3 hidden surveillance cameras from several corners and threw them into the trash can. In case the other party was suspicious, Liang Ren also deliberately left a surveillance camera outside the door and pretended not to find it. After packing up everything, Liang Ren returned to the bedroom tiredly and fell on the bed. Thinking that all the surveillance cameras in the house were gone, she finally felt a long-lost sense of relief. After lying down for a while, she jumped off the bed as if she remembered something, hurriedly found her diary, and turned to the latest page. Under the illumination of the laser light, no new handprints appeared on the diary. In other words, no one came to her house secretly today. Liang Ren flipped the pages back and forth, repeatedly confirmed this, and finally stopped her wrist, which was a little sore. She fumbled with the thin paper, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curved upwards. In the past few years, she always imagined that someone was walking around in her room in the middle of the night, and she always couldn't sleep well, but she couldn't control her mind at all. Now she finally stopped thinking about it. Liang Ren took off the pen cap and wrote on a new page of the diary with true feelings. Today is the happiest day since I came back from the contaminated area. I will leave tomorrow. Wish me. Liang Ren pondered for a while. She didn't know what to wish for. Logically, she should write something auspicious the night before leaving. After thinking for a long time, Liang Ren raised her pen and continued to write, "Just wish me a bright future." At 6 o'clock the next morning, Liang Ren was awakened by the alarm clock on time. She first stretched on the bed for a while, then grabbed the reinforced clothes drying rack in front of the bedroom window, and did more than 20 pull-ups, and finally climbed onto the rack and started to do sit-ups upside down. At 6:30, the alarm rang again. Liang Ren wiped the sweat off her face, and went to the bathroom to wash up. The mirror on the washstand clearly reflected the firm and smooth muscle lines of her abdomen and arms. Liang Ren took a simple shower and changed into the protective suit given to her by the contact person yesterday. The protective suit was developed by the Research Institute and has been updated to the 17th generation. The latest protective suit is divided into 2 parts, the inner and outer parts. The base is white, very close-fitting, breathable, radiation-proof, and anti-penetration. The key parts have been specially treated to alleviate the impact caused by alien attacks. The outer coat has a positive and negative design. One side is dark gray, and the other side is grass green. It is fireproof, cold-resistant, wear-resistant, and corrosion-resistant, and the color has a certain degree of concealment, which can be hidden in the wilderness and the city at the same time. The design of the pants is similar to modern overalls, but it is more fitted. The color is basically the same as the outer coat, and the material is strong and light. Liang Ren buckled the belt and looked at himself in the mirror. Super cool. Liang Ren was slightly proud. She looked down and counted the number of pockets on her pants, and found that there were 7. She was immediately more satisfied. She searched the house and stuffed spare gloves, binoculars, 2 recorders, notebooks, writing pens, micro syringes, and 3 different types of folding scalpels into them. Liang Ren walked out of the room on time at 7 o'clock. Because the gathering time was 8 o'clock, she went to the institute first. Liang Ren wanted to say goodbye to the old man who comforted her that night. After all, she didn't know whether she could come back healthy after this mission, so she had to do what she wanted to do while she was alive. After sitting in the car for more than 10 minutes, Liang Ren arrived at the institute. She swiped her information card and walked into the gate. Drip. As soon as the door was opened, a strong smell of blood hit us. Several medical staff went in and out of a laboratory in the corridor, and soon 2 stretchers were carried out. The bodies on the stretchers were covered with black cloth to cover their blood and broken limbs. Liang Ren immediately determined what happened, and the alien species was not controlled. Generally, at this time, the researchers and assistants who studied the alien species were confined in the small space of the laboratory, and could not escape immediately, so they would die or at least be seriously injured. Liang Ren moved her eyes away as usual, not caring which of her colleagues died. This kind of thing happens from time to time in the Research Institute. It may be that the injection dose of anesthetic is wrong, it may be that the alien species is very good at disguise, or it may even be that the new assistant is curious and has a bad hand. In short, Any mistake may make it impossible to control the alien species. Liang Ran encountered more than one crisis, and was even stabbed in the abdomen by an alien species pretending to be unconscious. After that incident, Liang Ran no longer trusted others to handle xenomorphs on their own. Before each dissection, she would repeatedly emphasize the anesthetic dosage to her assistants. Whenever she had time, she would go to the anesthesia room to supervise the entire process to ensure her safety at the dissection table. The closer you get to the lab where the accident happened, the stronger the smell of blood becomes. When Liang Ran walked past the lab, she glanced inside and saw red and white slurry flowing all over the floor. She heard discussions. What's the reason this time? I really don't want to stay in the institute anymore. This is too scary. 2 times in 1 month. There's nothing we can do. We are second-class citizens. We have no choice in what we do. Does anyone know what happened? So disgusting, so disgusting. I heard that the assistant of this researcher accidentally spilled the special anesthetic. Fearing punishment, he dared not say anything, so he only secretly injected half the amount. As a result, the alien suddenly woke up during the dissection. Awake? Hiss, isn't it locked by the machine? Its limbs were locked. Who knew it would attack with its tongue? I just took a peek. Its tongue is more than 1 meter long, and when it was beaten to death by the law enforcement team, its tongue was dragged on the ground. So their heads were all killed by their tongues. Hiss, stop talking, I'm going to have a nightmare. By the way, what was the name of the dead assistant? I don't remember it. I don't think I've seen him before. He's new here. I don't know him either. Liang Ran walked towards the laboratory where the old man was, listening to the movements behind him, just as if he was listening to a story. Hearing this, Liang Ran thought the conversation was over, but suddenly a female voice interrupted the conversation. I know his name. I've seen him at the talent base. The girl's voice reached her ears from afar. His name is Lin Bai. He used to study soilless cultivation. Liang Ran paused. The girl continued to speak. Her tone was very regretful. You don't know, he is a good student, and the small flower seedlings he cultivated are very beautiful. My friend and he are classmates in the same major. Once I asked him why he wanted to cultivate flowers, and the credits were so low. He said his sister liked it. At that time, I envied his sister. Who would have thought? Liang Ran lowered his eyes, and walked forward silently. Chapter 11. Liang Ran has seen too much death. The people she hates and dislikes die one after another, and the people she likes and admires also leave one after another. Lin Bai is obviously the former for her. So she doesn't feel sad or sad at all, but she doesn't seem to be very happy. Liang Ran thought about it, and came to only one conclusion. It would be great if Lin Bai was qualified to enter the Agricultural Institute. If so, he would not be a hindrance in the research institute and cause death, and he could cultivate many beautiful flowers. She also likes flowers very much. Half a minute later, Liang Ran stopped in front of the old man's laboratory. There was a metal plate on the door of the laboratory with the old man's name, Zhang Jiman, on it. Liang Ran knocked on the door. Are you there? She asked softly. In a moment, footsteps were heard from inside the door. The old man walked not very fast. Liang Ran waited for a while before the door slowly opened. Child, you're here? The old woman seemed to know that Liang Ran would come to see her today. She was not surprised at all. She leaned forward and motioned Liang Ran to come in. Liang Ran walked into the old man's laboratory. Before she came, the old man was obviously studying literature. There were 3 or 4 open books on the table, and the papers were thick. The old woman was old and could no longer dissect alien species, but the knowledge in her mind was more important than anything else. She was currently mainly responsible for compiling alien species archives. Liang Ran glanced at the old man's table, and saw that the top paper was full of beautiful words. Sorry to bother you. No, I won't bother you. Zhang Jiman bent over and coughed a few times, shaking her head and said, No one usually comes to my place. You can come. Cough, cough. The old man started coughing again, and after a while, he continued, I'm very happy that you can come. I feel younger. After the old man finished speaking, he walked straight to the table, and handed some of the documents she had sorted out to Liang Ran. The main city hopes that the Research Institute can publish a more rigorous and comprehensive collection of alien species information. I will be responsible for sorting out part of it. This is my recent work. Do you want to take a look? Liang Ran was a little confused. She didn't understand why the old man told her this. This kind of work is not much work, but has a great impact on reputation. As long as it is done well, the name of the compiler will be known to the public. She didn't have access to this kind of work before, and she will never be exposed to it in the future. But Liang Ran still took it. After just a few glances, she was stunned. The content on the paper was clearly some of the alien species information and hunting suggestions she had submitted in the past. Liang Ran remembered these materials very clearly. They were all selected by other researchers and deleted by themselves because they thought they were worthless. And now, this information was completely copied on the paper, and the name of Zhang Jiman was signed. Liang Ran raised her head and was about to speak, but the old man shook his head slowly at her, signaling her not to speak. Liang Ran immediately understood that there were surveillance cameras in the laboratory, and not everything could be communicated. You? Liang Ran looked at the old man. The old man said softly, I was supposed to accompany the Xuanqing team to the contaminated area. This was the condition I proposed to the Institute, to participate in compiling and organizing the alien data. Ahem, the Institute thought I was doing a good job, although now it's you. But they still let me continue to organize, all for my 50 years of dedication to the Institute. At this point, the old woman's voice became even lower. She lowered her head, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Child, keep your voice recordings, save a few copies, and hide them well. I have been listening to your work records these days, and have transcribed them completely. I plan to write down all your content that has not been published by others, and temporarily put my name on it. When the whole book is compiled, you can take out the earliest time record, and everyone will know that this part is your research, and that you are an excellent child. Liang Ran stared at the old man in disbelief for several times. What about your reputation? You know, once this part of the information is published, it will be labeled as Zhang Jiman. If Liang Ran produces evidence and says that these things are hers, the old man's reputation will be completely ruined. I don't care about that. The old man squinted his eyes kindly. His expression was leisurely, as if he was enjoying the sunshine in the sun. I'm old. I don't have many years to live, and there's no such thing as a posthumous reputation. The dead don't have a posthumous reputation. The old man smiled and said, You are still so young, you can't be buried. Liang Ran, She was silent for a few seconds, and suddenly said, As far as I know, a lot of your research results have been stolen. I have an archive of all the materials I studied here. If I really want to make it public, I would rather make public the content that has been taken away and published by other researchers. The old man shook his hand hurriedly. Don't. The old man's cough suddenly intensified in a hurry. Liang Ran hurriedly stepped forward and patted her back, and then went to pour her a glass of water. After the old man finished drinking the water, he hurriedly continued, I am just a third-class citizen. You will not be retaliated if you denounce me. It doesn't matter what happens to me in the main city, but those people are first-class citizens, and they have great power behind them. Not only will your words be suppressed, but they will also be smeared. No one will believe you. Child, don't do anything stupid. Liang Ran shook her head. She wouldn't be stupid enough to report a first-class citizen, let alone an old man. It was just that the old man was kind-hearted, and it would be bad for her to refuse directly now, so she could only change the subject. Let's not talk about this. I'm here to say goodbye to you today. I'm leaving for the contaminated area at 8 o'clock. I wish you good health. I'm leaving now. The old man hurriedly looked at the time and found that there was less than half an hour left. He immediately pushed the pile of information into Liang Ran's arms again, and his voice returned to normal. Help me look at the content on the second page. I can't remember the temperature. Can you see if it's correct? Liang Ran immediately understood that there was important information on the second page, so she responded, Okay. She turned directly to the second page and looked at it carefully. What caught her eye was a line of words. Child, I know you got hurt on purpose. Liang Ran's pupil shrank suddenly, and she subconsciously glanced at the words behind. You look like a girl from a long time ago. Someone must have told you about the things before the end of the world, right? I guess your parents and sister told you. I knew you probably didn't want to go to the fire, but I didn't expect you to risk everything. That's good. Only by being cruel to yourself can you live a good life. Recently, because of you, I have dreamed about the past several times. It was a really happy time. Liang Ran clenched the paper in her hand. The old man put his hand on the back of her hand and motioned her to read it quickly. So Liang Ran browsed the following content at the fastest speed. Selvi, the senior liaison of the law enforcement department, is the sister of my best friend before the end of the world. She thought I was going to the contaminated area before, and revealed some information to me. Now I tell you this information. Please keep it confidential. The old man wrote seriously, If you encounter something difficult to solve, you may ask Ji Chan for help. This girl's experience is strictly sealed, and all insiders have signed a confidentiality agreement. Selby doesn't know much, but what is certain is that this S-class citizen, who suddenly appeared, was only a third-class citizen more than 2 months ago. I always feel that third-class citizens are most like the people in the past. She may also be a good child. After reading all the content, Liang Ranshi pointed to the blank space on the paper. The temperature should be 37 degrees, and the content here is not very complete. You can check the information again. The old man took back the paper, tore it up on the spot, and threw it into the trash can, destroying the information conveyed. She is over 80 years old. Years of hard work have made her health very bad. She is very tired after saying these words. The old man hunched up slightly and said goodbye to Liang Ran. Next time we meet, I treat you to an apple. I have a whole one at home. It's very sweet and well preserved. Time was running out. Liang Ran hurried and arrived at the S-Class Railroad 3 minutes before 8 o'clock. The starting station of this railroad is right behind the Central Hall. It does not stop throughout the journey, and the terminal station is at the gate of the Hope District. Due to the special nature of the terminal station of this railroad, only 3 types of people are allowed to ride. One is the hunter team, the second is A-class and above citizens, and the third is leaders of distinguished status and their children. It was Liang Ran's first time riding an S-Class railcar. She didn't have time to marvel at the exquisite design and gorgeous appearance of the car model. As soon as she got off the last railcar, she rushed directly to the back of the Central Hall. From a distance, she saw 2 people standing in front of the station. They were wearing the same combat protective suit as Liang Ran. One was nearly 30 years old, with a dark complexion and a very tall stature, estimated to be over 1.8 meters tall. She stood there with her arms folded across her chest, her neat black hair hanging straight down over her shoulders, her deep green eyes staring forward, and a sense of oppression came over her. One was about 18 or 19 years old, with a round face and round eyes, wearing black round-framed glasses, and a thick head of natural brown curls flying in the wind. She looked very short compared to the girl next to her, but she should be over 1.6 meters tall. She looked around anxiously, looking vaguely worried. Based on their characteristics, Liang Ran recognized them immediately. The former was Shiru, an agile mutant, with a gene level of B+, and was good at close combat with 2 swords. The latter was Wu Ruozi, a double gene mutant of regeneration and perception, with a gene level of A+. It was probably the aura created by her height and temperament. Although Shiru's gene level was slightly lower, at first glance, she looked much stronger than Wu Ruozi next to her. But it was understandable. Wu Ruozi's gene mutation direction was auxiliary after all, and it was 2 tracks from this attacking mutant who had emerged from the alien group, and they could not be compared. In short, according to Liang Ran's preference, sweet girls were good, but she preferred cold-faced cool sisters like Shiru, who could fight and resist, and felt very safe. Thinking of this, Liang Ran looked at the time and found that there was only 1 minute left. She quickly wiped the sweat from her forehead, tidied her clothes, and walked up quickly to say hello. Hello, I was almost late. I am? Before Liang Ran finished speaking, Shiru interrupted her. No need to introduce yourself. After that, she stepped over Liang Ran and got on the train. Liang Ran, Wu Ruozi smiled a little embarrassedly. I know you. Liang Ran, right? Hurry up and get on the train. I save a seat for you. Under Wu Ruozi's guidance, Liang Ran walked to the ticket gate of the railway car and began to verify with his eyes on the machine. Ding! The face recognition device made a ding-dong sound, and the mechanical female voice that Liang Ran had heard countless times sounded again. Third-level citizen Liang Ran is scanning the ticket, checking whether he is eligible to ride the S-level rail. Every time he took the A-level rail, Liang Ran would be treated differently because of his genetic level. She stood there waiting for more than 10 seconds until the test successful indicator lighted up, and Liang Ran took a step and walked through the ticket gate as usual. But she didn't feel embarrassed. Wu Ruozi seemed to be embarrassed for her. Do you have to wait like this every time? Liang Ran nodded. As soon as she stepped on the bus, Wu Ruozi followed behind her. The ticket checking time may not exceed half a second. It's okay, Wu Ruozi whispered. Let me give you some feedback. The members of the hunter team don't need to check their tickets like this. There is no need to check their levels. Just scan their faces. Liang Ran turned her head and saw the small curly hair on Wu Ruozi's head calm down. Such a normal first-class citizen? I guess the other party is playing some good friends game with her again. If she really takes it seriously, she will be finished. She will be used as a topic of conversation and jokes by the other party for several years. Liang Ran has learned from the previous experience, so she is very alert. Where is the seat? She asked Wuruozi. Wuruozi pointed to the 2 seats by the window on the right. There, I put my umbrella. Can we sit together? Liang Ran nodded, and was about to walk over when a tisk sound suddenly came from behind her. The sound was extremely impatient. Liang Ran became alert, and was about to dodge sideways when her shoulder was hit hard. Bang! Liang Ran staggered back 2 steps, because she was not standing firmly. She subconsciously wanted to grab the armrest, but she grabbed nothing and her arm was stuck between the 2 seats. She gasped in pain. This is... Liang Ran eased the pain and looked forward. Not far away stood the blonde girl in religious clothes that she had seen in the video. The basic information of the girl flashed through Liang Ran's mind quickly. Song Shanai, the daughter of the current archbishop, a power G mutant, level B+, using a giant axe as a weapon. Liang Ran's heart was inexplicably much more stable. This was the first-class citizen and the show of power that she was familiar with. Wuruozi just made her unaccustomed to it. But soon Liang Ran no longer had the heart to observe the other party. Because her right arm was completely powerless at this time, it seemed to be dislocated. Liang Ran, No, do you want to be so embarrassed? Liang Ran frowned, moved his intact arm helplessly, grabbed the upper arm of his right arm, and twisted it upwards. Click. The crisp sound of the bone reset made sure Ru, who had been resting with her eyes closed, turn her head and take a look. Song Shanai was also shocked for a moment. You could even dislocate this? But her expression quickly returned to disdain. Rookie. A good rookie. No wonder Sister Wan Mei said you. Song Shanai suddenly stopped talking before she finished speaking. She didn't say anything more, but raised her chin high, expecting Liang Ran to break her defense. But Liang Ran felt that the offensive power of her words was not very good, and it sounded just so, so he nodded silently. She walked to her seat on her own, completely acquiescing in Song Shanai's evaluation. Song Shanai, you? She suddenly turned her head and looked at Wuruozi. Another coward, a perfect match for you. Forget it, I'm hungry. Did you bring me breakfast? Chapter 12. Wuruozi had obviously gotten used to Song Shanai's bossing, and she lowered her head and took out 2 bags of things from her backpack. The hot air with the aroma of milk immediately hit her face. Liang Ran couldn't help but glance to the side, wanting to see what smelled so good, and saw that one bag contained 5 or 6 hot white dough balls, like glutinous rice balls, and the other bag contained chopped apples. Liang Ran blinked twice. To be honest, she has been drinking nutrient solution for 3 years, and she felt dazed every time she saw this kind of normal food with hot air. Wuruozi handed both bags to Song Shanai, who took them without hesitation, lowered his head to smell the fragrant dumplings, and a satisfied look flashed across his face. You've improved a lot in cooking. You can be my family's cook in the future, Song Shanai said, as he took a dumpling out of the bag and stuffed it into his mouth. His voice became unclear. It's just not sweet enough. Add more sugar next time. Wuruozi nodded. Okay. Song Shanai ate 3 dumplings in one breath, glanced at the apple with disdain, and threw the remaining dumplings and apples back into Wuruozi's arms. I don't like this. It's too cheap. Bring other ones next time. I like berries. Song Shanai sat across from the 2 of them, crossed his legs, and condescendingly arranged, if you can't afford it, I have someone deliver it to your house every day. Pick out the freshest ones every time, wash and cut them for me, and throw away the rest. Liang Ran couldn't help but look at Song Shanai. She wanted to do this too. You have to know that fresh fruits and vegetables in the end times are more expensive than many medicines, and many first-level citizens can only eat them occasionally a few times a month. It only took a few minutes to help Song Shanai cut the fruit, and the rest could be eaten by herself. Liang Ran felt that she could do it. Thinking of this, Liang Ran immediately stared at Wuruozi. She hoped that Wuruozi would feel humiliated and then refuse sternly, so that she could fight for it. But Wuruozi was obviously not a fool. Not only did she agree, she also immediately sent her address to Song Shanai. Liang Ran, oh. She looked away disappointedly and continued to look at the scenery outside the window. The pure white building of the central building looked particularly clean under the artificial sun, as if it could handle all the pollution in the world. A few hundred meters away from the central building was the church. The exterior of the church was platinum, and the sun-shaped pattern was painted on the top of the church, representing that religion would guide mankind to the sun. Soon after observing, Liang Ran heard a small chewing sound beside him. Wuruozi started to eat breakfast. Liang Ran wanted to continue to wander in her mind, but her peripheral vision could not help but drift to the other party. The glutinous rice balls stretched a long line between the other person's lips and teeth. So chewy, so sweet, So hateful. Liang Ran moved his body with all his strength, facing the girl with his back, trying to focus all his attention on the window. As a result, she just adjusted her sitting position, and the corner of her clothes was gently pulled. Liang Ran turned his head, ? Wu Ruozi handed a dumpling to her and whispered, "Have you had breakfast? I can't finish it, you can help me eat it." Liang Ran hesitated, shook his head against his conscience. No. Wu Ruozi smiled with two dimples. She stuffed the dumpling into Liang Ran's hand, and chatted seriously. "Does your arm still hurt?" Liang Ran told the truth. "I'm not that fragile, it's healed now." "That's good." Wu Ruozi smiled. "Although Shen Ai has a bad temper, she certainly didn't intentionally dislocate your joint just now. Strength mutants often do this, unable to control their strength." The girl explained, "And she is very generous. She usually pays extra to repair the team's equipment. When Sister Shiru encountered trouble before, she also asked someone to solve it." "Oh!" Liang Ran lowered his head and concentrated on chewing the food in his hand. Wu Ruozi saw that Liang Ran didn't want to talk about this, so she brought the topic to herself. "How tall are you? I was shocked when we met just now. I feel that you are only a little shorter than Sister Shiru." 1.76 meters. Wu Ruozi hissed. I said, "Fortunately Ji-chan is shorter than me, otherwise I would be very uncomfortable." Liang Ran, yeah. She was not used to being so close to first-class citizens. She always felt that she would be punched at any time, but it was not easy to show too much resistance, so she could only agree from time to time. A few minutes later, just as Liang Ran looked down at the time, Wu Ruozi suddenly stopped talking. A shadow fell in front of her. Liang Ran looked up in confusion, and found a little girl of about 13 or 14 standing in front of her. The girl was dark and thin, very short, and looked extremely malnourished. Liang Ran even thought that she was no taller than 1.5 meters. In stark contrast to her body shape, she was carrying a nearly 2-meter-high black box and a 1-meter-long suitcase. Because these two objects were too mismatched with her body shape, she looked like she was about to fall down when she stood there. "Who are you?" Liang Ran looked at the little girl for a moment and frowned. "What's the matter?" "Ji-chan." The little girl spoke. Her voice was very sharp. "I am Ji-chan, Song Shenai's grandmother, and also the captain of the Xuanqing team." Liang Ran was stunned for several seconds. In fact, when she saw the girl's combat uniform, Liang Ran had a guess in her mind, but she thought the girl was a child laborer from another team in the car. After all, she had seen the combat video of the Xuanqing team. Although Ji-chan did not show her face, she had heard her voice, which was very sharp, not like she was very young. Now it seems that the sharp voice is completely because she is still in the voice change period. Liang Ran was still absorbing the first half of the sentence, and Song Shenai was so angry that he stood up. "Ji-chan. You can't speak without my name, right? My grandmother is dead? I tell you my grandmother is dead." Song Shenai laughed very proudly. "Ha ha ha, let you scream. Curse yourself to death." Ji-chan's thin body flexibly dodged. For some reason, when she and Song Shenai met, they were like they had a grudge against each other for killing their fathers and mothers, and their eyes were red. "Don't touch me with your dirty hands." Ji-chan stretched out her foot and kicked Song Shenai's leg fiercely. She was an S-level power mutant, and her strength was several times greater than Song Shenai's, but Song Shenai didn't dodge at all, and stood up to fight Ji-chan. If this kick really landed, Song Shenai would definitely not be dislocated, but his bones would definitely be broken. In the end, Shiru came forward and quickly pulled Song Shenai aside, making Ji-chan's move in vain. Song Shenai looked at Ji-chan provocatively, and Shiru reminded him coldly, "Song Shenai, your grandmother is still alive, and in good health. You can say anything to win the argument." Liang Ran immediately raised his eyebrows, and Wu Ruozi pursed her lips tightly, as if she was about to laugh. "How filial." Ji-chan sneered, took off the box behind her, and sat in front of Liang Ran. Song Shenai couldn't argue with Ji-chan, and glared at Shiru behind him in anger. "Is this how my family supports you? You help outsiders to tear me down all day long?" Shiru didn't say anything, sat back in her seat in silence, and looked out the window. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became very quiet. Liang Ran thought that Ji-chan had taken the initiative to talk to him just now, so he stood up and bent over to get closer to the other person's seat, and whispered behind her ear, "I am Liang Ran, and I will be responsible for the alien records and combat plans of the Xuanqing team during the mission in the future." Ji-chan turned her head and stared at Liang Ran. When she didn't say a word, her mouth was pursed into a slit, her eyebrows were also tightly knitted, and the whole person looked gloomy and fierce, which was not in line with her age. Liang Ran immediately remembered her identity. She was a third-class citizen more than 2 months ago. Judging from Ji Chan's height and figure, she was not only a third-class citizen, but also the one who had the hardest life. Because of her weak body, she didn't grow much meat after eating and drinking for a short period of time. She was still pale and thin. Take care of yourself. After a moment, Ji Chan rejected Liang Ran. Don't let everyone get hurt, that's your contribution. Liang Ran didn't know if this was a kind of alternative care, and he didn't think too much, so he said oh and sat back in his seat. Time passed quickly, and soon it was 8:10. Liang Ran looked at the time and asked Wu Ruozi, don't you drive at 8 o'clock? Wu Ruozi, that's right, but the car won't drive unless the team members are all present. Liang Ran nodded in understanding. After waiting for another 2 minutes, the last member of the team finally arrived. Sui Yuesheng lazily walked through the corridor, carrying the medicine box. The car door slammed shut behind him, and the car drove slowly. After the boy walked to the area where the team was, he glanced around, lowered his eyes, and asked with some regret, why is it so quiet? Just finished fighting? No one paid attention to him. He continued listlessly, I was so upset that I didn't see it. Can we have another game? Song Shanai pouted at him, you are so mean all day long. No one thinks you are dumb if you don't speak. Sui Yuesheng laughed immediately, and he walked towards Liang Ran humming a song. Liang Ran raised his head, swallowed the last bite of the dumpling in his mouth, and looked at Sui Yuesheng. The man had long black hair tied in a high ponytail, a straight figure, very white skin, and extremely beautiful facial features. When his eyebrows moved, his peach blossom eyes looked affectionate to everyone he looked at. But the more good-looking he is, the more disgusting his words are. You are the new researcher, right? You look more survivable than the previous one. The last researcher accompanying the Xuanqing team died not long ago. Liang Ran knew this, and knew how he died. She looked at Sui Yuesheng for a few seconds and retracted her gaze, but Sui Yuesheng sat behind her very familiarly. Do you want to know how the last researcher died? Liang Ran, no. But Sui Yuesheng ignored her refusal and said to himself, the mermaid mutant we caught last time was very cunning. You know the slit-mouthed mermaid, right? This alien species obviously looks stupid and pitiful, but it can even pretend to be dead. The researcher thought it was dead, and walked over directly despite our obstruction. Liang Ran continued his words. So he was rolled into the chest cavity of the alien species, and hundreds of teeth chewed him together, grinding him into pieces in an instant. The alien species was very satisfied with the food, and sprayed the meat on people. Sui Yuesheng's threatening words came to an abrupt end. Liang Ran frowned, as if recalling something. But I forgot who had sprayed the meat on, do you know? Chapter 13. When Liang Ran was dissecting the slid mermaid, he watched the battle video of the Xuanqing team. When they were capturing, they encountered 3 mermaid mutants, one was captured alive, one soiled Song Shanai's clothes, and was beaten to death by her, one pretended to be dead and ate the researcher who approached, and was finally smashed to death by Song Shanai. And the third one sprayed the mincemeat on Sui Yuesheng while eating. Although Sui Yuesheng's face was not shown in the battle video, Liang Ran was sure that he heard his angry voice. Hearing Liang Ran's words, Sui Yuesheng's face darkened. Liang Ran, I remember he called out, but I don't know if I heard it wrong. You were there, do you remember who it was? Sui Yuesheng lowered his head and looked at Liang Ran. Isn't this important? Liang Ran leaned back in his chair and replied seriously. Then whether I know how the last researcher died should not be very important. Sui Yuesheng laughed. I think it is important. Liang Ran, I also think my question is very important. As an accompanying researcher, I think it is very necessary to confirm this information. After all, timid team members may not be suitable for direct confrontation with alien species. So who is it? She looked at Sui Yuesheng eagerly. Sui Yuesheng did not respond immediately. Liang Ran waited for a while, and sighed helplessly. It doesn't matter if you forget. Liang Ran gave in. It's up to you. It's up to you. Unless necessary, Liang Ran would not have a direct conflict with this group of privileged classes. Her question just now could be considered a provocation, or a normal inquiry. If you look closely, there was nothing wrong with it, so she just said what she wanted to say. After all, she still had an intermittently aggressive personality. Sui Yuesheng didn't find any fun with Liang Ran, and returned to his bored state. He admitted, it's me. It's just mysophobia. Besides, I'm just a doctor, I don't have much strength, and physical work like fighting aliens will tire me to death. After saying that, he sat back in his seat, put the medicine box at his feet, took out a notebook, and pen from his backpack and wrote and drew. I don't know if he was drawing circles to curse her. Liang Ran paid attention to the movement behind her, and thought that the other party would not talk about her for the time being, so she closed her eyes, and wanted to take a nap for a while. But she hadn't rested for a few minutes, and she felt a furry touch on her ankle unexpectedly, and then her knees sank, as if something jumped up. Liang Ran opened her eyes vigilantly, and looked down. At this moment, a fluffy palm-sized black cat was squatting on her knees, with its two small paws together in front of it, as if it was folding its hands. Seeing that Liang Ran finally found it, the kitten tilted its head instantly, widened its innocent blue eyes, and called out to her in a baby voice. Meow. What a cute thing. But Liang Ran soon became alert, and she immediately retracted her hands into her sleeves, protecting her hands at the first time. She suspected that this was a new alien species that sneaked into the car, and it was probably brought back by the rail car when it returned to the city yesterday. Because of some ability of this alien species, it was not discovered by the inspectors. After all, who stipulates that cute little things cannot be alien species? Liang Ran had dissected a very cute little bird before. The bird had 12 tongues and ate no less than 3 people. Wu Ruozi noticed the movement on Liang Ran's side and quickly leaned over and said in surprise, "Blessing. How did you run out?" The tone was very familiar, obviously knowing the kitten. Liang Ran relaxed his tense back and asked, "Is this yours?" "Mine." Sui Yuesheng returned to Liang Ran without knowing when. He reached out and picked up the kitten on her knees and stuffed it into his arms, but the little black cat named Jufu struggled to twist in his arms, kicked its short legs, and jumped back into Liang Ran's arms. Meow! It made a coquettish meow again, and showed its snow-white belly to Liang Ran in a very familiar way. Liang Ran glanced at Sui Yuesheng and felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. "Can I touch it?" The kitten hurriedly called a few times. "No." Sui Yuesheng picked up the kitten again, grabbed its neck and stuffed it back into the backpack forcefully, and he warned in a voice that several people could hear, "Kittens can't play with annoying people, understand? It's very easy to be infected." The word "very" was deliberately lengthened by him, full of suggestion. Liang Ran looked away speechlessly. She was not attacked, but felt that the other party's brain was not fully developed. After Sui Yuesheng was safe, Liang Ran asked Wu Ruozi, "How old is he?" Wu Ruozi recalled and whispered, 22. 23? I can't tell. Liang Ran asked again, "What about you?" Wu Ruozi, "I just turned 18 last month." She took the initiative to talk about the ages of others. Shenai is 19, Shirujia is 28, and the captain is 13. Liang Ran nodded. It sounds like an age distribution that is particularly inconsistent. The inconsistency is that Ji Chan is too young, and she is the captain, so it is inevitable that she will not be convinced by the crowd. Judging from her appearance and personality, Ji Chan should not be the kind of person whose parents or siblings are first or second-class citizens, and who only has bad luck to avoid genetic mutation. Her parents are most likely third-class citizens, and Ji Chan grew up in the outer city, or even in the slums of the outer city. Liang Ran knows what the outer city is like. The living space there is extremely narrow, and everything depends on robbing. It is already very difficult to survive. In this case, Ji Chan's mentality must be much stronger than her peers in the inner city, but it is still very difficult to lead several people who are older than her. So the person who is actually in charge of the team should be Shiru, the oldest one. But this is not what Liang Ran should care about at the moment. She only has enough energy to think about herself now. She asked other questions. What's wrong with that cat? Will it not delay the hunting mission? No, Blessing is very useful. Although it looks small, it is already 2 years old, Wu Ruozi explained seriously. It is a cat specially trained by Aunt Xian. Oh, you may not know, Aunt Xian is Sui Yuesheng's mother, and her genetic level is the same as the captain, both S level. My perception mutation direction is vision. I can see very small aliens within a range of 200 meters, but I can't see farther. Blessing's sense of smell has a longer detection range. It can smell the faint smell of blood 500 meters away, and make an early warning response. When hunters are on a mission, everyone can't wear binoculars all the time, so Wu Ruozi who can observe in real time is very useful. The detection range of the odor detector currently developed by the main city is only 300 meters. In comparison, Blessing is indeed more secure. It and Wu Ruozi are the team's double guarantee in terms of early warning. Wu Ruozi thought Liang Ran was still worried, and quickly added, "Don't worry, although Zhufu is sometimes naughty, it will run very fast when it encounters danger, but it will hide." She gave an example. Last time we encountered 3 slit mermaids at once, It hid so well that none of us could find it. In the end, it was the captain who got under the car and dug it out from the small pit under the wheel. Liang Ran thought of that scene and couldn't help laughing. Is that so? Wu Ruozi also smiled and shook her head. You smile so beautifully, she praised. I thought you couldn't smile like Sister Shiru, and your expression was cool. Liang Ran politely thanked him and didn't say anything else. She always felt that Wu Ruozi, a first-class citizen, was weird, too gentle and enthusiastic. Liang Ran had met the only hygiene citizen who treated her like this before, just to expose the details of getting along with her, and have more ridiculous social topics in the circle of friends. At that time, Liang Ran had just come here, and was not very clear about the class contempt chain, so she fell into the friendship trap. But now she is immune to all poisons, and will never risk trusting any privileged class, and make herself a joke. Half an hour later, the speed of the car gradually slowed down, and the destination was approaching. Liang Ran opened her eyes, and looked out. At this time, the car was shuttling through the outer city. The scene in the outer city was completely different from the inner city. The narrow streets were full of flying garbage, half-broken wires, tilted vending machines, and dusty children. There were gray buildings more than 10 stories high on both sides of the street, but the whole building was not high. The upper and lower windows were very close, and each floor was only a thin layer, which made people doubt whether the people living in it could stand up straight. As they approached the edge of the Hope Zone, the building height became lower, but there were more floors. Each floor looked like a square coffin. As the car shuttled back and forth, Liang Ran saw a haggard woman walking out of the building hole with a hunched back and a piece of white cloth hanging on her body. The cool breeze blew, revealing the skinny little feet under the white cloth. Liang Ran quickly retracted his sight and looked at the empty space on the side. Even though he had seen it many times, Liang Ran still didn't want to look at the dead child anymore. In contrast to Liang Ran's actions, Ji Chan in front of her seat stared at that direction, not knowing what she was thinking. Ji Chan suddenly lowered her head until she could no longer see the woman. Song Shanai noticed Ji Chan's actions and snorted sarcastically. She said arrogantly, "Some people not only look like inferior people, but also like to look at them. I have found that you have peeked at the third-class citizen several times. If you are really so curious, you might as well ask to be demoted and be a crawler in the outer city. It's just right that you don't have to go on missions anymore." Hearing Song Shanai's words, Ji Chan glared at her fiercely and moved her lips, but rarely did she confront her. Song Shanai immediately raised her eyebrows. This situation is too rare. She must seize the opportunity to pursue the victory. As a result, just as she was about to speak, Shiru's cold voice interrupted her. "Song Shanai, have you forgotten the words of the Archbishop again? Ji Chan is the captain, and the first rule of the Hunter's decree is to respect the captain. In addition," Shiru continued, "the Archbishop just asked me to remind you that the genetic gap between S-Class and B-Plus may be greater than the gap between first-class citizens and third-class citizens. Your genes have always disappointed him." Song Shanai's face turned pale instantly. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became extremely tense. Sui Yuesheng leaned back in the chair, smiling, rubbing the chin of the little black cat with his fingers from time to time. Wu Ruozi anxiously twisted his hands and tried hard to look at the expressions of several people. At this time, there was a long roar. After half an hour, the car finally stopped slowly at the edge of the Hope area. Wu Ruozi breathed a sigh of relief and said quickly, "Then that. The car has stopped. Let's get off quickly." Shiru was the first to stand up, followed by Ji Chan, and Sui Yuesheng also stood up slowly. Wu Ruozi touched Liang Ran's arm. "Let's go." Liang Ran said picked up his backpack and followed Wu Ruozi out of the car. As soon as he got off the car, a faint smell of blood came to his face. A team of patrol members were doing their daily work under the gray wall hundreds of meters high. Seeing several people get off the car, the leading man immediately walked over quickly. Ji Chan handed her badge to the other party, and the man took it respectfully with both hands and scanned it on the instrument at his wrist. Ding! Xuanxing team leader Ji Chan scanned successfully. The man carefully read the information scanned by the system and confirmed, "This is the third mission of the Xuanxing team. The mission destination is the Red Moon Polluted Zone 3 on the edge of the wasteland. The goal is to find an air raid shelter under an abandoned shopping mall somewhere in the polluted area and bring back a Class A drug that can treat mental illness." Ji Chan, "It's this mission." The man nodded and handed a platinum magnetic card to Ji Chan. "The specific route and location will be sent to you immediately by the headquarters. This is the starter chip of the armored vehicle. The fuel in the car can support 4 days. Be sure to pay attention to safety, and go early, and come back early. After that, the man turned around and waved his hand to signal to open the door. Soon the gate under the high wall slowly opened, and a black armored vehicle stopped in front of the gate, waiting for the next batch of passengers. Ji-chan took the lead in walking towards the car. Liang Ran followed at the end slowly, looking past the huge black car body and looking at the endless crimson wasteland in the distance. Because non-hunter team members are not allowed to approach within 50 meters of the city wall, this is her second time to come to this place. Liang Ran's countless memories quickly came back, including the confusion when she just woke up, the horror of crossing the contaminated area, and the collapse when being pointed at by a gun. Finally, her thoughts came back, and she just felt that this place was very quiet. The cold wind seemed to carry countless dead souls, and gently brushed against her face. It was very sad, and there were destined to be many stories. Chapter 14. The appearance of the armored vehicle is very similar to the off-road vehicle of the old world. It was specially designed and modified by the military. The exterior is extremely hard and can withstand the impact and trampling of giant aliens for several minutes. There are 2 medium-caliber artillery and multiple machine guns inside, which can protect the safety of hunters to the greatest extent. When they arrived at the front of the car, Ji-chan handed the startup chip to Shiru. Shiru took it skillfully, opened the door of the driver's seat, and inserted the chip card into the card slot on the side of the steering wheel. 3 seconds later, the green light representing startup success came on. After Shiru confirmed the dial data, she nodded to everyone, "No problem, get in the car." After that, she sat in the main driver's seat, and Ji-chan also opened the door of the co-pilot's seat, raised the weapon box, and placed it on the shelf above her head. The interior space of the car is moderate, with 6 seats. In addition to the main and co-pilot seats, the other 4 seats are divided into 2 rows and 2 columns. Everyone's seat is separate, and cannot sit next to each other. The Xuanqing team had been on 2 missions before, so they all had their assigned seats. Song Shanai and Sui Yueshan walked to the sides of the first row as soon as they got on the bus. After they sat down, they didn't communicate with each other. One of them put on earplugs and pretended to sleep, while the other played with a kitten in his arms with dried meat. Liang Ran didn't walk to the last empty seat until Wu Ruozi sat on the left side of the second row. She put her backpack at her feet, adjusted her sitting position to be comfortable, and fastened her seat belt. The car started up soon. The artificial sun in the main city could illuminate the entire wasteland. In addition, there was no grass here, and there was no shelter, so the light was extremely dazzling. Shiru lowered the light shields around her while driving. After a few minutes, she tilted her head slightly, and clicked on the control screen in the center of the car. After a while, a song without lyrics sounded in the car. Liang Ran knew this song. The creator was a famous young musician in the main city. It was said that he had been opening the music festival for 5 consecutive years. The tone of the song was clean and gentle, like a yoga session after digestion in the morning. It was not passionate, but very relaxing. Liang Ran's fingers could not help but tap her knees gently to the rhythm. After listening to the whole song, she breathed a sigh of relief and thought about what she should do now. The location of the Hope District is very special. It is not on the edge of the wasteland, but in the west of the center of the wasteland. So if someone stands on the high walls on all 4 sides of the Hope District and looks out, they will find that the Hope District is surrounded by endless wasteland. Liang Ran woke up in polluted District 1, which is the westernmost part of the wasteland. It is the edge pollution area closest to the Hope District in terms of geographical location. Therefore, not long after she walked out of the pollution area, she saw the looming high walls in the distance. It felt like standing in the center of the city and looking at the hills on the edge of the city. Although I knew it was still far away, I always felt that it was right in front of me, and I could reach it with my hand. Liang Ran relied on this belief at that time. After walking out of the contaminated area for more than 10 hours, he walked desperately for more than a day and finally approached the foot of the Hope Zone. Now the Xuanqing team is going to Contaminated Zone 3, which is located in the easternmost part of the wasteland, completely opposite to the direction of Contaminated Zone 1, and is also the farthest edge contaminated area from the Hope Zone. But Liang Ran glanced at the dial not far away, and found that even if it was far away, according to Shiru's driving speed, they could reach the destination before nightfall. The team should rest for a night on the edge of the wasteland, and there is little danger inside the wasteland, so at least until tomorrow morning, Liang Ran will most likely not have the opportunity to perform his duties. So now I can relax a little. After finishing her thoughts, Liang Ran fumbled for the chair for a while, found the button, tilted the chair, and half lying comfortably on the car seat, concentrating on observing the wasteland outside the window. The monotonous scene of the wasteland quickly passed by Liang Ran's eyes. The scene here was almost the same as her impression: the deep red soil, broken clothes half buried in the soil, and gun parts scattered everywhere. Liang Ran looked for a long time and found that the only difference was the soil. The soil of the wasteland became redder, and even dark red. Soon Liang Ran was completely fed up. She retracted her gaze, looked up and scanned the car, and found that except Shiru, everyone was looking at the communicator on their wrists at this time, and didn't know what they were doing. Liang Ran remembered that her communicator had just been charged this morning, and had not been turned on, so she turned it on immediately, wanting to find a forum to read the news to kill time. As a result, as soon as she logged into her account, several messages popped up in her backend. "Your team has sent you a message, please check it in time." Liang Ran raised her eyebrows. Because the system did not send her the team number, she had not joined any group related to the Xuanqing team before. So the system automatically pulled her into the group? Liang Ran clicked on the background message, swiped up the message quickly, and quickly found the first message after she joined the group. Ji Chan invited Liang Ran to join the group chat. "Everyone come and chat. S-level citizens have countless privileges in the main city, including the power to ignore the wishes of citizens of other levels, and directly add friends, and pull people into the group." Liang Ran exited the group chat and took a look, and found that there was one more person in his friend list. It was Ji Chan. 5 minutes ago, Ji Chan sent her a message. "Do you want to join the group?" For minutes ago, Ji Chan lost her patience. Pull enter. Liang Ran, She wanted to laugh a little, but she held it back when she thought that Ji Chan was not far ahead. Liang Ran opened the group chat to see what everyone was talking about. If she was right, she had just joined the group, so they should be talking about her. Sure enough, Liang Ran just flipped to the top and saw the system prompt, followed by a few more. "Song Shanai, who is this? Could it be Liang Ran?" "Ji Chan, can't see the name on the system prompt? Are you blind?" "Song Shanai, I just want to confirm. Ji Chan, you are also hungry, and you let anyone go, bah." Ji Chan, spitting everywhere, mentally retarded behavior. Song Shanai, idiot. Ji Chan, idiot. It seems that he is not scolding me. Liang Ran thought for half a second, confirmed this point, and continued to read. "Sui Yuesheng, let's pull him in, everyone is interesting." Song Shanai, shut up, bitch. Liang Ran, it seems that he is still not scolding me. Continue to watch. Sui Yuesheng, Song Shanai, hold it back. Blessing is the most annoying dog. Song Shanai, question mark. Ji Chan, Sui Yuesheng, teach me how to scold people, I will help you beat Song Shanai. Sui Yuesheng, oh my god, who is scolding people, don't wrongly accuse me. Liang Ran, She quickly scrolled down the message, and found that the following dozen messages were all mixed scolding by the three people. To summarize it simply, Song Shanai scolded whoever he caught, Ji Chan did not show any weakness, and Sui Yuesheng fanned the flames. After reading the last message, Liang Ran had completely forgotten why she wanted to see the group chat just now. After thinking for a while, Liang Ran remembered. She wanted to see if these people cursed at anyone, but they did curse, but it seemed that they didn't curse her. Liang Ran scratched her head and turned off the communicator. She knew very well that she must not interrupt the topic at this time, otherwise they would come here after smelling the smell. As a result, Liang Ran just left, and Sui Yuesheng, who was lowering his head to send a message, suddenly turned his head and looked at her. Liang Ran thought it was not good, avoided looking at each other, and slowly turned his face to the window. Sui Yuesheng curved his lips and turned his head back. A few seconds later, Liang Ran's communication screen suddenly lit up and several messages popped up. Sui Yuesheng, stop arguing, the newcomer will be scared away if you continue to argue. Sui Yuesheng, in order to welcome the arrival of the newcomer, let's make a bet for fun. Song Shanai, shut up, bitch. Liang Ran tried his best to ignore Song Shanai's words against Sui Yuesheng, and directly replied, that's not necessary. As soon as Liang Ran finished replying, Shufu spat out the dried meat in his mouth, jumped on Sui Yuesheng's head, and jumped vigorously several times, as if to condemn his master's bad idea, then kicked his legs, stretched his fur, and fell softly into Liang Ran's arms. Sui Yuesheng was kicked forward, and couldn't help but hiss. After a moment, he raised his body, stretched out his arms skillfully, and took Shufu back from Liang Ran's arms, then lowered his head with a dark face, and quickly pressed the communicator several times. The prompt message flashed on the screen. Liang Ran looked down. Sui Yuesheng, Jufu's love for others is fake. Sui Yuesheng, let's bet on how long Liang Ran can survive this mission. Anyone? Chapter 15. Liang Ran, ? She moved the communicator away speechlessly, fearing that her IQ would be affected. If she guessed correctly, Sui Yuesheng must have been trying to stick to her because of the blessing, and her defense was slightly broken. After staring at Sui Yuesheng for a few seconds, Liang Ran felt that his face had become uglier due to his pettiness. He could no longer be the most beautiful face he had ever seen. At most, he was considered to be above average. Seeing Sui Yuesheng's words, Wu Ruozi, who had not spoken, could not hold back and protested in the group. Liang Ran came to help us. We should thank her. How can we bet on such a thing? The group was silent for a few seconds, and a message quickly popped up. Song Shanai, have you forgotten everything that Sister Wanmei said? Wu Ruozi secretly glanced at Liang Ran and replied carefully. But that was just Sister Wanmei's guess. The truth 3 years ago has not been revealed. Wu Ruozi's words were not finished when they were triggered by mistake. She hurried to complete them, but was interrupted by Sui Yuesheng. Sui Yuesheng, be careful with your words and actions. Wu Ruozi pursed her lips. It was dangerous to question the remarks of the head of the supervision department. Their conversation could be transmitted to the superiors by the system at any time. So after a brief hesitation, Wu Ruozi put down her hand and stopped typing. Sui Yuesheng saw that no one was talking, so he continued the previous topic. So is there anyone who bets? This time, Song Shanai responded first again, but she did not type in the group, but directly spoke in the car. Why do you have to say it in the group? Typing is so troublesome. She glanced at Liang Ran and said disdainfully, I bet for one day, the bet is the ticket to the church's invitation ceremony. You should not be able to get this thing? As the Archbishop, Song Shanai's father presides over the ceremony of inviting the gods in the church every 6 months, asking the gods to send down an oracle to point out the direction of the end of the world. Because this matter itself is very solemn, only 30 people will be invited to each ceremony, and each place is very precious, which is a symbol of identity and status. Half a year ago, the oracle sent by the gods to the church was the Xuanqing team will guide mankind into the future, so after Ji Chan, a new S-level gene mutant, appeared, the headquarters decided to name her team Xuanqing. Not long after the team was established, the Archbishop stuffed his daughter, Song Shanai, into it. As an atheist, Liang Ran certainly does not believe in oracles. In her opinion, this thing is a gimmick deliberately created by the top leaders of the main city, but she can't hold a critical attitude. After all, this can make everyone live more motivated and curb the suicide rate in the Hope District. Moreover, the main city's move is quite clever. Even if the current Xuanqing team fails, they can immediately make an oracle to show that this Xuanqing is not the same Xuanqing. The team members are mobile, but the team name is unchanged. In the end, the invincible team will always be called the Xuanqing team. Sui Yuesheng said, I really haven't seen it. Then I bet for a day and a half. I have too many kittens at home, and they are noisy. If I lose, you can pick one at will. Song Shanai sat up straight instantly. If you regret it, I kill you. Maybe the kittens at Sui Yuesheng's home are really tempting. Sharu actually joined the bet. 2 days. Daiyu's original song signed. Daiyu is the singer of the song that Sharu just played. He is a rare singer in the end times. Because of his warm and powerful voice, he has a large number of fans. The price of her signed version of the song tape was extremely high. At least it could be exchanged for 3 or 4 precious potions. Liang Ran couldn't help asking when she heard this, is it impossible for me to return alive this time? Sharu replied, every time they are on a mission, the accompanying researchers will commit suicide. She sparingly said, you are the third one, the probability of an accident is not high. Song Shanai added, we have submitted an application to the headquarters a long time ago. Our team does not need accompanying researchers at all. You are useless except for getting in the way and causing trouble. As a result, you were sent here again. It's really annoying. Liang Ran, She felt that this group of people was really annoying and didn't care about her feelings at all. But if you ask if she wanted to kill this group of people, she didn't. After all, although everyone was in the end of the world, their life backgrounds were completely different, and the education they received since childhood was even contradictory. In the case of clear existence of hierarchical decrees, it is useless to blame individuals. No one will teach those born in high positions to pity and treat lower-class citizens well. If they show kindness, the biggest possibility is that this third-class citizen is useful, and they decided to play a trick. Obviously, Liang Ran is not very valuable in their eyes. After all, If she dies, there will be other accompanying researchers to take over, so they will not waste time playing any equal and friendly drama with her. Liang Ren is essentially the wind in the box. When it blows in, the box feels that she came uninvited, and when it blows out, the box will not be grateful to her because other winds are still rushing in. But people live to save face. Liang Ren endured it and asked, "What if I complete the task alive?" Song Shanai said, as a matter of course, "Then all these belong to you, but can you live until then?" Liang Ren, "Maybe you can. Maybe you." Song Shanai snorted without comment, put on earplugs, and completely ignored her. The car suddenly became quiet. Liang Ren lowered his eyes, and silently continued the unspoken words in his heart. "Maybe you still need me to save you. The temperature in the wilderness is not suitable for storing food, so when eating lunch, everyone took out nutrient solution." Wu Ruozi wanted to share some of the apple pieces with Liang Ren, but Liang Ren refused. She asked him about the first accompanying researcher. Because the alien species she dissected happened to be related to the death of the second accompanying researcher of the Xuanqing team, she knew it very well, but no one told her in advance how the first one died. And Shiru mentioned that the two researchers killed themselves, so she was more curious about the death of the other researcher. Wu Ruozi explained, "It was our first mission, and the mission was very simple. We collected some plant samples at the edge of the wasteland, and then checked whether the pollution had deepened. You also know that the missions issued by the main city have quantity requirements. We can exchange extra points for the extra collection, and exchange them for some guns, medicines, and other things." The man wanted to exchange more points, so he went deeper without authorization. As a result, a mutant with thorny stems and leaves pierced his gloves, injured his fingers, and was parasitized. He wanted to hide it at the time, and didn't tell us. I found it on the way back. The captain fired the gun. Wu Ruozi's expression was a little sad. He shouldn't have concealed it. If it's not concealed, his family won't be implicated. Liang Ren, implicated? Wu Ruozi nodded. Everyone's death will be traced back to the cause of death. The captain wanted to help him conceal it, but Shanai felt that covering up was also a crime, and would condone crime, so he told the whole story to the team. After the news spread, someone threw dirty things at the door of that person's house, and tore his children's clothes and hair in the street. A while ago, his children were forced to leave the talent base, and live in the outer city. I heard that they had a hard time. Liang Ren, did the dispute between Ji Chan and Song Shanai start from that time? I don't know. It seems that they just fought when they met. I don't remember it clearly. Speaking of this, Wu Ruozi smiled embarrassedly. You are scared by our team like this. Liang Ren shook his head. After lunch, the car drove through the center of the wasteland. A square stone stood at the most central point of the wasteland. On it was engraved a heroic portrait of a woman, as well as her title and name. Years of wind and sun made the words on it a little blurry, but Liang Ren looked carefully, and still saw it clearly. One of the developers of the gene mutation reagent, Shen Ci. Liang Ren knew this person. After all, he was the founder of the institute, and the greatest researcher at the beginning of the end of the world. When the gene mutation reagent was first developed, the gene mutants had not yet appeared, and the hierarchy decree had not yet been promulgated. Everyone was still equal on the surface, and whoever had something was whoever had it, and there were all kinds of reports and articles preserved. So even if Shen Ci became a second-class citizen after being injected with the reagent, her achievements still belonged to her, and no one could completely take it away. But later, the central government of the main city deliberately downplayed Shen Ci's contribution, emphasized her team more, and repeatedly stated that this was the result of the joint efforts of the team. However, from the few words reported at that time, it can be found that most of the difficulties of gene mutation reagents were overcome by Shen Ci, and the team did not help much. She was a genius who emerged out of nowhere, and her research on human genes surpassed the entire era. The car drove past the stone tablet at a high speed. Liang Ren squinted and looked back, wanting to take another look at the powerful predecessor. As a result, she found that there were words on the back of the stone tablet. This piece. Liang Ren muttered silently, trying to distinguish the lines of text that had been smoothed, but because the car had already driven a distance, and her current eyesight could not really see the distant and small text clearly, so she only had time to see the first two words clearly. Liang Ren turned back, and quickly put the matter behind her. In the afternoon, Shiru increased the speed of the car. The wind and sand from the wasteland blew on the car window. Occasionally, one or two armored vehicles passed by them. They were the hunters who returned from the contaminated area after completing their mission. At 4 o'clock, Liang Ren could already vaguely see the outline of the city and mountains in the distance. Generally, In such a situation where there is a definite target in front of you, people are prone to psychological effects, just like a 100-meter sprinter suddenly sees the red line at the end, and will subconsciously speed up, wanting to touch it as soon as possible and arrive earlier. But for some reason, Xiaoru suddenly stepped on the brakes, and the speed of the car gradually slowed down until it stopped. Liang Ran looked in the direction of the driver's seat in confusion. Xiaoru didn't say anything. He took off the goggles on his head and put them on, opened the car door, and walked out. Sui Yuesheng looked up and said, "Is it Daiyu's team?" Song Shanai rolled her eyes. Of course. Xiaoru is like a baby when she sees Daiyu. She always goes up to her. Wu Ruozi smiled and said, "Because they are good friends." Liang Ran understood from the conversation between the few people that the famous singer was a good friend of Xiaoru. Not only did she sing well, but she was also a member of the hunter squad. Xiaoru had a very good relationship with her. Every time she met her during a mission, she would go up and say hello. No wonder she played her songs as soon as she got in the car, and there was also her autograph song tape. Liang Ran drove out through the car window. Not far away, an armored vehicle was slowly slowing down and stopped in front of them. Soon a girl jumped out of the car and ran toward Xiaoru happily. "Rura baby, I thought you were going on a mission today. I was looking for you all the way." The girl was a few years younger than Xiaoru, but she called her baby very easily, and it was obvious that she called her a lot in private. Xiaoru pursed her lips and replied coldly, "I told you not to call me that outside." Daiyu stood in front of Xiaoru and curled her eyes. "No, you have to learn to adapt. I won't change anyway." The two of them must have not seen each other for a while. Daiyu kept talking and pulled Xiaoru to talk unilaterally for several minutes, then pushed her towards the car. "Okay, it's too late to talk anymore. Hurry up and carry out the mission." Xiaoru glanced at the time. "You get in the car too, and tell me when you get home." Daiyu nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. At this time, the door of the armored vehicle behind Daiyu opened again, and 3 people jumped out of it. After saying hello to Xiaoru, they walked straight to their armored vehicle. The leading man knocked on the passenger window. Ji Chan hesitated for a moment and rolled down the window. The man was tall and had gentle blue eyes. He bent down slightly and approached the window. "Hello, Captain Ji. It's an honor to meet you again." Ji Chan didn't like this kind of scene, and this kind of conversation made her very uncomfortable. She said him and was about to roll up the window, but the man slightly turned sideways and let the 2 people behind him come forward to greet him. One of the boys looked very young, with black hair and black eyes, about 16 or 17 years old, and was a little shy when he spoke. "Hello, I heard the captain and Daiyu mention you before. You are so young. You must have suffered a lot to be so powerful." The boy looked at Ji Chan with admiration. His face was a little red from the sun, and he whispered embarrassedly, "When I was as young as you, I hadn't graduated from the talent base yet. You are really our role model." After the boy finished speaking, his eyes drifted into the car for a moment and met Liang Ran's eyes. He asked, "I haven't seen you before. Are you the accompanying researcher of the Xuanqing team?" Liang Ran nodded. The boy smiled friendly. Yaya said that every accompanying researcher is worthy of respect and very brave. Daiyu also came over after hearing what the boy said, and looked inside from the window. "Where is it? Where is it?" The girl's voice was particularly pleasant, like a clear spring. After confirming that Liang Ran was the accompanying researcher, she took out a bag of candy from her pocket, stretched her arms, and handed it to Liang Ran. "Thank you for your hard work, researcher sister. Please take care of our Ruru." Xiaoru took 2 quick steps and pulled the enthusiastic girl aside. "I don't need others to take care of me." Daiyu turned away unconvincedly. "Nonsense, no one doesn't need care." Liang Ran held the candy bag in his hand and couldn't help but lift it up to smell it. It smelled particularly sweet and delicious. 2 minutes later, the greetings went around, and the conversation returned to the man in the lead. He stood in front of the car window, as if a little embarrassed, and curled his fingers subconsciously. "Your eyes are very similar to my daughter. I hope that in the future, we will have the opportunity to cooperate." Song Shanai opened the car window and said impatiently, "If you want to cooperate with her, someone in our team has to die." The man waved his hand quickly. No. I can't speak. It's getting dark. You guys should leave quickly." After that, he waved to the other 2 to leave. Daiyu smiled and waved to Liang Ran, and then got in the car. Xiaoru returned to the back of the car, took off his goggles, and restarted the car. The warm and peaceful singing voice sounded in the car again. The song played this time was created by Daiyu just last month. It was well received as soon as it was released, and was rated as the most favorite song for hunters in the wilderness this quarter. For a moment, everyone was dragged into her world by Daiyu's singing. Even Song Shanai closed her eyes in relaxation. Her expression of looking down on everyone disappeared, and she actually looked a little quiet. But the silence was soon broken by an inappropriate voice. "I think it's best to catch up with the car just now." Liang Ran's voice was very abrupt, and almost everyone frowned subconsciously. Sharu didn't say anything, and Song Shanai opened his eyes impatiently. It is a crime to disturb people listening to songs. Haven't you heard of this saying? Liang Ran held a candy bag in her hand, and didn't follow Song Shanai's instructions to close her mouth. Is the team just now going to the middle of polluted Zone 3 to carry out the mission? She whispered. I just suddenly thought that the most numerous alien species in the middle of polluted Zone 3 is the lizard species, and the lizard species has many mutation directions. The most troublesome is the reduced body mutant species, which is only 3 centimeters long and hard to guard against. No one paid attention to Liang Ran, so she continued to talk to herself, speaking quickly. The Institute has taken over 3 humans parasitized by lizard species, one of whom was parasitized by the reduced body lizard mutant species. According to the monitoring, the person showed many unnecessary body movements before being caught. But because the number of samples is very limited, the Institute dare not make a conclusion, so it just made a special mark. After this type of mutant parasitizes the human body, it is very likely that the first thing it will attack is not the common mental system, but the limbs. Sharu's car speed suddenly slowed down. Liang Ran continued to talk about what she had just observed. The captain of the team clenched his fists at least 3 times, stood on his toes twice, grabbed his lower back once, bent his forearm at a strange angle, and his blinking frequency was also problematic since he got off the car. She recalled and confirmed. From 15 to 17 times per minute, it became 5 to 7 times per minute, because I felt that he didn't seem to blink when he looked at me, so I paid special attention. I suspect he was parasitized, but I'm not 100% sure. So Liang Ran said slowly, are they going to the middle of contaminated Zone 3? Or in other words, is their mission related to the lizard species? As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Ran's body suddenly leaned forward due to the inertia of the sudden brake and almost hit the seat in front of him. Sharu turned her head and stared at Liang Ran, her green pupils full of oppression. Daiyu's mission this time is to capture lizard mutants alive. The more the better. Liang Ran nodded. The information I mentioned can be found in the system. You can check it now. As soon as the voice fell, Wuruozi raised the communicator in her hand and stuttered. I found it. Liang Ran was right. Liang Ran knew that she was right, and she continued, you can also check all the actions of the captain in 3 minutes in the car monitoring. Sui Wusheng teased the cat in his arms, and said casually, it's really leisurely. If it is really parasitic, well, open the video and watch it again, maybe everyone over there is dead. Sharu also knew this. She stared at Liang Ran and asked, how can you guarantee that what you said is right? According to the law, the consequences of slandering first-class citizens and turning back without authorization are very serious. Liang Ran shrugged slightly. She leaned back in her chair and whispered, I don't need to promise. I don't know her. You're the only one she's afraid of here. You can keep driving. Why don't you? Sharu, She pursed her lips, lowered her head, and turned on her communicator. She quickly tapped with her fingers and started to contact Daiyu, but Daiyu didn't reply immediately. Different parasites have different onset times. The longest can be 50 to 60 hours, and the shortest is only 30 minutes. No one knows how long the person has been infected. Sharu made a quick decision. She looked at Ji-chan. Captain, Ji-chan lowered her eyes, and didn't look at her, but nodded. Wuruozi stood up, and handed Sharu's weapon box on the shelf above her head to her. Sharu took it, and quickly opened the car door, and jumped out of the car. After she got out of the car, she opened Liang Ran's door. You follow me. Liang Ran immediately understood Sharu's idea. The speed of armored vehicles has an upper limit. Even at the maximum speed, it is difficult to catch up with Daiyu's team quickly, but Sharu is different. She is a speed mutant. The fastest speed can shuttle through the rain of bullets, which is much faster than the speed of large vehicles. After Liang Ran got out of the car, he opened his arms, and prepared for Sharu to carry her, but Sharu looked at her in confusion, and carried her directly on his shoulders. Liang Ran, Before she had time to complain in her heart, a turbulent wind suddenly rolled up around her. The red soil of the wasteland passed her sight inch by inch, and the smell of bloody soil rushed into her nostrils. Fortunately, Sharu ran very steadily. Although Liang Ran felt a little dizzy, he didn't feel sick at all. He just took it as a human roller coaster. After running for less than 2 minutes, Ru stopped. Liang Ran took a breath and wanted to move his numb shoulders, but found that the body under him seemed to be trembling slightly. She was silent for a moment and slowly raised her eyes. What she saw was an armored vehicle parked in the wasteland, with heavy tracks left by the sudden brakes and thick blood dripping from the car door. Ru's loss of composure was very short. She quickly entered a state of alert and pressed the metal button on the handle of the equipment box. The next second, the baffles on the left and right sides of the equipment box fell down, and the 2 silver knife handles were pushed out by the power device in the box. Ru put the box on the ground, bent down and held the handles pushed out on both sides, and her arms exerted force outward at the same time. She pulled out 2 well-made long knives. The light reflected by the blades was a bit dazzling. Liang Ran squinted his eyes immediately. He saw that the knife was more than 1 meter long. The silver handle was engraved with a complex and ancient snake totem. A dark purple gem was embedded in the snake's eye. There was a deep golden vertical line in the center of the gem, just like the vertical pupil of a snake. The blade was ink-colored, thin and sharp. Each blade was attached with a dark golden thing similar to the spine of a lizard. The purpose should be to increase the friction and attack power of the knife. In this way, every time the knife was cut and then pulled out, blood and flesh would roll out. Ru's best friend was in the car, and his life and death were uncertain. Liang Ran knew that the other party would definitely not care about her at this time, so he took out the pistol stuffed in his pants pocket and then inserted the scalpel into the pocket on the chest of his shirt, with the handle on top, so that she could take it out at any time. But there was no large object in the wilderness to help her hide. Liang Ran looked around and only saw a scrap iron box that she could barely hide in. There were 2 holes on the front of the box. It must have been thrown into the wasteland by a team that didn't want it. Liang Ran pointed to the box and said quickly, "I'll be waiting behind it. Come find me after you finish fighting." Ru nodded. Before she took action, she suddenly turned her head and said to Liang Ran quickly, "Sorry, I don't know why I chose to bring you here. I should have brought Song Shanai or Ji Chan." After that, she rushed to the armored vehicle, took a few very light steps, and then turned over and jumped to the side of the armored vehicle. She held the handle on the top of the vehicle with one hand, half of her body hanging in the air, observing the scene inside the vehicle. Liang Ran squatted behind the iron box, thinking about what Ru had just said, and could roughly guess the reason. Because as a warning of danger, Ru trusted her the most in her tense, subconscious mind. As for why no one stopped Ru from taking her away, it was because everyone believed in Ru's speed, and felt that Daiyu's team had just left for a few minutes, so there was no time for anything to happen. In addition, Liang Ran was the one who raised the question. If there was really a misunderstanding, and he slandered the captain, Liang Ran could apologize on the spot. After all, in the hunter group, it is the most serious insult to slander the other party for being parasitized without reason, because it is a question of the other party's personality. After thinking about this, Liang Ran stuck his head out and looked at the armored vehicle not far away. Ru had disappeared at this time, and should have entered the car. Unlike the fierce fighting sound she imagined, the car was very quiet, as if nothing had happened. This situation only represents 3 things. One is that the people inside died together with the alien species, and Ru collapsed silently inside. The second is that the alien species died, and Ru was whispering with the people inside. The third is that Ru was killed by the alien species as soon as he entered. With the ability of the lizard species, it is impossible to kill Ru instantly unless it is an extreme coincidence, so the probability is the first 2. And if there are still people alive inside, Ru should have contacted the rescue team at this time. There should be no sound. Could it be the first one? Or is there someone inside who needs to be dealt with immediately, and there is no time to call the rescue team? Just when I thought of this, Liang Ran's communicator popped up several messages. Ru's message was sent in the group. "Ru, Daiyu can't come out." "Ru, Captain, please help me apply for the rescue team and decryption personnel to go here." Then, there is a location positioning. Daiyu was still alive. Liang Ran thought about the bag of candies, and breathed a sigh of relief. She trotted to the front of the car, opened the half-open door, and stepped into the car. The smell of blood hit her face. The man who had been completely parasitized was lying on the ground with a twisted body. His clothes were torn, his body was covered with blood, his chest was full of bullet holes, his mouth was wide open, and half of the lizard corpse was spit out of his mouth, which was extremely disgusting. The man in the passenger seat was dead. His temple was pierced by the tongue of the lizard. It seemed that he was killed by the captain, who was originally sitting in the main driving seat without any precautions. Liang Ran walked into the car, and saw the shy young boy a few minutes ago. He was half leaning on the storage box at the back of the car, his head slightly tilted up, his lifeless eyes wide open, and blood kept spitting out of his mouth, dripping onto the pistol in his hand. Not long ago, he was still vivid in his mind when he blushed and praised Ji-chan. Seeing Liang Ran coming up, Shiru turned around and said, the alien was killed by Hing Yin, but because the situation was too urgent, he didn't have time to open his weapon box, so he could only fight back with his handgun. He just stopped breathing, and I used 2 powerful reagents but failed to save him. Liang Ran was silent for a few seconds and asked, where is Dai-yu? Dai-yu? Shiru paused and said in a tense voice, she is in the box behind Hing Yin. Liang Ran looked at the half-exposed box behind Hing Yin. The box was hung with a password lock on the outside. This was obviously locked in a hurry when Hing Yin was dying to prevent the alien from opening the box after his death. Unexpectedly, the alien died before him, and eventually killed Dai-yu. Liang Ran knew that this kind of box was specially developed by the central government to store the remains of aliens. It was extremely airtight, and extremely hard. Ordinary guns and knives could not penetrate it at all, and it could only be opened by password. In addition, to prevent the alien limbs in the box from being stolen for other purposes, if the password is wrong 3 times, corrosive gas will be released from the box, destroying the contents. The situation is urgent. If it is delayed any further, Dai-yu will soon die of lack of oxygen in there. Liang Ran turned to ask Shiru, Dai-yu doesn't know the password? Or has she fainted? Have you contacted anyone who might know the password? Shiru pursed her lips. When I came, Dai-yu knocked on the box twice inside, and then there was no sound. The password is only known to the team members, and the team's direct superiors. I tried to contact them, but I haven't been able to get through yet. At this point, Shiru looked at the scratches on the box and the lock, and subconsciously tightened the 2 knives in her hand. These 2 are specially made. My knife can only cut the surface. It takes more than 6 minutes to cut it completely. It's too late. When she spoke, Shiru's face was still as cold as it could be. The only fluctuation was her voice, but only she knew how panicked she was. Dai-yu was the sister of her former friend. After her friend died, he entrusted his 8-year-old sister to her for care. She had taken care of her for many years, but now Dai-yu was in trouble in front of her. She was only separated from her by a lock, but she couldn't save her. Listening to Shiru's words, Liang Ran exhaled and took out her narrowest and sharpest scalpel from her trouser pocket. Her scalpel was used to cut alien skin, and its hardness was greater than that of ordinary combat weapons. She observed the mechanical lock for a moment and pointed at a position on the side of the lock. Insert the knife a little bit from here to hold the spring inside. Shiru looked at Liang Ran instantly, and her hands trembled slightly. Liang Ran didn't look at her, and studied the lock in his hand carefully. I learned to pick locks before. I can only try, no guarantee. Her parents were both high-ranking officials in the public security system, and they had dealt with countless prisoners in their lives. They taught her countless things to defend herself. Liang Ran had received strict training in almost all the criminal methods that criminals might use on their family members. Lock-picking was one of the first skills she learned, and her master was the most powerful lock-picking master in the police station. Liang Ran continued, if it doesn't work, please help me say a word in front of the rescue team. I didn't deliberately destroy the lock and hinder. Shiru interrupted her, just do it. After that, Shiru picked up Liang Ran's scalpel and thrust the knife into the position. Liang Ran said, but she was not a power gene person. Even if the scalpel was sharper than a combat knife, it was only enough for her to pierce a little skin. But after all, she is a mutant, and Shiru's strength is greater than that of ordinary people. In her movements that almost left after images, in just half a minute, Shiru slashed hundreds of times with her knife, and then there was a light click. Liang Ran immediately called Shiru, that's it. Don't talk now, I want to try the password. After that, she put her face close to the cold lock and dialed the numbers on the password lock. Liang Ran was focused and unlocked the lock very quickly. She could clearly distinguish the slight sound of the lock core bouncing and the subtle difference. When she deciphered the last number, Shiru couldn't help but urge, Dai-yu is a Class B gene mutant. Her physical condition can only support 8 minutes in an oxygen-free environment at most. Liang Ran said without raising his head, shut up. Shiru stopped talking. After Liang Ran entered the working state, she hated anyone who disobeyed her orders, including first-class citizens. Now Dai-yu's life depended on Liang Ran. Hearing Liang Ran's bad attitude, Shiru returned to silence and waited without any temper. Half a minute later, accompanied by the sound of the lock cylinder rebounding, the last digital test was successful. Shiru couldn't help but walk forward quickly. She wanted to take out the knife stuck in the lock by Liang Ran first, and then quickly rescue Daiyu. But for some reason, after taking a step, she stopped again. "Can I open the lock now?" she asked Liang Ran's opinion. Liang Ran nodded, pulled out the scalpel, opened the lock, and then turned sideways to let Shiru come forward. Shiru couldn't wait any longer, and hurriedly walked to Liang Ran's side, squatted down, and opened the door of the special box. As soon as she opened the door, she held her breath completely. Daiyu has a very beautiful face, the kind of clean and gentle appearance, white skin, and a small face. She was kneeling in a small box with her face facing outwards. The inside of the box was covered with bloodstains. Daiyu's hair was messy, her body was leaning forward, her clothes and her elbows were all torn and covered with blood, and there were dried tears on her cheeks. This posture has already explained a lot. Liang Ran stood up. She was stuffed in by Hingyan. Daiyu is small in size, and this box can just protect her. She must have wanted to go out to help at that time. Chapter 16. Shiru didn't say anything. She gently held the girl's waist and carried her out. Daiyu's limbs were already a little stiff, because she had been kneeling in the narrow box for too long. When she came out, she was still kneeling. Shiru carried the girl and walked out of the car quickly. Liang Ran followed her, and stepped over the body of the parasite. When she passed the man, Liang Ran suddenly noticed that something was glowing on the man's wrist. She lowered her head, and took a closer look and found that it was a silver bracelet with a flower pendant. The thing was a little tight on the man's wrist, and didn't look like his thing. But Liang Ran didn't have the heart to think about it at this moment. She jumped out of the car, and came to Shiru's side. At this moment, Shiru had taken off his coat, and spread it on the ground, and Daiyu was lying on it. Daiyu's breath was almost inaudible. Shiru took out 2 potions that stimulated body functions from the side of the weapon box, and injected them into Daiyu's wrist blood vessels. 2 minutes later, Daiyu's face finally showed some color. Shiru breathed a sigh of relief. She raised her head, her straight black hair hanging on the side of her face, her green eyes were bottomless, and she still looked unusually cold. "I owe you," she said to Liang Ran. "I'm sorry about the bed just now. I will protect you, and leave the contaminated area alive." Liang Ran thought for a moment, and shook his head. "That bag of candy is too expensive. I don't have the money to return the gift. This time we settle the score." Liang Ran stood up. At this time, the sound of an armored vehicle came from not far away. It was Ji Chan, and the others who returned. The car stopped, and Sui Yuesheng jumped down first with the medical box. He walked quickly to Daiyu, looked at her current state, and glanced at the 2 empty tubes of medicine. He said seriously, "Suffocation? 2 tubes are too much. Her heart can't take it." Liang Ran is good at dissection and analysis. She can dissect alien species and humans, but she is not good at saving people, so she is not clear about the dosage standards in this regard. After saying this, Sui Yuesheng opened the medical box, took out several round copper pieces, and stuck them on Daiyu's chest, head and abdomen, and then stared at the instrument in his hand for a while. After a while, he took out 2 tubes from his full row of various injections, used a syringe to suck out 1/3 of the liquid medicine inside, and injected it into Daiyu's neck. "Okay, you will wake up in more than 10 minutes." Sui Yuesheng took back all the instruments, and closed the medical box. He picked up the 2 candies that fell out of Daiyu's pocket from the ground, tore off the candy wrappers by himself, and threw them all into his mouth, saying in a vague voice, "What about our mission? It will be too late if we delay any longer. The rescue team will be here soon. Let's go." Hongwei Pollution Zone 3, also known as the Water Pollution Zone. Because the city experienced a huge typhoon before it fell, and heavy rain fell for a whole month. Many trees and houses collapsed, weeds grew, and many urban depressions became lakes, and gradually formed swamps. Therefore, the alien species that descended here are mainly those who like tides and darkness, mostly reptiles or amphibians. This kind of alien species likes to appear at night, and the possibility of encountering them during the day is much lower than at night. In addition, the wasteland is close to the polluted area, the magnetic field is affected, and the navigation in the car often fails. In the absence of light at night, the hunter team can easily get lost in the wasteland, wasting too much time. Therefore, the main city usually arranges the hunter team to set out during the day, reach the edge of the wasteland at night, and then rest for a night, and then enter the polluted area 3 during the day. If they delay any further, night will fall, and these people who have little travel experience will be doomed to be lost in the wilderness. The delay will be a small matter, but the danger will be a big matter. Similar things have happened several times. In the evening, A team that got lost in the wilderness encountered a team that had just returned from the contaminated area and whose entire team was parasitized. Because humans' combat ability in the dark is far lower than that of alien species, those lost teams were slaughtered by the parasitic species. At night, humans in the wilderness may be more terrifying than alien species. As soon as Sui Yuesheng finished speaking, Song Shanai, who was sitting in the driver's seat, honked the horn and urged several people to get in the car and leave. Sharu stood in front of Daiyu and expressed her position with silence. The other party was still in a coma, and she couldn't lead directly. Fortunately, just as the two sides gradually reached a stalemate, the shadow of a rescue vehicle appeared in the distance. Seeing the rescuers get off the car, Sharu said nothing more and walked straight to the armored vehicle. She opened the driver's door. Song Shanai snorted at her, jumped out of the car, and returned to her original position. The car restarted, Sharu stepped on the accelerator, and the engine roared loudly. Sharu clicked on the display screen in the car a few times and lowered the armrest above the seat. The next second, the armored vehicle rushed towards the contaminated area with a boom. The inertia was too great this time. Liang Ren had expected it, so he grabbed the handle above in a hurry and was not shaken. Others were not so lucky. They all hit the back of the chair lightly or heavily. Shufu was frightened and jumped 2 meters high, rolling and crawling into Liang Ren's arms. Liang Ren, Sui Yuesheng immediately turned around. Liang Ren skillfully lifted up the little black cat and quickly stuffed it into Sui Yuesheng's outstretched hand. This set of movements was as smooth as flowing water, and Sui Yuesheng was stunned for a moment, and slowly turned his head back without saying anything. After Song Shanai sat firmly, he was furious. Sharu, you are driving so fast that you are going to die. Aren't you just angry that I honked the horn? You are taking revenge. Sharu didn't say anything. Song Shanai angrily slapped the armrest. Are you dumb? Can't you remind me? Did my dad only teach you how to taunt me? Sharu, no. Song Shanai pulled the corner of his mouth and laughed. The three of us grew up together. You like Daiyu, and I have nothing to say about going to save her. What, if the rescue team comes later? Do you want us to spend the night with you in the wilderness? Ji-chan inexplicably targeted me when we first met, and you only helped her. Are you sick? Sharu glanced at the rearview mirror and did not respond to Song Shanai's emotions, but answered the previous question. I reminded him, and Liang Ran understood. Song Shanai turned his head to look at Liang Ran, the only one who was not hit on the back. Liang Ran, ? Why did you mention me? Facing Song Shanai's gaze, Liang Ran slowly said, time is so tight. Sharu will definitely speed up, and she put down the handrail again. Song Shanai's lips moved, sounded, and turned back with a sarcastic expression. I don't need to understand other people's hints. And I'm not wrong. Song Shanai wanted to get to the edge of the wasteland as soon as possible, so he urged the team to leave, which was indeed right. Sharu was worried that her friend would be in danger lying alone in the wasteland, so she wanted to wait for the rescue team to arrive before leaving, which was also right. Whoever interrupted at this time would be at fault, so everyone kept quiet, doing their own thing, pretending not to hear the quarrel. 10 minutes later, Wuruozi's voice sounded in the car. The headquarters just informed Abel that someone familiar with him said that today is his daughter's 6th birthday. 5 hours ago, Abel called his wife and daughter and asked his wife to bring their daughter to the high wall, saying that he couldn't wait to see them. He prepared a gift from the old world for his daughter, a very beautiful silver bracelet. What do you think of Abel? Wuruozi pursed her lips and said softly, does he think he can hold on for a while, won't lose his mind so quickly, can hold on until he sees his wife and daughter again, and then commit suicide? I remember the last time I saw Daiyu. She also said that Abel was very good and would personally tie a peace knot for everyone in the team. Abel's wife also often made delicious meals for the whole team. They are all very gentle people. Abel was the man who was parasitized just now, and he was also the captain of Daiyu's team. Ji-chan looked ahead and interrupted the topic somewhat sharply, but he killed his family. His daughter may not need him to celebrate her 6th birthday, so that she can still have an honest and heroic father. According to the report from the headquarters, everyone knew that it was Abel who killed his teammates. Behind every first-level citizen is a small organization, at least composed of several first-level citizens. It is conceivable what kind of revenge these people will launch after the tragic death of their relatives. His wife and daughter will not live well. However, because such concealment and non-reporting happen frequently, everyone soon stopped discussing it and turned the page on the story. At 6 p.m., with the last few minutes before the artificial sun went out, Sharu finally released the accelerator and stepped on the brake. The armored vehicle, which had been running for 2 hours, dragged a very deep brake track on the red soil of the wasteland and stopped steadily at the edge of the wasteland. There were several container-type square houses at the edge of the wasteland, which were convenient for people on missions to rest, but most people still chose to rest in the armored vehicle. After all, when they encountered trouble, they could just step on the accelerator and go. After the car stopped, everyone began to quickly organize their things, lay down the seats, and take out various things to kill time from their backpacks, such as headphones, water cups, and various snacks. Song Shanai even took out a 20-centimeter wide microdisplay screen and played the evening news. After the artificial sun went out, the temperature in the wasteland could reach minus 30 degrees Celsius in the middle of the night. Even if the car had good thermal insulation, it still needed the protection of a thick quilt. Such items were too large and inconvenient to carry. The armored vehicle would definitely prepare them, but Liang Ran couldn't find them after searching for a long time. Wu Ruozi noticed Liang Ran's predicament, but instead of saying it directly, she bent down and pressed a button under the seat. The baffle under the seat opened instantly, revealing the warm clothes and quilt inside. Liang Ran thanked him softly and followed suit to take out the quilt. After everything was sorted out, the artificial sun in the main city went out on time. The world outside the car window seemed to have pressed the off button, and all the lights suddenly disappeared. The wasteland seemed to have entered the polar night, with pitch-black darkness and the scarlet glow of the red moon. Shiru turned on the lights above everyone's head. In order to save the car's power and fuel, the temperature inside the car was not high, and the light was also slightly yellow, so he could only see things 1 or 2 meters around. Liang Ran was lying on the chair bored, with the sound of Song Shanai eating snacks crackling in his ears, and Jufu making a milky meow. Now he stopped running around, and lay quietly in Sui Yuesheng's arms. Time passed slowly, and the sharp chirping of alien species came from the polluted area not far away. However, due to the restrictions of the red moon, each alien species could only move in the irradiation area of the red moon, to which it originally belonged, so they could not reach the wasteland. Everyone was not worried about encountering attacks from alien species, and at most they were on guard against alien species coming to the wasteland with the help of parasites and attacking them. "We have 5 people now," Chi Chan suddenly said, "starting from midnight, until the artificial sun turns on at 6 o'clock, each person will guard the night for 72 minutes. The time plan was very strict, and no one had any objections. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Liang Ran felt a little sleepy and drowsy. But the others were not sleepy at this time. Shiru was browsing the hunter-shooter team forum and pushed a very popular post to the team group. "Shiru, it's useful, you can read it." Song Shanai opened the post out of boredom, and found that the poster was a researcher with a genetic level of A. You should know that the genetic level of researchers in the institute is basically B and C, and a level is the highest level of authority. Every time he posts in the forum, he will attract everyone's attention. The poster shared his recent research experience in the post, such as the mutation trend of the alien species in the contaminated area, and the analysis of the latest mutants. Song Shanai browsed through it roughly and rolled his eyes. "Your appreciation ability stops here. The swamps in the contaminated area 3 tend to be connected, and the living space of the reptile alien species has become smaller, and they will mutate towards water attraction." Song Shanai read the words in the post and said sarcastically, "Several swamps have been connected, and what's the trend? They have been connected for a long time, right? And the mutation towards water tendency, which alien species mutation direction is not to make itself more alive. If there is more water, won't it have to mutate into amphibians? I can guess this even if I am not a researcher. Why do you need him to talk nonsense?" Song Shanai flipped down irritably, and found that most of them were praises, and her eyes were almost rolled to the sky. She quickly exited the page, found an address in the favorites, and sent it directly to the group. "This kind of research is useful, I wash your eyes." Hearing this, Liang Ran perked up a little. She yawned and clicked on the link sent by Song Shanai, wanting to see which researcher this heavyweight liked. Liang Ran was sure that as long as she took a look at what the other party wrote, she could accurately locate who the other party was in the institute. As the link jumped, Song Shanai raised his head and added, "This person did not post on the Hunter Forum, nor on the First-Class Citizen Forum. Based on my observation, the other party must be a researcher with a high genetic level, but she does not want to use her reputation to make everyone flatter her. So she took a different approach and posted a few posts on a small forum. Although the forum was too small, and there were not many people following the posts, I still found her by chance. You will know it at a glance." Sui Yuesheng also became interested at this time. He clicked on the link and asked casually, What is the name of the post? Song Shanai replied quickly. The Survival Guidelines for the End of the World. Analysis of existing aliens in contaminated areas. Liang Ran's hand froze when he clicked the link, and he slowly raised his head in disbelief. Ah! Song Shanai noticed Liang Ran's gaze, frowned and glared back. What are you looking at? Are you jealous? Forget it, you can't catch up with that person even if you flatter him. Liang Ran, oh. The page jumped out, and Liang Ran looked at the few posts he had posted casually one night 6 months ago, because he couldn't sleep, and pursed his lips. There is also such a possibility. Liang Ran whispered the poster didn't have enough authority to access the 2 forums you mentioned, so he just found a small forum to post. Song Shanai frowned. Impossible. Liang Ran, oh. Song Shanai urged her impatiently. Okay, don't talk anymore, hurry up and read it. Hurry up and read it, okay? Liang Ran flipped through the posts she had posted casually before, thinking about Song Shanai's dislike for her, and then listening to Song Shanai's flattery on the side. There was a kind of disordered weird feeling. It was so weird that she couldn't help but look at Song Shanai again. Song Shanai snorted coldly. Why are you looking at me? Are you so self-abased that you don't dare to read the posts? Liang Ran, that's not the case. Under Song Shanai's urging, everyone started to read these posts. Liang Ran thought that he couldn't just stand there with his neck erect at this moment, which would make him look too independent, so he lowered his head and read them. After reading for a few minutes, Liang Ran looked away awkwardly. To be honest, if Song Shanai hadn't suddenly posted it, she would have forgotten that she had posted these posts. After she came here, she was indeed monitored in too many places. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, she would occasionally think, who is secretly watching me now? She was very nervous, and she would have auditory hallucinations once or twice a month, and she would suffer from insomnia every time she had auditory hallucinations. That night, she really couldn't sleep, so she got up from the bed and found a forum to write some essays. When writing, she took a few examples of the alien species that had just been dissected, and then analyzed the ecology of the 3 major polluted areas on the edge of the wasteland, and made some speculations about the polluted areas farther away that humans had hardly set foot on. But these speculations were indeed a bit bold and radical in Liang Ran's view today. After all, the ecology in the polluted area is closely related to the whole body, and any small change may cause the extinction of a certain type of alien species, and the emergence of new mutants. In addition, except for the Dawn team, no one has set foot on the more distant polluted areas so far, and some polluted areas have not been entered by anyone for 50 years since their birth. It is still too hasty to make judgments based solely on the landforms and climate. Seeing Liang Ran finish reading the post, Song Shanai stared at her, and had a good look for the first time. Can you tell which colleague of yours it is? Do you have her contact information? Liang Ran knew that even if she admitted that she was the poster, Song Shanai would never believe her and would laugh at her, so she shook her head silently. Song Shanai showed a disappointed look. Okay, then tell me what you think. Liang Ran, ? Why did he suddenly ask a question? She thought about it, and gave herself some advice. There are too many unnecessary speculations about the contaminated area that has not been set foot on. Excessively detailed descriptions and speculations will create an illusion that the facts are so, which is easy to mislead others. After the voice fell, Song Shanai snorted disdainfully. What do you know? The bunch of idiots in your institute are so hesitant to speak all day long, even cows can be milked more. They say one thing, but leave 100 ways for themselves to make a mistake. Their research conclusions are vague, they report for 8 hours, and in the end they report nothing. I know of no more than 3 people who dare to express their theories so confidently and clearly, and dare to make such bold assumptions. Do you know how powerful this person is? You really gave him a review? Hearing Song Shanai's unrestrained praise, Liang Ran couldn't help but laugh. Liang Ran's smile was so strange that Song Shanai looked at her incredulously. Are you happy to be scolded? After a moment, Song Shanai showed a disgusted expression, moved away from Liang Ran, and turned to ask Wu Ruozi, tell me about this post. Wu Ruozi read it carefully. She scratched her head in confusion. This is the first time I understand this kind of research. It feels very powerful. After all, I couldn't understand the previous ones. How did Shanai find this poster? I have a connection with this poster. Song Shanai crossed her arms and said proudly, I couldn't sleep one night, so I went to the public channel to check the new posts on various forums. I saw her post was called Survival Guidelines for the End of the World, so I clicked in and commented. Song Shanai suddenly stopped talking and pulled up the quilt. Oh, I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep first. Wu Ruozi wanted to ask, What are you commenting on? Comments? She scrolled down the post. Which one is Shania's comment? Song Shania was already lying on the chair. I made a typo. Applied for deletion. It's gone now. I'm asleep. Rosie lowered her voice. Okay, good night. It was already very late. Ru said that she still needed to watch the news for a while, so she could start the night watch at 11 o'clock earlier, and stay for an extra hour, and then call the second person to stay up after 1 o'clock. So after everyone put their things away, they all went to bed with peace of mind. But because of what Song Shania had just said halfway, Liang Ran's sleepiness was dispelled, and curiosity suddenly aroused, and she couldn't sleep at all. Every late night, Liang Ran would surf in various small forums in the corners, because every time she posted in a new forum, she had to register a new account, and it was not safe to use the same password for all accounts. So Liang Ran often typed a few numbers as passwords, threw them away after use, and registered again next time. In other words, she didn't remember what password she used for that forum at all. Liang Ran stared at Song Shania's direction and thought for a few minutes, then clicked on the link that the other party sent in the group again, wrote down the account of the poster, entered the login page, entered the account, and tried to enter the password. First error. Second error. After the sixth attempt, which was the last time before the account was locked, Liang Ran finally managed to log in. As soon as she logged in, more than 30 messages popped up in her back end. She clicked on them, and found that most of them were questions about her. After all, this forum is too small, and the total number of followers is less than 100. Any normal researcher would not post a discussion post here. In addition, this small forum is basically occupied by second and third-rate citizens, who are not sensitive to the situation of alien species and ecological zones, so they think Liang Ran is just talking nonsense. Liang Ran scrolled down, and her eyes suddenly stopped. She slowed down the speed of browsing the back end. She found that behind every question, there was a person with a puppy avatar who refuted fiercely, and after every rebuttal, there was a back-end feedback from the system. Because of excessive language, it has been detected and deleted by the system. Liang Ran carefully looked at the account with the puppy avatar, and found that the other party's name was Xiao Pingyu. Floor 3. I don't know where the poster got the courage to give such a precise killing method. The Research Institute has never given similar data. Aren't you afraid that some hunter will die using your method? Friend Xiao, shut up, idiot. If you don't have a brain, go transplant a pig's brain. If someone dares to speak boldly, you should support them. What's the point of covering your mouth? The pigs in the Research Institute don't dare to take responsibility. They are afraid that they will destroy the entire team if they make a suggestion. What's the point of keeping them? I suggest that all the beams be hung with cloth and commit suicide out of shame. Floor 6. Outside the 3 major pollution areas on the edge, no one has ever set foot there except the Dawn team. I don't understand what's the point of studying such a place. I've seen a lot of people like the poster. They just love to attract attention. Friend Xiao, what? Do you think the resources in the 3 major pollution areas can flow like your saliva? In fact, the things inside have been almost like your brain, empty. Liang Ran, Liang Ran slowly turned his head and looked at Song Shania. I found that she was conservative when scolding people, and she was much more powerful when talking online. Before quitting this account, Liang Ran looked at the friend requests, and indeed saw the friend request sent to her by Xiao Pingyu half a year ago. Can I add you as a friend? Starry eyes. Starry eyes. Liang Ran shuddered instantly. She could imagine that Song Shania had a painful expression like eating shit, and 2 cute eyes behind her in order to look more cute. Liang Ran immediately logged out of her account and covered herself tightly with the quilt. Before going to bed, she thought about it, clicked on the teen group of the Xuanqing team, and sent a friend request to Song Shania with the account bound to the system. In just a blink of an eye, the system responded, Song Shania rejected your friend request. Liang Ran, okay. In the middle of the night, Liang Ran was woken up by the cold. Her physical condition was incomparable to this group of people. You could survive after suffocating for 8 minutes, but she would die after suffocating for 3 or 4 minutes. Maybe it was because of the noise of turning over and over, and soon her soul stepped on a fluffy thing. Liang Ran knew what happened instantly, and she quickly moved the quilt to the side to make it easier for the kitten to jump next to her. Jufu stepped lightly on the quilt, with its tail held high, and rolled back and forth excitedly several times. Ah! It crawled into Liang Ran's quilt, and called out to her in a low voice. Liang Ran immediately covered its mouth, secretly put it in her arms, and kissed it twice. After each kiss, she would sneak a glance at Sui Yuesheng in the seat in front of her, and after making sure that he was not awake, she continued to kiss him twice. Zhufu's body temperature was so warm that Liang Ran fell asleep again in a daze after kissing him for a while. At nearly 5 o'clock, the alarm clock in her headphones rang. Liang Ran quickly opened her eyes, jumped off the seat barefoot, tiptoed to Sui Yuesheng, lifted his quilt, and then gently stuffed the kitten back into his arms. Hearing the noise, Ji-chan, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat to keep watch, glanced back alertly. Seeing Liang Ran's actions, the corners of her mouth couldn't help twitching. "Good morning." Liang Ran pretended nothing happened. "Good morning." Ji-chan's expression clearly showed that she didn't care. "It's your turn to keep watch. I go back to sleep." Liang Ran nodded and sat on the chair. At 6 o'clock, the artificial sun in the main city was lit, and the darkness of the world faded away instantly, and the eyes were full of dazzling light. Everyone was awakened by the light, and without any communication, they quickly packed up and immediately went to the contaminated area. The rest point was very close to the contaminated area, and it only took 15 minutes to drive there. Liang Ran had just finished drinking 2 bags of nutrient solution when the car stopped by a river. When we get to the location later, Shiru looked at everyone through the rearview mirror and reminded them, "Bring your backpacks." Except for Ji-chan, everyone should carry weapons directly, and put the weapon boxes in the car. Don't carry the weapon boxes around like last time. The aliens won't give us time to open the boxes. Because Ji-chan's weapon is a heavy sniper rifle, it needs to be equipped with a carrying rack, a replaceable scope, a large number of multi-diameter bullets, etc., so you must bring an extra box to pack these miscellaneous things. Shiru looked at Wuruozi. "Please help take Ji-chan's box. There are bullets in her backpack, enough for a few rounds. Bringing an extra box is not conducive to balance." Wuruozi nodded, "Okay." Listening to the conversation between the few people, Liang Ran looked at the polluted area in the distance through the car window. There is a very obvious boundary between polluted area 3 and the wasteland, a turbid river 7 or 8 meters wide. A river of this width should not be able to stop any aliens, but it is it that completely separates the wasteland from polluted area 3. The reason is simple, because the red moon is different from the moon in the old world. Even if there is only one moon in the old world, it can illuminate the entire world map, but the red moon is different. It does not descend outside the planet, but inside the planet, hanging in the sky, so the illumination range is limited. Each red moon is different in size, and the illumination range is also different. Now above the wasteland and the main city, the illumination range of the remaining 3 red moons is not as large as the largest red moon, when the 7 red moons first descended. According to relevant records, when the largest red moon faded, tens of millions of people in several countries and islands died with it. It is precisely because each red moon has a fixed illumination range that the alien species in each red moon pollution area, even if the red moon above them has disappeared, are still trapped in the illumination range of the moonlight when the red moon is still there because of some restrictions. From which red moon descends, they are trapped in the illumination area of the moonlight. And the red moon that first descended on the pollution area 3 ended its illumination range at the stream, so the alien species in this area will never cross this stream. There is a bridge over the stream. After Shiru arranged it, he stepped on the accelerator without saying much. The alien species in the polluted area can see the scene at the border of the wasteland. Seeing the armored vehicle, a small red bird suddenly poked its head out from behind the tree trunk. The 3 pairs of eyes on its face turned to different directions and rolled rapidly. Soon, it crawled out driven by hunger. Yes, crawl. Below its chest are not the tail feathers and claws of birds, but 8 thick spider legs covered with barbs. As it crawled, the eyeballs on the bird's face fell down. If you look closely, you will find that the pupil colors of these eyeballs are different, obviously from different birds. This is a parasitic spider that likes to eat bird brains and has a strange collection habit. The bird alien species it holds is the prey it just ate. After eating it, it spits silk in the bird's skull and then stuffs the eyes it collected into the bird's eye sockets, controlling them to spin. "It's a bird spider," Wuruozi whispered. "This spider has no intelligence. After crawling half a meter in front of the stream, it can't move any further, and can only keep bumping against the invisible wall." Shiru drove the car across the stream with an expressionless face. With a puff, the tire crushed the spider's body from top to bottom. Emerald green blood spurted out instantly, and the spider's 8 legs twitched together. Shiru pulled the goggles pinned on the top of his head to his eyes. "Let's go." Chapter 17. Due to the frequent entry of the hunter team, there are not many alien species in the edge-contaminated area. Most of them hide in various abandoned buildings and grass quagmires, and will not deliberately come out to provoke the hunters. Moreover, most of these alien species have been captured alive and brought back, and have been studied in detail in the Research Institute. Except for the mutants, there is basically nothing to be afraid of. So the armored vehicles have no obstacles all the way, heading to the mission location. It's quite close. Wuruozi looked at the route just given by the system and whispered, "It feels like we can get there in half an hour. After completing this mission, we can have a small vacation." After all, this is only the third mission of the Xuanqing team. The team is not well coordinated and has insufficient experience. The headquarters cannot assign them too difficult tasks, so the mission location is given in detail, and even the route is planned by the system. After crossing the stream and entering the contaminated area, go straight for 1 kilometer, turn left at the place where a lot of trees have fallen, avoid the swamp area, and enter the main road next to Xinxian supermarket. Sui Yuesheng looked down at the route map. It's really detailed. Wuruozi laughed. There's nothing we can do, because the magnetic field here is disordered and the navigation often fails. The route must be super detailed. Song Shanai noticed the destination. Underground air raid shelter? Why would the mental medicine be in such a place? I thought it would be in a hospital, or at least in a pharmacy. Ji Chan's childish face showed obvious disgust. These two places have been rummaged through by hunters. If there were medicines, they would have been brought back long ago. Why would they be needed now? Song Shanai opened his mouth to refute, but after thinking for a long time, he couldn't find a good reason, and finally he could only blush and blurt out, "Idiot." Ji Chan fought back, "Silly." Wuruozi hurriedly changed the subject, chatting with Song Shanai for a few words, and then with Ji Chan for a few words, to ease the atmosphere between the two. Liang Ran sat with her chin in her hand, bored. She had just carefully read the information summary given by the system, so she knew very well why the mission location was an air raid shelter. Just last month, an A-level team accidentally blew up the basement of a shopping mall while performing a mission. They entered the narrow hole and found an air raid shelter inside. Based on a brief investigation, they determined that this was a temporary shelter built by local people after the arrival of the Red Moon. You know, the first Red Moon appeared and disappeared in just a few hours, so the people under the moonlight had no chance to react and could only die overnight, but other Red Moons were not like that. After the appearance of other Red Moons, there was no movement within half a year. At that time, many heads of state held meetings many times to discuss how to solve it, but the existence of the Red Moon was beyond human imagination. Some countries wanted to see what the Red Moon was. After measuring the distance from the ground, they launched many detectors, but without exception, all the detectors self-destructed in midair and lost contact with the ground. At that time, everyone was in despair, because they knew that the Red Moon would not remain silent and motionless in the sky, and would gradually fade away. The humans under its light would always experience the painful night. So when there was no escape, the heads of state of each country discussed many times and decided to divide the existing people in the country into 6 parts, distributed in each Red Moon area, and send troops to station there to protect ordinary people and the most solid part of the force. In this way, even if the humans in this area die, there is still the next area. There will always be a spark belonging to their country still alive and existing. In this way, no race will really disappear. The Red Moon on the polluted Area 3 was the third to disappear. At that time, monsters kept falling from the Red Moon. The researchers stationed here were escorted by the army to other Red Moon areas in batches, but several teams were stopped by alien groups during the escape. They had no choice but to hide in the underground air raid shelters urgently. These researchers took the most important documents and medicines in their hands when they evacuated, which were extremely precious, but danger always happened. In the end, they did not escape from the shelter, and those precious medicines were sealed underground. There are such a group of people in every polluted area, and there are always similar tragedies. But because the information chain is disconnected, the main city does not know the location of these shelters, and can only rely on luck to find them. Last month, the A-level team accidentally discovered one of the shelters, but they had no extra space in the car to place medicine, and the energy of the armored vehicle was almost exhausted, so they only took a few things and left quickly. The A-level team is a team that has successfully completed more than 20 missions. They are very capable, and good at confronting alien species head-on. It is a waste of their time to collect supplies, so this job fell on the fledgling Xuanqing team. They only need to find a place, and carry the supplies in the air raid shelter, especially the A-level mental drugs inside, into the car. If everything goes well, they can leave at noon. Everyone knows that this is a very easy task, so they are not very nervous. Sui Yuesheng took Jufu out of the bag, and opened the car window a little to let it smell the surroundings. Shufu's little nose kept twitching, like a puppy. A few minutes later, Shufu let out a quick meow. Click. Ji-chan instantly loaded the gun, and all members entered a state of alert. In a moment, Wuruozi breathed a sigh of relief. She pointed to the left side of the front. There are still 200 meters. There is a slit-mouthed mermaid. There is only one, don't be nervous. The slit-mouthed mermaid was the content of their last mission. Song Shinai could smash two with an axe by himself. It is a low-risk alien species. Ji-chan's shoulders relaxed. Its scales are too hard, and it wastes bullets. Song Shinai, go down and kill it. Any alien species that is let go may grow into an executioner who slaughters humans. So when the hunter team is on the move, as long as they have enough physical strength, they will basically kill all the alien species they see. Song Shinai snorted coldly when she heard Ji-chan's words, but she did not refuse. They were close to the position Wuruozi said, and everyone saw the slit mermaid in her mouth. It was completely different from the beautiful mermaid in the legend of the old world. Its head was brown, its face was smooth without any hair, and it had no facial features. It was ugly and disgusting. It was shaped like an inverted vase with a rough mouth. There was a 20-centimeter long vertical slit where the nose should be, and there were densely packed tiny teeth inside. Its upper body was high, and its yellow-brown scales reflected the light. Its huge tail fin kept swinging, and its thick limbs were firmly grasping the ground. When it saw the armored vehicle, it retreated slightly and screamed like a baby. Sharu slowed down the armored vehicle. Get off. Song Shinai raised her chin towards Wuruozi, as if to remind her of something, and then jumped out of the car in her white and gold religious clothes, with her long light golden hair rising in a neat arc in the air. Wuruozi quickly took out a camera from her backpack and pointed it at Song Shinai. Liangran looked at the camera in disbelief. What is this for? Recording? Wuruozi adjusted the equipment and pointed it at Song Shinai. The Archbishop asked that all videos of Shinai's fights be sent to him. Liangran didn't understand. Isn't there a car video? Wuruozi explained. The video is not good. Shinai's fight video will be shown to the believers by the Archbishop. The Archbishop's requirements are very strict. My previous video was not very good, and Shinai was criticized. Hearing this, Liangran felt that the question that he had been puzzled about seemed to have an answer. Is this why she doesn't wear protective clothing? Wuruozi nodded. Shinai is the saint of the Sun Church. The Archbishop said that as long as Shinai wears religious clothes, the Sun God will bless her. What the hell is this? Liangran felt that it was a bit embarrassing that her trumpet was praised by Song Shinai. She still hoped that normal people would agree with her research. Ji-chan's idea was obviously the same as Liangran's. Her little face was a little distorted from trying to hold back a smile. Sharu glanced at Song Shinai outside the window, and suddenly said inexplicably, You are right. She has always been blessed by the Sun God. Hearing Sharu's words, Liangran also looked out the window. At this time, Song Shinai was already carrying her giant white axe and walking towards the cleft mermaid. Now that they were close enough, the lines on the mermaid's scales were clearly visible. Liangran thought that this was a rare opportunity, so she observed the appearance of the slit-mouthed mermaid in an active state. But after a short while of careful observation, she frowned. This slit-mouthed mermaid, isn't it a little too small? It's daytime now, and the light from the artificial sun can reach 2/3 of the marginal pollution area. Logically, this amphibious reptile hates this kind of sunlight and basically won't come out to forage at this time. Even if it comes out, it will come out in a team. Just like the last mission of the Xuanqing team, they encountered 3 slit-mouthed mermaids at once. This number is in line with common sense. Liangran pursed her lips and looked at Sharu. It doesn't seem right. Why don't you call her back? Although Ji-chan is the captain on the surface, Sharu obviously arranges everyone more times, and Ji-chan doesn't have any bad emotions, so Liangran chooses to communicate directly with Sharu. Sharu frowned. Why? Liangran, this one is too small. Its tail fin is only 1/3 of the length of the previous mermaid. It is obviously still in its infancy. It should be alone. Its parents or companions should be not far away, and will come soon. Sui Yuesheng teased the cat in his arms. She can fight 2 more. Sharu also felt that it was unnecessary. The captain's gun was on the car window, and Wuruozi and Zhufu didn't warn. You are too timid. She glanced at Liangran and said in a cold voice, After this mission, I will apply to the headquarters to let you leave the team. You are not suitable to be here. Liangran lowered his eyes. She intuitively felt that Sharu wanted to repay her for saving Daiyu, but Sharu didn't know her situation. Leaving the team would be dangerous for her, so she had to stay. Anyway, no one paid attention to what she said. Liang Ran looked out the window again in silence. At this time, Song Shanai had already started a battle with the rift-mouthed mermaid. Her white giant axe was covered with religious elements. On the axe handle was a prayer picture of the sun goddess praying with closed eyes. Behind the statue was a rising golden sun, and the brilliance was outlined with a white pen, solemn and solemn. There was a beautifully carved white rose at the junction of the axe and the axe handle, and the rose was wrapped with white and black lines. Liang Ran couldn't see the purpose of these lines for the time being, but he knew that it must have special combat uses. After observing the axe, Liang Ran looked at Song Shanai's unilateral slaughter of the alien species. Because this rift-mouthed mermaid was too young and had low combat power, Song Shanai swung it to the ground with an axe, and then began to smash it. Because she had experience fighting against this alien species, she knew that as long as she smashed the opponent's whole body, the opponent would always die. As long as the strength and physical strength were sufficient, no combat skills were needed. In fact, it is true. The fastest way to kill the alien is to destroy its heart, but if most of the alien's body is smashed into a meat pie, the alien will definitely not survive. So Liang Ran did not point out the location of the alien's heart and suggest killing it. First of all, Song Shanai has already started fighting, and talking at this time will disrupt the opponent's combat rhythm. Secondly, if she says it, this group of people probably won't listen. Liang Ran looked at it with his chin in his hand boredly. 2 minutes later, Liang Ran suddenly felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, with Song Shanai's fighting style, this alien should have fallen to the ground long ago, and blood would gradually flow from his body. But where is the blood? She slowly straightened her back and stared at the chest of the alien. After a moment, she quickly rolled down the window and shouted to Song Shanai in the distance, "Get in the car immediately." Song Shanai pretended not to hear Liang Ran's words and continued to attack the slit mermaid. Liang Ran gritted his teeth. "It's been 2 minutes. Didn't you notice that it was not injured at all except for some scales falling off? Hurry up and get in, we're in trouble." Song Shanai slowed down her movements. She also realized that something was wrong, so she lowered her head to observe whether the alien was the same as Liang Ran said, but suddenly met the other party's resentful and excited eyes. Her heart skipped a beat. At this time, Shufu, who was originally acting coquettishly in Sui Yueshing's arms, suddenly became irritable. It arched its body and growled at the front, and its hair exploded, as if it had smelled something extremely terrifying. This had never happened before. Shiru urged Song Shanai to get on the bus while asking Wu Ruozi, "What's in front? Is it its companion? How many are there?" Wu Ruozi stared at the front, confused at first, but soon trembling. She said in a trembling voice, 12. Shiru tensed up instantly. "It's a bit troublesome." She quickly arranged everyone, except Wu Ruozi and Liang Ran. Everyone else should get off the bus. "Forget it, Sui Yuesheng, you are also in the bus. With so many mermaids, we might get hurt if they all pounce on us. You wait to treat us." But Wu Ruozi shook her head in panic, and her voice continued, 14, 17, 21. 23 slit-mouthed mermaids. There are a total of 23 slit-mouthed mermaids. As soon as the words fell, a dense group of alien species appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 18. When people are extremely frightened, they will question the scene in front of them. Song Shanai rushed back to the car, her tone even a little dazed. "Did you see it? There seems to be a school of mermaids in front." No one answered her. The car door quickly closed behind Song Shanai. She held the axe and looked at the alien group rushing towards the armored vehicle. The confusion on her face disappeared, and a few drops of sweat instantly flowed down her forehead. Wu Ruozi murmured, "How can there be so many? Too many. Even if we win, the losses will be very heavy." Shiru stepped on the accelerator to the bottom without hesitation, and a cold voice came out of her mouth. "It's only 5 kilometers away from the stream now. At the fastest speed, we can return in 2 minutes. Forget about the mission this time." Everything happened in a flash. It took only 2 or 3 seconds from Song Shanai getting in the car to Shiru making a decision, because the accelerator was suddenly stepped onto the bottom, and the engine made an overwhelmed roar. But just as Shiru was turning the steering wheel quickly, Liang Ran stopped her. It may be too late. Her voice was loud, and everyone was very tense at the moment, and they were suddenly startled. Liang Ran had no time to explain the details, so he could only continue to say quickly, "I have observed that none of these 23 rift-mouthed mermaids are ordinary species. All of them are mutants that you caught last time. The maximum speed of the armored vehicle is probably not as fast as their burst speed. The fins of the rift-mouthed mermaids are huge, and it is difficult to turn around. The best way now is to face them head-on, rush through the mermaid school, and then take this route. As he spoke, Liang Ren held up the map on the communicator. I will mark the route and upload it to the car screen immediately. You believe me? Shiru hesitated for half a second. Wu Ruozi glanced at Liang Ren and suddenly nodded. Believe Liang Ren. She is an accompanying researcher sent by the headquarters. She must have a reason for being sent here. I think she is very powerful. But in the current situation, there is no time to discuss solutions for them. Zhu Fu's cry became more and more sharp, and his claws kept digging at the car mat, as if he wanted to hide. Song Shanai urged, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and go. Ji Chan sat in the co-pilot seat, and the sniper rifle passed through the car window directly at the alien group less than 100 meters away. Her eyes were a little fierce. Don't make noise. The problem now is how to go. Shiru clenched the steering wheel in his hand. The species in the contaminated area are updated and iterated very quickly. The Rift Mermaid is an alien species that appeared 3 years ago. Because of its fast reproduction speed, they quickly occupied a place in the contaminated Area 3. Not long ago, a large number of mutants appeared among them, and many teams suffered losses from them, but because they appeared too short, no one knew how fast their maximum speed could be. Finally, Shiru turned the steering wheel vigorously. She did not listen to Liang Ren, but turned the armored vehicle 180 degrees on the spot and rushed in the direction from which she came. Sorry. She stared at the road ahead and rushed to the corner at full speed. From our last mission, the speed of the mermaid mutants is far less than what you said. Even now, the crawling speed of the mermaids in front of us is much lower than the speed of the car. My plan is obviously more feasible. Shiru said quickly, Song Shanai and I can fight 3 mermaids at the same time, and the captain can fight 5 to 7. 23 is far more than our limit. I can't joke with the lives of the whole team. I have been on the most missions here, and I trust my intuition more. Shiru's age means that the Xuanqing team will not be her first hunting team, but all her previous team members died, so she joined the Xuanqing team. Shiru's intuition has saved her life many times, and this time she still chooses to trust herself. And she does not completely trust Liang Ren. She has met the first 2 accompanying researchers of the Xuanqing team, and what they did showed that they were not excellent people. So Liang Ren has no reason to be unique. Even if there are some special features, he is not excellent enough to make perfect decisions. Liang Ren saw that the car had turned around, and it was too late to turn around and rush towards the alien group, so he could only hope that his judgment was really wrong. Shiru's approach was also reasonable. Liang Ren was not angry, but just a little helpless. She closed her eyes lightly, and calculated the speed of the slid mermaid. Liang Ren was very sure that the fastest speed of this kind of mermaid was far less slow than they appeared. She had dissected this thing, and every inch of its body structure was recorded in detail. The strength of the fins and limbs of the slid-mouthed mermaids was enough to support them to walk quickly, but there was no reference to relevant images, and the number of samples was insufficient. So Liang Ren could only roughly estimate that the opponent's fastest speed could roughly compete with the speed of an armored vehicle. But Liang Ren could not give an accurate data on how fast it was. So her proposal, which seemed to be the most radical, was actually the safest. Although she was not sure about the fastest speed of the slit-mouthed mermaids, it was 100% certain that it was difficult for them to turn around. So rushing into the alien group, escaping from behind them, and then leaving here by constantly turning and detouring was the safest way to escape. The armored vehicle sped along the road, leaving a trail of crushed bodies of small insect species where the tires passed. Shiru drove the armored vehicle like a motorcycle, and even drifted a bit when crossing the swamp area, easily passing through the dangerous small swamp. Ji Chan stared at the rearview mirror the whole time. Bang! Ji Chan fired a shot at the mermaid species closest to them, followed by a series of bang 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 sounds. The bullets she fired accurately hit the chest of the Rift Mermaid, and multiple bullets all hit the same place. The ugly mermaid was pushed back several meters by the impact of the bullets. Others also took out their pistols. Pistols are a must-have for hunters, but the shooting power of pistols is much lower than that of heavy sniper rifles. However, they can't withstand more bullets. Amid the continuous gunfire, the first few species in the front of the alien group kept retreating. When Shiru turned out of the small road and entered the main road, her shoulders, which were stiff due to excessive tension, relaxed slightly. Shiru, we will be out in less than a minute. It's safe. Ji Chan looked at the mermaids getting farther and farther away from them, and fired a few more shots. Song Shanai took a breath and slowed down her shooting speed. What is that? What's the matter with that little slit mermaid? Liang Ran made his own judgment, a new mutant. The mutation direction is reflected in harder scales, shorter fins, and smaller body size. The problem of inconvenience in turning caused by their huge fins will be solved soon. Song Shanai couldn't help but retort to her, "Don't talk anymore. It's a good thing Ru didn't listen to you just now. Rushing into a group of alien species TSK, you dare to say such things. Do you have data to support it?" Liang Ran, "Yes." Song Shanai, "If there is, it's fake." After a moment, she couldn't help asking, "Then tell me, it's daytime now. Why are there so many of these things?" Liang Ran, "Almost all social animals will protect the king of the tribe. This slit-mouthed mermaid should be the first to mutate in this direction, and it is the only one at present. Its mutation direction is most suitable for the survival of slit-mouthed mermaids, and it will be the strongest in the future. The tribe must protect it." Amid the continuous roar of the engine, everyone vaguely heard the sound of the river. Wu Ruozi couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "We are almost at the stream, no danger." Sui Yuesheng lowered his beautiful eyes and gently rubbed the back of the black cat's neck. "Zhu Fu is still afraid." Wu Ruozi, "After all, the mermaid group has not given up chasing us. Zhu Fu will definitely be afraid." Before the two words came out, the roof of the armored vehicle suddenly made a loud bang, followed by 7 or 8 similar heavy landing sounds. A large shadow of the monster loomed over everyone's head. Everyone's face instantly turned ugly. Liang Ran's temples throbbed. She knew her guess would not be so far off. The slit mermaid caught up with her at some point. She instantly turned her head to the window, and happened to meet the eyes of a mermaid clinging to the window. The ugly mermaid clung to the window with its limbs, and noticed Liang Ran's sight. The slit on its face instantly opened, opening and closing, revealing the tiny and sharp teeth inside. It made a gurgling sound of ridicule in its chest, as if mocking the stupidity of several people. At this time, the mermaids behind the car, who were originally struggling to chase, suddenly sped up. With the rapid swing of their fins, their speed was even faster than Liang Ran expected. In just 5 or 6 seconds, they pounced on the armored vehicle one after another. In a short while, the windshield in front of the car was completely blocked by the crack mermaids. They spit out scarlet tongues from the cracks on their faces, and kept licking the windshield, leaving sticky and smelly saliva and mucus. The incident happened too quickly, and the armored vehicle was forced to stop before it could even open the external protection settings. At this moment, even without Liang Ran's explanation, everyone understood what happened. This group of cracked mermaids actually played with them all the way. Ru tried to increase the throttle and wanted to forcefully crush and rush over, but 8 or 9 alien species blocked the front of the car, and the armored vehicle did not move at all. Ji Chan wanted to use a gun to force the alien species in front away, but as soon as the car window opened a crack, the mermaid's smelly tongue stretched out. Liang Ran quickly calculated the armored vehicle's resistance time and immediately said, "Unless most of them are killed, we can't leave. Or just kill the latest mutant, but I can't see where it is now." Sui Yuesheng suddenly interrupted the topic. "It's gone. The situation is urgent now, and he is not interested in choking people. It just jumped onto my window, but soon ran into the abandoned mall." Liang Ran quickly said, "Then it can only be the first one." She didn't say anything sarcastic like "if only you had listened to me earlier." Now, no one wanted to encounter this situation, so she continued to perform her duties as an accompanying researcher and offered advice to everyone. "I dissected the mutant you caught last time. The heart of this type of mermaid is located on the flippers, which is different from the normal type. However, the scales on its flippers are extremely hard and difficult to penetrate. The fastest way to kill it is to avoid the flippers. Ji Chan will first remotely smash the scales on the chest of the mermaid, with Ru assisting. Then Song Shanai will take Ru's long knife and insert it into the chest wound, stabbing it from top to bottom into the heart inside the flippers." Liang Ran said seriously, "This is the most labor-saving method. As for whether you accept it or not." She paused and said seriously, "The current situation does not allow you to listen or not." After a few seconds of silence in the car, Ji Chan spoke first. "I didn't listen to you just now, and made a mistake. I will listen to you this time." Ru glanced at Liang Ran, and threw his long knife to Song Shanai. Song Shanai was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously reached out to catch it. "Sui Yuesheng, I will go down too." Although he is a doctor, he is also a speed mutant. It is too difficult for 3 people to face more than 20 mutants. His joining in can reduce the pressure on others. Before getting off the car, he threw the blessing to Liang Ran. Unexpectedly, as soon as the blessing fell into Liang Ran's arms, It jumped down mercilessly and rolled and crawled into the container behind the car. Everyone, Sui Yuesheng said, ouch. I thought it liked you so much, now it's much more comfortable. After that, he looked at Liang Ran. Why don't you go in and keep my Zhufu company? Song Shanai also said disdainfully. Aren't you hiding and waiting to die? Don't make our car dirty. They definitely can't finish the fight in 3 minutes. The armored vehicle is not indestructible. It's possible that the alien species will break the glass and get into the car. Hearing what the two said, Liang Ran stood up silently and got into the same container with Zhufu. Squatting in the dark container, Liang Ran soon sweated all over because of the heat. The kitten was so scared that it kept getting into her arms. Liang Ran gently rubbed its head, while listening attentively to the movement outside the box. The sound of gunfire continued, and sometimes there was the sticky sound of cold weapons inserted into flesh. Liang Ran didn't like the feeling of having to wait, so he slightly lifted the top of the box and looked out through the car window glass. Who knew that the first thing that caught my eye was Wu Ruozi's shoulder being bitten off by a slit-mouthed mermaid in order to protect Song Shanai. After all, they had not been on many missions together, so the cooperation between them was not very good. But the main reason was that they subconsciously felt that their fighting style would work, so after the fight, they started to do whatever they wanted, and no one remembered what Liang Ran said. Wu Ruozi's blood sprayed on Song Shanai's face. Song Shanai was stunned for a few seconds, and then two mermaids took the opportunity to pounce on her. Wu Ruozi hurriedly pushed her again, so her arm was bitten twice again. But in just a few seconds, half of Wu Ruozi's body began to bleed. Shiru instantly increased his speed, quickly flashed to Wu Ruozi's side, pulled her collar, and pushed her back to the car. Song Shanai stared at Wu Ruozi's back in a daze, and suddenly blushed. He threw away Shiru's long knife, raised the giant axe, and started to smash the slit-mouthed mermaid's head like crazy. Ji Chan's gun also began to shoot randomly, head, chest, abdomen, fins. As long as the slit-mouthed mermaid came into her sight, she wanted to shoot the opponent's whole body into a sieve. But Liang Ran had just said that the scales on the fins of the slit-mouthed mermaid were extremely hard and bullets could not penetrate them at all. After Ji Chan shot around and found it was futile, she spat viciously, pushed the gun aside, jumped out of the car window, and raised her fist to fight the alien species. The strength mutants began to fight nonsensically, and the role of the speed mutants could not be reflected. Shiru and Sui Yuesheng were not strong enough. After working for a long time, they only killed 2 alien species, and were exhausted. After struggling to avoid the pincer attack of 3 alien species, Sui Yuesheng, who was exhausted, slipped and stumbled suddenly. An alien noticed Sui Yuesheng, immediately opened his chest, revealing his bloody teeth, and flew towards him. Liang Ran rolled out of the container, pulled down the window, squinted his eyes to estimate the alien's movement trajectory, and immediately threw the scalpel in his hand, and the tip of the knife drew a neat arc trajectory in the air. 2 seconds later, the scalpel went straight into the crack on the mermaid's face. The mermaid stopped rushing towards Sui Yuesheng instantly, and a sharp, painful hiss came out of her chest. The crack on her face kept opening and closing, and the broken teeth inside were like maggots and rotten fruit, slowly flowing out with the juice. No one had time to talk at this time. Sui Yuesheng glanced at the window, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and threw himself into the battle again. Liang Ran didn't pay attention to them anymore, turned around and ran to squat next to Wu Ruozi. The girl was lying on the aisle in the car with a pale face at this moment, and blood slowly seeped out, soon soaking the corner of Liang Ran's clothes. Liang Ran took out a needle of hemostatic agent, and was about to inject Wu Ruozi, but the girl's arm suddenly dodged. Don't waste it. Wu Ruozi's voice was very low. I will be fine soon. Liang Ran grabbed her arm and pushed the reagent in. It can be reimbursed, so why waste it? Soon, the hypnotic drugs in the reagent took effect, and Wu Ruozi slowly closed her eyes. Liang Ran stood up and looked at everyone through the car door. Because the fighting style was unsystematic, everyone's physical strength was overdrawn. Song Shanai half knelt beside the armored vehicle, panting, and could only rely on the axe to support his body. Ji Chan's arm seemed to be broken and hung weakly. Shiru and Sui Yuesheng were in a better condition, but their movement speed had slowed down. It wouldn't be long before they were caught by the aliens. At that time, they would probably be eaten alive. A nameless anger suddenly rose in Liang Ran's heart. Didn't she arrange what each of them should do? Didn't she agree to listen to her? Why didn't anyone listen when they started fighting? Are they so impatient? Are they so anxious to die? If they died, Liang Ran would definitely not survive. She felt that being eaten by aliens now was better than being punished by the headquarters after returning to the city by chance. If they didn't consider themselves, couldn't they consider her reluctantly? Liang Ran pursed her lips and wiped her face irritably. Her sleeves were just stained with Wu Ruozi's blood. After wiping it, her face was covered with blood, which looked a little scary. After a moment, Liang Ran took a deep breath, took advantage of the gap in the fight, opened the car door, and walked down directly. While wiping the blood off her face, she said coldly, "I say it again, its heart is in its flippers. Do you understand? Don't hit its chest, abdomen, and don't hit its head." Song Shanai was closest to her, and she drooped her head weakly. "I have no strength left." Liang Ran immediately kicked her foot. "Can't you still talk? Get up, listen to me, and hit it again." At this time, there were still 7 aliens with the ability to move. One of them noticed Liang Ran's movements and immediately ran towards her. Sharu tried to chase it, but because of physical exhaustion, she didn't catch up in the first time. This alien opened its stinking chest and made a gesture to swallow Liang Ran alive. Who knew that in the gap between the forward pounces, it suddenly swung its flippers, and used the power of the flippers to force a slight angle and pounced on Song Shanai at Liang Ran's feet. Song Shanai's pupils suddenly shrank, and in panic, she was about to raise the axe, but because of exhaustion, the axe fell to the ground. The shadow of the alien species pressed down, like a mountain. In a flash, Liang Ran bent down and tried to pick up the huge axe belonging to Song Shanai at her feet. "I give up. Why is this thing so heavy?" While complaining angrily, she picked up the axe with difficulty, took a step sideways, and stood in front of Song Shanai. She aimed at the chest of the alien species that was rushing towards her. The scales on the chest of this alien species had been pierced before. It was obvious that if it was hit in the right place, it would die with another hit. Why are these people just not obedient? Liang Ran aimed at the wound, angrily swung the axe at the alien species, and then pulled it down hard, with a puff. The axe was embedded in the chest meat, and the sharp blade scratched from the inside to the top of the fins. Everything happened very quickly. When everyone reacted, the bright red heart fragments belonging to the mermaid had slowly flowed out. Bang! Accompanied by the dust raised, the body of the alien species fell down with a bang. Liang ran through the axe to the ground. "From now on, listen to me." Facing everyone's incredulous gazes, she waved her hands. "As long as you listen, you can leave alive." Chapter 19. The scene of Liang Ran casually smashing the mermaid to death was so shocking that Song Shanai was stunned for a long time. She didn't even care about the blood sprayed on her face by the alien. She just raised her head blankly and stared at Liang Ran. After a moment, she murmured uncertainly, Third-class citizen?" Sharu also looked at Liang Ran in astonishment. You know, she didn't catch up with the alien that pounced on Liang Ran because of physical problems. In her heart, she had already determined that Liang Ran was going to die. Who knew that Liang Ran could actually kill him back? And he killed him so casually. Ji Chan was the calmest person here. She glanced at Liang Ran, turned her tender little face away, and whispered in an ambiguous voice, "Yes, third-class citizen." She seemed to say something else later, but her voice was too soft and no one could hear it clearly. The slit mermaids have the IQ of a 4 or 5-year-old child. In the eyes of these aliens, their kind will be killed in an instant as soon as they approach Liang Ran. They can no longer attack blindly, so they did not move forward for a while, but frantically swung their fins and stared at everyone vigilantly. It is taboo to show weakness and timidity in front of aliens, so Liang Ran looked at each mermaid with a cold look, secretly put her right hand behind her back, and blocked her slight spasm. Song Shanai's giant axe weighed more than 200 pounds, and Sharu and Sui Yuesheng would have some difficulty lifting it, not to mention Liang Ran, who had no mutation direction. At this moment, her arms were completely numb, and she could not exert any strength. But everyone was staring at her, and she could not do anything to reduce morale, so while the aliens did not move, Liang Ran endured the pain of her arm being torn, and quickly arranged. Sui Yuesheng will inject everyone with stimulant drugs, and you can control the dosage yourself. Ji Chan returned to the co-pilot seat, and continued to shoot from a distance. Sharu and Sui Yuesheng assisted Ji Chan, kicked the alien into Ji Chan's range, and finished off the mermaid whose chest scales were not broken enough. As for Song Shanai, Liang Ran prescribed the right medicine and provoked her. "You are also embarrassing. You can't even lift your own axe." "Excuse me for being blunt," she said coldly. "You are not as strong as me." Hearing this, Song Shanai struggled to get up. Liang Ran kicked the giant axe at his feet towards her, but found that it didn't move, and felt embarrassed. But she pretended nothing happened and continued to speak quickly. "If you want me to respect you, kill the rest." You didn't understand how I killed him just now, did you? Song Shanai was so excited that she gritted her teeth, grabbed the axe, and staggered to her feet. Only idiots don't understand. Liang Ran shrugged indifferently. Then please. After that, she stepped back a few steps and sat on the stairs at the door. At this moment, the remaining 6 mermaids also tentatively launched another attack. Sui Yueshan played the advantage of the A-level speed mutant, flashed to the side of several people like the wind, and stabbed several tubes of stimulant drugs of different doses into everyone's necks. Ji Chan also obediently turned back to the car window, set up the sniper rifle, and started shooting. Bang bang bang. The sound of shooting resounded throughout the space. After Sharu was injected with the drug, her physical and mental strength were extremely excited, and her speed was faster than usual. She flexibly shuttled through the rain of bullets, and kicked each alien that was still able to move into Ji Chan's sight. When one alien was kicked over, it was facing away from the gun. Sharu did a 3-step somersault, leaped into the air, and kicked the alien's head hard with the back of her foot. The alien was immediately kicked sideways, exposing the most vulnerable part of its body, its chest. Ji Chan stared at the alien with full concentration, and she didn't blink even when sweat flowed into her eyes. Seeing the alien kicked to the front by Sharu, she seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger. Bang! Countless bullets were wrapped in the wind and rotated towards the target. With the continuous sound of gunfire, the alien kept retreating, and large pieces of scales on the chest fell off. The smelly blood dripped down and formed a pool of blood on the ground. Song Shanai rushed to the alien with an axe. At this time, Ji Chan had helped her break all the scales on the chest of the alien in advance, revealing the soft flesh and blood. She imitated Liang Ran's fighting just now, and smashed the axe blade hard into the opponent's chest flesh. Because of the great force, the axe in her hand was deeply embedded in the flesh of the alien. She gritted her teeth, held the axe handle, and slashed it down hard until it reached the internal texture of the fins, avoiding the 2 hard scales on the fins, and directly chopped the heart of the other party from the inside. The wind blew up Song Shanai's golden hair, and everything in front of her seemed to be in slow motion. The first alien slowly fell in her eyes. Song Shanai suddenly stopped for a few seconds, then showed a smug look and looked back at Liang Ran. Liang Ran made a pleased gesture, indicating her to continue. Song Shanai snorted coldly, turned around, and rushed towards the second alien again with the axe. Liang Ran smiled. In fact, this way of fighting would waste a lot of unnecessary physical strength, and it was not the best solution in Liang Ran's mind. She had told him the best way to fight before. Song Shanai's axe was too big and not long enough. Sharu's long knife was just right, easier and more suitable for stabbing into the heart of the alien from top to bottom. The fastest way to fight is to let Ji Chan fire from a distance, and then let Song Shanai use Sharu's long sword to kill the slit-mouthed mermaid. But Song Shanai was used to heavy weapons, and obviously didn't like Sharu's weapons. Liang Ran didn't force him. As long as he could win, everything else would be fine. Liang Ran sat quietly in front of the armored vehicle, watching the battle. Because the method of fighting was right, and several people were injected with stimulant drugs, they didn't feel tired in a short time, so the remaining 6 aliens were killed very quickly, as if the dilemma of being annihilated just now was just a dream. Time passed in a flash, and just a few minutes later, there was only 1 alien left in everyone's sight. Song Shanai held the axe handle, and walked towards the alien in her blood-stained religious clothes. The axe was dragged on the ground by her, making a slightly harsh sound, like a death warrant. The alien kept retreating, looking left and right, as if looking for a way to escape. Finally, it neighed, jumped off the tree that supported it, and rushed to the abandoned shopping mall not far away without looking back. Click. Ji Chan immediately loaded the gun. Liang Ran quickly stood up and walked to Ji Chan's side. At this time, the little girl, who was not even as tall as her chest, was lying on the co-pilot, her eyes narrowed slightly, staring fiercely at the scope. It seemed that she wanted to bite off a piece of meat from the alien. Liang Ran remembered that when Ji Chan quarreled with Song Shanai before, her expression was also particularly fierce, like a young wolf that left the wolf pack and showed all its claws, always pretending to be an adult. Because Ji Chan was too young, she should still be in junior high school in the old world, so Liang Ran couldn't help but speak softly to her. Don't shoot yet. Liang Ran said softly. Instinct tells it to find its own kind that can protect itself. That new mutant? Ji Chan didn't look back. Liang Ran said him. So Ji Chan didn't move anymore. She focused on looking at the scope. At this time, other people got on the bus one after another. The side effects of the stimulant gradually started. Everyone collapsed in their seats as soon as they got on the bus. Blessing, come and bless me. Sui Yuesheng shouted to the back of the car, and the little black cat immediately poked out its fluffy little head, ran all the way to Sui Yuesheng's shoulder, and kept licking the blood on his face. Song Shanai didn't say anything after getting on the bus. After she sat back in her seat, she stared at Liang Ran. Liang Ran felt like a hole was about to be burned in her back. After she told Ji Chan, she turned her head helplessly. Are you okay? Song Shanai immediately sneered. You wish. Liang Ran. ? Song Shanai, if I had something to do with you, wouldn't you be so happy? Liang Ran didn't quite understand her train of thought, so he could only turn his face expressionlessly and continue to stand next to Ji Chan, waiting for news from her side. Song Shanai was choked by Liang Ran's attitude and stood up angrily, quickly picked up Wu Ruozi, who was still sleeping on the ground, and put her back in her place. At this moment, the flesh torn off Wu Ruozi's shoulders and arms had grown back for the most part, and she looked like she was just sleeping quietly, and it was impossible to tell how much blood she had just shed. After putting Wu Ruozi in, Song Shanai sat back in her seat with her arms folded, crossed her legs, and stared at Liang Ran's back. 2 minutes later, Ji Chan, who had been paying attention to them all, looked up at Liang Ran. The mutant has appeared. But the two of them don't seem to be ready to come out. Liang Ran, aren't armored vehicles equipped with long-range bombing equipment? After everyone is rested, use bombers to force them out. We have to capture the mutant alive. Ji Chan, oh. She climbed up from the co-pilot seat, opened the car screen, and began to look for the launch button. Sharu immediately reached out to stop her. The headquarters stipulates that bombing mode cannot be turned on unless necessary. And bombing should not work on the Rift Mermaids. Liang Ran, I know it won't work. This is also the reason why she didn't let Sharu turn on this mode at the critical moment just now. At that time, the aliens had already clung to the armored vehicle tightly, and the nozzle of the launch instrument was also blocked by dense mermaids. The shells inside could not be fired at all, and even if they were fired, they could not kill the mermaid aliens. But they hate smoke, and the gas produced by the bombing can force it out. Liang Ran explained. Sharu frowned. She did not understand the purpose of Liang Ran's behavior. Our mission is to move back the class of psychotropic drugs in the air raid shelter, not to capture the latest mutant mermaid alive. Doing irrelevant tasks will only waste our time, and even cause unnecessary losses. Liang Ran looked at Sharu and explained the reason. You should have noticed the abnormality. The mermaids you met last time, even if they were beaten to death, did not reveal their true speed at all. And the latest mutant this time, I thought it was a lone juvenile slit mermaid, and the group of mermaids suddenly appeared to protect the latest mutant in the group. But from the current situation, it deliberately waited on the side of the road. The small size is not because it is still a juvenile, but because this is the direction of its mutation. So it is an adult fish, just disguised as a lone juvenile to lure us to kill it. In short, this group of mermaids is organized and planned, and they are even willing to give up their individual lives. They have laid wires many times, and finally lured humans into their traps. To be honest, this kind of cohesion is a bit scary. The atmosphere in the car gradually became solemn. Liang Ran looked at Sharu with a calm face. When we discover any information, it is almost never the first case, and the slit mermaid will never be special. The aliens in the polluted Area 3 are mutating or evolving in the direction of intelligence. Their current IQ is definitely not just the level of a 4 or 5-year-old child. In order to confirm this, the Research Institute must study the brain of this alien. The reason why the marginal pollution area is marked as an explorable area by the law enforcement headquarters is because most of the aliens in this area have no intelligence, and even if they do, their IQ is only that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. They gather together entirely by biological instinct. Although the speed of reproduction and mutation is fast, as long as the hunters do not encounter alien groups, and no one in the team is parasitized, they will basically not be wiped out. For years ago, according to the exploration report of the Dawn team on the Deep Pollution Zone, the alien species in the Deep Pollution Zone were not only unprecedented, but also terrifying, highly polluting, and almost all of them had high intelligence similar to humans. This is why the headquarters has not allowed more hunter teams to enter the Deep Pollution Zone. The danger of highly intelligent alien species is too great. If the alien species in the marginal pollution zone have evolved towards high intelligence, then the headquarters must be prepared in advance. Liang Ran thought about it and added, if you miss this time, it will be difficult to catch it next time. And most importantly, as the mutant with the highest intelligence among the current Rift Mermaids, it will cause great trouble to the future hunter teams after returning to the tribe. Sharu's brows furrowed even deeper. Liang Ran was not in a hurry, and quietly waited for the other party to make a judgment. Ji-chan looked at Liang Ran, then at Ru, and irritably hugged her gun again. Hurry up and quarrel, and tell me what you are doing after the quarrel. Hearing Ji-chan's words, Ru moved her lips, and took away her hand covering the screen. I just want to know the reason. She glanced at the communicator on her wrist and said, when we encountered the alien group just now, I had sent a distress signal to the team closest to us. According to the system feedback, they will arrive in 10 minutes. Liang Ran also knew everyone's current state, so he nodded. Let's talk about it when they come. After the decision was made, the car fell into a brief silence. Liang Ran finally turned his head and looked directly at Song Shanai. It's been 3 minutes. Can you stop staring at me? If you're really bored, go to sleep. Song Shanai, who was caught again, subconsciously retorted, who looked at you? Who's going to sleep anyway? Sui Yuesheng raised his hand to watch the fun. Report, I saw her looking at you. Song Shanai's face flushed instantly, and she was about to scold Sui Yuesheng for meddling in her business, but she held back and held it back. She spoke a string of words at a rapid speed, but no one could hear what she said clearly. Liang Ran was puzzled. What are you talking about? Hearing the movement here, Ru and Ji-chan also turned their heads. Song Shanai spoke a string of words at a rapid speed again. Liang Ran, what exactly do you want to say? Song Shanai took a deep breath, and the embarrassed expression on her face was suppressed. She sat up straight and said loudly, I said thank you, thank you. Did you hear it? Do I need to repeat it again? She looked up, looking both frank and not frank. Liang Ran didn't expect Song Shanai to say it directly, and immediately raised his eyebrows. You're welcome. Song Shanai stared at Liang Ran, and after staring at each other for a few seconds, she suddenly grabbed her right arm and twisted it back hard, and the harsh sound of bone dislocation suddenly sounded. Crack! Soon her arm twisted behind her at a weird angle. Liang Ran was startled. I never take advantage of others. Song Shanai looked arrogant and proud. I dislocated your joint before, and this is to compensate you. Wait. I can save your life right away, and pay you back for what I did just now. Chapter 20. Liang Ran was shocked by Song Shanai's childish behavior. Her behavior logic was the same as the old world's practice of making up for what you lack. In her case, you have to pay for what you owe. Although it was a bit nonsensical, it was indeed a good method when you didn't know what compensation to make. At least Liang Ran thought Song Shanai was quite interesting at this moment. She said seriously, we may fight at any time, you should connect the bones first. Song Shanai said indifferently, what a fuss. I can still fight even if my stomach and calves are pierced. I don't know how many times my arms and legs have been interrupted in simulation training. It's just the simplest dislocation. It's not that she didn't know what it meant to be injured deliberately in the contaminated area, but it was true that the physical fitness of the genetic mutant was too good. It wasn't broken. If it was dislocated, it would be connected. At most, one more injection would be given, which would not delay any battle. Song Shanai thought about Liang Ran's previous treatment method, turned her face away, grabbed her arm and poked it upwards, trying to connect her arm herself. She was so fast that Liang Ran was too late to stop her. Song Shanai's face twisted rapidly, with the sound of bone dislocation that was several times louder than before. You? Liang Ran looked at Song Shanai as if she was a fool. Ha ha ha. Sui Yuesheng laughed mercilessly behind him. He laughed so hard that he couldn't walk steadily. Others don't move. I'm the doctor, let me do it. As if he was afraid that Liang Ran would take his job, he walked quickly behind Song Shanai, pressed her shoulders with one hand, grabbed her arm with the other, and swayed her up and down leisurely, and then swayed from side to side. During this time, he asked her how she felt, and then suddenly exerted force upwards, crack. Then, he exerted force to the side. Crack. Song Shanai held her breath in pain, but she gritted her teeth, not knowing who she was fighting with, and refused to say a word. After several cracks, Sui Yuesheng let go of her shoulder, and Song Shanai turned around furiously, and punched Sui Yuesheng in the face. Bitch, you're taking revenge. Sui Yuesheng quickly ducked and dodged. Hey, just say it's okay, okay? Song Shanai shook her arm and found that it was indeed fine, frowning. You didn't mean it just now? Sui Yuesheng sighed, of course. It's a pity that I have to be beaten up for all my hard work. I'm so sad. Song Shanai turned to look at Liang Ran. Is he right? Liang Ran, She didn't want to get involved in the duel between first-class citizens, so she said vaguely, that's about right. Song Shanai sneered, picked up the axe, and rushed out after Sui Yuesheng. Liang Ran pinched her eyebrows. She didn't know where these people got their energy from. They were so tired just now that they collapsed into a pancake, but now they were jumping up and down. Waiting was boring anyway. Liang Ran looked around the car and pushed a container out of the car to pick up some things. There was a micro-control panel behind the container, embedded in the board on the back. Liang Ran lowered his head and tapped a few keys. Soon, the container made a beep sound, and the folded parts on both sides slowly extended 2 mechanical arms. After stretching for a few seconds, it revealed 10 silver-gray fingers, with slightly bent knuckles, and greeted Liang Ran. "Hi, my friend. What kind of garbage are you going to pick up today?" The voice of the container simulates a little girl of 7 or 8 years old, which is very cute. Friendly reminder, this container is small and fragile, and can only hold small and medium-sized garbage. If you want to store living things, please contact my brothers and sisters. Of course, if the alien box is too heavy, the brothers and sisters can't move it either, so you can only carry it by yourselves. Liang Ran has used this kind of box many times in the Research Institute. She likes to take the initiative to go to the hall of the Research Institute to help the hands take out various limbs from the box, because this allows her to be the first to contact various new aliens. "Start working," Liang Ran said. "It's not heavy, so you won't be tired. Pick up the clean and intact scales on the ground." The little box said okay, in an exuberant voice, and the 4 wheels turned a circle on the spot, turned on the visual system, swung the mechanical arm, and began to search everywhere. 5 intact scales detected. The box said excitedly, "Packed up." 13 broken scales detected. The box said loudly, "The box is not packed." 2 sticky scales detected. The box's mechanical arm waved in disdain, and threw the things in its hand far away. So dirty. It kept pulling scales into the box until it was full. It burped, and the mechanical arm quickly retracted the sides of the box. The console also turned black and stopped in place. "This is an automatic stop working." Liang Ran pushed it back to the armored vehicle. Sharu glanced at the box and said nothing. Liang Ran took the initiative to say, "The scales on the mermaid's chest are thin, so they are easily broken by bullets. But the hardness of 3 to 5 scales stacked together can roughly compete with the scales on the fins. Collect them, maybe they will be useful in the future." Sharu nodded. There was nothing important at the moment, so she returned to her previous cool sister image. She leaned against the car door, took out a candy wrapped in colorful paper from her pocket, and stuffed it into her mouth silently. After a moment, she whispered, "Thank you." After a few seconds of silence, she said again, "I didn't deny you just now, I just want to know the reason why you made the decision." Liang Ran said him indifferently. After placing the container, she did not stop, got off the car, and looked for the scalpel she had just thrown in a hurry. Liang Ran quickly found the dead alien, but there was no knife in the crack on the other's face. She frowned and turned around to look for it again, but suddenly a hand with superior bones stretched out in front of her. Liang Ran raised her eyes, and found that it was Sui Yuesheng. Sui Yuesheng handed the scalpel in his hand to Liang Ran. "Are you looking for this?" Liang Ran said him. She took her scalpel, and found that the blood on it had been wiped clean. "I don't know what wiped it, but there was a faint smell of a good fragrance." Sui Yuesheng stood in front of her, saying nothing, but just kept digging in his sleeves. Just when Liang Ran was getting more and more confused, the little blessing was finally taken out. The little black cat sat upright in Sui Yuesheng's palm. Under the hint of his eyes, the kitten meowed helplessly, closed its paws, raised its round head, and moved its paws towards Liang Ran little by little, like a lucky cat. After blessing for half a minute, Sui Yuesheng put the force business kitten back into his sleeve. "Yeah." Sui Yuesheng looked away awkwardly. "It's saying thank you to you." After speaking, he immediately turned his face aside and said quickly, "And I'm sorry about the bet." Sui Yuesheng has the support of the top pharmaceutical organization in the end times, and his mother is an S-class citizen. He can basically get whatever he wants. Apart from his parents, he has never received any favors from anyone, so he rarely thanks people, let alone apologizes. After apologizing this time, he felt uncomfortable and wanted to get back to the car immediately. But Liang Ran hurriedly stopped him. Sui Yuesheng hesitated and stopped. Liang Ran looked at him and said seriously, "I accept your apology, but I hope you don't cancel your bet. I am still counting on selling it to make some money after getting your bet." Liang Ran thought for a while and added, "If you apologize sincerely, you can buy it back at a high price." "You?" Sui Yuesheng's expression seemed to be touched by Liang Ran's poverty. After a moment, he nodded, turned around and quickly returned to the car. Liang Ran looked at his back for a few seconds, and thought about the action of Song Shanai breaking his arm just now. He couldn't say what he felt. Before this, Liang Ran had never heard any thanks or apologies from first-class citizens, but today she heard them 3 times. Although everyone except Shiru was embarrassed and spoke faster than the other, they finally said it. You should know that all the content of the training of the talent base in the main city is based on the level decree. First-class citizens do not need to express apologies or any gratitude to third-class citizens. This sentence is written in the training rules. Although this sentence was deleted later, it is still the consensus of most people. The most important thing is that the existence of the talent base is dedicated to cultivating people who can charge for the main city. In other words, for first-class citizens, it often only trains their combat capabilities and does not cultivate any character. So based on all these premises, this group of people didn't seem to be so annoying that they were hated by both humans and gods. However, Liang Ran quickly stopped thinking. What does it have to do with her whether they are hated or not? She couldn't be friends with first-class citizens, and first-class citizens wouldn't really be friends with her. This group of people just felt a little uncomfortable because she had just saved them. It would be back to normal in a few days. After Liang Ran figured it out, he put the scalpel back into his trouser pocket, tied the internal fixing belt, and walked back to the car. Shiru saw her get in the car, swallowed the candy in her mouth, turned back to the driver's seat, and fastened her seat belt. Soon Shiru's communicator lit up, and the team she contacted sent her a message. Shiru looked down and turned around and said, "The Yushao team will be here soon. The headquarters knows our situation, and asked them to help us catch the mermaid mutants, and go to the air raid shelter with us." No one objected. 2 minutes later, an armored vehicle drove into the sight of everyone. A girl in her 20s stuck her head out from the co-pilot seat and greeted them loudly and enthusiastically from a distance of dozens of meters. "We are here. Are you waiting impatiently?" Shiru turned her head and looked at everyone quietly. Wu Ruozi usually went to diplomacy in such occasions, but at this moment, although the wounds on Wu Ruozi's body had disappeared, she was still in a coma and could not bear this heavy responsibility. Liang Ran's eyes swept over Ji Chan, who had nothing to do with it, Sui Yuesheng, who was concentrating on playing with the cat, and Song Shenai, who was sulking for some unknown reason, and then stared at Shiru for a few seconds. Liang Ran, all right. She rolled down the window speechlessly and greeted the girl. "Good morning, thank you for troubling you." No trouble, we are all here for the Hope Zone." After the car stopped, the girl jumped down from the car first with the box in her arms. She pushed the box open skillfully, revealing a row of sharp knives more than 10 centimeters long inside. "My name is Chung Yun. I haven't seen you before. Are you the new researcher of the Xuanqing team?" Liang Ran. "Yes, I am Liang Ran." The girl smiled at her friendly. "Your name is so lively, I like it." As soon as Chung Yun finished speaking, her teammates got off the car one after another. This team is obviously an old team that has been on more than 10 missions. Although they didn't talk to each other, all their actions were in order. The one responsible for long-range killing quickly set up the aiming frame, and the one responsible for close combat took out the weapon and moved his hands and feet a little. The doctor with the team sat in the car with peace of mind, with the car window half open, always paying attention to the actions outside. The captain of the Yushao team is a woman in her 30s. After she arranged everything, she asked about their method of killing the Rift Mermaid. "There are more than 20 mermaid corpses on the ground. You must have used a special combat method. Can you tell us?" Shiru explained briefly. After that, the captain on the opposite side looked at Liang Ran with appreciation. "Then we will use your method to catch the mutant. Is there anything we need to pay attention to?" Liang Ran nodded. The chest scales of this mutant are almost as hard as those on the flippers. Just now, Song Shenai did not chop off the scales on its chest. Although there was a factor of underestimating the enemy, it was mainly because of insufficient strength and weapon weight. A-level power mutants may try. The woman turned around and whispered with her teammates for a while, then rushed into the abandoned mall with a pistol and a power mutant carrying a heavy sword. Seeing the other party's execution ability, Liang Ran felt relieved all over. Thinking about the Xuanqing team again, her mind immediately began to feel uncomfortable. In fact, from the attitude of the other team, it can be seen that everyone still attaches great importance to the profession of accompanying researchers, and will listen carefully to the suggestions of researchers. But all this has 3 prerequisites. First, the other party is not clear about her genetic level. Second, the accompanying researchers of their team have not died one after another. And third, Ruan Mei has not warned them that she killed the Chinsi team. The first point is the most realistic. Once her genetic level is known, and then it is found that her name has not been seen in any article, everyone will preconceive that she is just a scumbag who entered the institute through the back door. The second point is also very troublesome. The researchers sent by the headquarters to the Xuanqing team before had no ability to protect themselves. Some of them even dragged their feet and concealed the fact that they were parasitized, almost dragging down the entire team, which gave the team a very bad impression. The third one was even worse. Ruan Mei had a high status and reputation, and she was close to Song Shanai. Therefore, even if her words were not completely believed by others, they would sow doubts and make people distrust the various opinions put forward by Liang Ran. These 3 points together constituted a bad start for Liang Ran. Otherwise, Song Shanai would not have treated her badly from the beginning, Sharu would not have been too lazy to greet her, and Ji Chan would not have just let her take care of herself. But it was useless to think more now. Liang Ran took a telescope and observed the scene in the mall. At this time, the battle was almost over. The Yushao team had an A+ level power mutant, who was much stronger than Song Shanai, and it was not difficult to fight the mutants in close combat. This is also the reason why Liang Ran wanted the team to capture this mutant alive. After all, Ji Chan was not seriously injured, and he could be caught if he wanted to. Now the mutant with serious injuries has been injected with anesthetics and pushed into a heavy container. A few minutes later, the captain of the Yushao team, Song Ning, walked out of the mall pushing the container. As soon as she saw Liang Ran, she praised him. The method you mentioned is really effective. Just now a mermaid wanted to save this latest mutant, and we used your method to concentrate fire and killed it in less than half a minute. Is this a combat method that the Institute has just developed? Song Ning asked, specially for the rift-mouthed mermaid? Liang Ran hesitated and replied, well, I did an analysis before. But it should not have been entered into the system by the Institute. Song Ning nodded. The rift-mouthed mermaid is a common alien species in the pollution zone 3. The killing of it has always been rough, just smashing the chest cavity, because it is too simple. No team has asked the headquarters to study it. It seems that a while ago, there was a rift-mouthed mermaid. A batch of mutants suddenly became more difficult to kill, so a team applied to the headquarters, hoping that the research institute would see what was going on. Are you the one who studied it? Liang Ran replied, yes. The difficulty of killing this batch of rift-mouthed mermaids has increased recently because their heart position has shifted from the chest cavity to the flippers, so the previous fighting method is no longer effective. But now the rift-mouthed mermaids have a new mutation direction, which is the one in the box. Song Ning sighed. The mutation speed is really getting faster and faster, making people unable to guard against it. Okay, let's not talk about it for now. She looked at the time. Let's go to the air raid shelter quickly. Hurry up and finish work quickly. My children are still waiting for me at home for dinner. Chapter 21. After repairing, the two armored vehicles headed to the air raid shelter together. At this moment, the hypnotic drugs in the reagent gradually lost their effect, and Wu Ruozi slowly woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she quickly shook her head, trying to wake herself up quickly. Then she quickly looked inside the car and found that everyone was behind her, and she breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it. She smiled with two dimples. Everyone in our team is very powerful. Because Liang Ran had not forced to join the battle when Wu Ruozi was unconscious, she didn't know that it was Liang Ran who saved the situation. But there were indeed too many alien species at that time, and according to the state of the Xuanqing team at that time, it was obviously impossible to win. So she opened the car window and looked back, and asked, there is an armored vehicle following us. Did they help us? After a few seconds of strange silence in the car, Sharu spoke first. Liang Ran helped. Her suggestion was not wrong, but we did not implement it. Later we listened to it and won. Wu Ruozi's face was not as surprised as Liang Ran thought. She blinked and looked particularly surprised. In other words, the three suggestions Liang Ran has made so far are actually correct, right? The first one was the parasitic problem of Daiyu's team, the second one was to suggest that everyone should not fight the lone alien, and the third one was how to kill the alien group. Every time was right. Sharu nodded. Wu Ruozi smiled happily. Great, I said Liang Ran is very powerful. She is so powerful. She will definitely not die suddenly like the two researchers before. She will live a very long time. She asked everyone. We will be together for a long time in the future, so how about treating her as a normal teammate? After the words fell, the atmosphere in the car was strangely quiet again. Liang Ran raised his eyebrows and looked at Wu Ruozi, and the girl gave her a gentle and encouraging smile. After a moment, Ji Chan snorted, I only discriminate against fools, not third-class citizens. This means agreement. Sharu frowned and said coldly, I am not because she is a third-class citizen. The first two people sent by the headquarters, one was parasitized and chose to conceal it, and the other ran to the mutant who just died despite my obstruction, so... At this point, Russian stopped talking coldly, but everyone knew what she meant. Sui Yuesheng leaned back in the chair and said casually, I have a third-class citizen brother, we live together, and we have a good relationship, so there is no discrimination. I just like to be a bitch, and I do this to everyone. When Sui Yuesheng is not sarcastic, he looks like a normal person, and he is merciless when he complains about himself. After he finished speaking, he showed a row of teeth to Liang Ran and smiled exaggeratedly. Actually, it's good for you to do this. Compared to hating you, they must hate me more. No matter how you rank, I'm always the second to last. Liang Ran, She tried to hold back, but still couldn't. You're sick. Sui Yuesheng smiled and narrowed his eyes. Don't praise me, it's embarrassing. Liang Ran, Song Shanai looked at everyone. Her face was very stiff, her lips were unconsciously pursed, and she looked a little pale. After a moment, she suddenly bit her teeth and asked, What do you mean? Why, I'm the only bad person. I'm the only one who treats her badly, right? She looked around quickly and said louder, You all went to the training at the talent base for nothing, right? Why do you make me look like a bad person? Don't first-class citizens deserve the protection of the Great Decree? Aren't those who go on missions first-class citizens every time? Do those people in the outer city know what we go through every time we go on a mission? Have they been crawled all over by aliens? Have they been bitten into several pieces by aliens? Isn't our preferential treatment earned with our lives? This sentence somehow touched Ji Chan's bad luck. She, who had not argued with Song Shanai all day, suddenly kicked the equipment box at her feet. Bang! The loud noise made Song Shanai stop talking. Ji Chan turned her head, her little face full of gloom, and as she looked closely, it seemed that she was still faintly sad. She took a deep breath and gritted her teeth and said, Privileges are earned at the cost of life. Song Shanai, isn't that funny? You are treated preferentially because you are lucky and because you were born well. Even if you don't go on a mission, you can pick up a job in the main city. You have the right to choose from beginning to end. But third-class citizens never have the right to choose. What do you know, Song Shanai? Ji Chan poked the car window and pointed outside. How many first-class citizens die in the polluted area every day? Sometimes no one dies in 4 or 5 days. But do you know what the situation is in the outer city? Do you know how many people die in the outer city every day? If they can choose, if they have a choice. Ji Chan's eyes became redder as she spoke, and she shouted, They are also willing to enter the polluted area and use their lives to exchange food for themselves and their children, but they have no choice. They can only freeze to death, starve to death, and be beaten to death in every corner. Yes, they were indeed not covered with aliens. Ji Chan's accusation was particularly sharp, but their bodies that died of starvation were covered with maggots. Have you seen all of this? Or did you completely ignore it? Song Shanai was confused by Ji Chan's series of offensive words, and did not fight back immediately. She was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, Why you, not us? Don't you have the most power here? Ji Chan did not explain. She turned her face away, as if she didn't want to see Song Shanai again. How can I compare to you, the only daughter of the Archbishop, the last lady of the end of the world? The degree of yin and yang in this sentence made Liang Ran couldn't help but hiss in his heart. Wu Ruozi looked at this and that, stood up, and leaned on the backrest of Song Shanai's chair. Shanai, do you want some cookies? She calmed everyone's mood and whispered to Song Shanai in a childish whisper, I only give them to you, not to them. Hearing Wu Ruozi's words, Song Shanai immediately refused coldly. Whoever wants to eat, eat, anyway, I won't eat. So Wu Ruozi took out a small box from her backpack and started eating. The tempting aroma of the baked goods spread, and when Wu Ruozi ate the third piece, Song Shanai's hand appeared in front of her. If you want to give it to me, just give it to me. Wu Ruozi smiled. Song Shanai glanced at her, took the cookie box, and then crossed his arms and looked straight ahead. Let's put it this way. Liang Ran saved me, and I will definitely repay her. I also admit that she does have some abilities. But I haven't forgotten what Sister Wan Mei reminded me of. It's not logical for her to come back alone from the contaminated area. Unless she explains to me how she got out alive, I can't trust her. And you, Song Shanai paused and talked about Wu Ruozi again. You are so enthusiastic whenever there is a new person in the team. The first two accompanying researchers only liked to talk to you, but I remember that you were the first to discover that the researcher was parasitized, and you also asked Ji Chan to kill him quickly. If you really regard the other person as a friend, at least find someone to tell Ji Chan, right? Don't you think you are a strange person? Song Shanai's eyes swept from Wu Ruozi to Liang Ran's face, snorted coldly, leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes, and rested. Hearing this, Wu Ruozi looked at Liang Ran in panic. I'm not. Liang Ran smiled at her. Did you forget? You told me about this. Not long after they met yesterday, she asked Wu Ruozi about the first accompanying researcher. Wu Ruozi said at the time that she discovered that the other person was parasitized, and then Ji Chan killed him. Liang Ran could imagine what happened during this period. This is not a big deal for Liang Ran. After being parasitized, he chose to keep silent. No matter what his starting point was, he was putting his teammates' lives at risk. Shouldn't such a person be killed? Even if the other party was really his best friend, this decision had to be made, not to mention that he had only known him for a few days. However, Liang Ran was a little curious about the information revealed by Song Shanai. Wu Ruozi, an A+ grade genetic mutant, should have been the person with the most say in the team except Ji Chan according to the main city's decree. Why does he seem so easy to bully? And why does he want to be friends with all the newcomers? It was not easy to ask directly. Liang Ran thought about it, and did not bother about it anymore. Anyway, she had to be on guard. It would be best if other people's attitude towards her improved. If the attitude did not change, she would remain calm. Keeping a safe distance from everyone was the safest way to get along. 10 minutes later, the car slowly stopped. They arrived at the abandoned shopping mall, where the underground air raid shelter was located. The group took their weapon boxes and jumped out of the car with backpacks on their backs. The team that Song Ning was in also quickly took their positions and came in front of them. Song Ning had 4 pistols on his waist and trotted over. She took the initiative to say, "The headquarters asked us to assist you, but we discussed it in the car. You just consumed a lot of energy. Your current reaction speed is definitely not as fast as ours, so why don't we take the lead? It's best if there is no danger. If there is danger, our ability to protect ourselves is also higher." In a social state, Wu Ruozi immediately took a small step forward. She said embarrassedly, "How can this be? This is our mission. We should do all the dangerous things." Song Ning waved his hand indifferently. "You are the new team. It is a tradition for the old team to help the new team. When you grow up, you can come to help us. What do you mean by your mission or mine? They are all the missions of the main city. We are protecting the entire Hope District." Song Ning said, waved to her teammates, and walked into the Waste Mall first. Pollution District 3 experienced a long period of heavy rain before it fell. The accumulated water level could cover people's calves. The hurricane blew many buildings and trees to the ground. Later, the area fell and the water level returned to normal, but the tragic situation after the city was destroyed did not return to normal, and it will never be normal. Liang Ran smelled an unpleasant damp smell as soon as he stepped into the mall. The windshields on all 4 sides of the mall were all broken into pieces. The white tiles were so black that they could not be seen in their original state. Weeds were growing in the gaps between the tiles. The checkout counter in the hall was broken into 2 halves and fell to the ground, and all kinds of clothes and food for sale were spread out on the ground in a mess. There were also many objects on the ground that obviously did not belong to the mall, such as flyers, wallets, commemorative badges, worn baby shoes, etc., which showed how the humans in this area fled in panic when the red moon disappeared. Liang Ran looked around and found some footprints of humans and aliens on the black tiles. Judging from the depth of the color, many groups of humans should have come here. Song Ning whispered, "The useful things here have been looted long ago, let's go down directly." Sharu transmitted the location of the air raid shelter to Song Ning through the system. After Song Ning received it, he looked at the location, turned on the high-power lighting lamp tied to his forehead, and walked straight to the 3rd underground floor. The 3rd underground floor is the storage floor of this mall. Song Ning led everyone around several giant cabinets, went down another flight of stairs, and quickly found the bombed air raid shelter with a flashlight. The air raid shelter is 1 meter high and has a cross-section of 70 to 80 centimeters, which is just enough for one person to pass through. Song Ning squatted down and took a careful look inside. After a moment, she straightened up and said, "There is a passage more than 10 meters long. You need to crawl in. The passage is very deep and not well preserved. There are many cracks around it. I can't see the supplies inside for the time being." Song Ning is a speed mutant. She turned around and called her strength mutant teammate, Sun Luo, "Come in with me." Sun Luo is a tall man with red hair and gray eyes. He looks like he is almost 40 years old. He immediately walked forward with his heavy sword. "Okay, Captain." After that, the 2 of them prepared to go in. Wuruozi stepped forward and suggested, "Take me with you. I go in first. I'm a regeneration mutant, so I'm suitable for this. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing." Song Ning looked at Wuruozi helplessly. "You? Forget it, you come in too. Be careful, and don't hurt yourself." Wuruozi breathed a sigh of relief. She turned around and waved to everyone. "See you later." She glanced at Liang Ran, who nodded to her. "See you later." Chapter 22. After the three entered the passage, they disappeared quickly. According to the exploration and feedback of the previous team, there was no danger in this air raid shelter. The reason why they did not move all the important materials inside was because this air raid shelter was accidentally blown up, and they did not prepare extra containers in the car, so they had to leave. Song Ning wanted to go in first, just to prevent the slightest possibility, worried that some aliens would crawl in. But the probability was very low. Because the ground outside the air raid shelter was covered with dust, there were no traces of any aliens except human footprints. Even if there were, they could only be bird or insect aliens, and there were no powerful flying aliens in the pollution zone 3. In addition, there was no warning for Jufu, so everyone was still in a relaxed mood. Chung Yun took the initiative to chat with Liang Ran. "How is it? Have you adapted to the contaminated area?" Liang Ran nodded. "Not bad." "That's good." Chung Yun looked a little nostalgic. "We used to have an accompanying researcher in our team, but unfortunately he passed away when he accompanied us on the 4th mission. The Xuanqing team will definitely grow up quickly, and then you can leave and do what you want to do." Liang Ran liked to hear such auspicious words, and immediately said, "I borrow your auspicious words." Chung Yun smiled. She and Wuruozi have similar personalities, both love to laugh. She turned the headlight on her forehead and lowered the brightness. "It seems a little dazzling. It doesn't dazzle you, right?" Liang Ran shook his head. After the two chatted, Sharu and Sui Yuesheng also opened the special container for the medicine, which was filled with rows of stable iron racks for various types of reagents. Because of the fragility of the reagents, the container could not be collected by itself in the air raid shelter. The manipulator was occasionally not careful, and if the strength was not controlled correctly, it would be easy to break the reagents. So the two of them just opened the container, and did not activate the control panel. "How is Jufu now?" After it was done, Sharu asked Sui Yuesheng. Sui Yuesheng turned the backpack sideways, and the little black cat immediately poked its head out of the zipper gap and meowed softly. "Nothing, just want to come out to play," Sui Yuesheng replied. Sharu nodded, walked to the exploded black hole, bent down and shone the flashlight inside, and now only Senluo, who was at the end of the line, could be vaguely seen. Noticing the light behind him, Senluo turned his head and waved to the back. "They've already gone in, I'll be there soon," he shouted. "It's not dangerous, you guys can come in later. There are not only medicines, but also a lot of supplies. We may have to move twice." "Haha, there are so many things, I wonder if I can borrow some points from you." He laughed heartily. "My wife has wanted to watch the church baptism for a long time, maybe I can get a ticket this time." After that, he jumped out of the tunnel, and went to the air raid shelter to look for supplies. Chung Yun smiled kindly, and the sound echoed in the small space. After a while, she mouthed to Liang Ran. "Senluo and his wife are childhood sweethearts, and they have a good relationship." Because of Senluo's words, everyone packed up and prepared to go in. Sui Yuesheng put the blessing in his arms on the ground. The little black cat seemed to have recovered from the panic of the mermaids just now. Now it was lively jumping on the ground, leaving a lot of gray footprints. After confirming that Jufu didn't smell any aliens, Sui Yuesheng picked it up with confidence, wiped its claws with a tissue, and stuffed it back into his backpack. The black hole was not big, and the giant weapons couldn't be carried in, so they could only be pushed in sideways. To be on the safe side, everyone brought weapons, and bent over to get into the cave. Song Shanai pushed the weapons in front of her forward while crawling, and soon became impatient. "Isn't it safe inside? Can't we just put the weapons outside? It's not easy to take out the reagents this way." Liang Ran was at the front because she didn't carry any weapons. Hearing this, she casually said, "If a large alien suddenly appears outside the cave and blocks the cave, are you going to rush out without weapons?" Song Shanai opened her mouth, but didn't say anything else, and crawled forward with her head down. Because the glaring light would make it difficult to see the road, Liang Ran dimmed the light of the overhead lamp. The dim yellow light shone on the stone walls on both sides of the tunnel, and cracks could be vaguely seen on them. These cracks were small and dense, distributed radially, as if someone had knocked in the middle. Liang Ran guessed that the previous team might want to see if there was any other space behind the stone wall, so they knocked hard in various places. As a result, the force was too strong and part of the stone wall was cracked. Climbing further in, the appearance of the cracks was obviously different. The huge cracks spread from top to bottom. Liang Ran often saw this kind of cracks, which were caused by excessive force on the wall and difficulty in bearing weight. Most of the walls in the outer city were like this. There were still 7 or 8 meters to climb out, and Liang Ran vaguely heard the voices of Wu Ruozi and Song Ning. There are so many things, Wu Ruozi said happily. I feel like I can't move them all in 2 trips. Yes, Song Ning said, if everyone comes, we can fill up the backpack and take them all out. Wu Ruozi sighed again. I've never seen so many medicines at once. For respiratory diseases, heart diseases, and headaches, Wu Ruozi said as she picked up the medicines at her feet and counted them over and over again. Extract the substances that have not expired and make them into medicine again, and many people can recover their health. Song Ning, yes, those who are in a bad mood can also be treated. At this point, Wu Ruozi asked Song Ning curiously, Sister Song Ning, do you know why the main city needs class of psychiatric drugs so much? Song Ning replied as she stuffed things into her backpack. Use your little brain. So many people died in the contaminated area, and some couldn't even bring their bodies back. Their families must be very sad, and they will get sick if they miss them too much. I went to the hospital to get medicine before, and I saw a patient. Song Ning described softly. Her daughter died in the contaminated area. She was 17 years old, just graduated from the talent base, and couldn't come back on her first mission. When I saw her, she kept telling the doctor that her daughter would be back in the city soon, and she had to go to the door to greet her. If she didn't go, her baby would definitely get angry, because her daughter mentioned this more than once, and wanted to see her mother as soon as she returned to the city, so she hoped that the doctor could treat her quickly, and she also had to pick up the child. Song Ning probably thought of her daughter, and shuddered suddenly. I could understand her. Few mothers can bear this kind of blow. I hope that some of the medicine this time can be distributed to her. At least she can sleep better. Liang Ran was slightly distracted by the conversation between the two, until Shiru behind urged her. She sped up. As they approached the exit, the air began to smell foul. She held her breath, and quickly climbed to the exit, said hello to a few people, and jumped into the air raid shelter. As soon as she entered the cave, a foul smell hit her face. Liang Ran took out a portable respirator from her backpack and put it on her face, and then observed the surrounding scene. The space of more than 20 square meters was filled with supplies, various medicines, and books were piled up intact around, and there were 8 bodies in the corner. After several years, their bodies had turned into bones, leaning on each other, as if they were keeping warm. Some people had guns beside their legs, some people held backpacks in their arms, and some people held pens with their fingertips, and yellowed paper fell beside his hand. Others came in one after another. They were obviously more interested in the supplies. They were discussing enthusiastically while stuffing things into their backpacks. Shiru took out a small container from his backpack and carefully placed the medicines that did not seem to be expired in it. Liang Ran ignored them and bent down to pick up the paper that fell on the ground. There were a few strokes on it, and it was the artificial sun in the main city. The research on the artificial sun has entered the final stage. I have sent the drawings to the headquarters in various places. It will be erected somewhere soon. Lao Li and I have been talking about this for a whole month, and we have also discussed what the future human base will be called. It says, so that place will be called the Hope Zone? Chief designer of the artificial sun building, Zhaiqiu. Liang Ran subconsciously clenched the paper in his hand, but because it was too old, the paper had long been unable to bear the weight. Liang Ran didn't use much force, and it gradually cracked from the edge. Liang Ran quickly eased the force, folded the paper, and put it in his jacket pocket. The other few people are also top scholars in various fields. From the remains on their bones, it can be seen that among them are the directors of the psychiatric departments of famous hospitals, experts in firearms research, military personnel, etc. If they can choose, they definitely don't want to die in such a silent space. Liang Ran sighed with emotion, squatted down, and studied the bones of these people. Sui Yueshan walked to his side at this time. As a doctor, he was obviously more interested in these bones. The bones in his abdomen have turned black, and his head was shot, Sui Yuesheng said, as he looked at the designer's bones. After being seriously injured by the aliens, he chose to commit suicide. Liang Ran said him. She said, all of these people committed suicide. There are traces of being attacked by aliens on their bones, so they should have wanted to break out after eating the food, but were discovered by the aliens outside, so they had to run back. These people are the ones who came back by chance. And Liang Ran lowered her head and looked around. There are no signs of unsealed medicine boxes on the ground, nor are there any medicines or syringes. In other words, after being seriously injured, they did not waste any medicines, but chose to leave calmly. Sui Yuesheng listened to Liang Ran's words and shrugged. Why do you feel like I'm useless? Liang Ran turned to look at him. Your cat is very useful. Sui Yuesheng looked sad. What a sad sentence. Liang Ran ignored him, because Sui Yuesheng needed to put the cat in his backpack, and Jufu was very lively, and would damage the supplies in the bag, so Sui Yuesheng also brought a container in. He walked aside, and put the medicine into the box with Shiru. He put the backpack on the ground. Liang Ran was also ready to load the supplies. She stood up with her legs propped up. She suddenly saw Jufu nestled in the backpack through the zipper. At this time, the kitten was quietly staying in the backpack. It was a bit unspeakably quiet. Liang Ran asked casually, Is it tired from playing? Why isn't it moving? Sui Yuesheng frowned. Can it get tired from playing? He walked quickly towards Jufu. I've raised it for 2 years, and never seen it get tired from playing. Could it be sick? Looking at the kitten's golden pupils, Liang Ran's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a sense of foreboding came over her. She felt that Jufu's fur seemed to be trembling very slightly, but it didn't seem to be moving. The emotion in its eyes seemed to be fear and confusion, and she couldn't tell what it was. Bang! There was a sound of an object falling to the ground behind her. Liang Ran turned her head quickly. Because of the inspection she and Sui Yuesheng had just done, the skull of the white bone was a little unstable. It suddenly fell to the ground and rolled a few times, hitting the edge of Liang Ran's shoes. Liang Ran breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was. She squatted down and wanted to pick up the skull, and put it back to its original position. Sorry, I didn't mean it. She apologized to the deceased, picked up the skull, and walked towards the corpse. After taking 2 steps, she suddenly stopped. Liang Ran, She frowned, reached into the eye socket of the skull, and gently touched it with her fingertips, picking up the translucent corpse of a small beetle. Chapter 23. A small beetle? Liang Ran pinched it lightly, and found that the body of this thing was still elastic, so it died recently. It should be a small insect that accidentally crawled in after the air raid shelter was blown up. But why is it translucent? Although this insect looks like a beetle, it is different when you look closely, especially the pair of thin and hidden wings on its back. This insect can obviously fly. No wonder there are no signs of aliens walking outside. Liang Ran's fingers rubbed the shell of the insect hard. The normal species in the contaminated area have long been eliminated, and all that remain are various aliens. She has studied many insect aliens, and they do not change color after death. So this is? Liang Ran raised her hand, feeling the faint stickiness in her hand, and had 2 guesses in her mind. Either the mucus came from other aliens, and this alien was sucked out of its internal organs by the other party, so the color of the shell became lighter. Or the mucus came from itself, and the translucent corpse in her hand was the shell shed by arthropods. Thinking of this, Liang Ran immediately tore open the corpse in her hand. The thin shell was instantly broken into 2 sections, and there was no residue inside, but it would not be so clean if it was sucked. So the answer is the latter? This is the shell shed by flying insects. Liang Ran immediately looked around. Her eyes quickly swept across every corner of the ground, and then walked quickly to the skeletons. She picked up a skeleton's head without any hesitation and shook it. After shaking it a few times, she shook the skeleton's body again. Sun Luo noticed Liang Ran's action and quickly stopped him loudly. Hey, what are you doing? These people have contributed to the Hope Zone. You can't treat their corpses like this. Liang Ran didn't look back. I'm verifying my guess. Don't talk yet. Many insects will choose to gather together to shed their shells. This air raid shelter is well concealed, dark and humid. There are nutrients left in human bones, which is very suitable for insects to build nests and shed their skins. So Liang Ran guessed that there would be other insect skins. After she finished speaking, she shook the second corpse. Sun Luo was about to step forward to stop her, but he was stunned as soon as he walked behind Liang Ran. At this time, countless translucent insect shells suddenly fell from the skull, eye sockets, and the shadow behind the pelvis of this skeleton, like gray smoke. This? Sun Luo muttered. Are there insects building nests here? The noise here quickly alarmed everyone. Song Shanai looked at the thin layer of insect molting on the ground and said with disgust, How disgusting! Why are there so many dead insects? They are not dead, Liang Ran replied. They are the molted skins of insects. Chung Yun scratched his head. The molting shouldn't be a big deal. It seems that a swarm of insects accidentally discovered this place recently, but flew away after molting their skins. It's just that these corpses are wronged and have become a nest for insects. It's really not a big deal. The insect skins won't hurt them. To put it another way, even if a small swarm of insects really flies over, they have at least 4A level and above genetic mutants here, and weapons are also there, so there is no need to worry too much. It's just... Everyone quickly went to pack up supplies again. Liang Ran looked at the unusually quiet blessing in his backpack, and his eyebrows were not relaxed. After a moment, Sui Yuesheng unzipped his backpack and took Zhufu out. His words deepened Liang Ran's concerns. Zhufu is shaking. Liang Ran asked him, "Has this happened before?" "Yes," Sui Yuesheng replied. "When he was a child, he was naughty and was bitten by a spider raised by my mother. His legs were swollen for half a month. After that, he has always had a shadow on insects. As long as he feels there are insects around, he will shake." Is it now afraid of the molting skin of insects? In a place like a contaminated area, the most taboo thing is to force unreasonable explanations. Since Zhufu was only afraid of living insects before, he shouldn't have guessed that he has become timid now, and started to be afraid of insect molting. Liang Ran looked around again, and finally fixed his sight on the tunnel. Although Liang Ran had just crawled out of it 10 minutes ago, she still walked towards the black passage, turned up the light of the lamp, and looked down inside. Who knew that as soon as she took a look, a layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on her back. She had expected something, such as a huge bug crawling in the tunnel. Just in case, she also used some divergent thinking to imagine that the bug was extremely disgusting and ugly, to ensure that she would not be scared the moment she saw it clearly, but would immediately step back to ask for help. But she was wrong. At this time, the tunnel was not scary, but rather had a strange beauty of the birth of all things. There were things like bubbles on the stone wall that were slowly swelling and surging, as if something was about to break out of the cocoon. Some of these bubbles were in the shape of flowing water drops, and some water drops had already broken, and black things similar to mycelium were slowly pulled out from them, swaying lightly like ribbons. If you look closely, you will find that they are the antennae of insects. Many gray pink scales fall from the cocoons. Under the dim light of the lamp, these beautiful powders fly up and down, giving people a dreamlike feeling. Liang Ran then understood what the irregular cracks on the stone wall were. After these insects shed their skin inside the human bones, they drilled into the tunnel, ate part of the mineral-rich stone wall, and then attached to it to start the second molting. Because their color is exactly the same as the stone wall, and they are close to the stone wall, with their backs facing outwards, and the light is insufficient, so as long as you don't look at it close to your face, their spread wings look like cracks on the stone wall. And now these insects feel the voice and breath of humans, so they gradually wake up. Liang Ran has never seen this kind of insect. The body of this thing is like a beetle, the shape and color of its wings are like a gray moth, and the lines on its body are very similar to the cracks on the wings of a dragonfly. But the situation was urgent, and she had no time to think about what kind of insects these evolved from. She turned around and asked everyone to think of a solution. After all, this was the only way to leave the air raid shelter. Because the tunnel was curved, the dim light and the insect powder would interfere with people's judgment, so they couldn't shoot and kill all the insects that had not yet shed their skins. Therefore, they only had two ways in front of them. One was to crawl out quickly while the insects had not yet shed their skins, and the other was to kill them all after they shed their skins, and then crawl out. Both of these were fine. She couldn't think of which one was better for the time being, so she had to ask everyone's opinions and ask if their weapons could kill these small insects. But Liang Ran just turned her head. Her movement stopped abruptly. She turned her head slowly and stiffly, looking at the top of the tunnel exit. A few seconds later, Liang Ran stretched out her white-gloved hand and pulled out a small piece of hooked cloth from the top of the stone wall. Liang Ran was very familiar with this black cloth, because this was the cloth on the gloves of all the hunters, and now there was a faint trace of blood on this small piece of cloth. Someone's hand was injured. Almost at the same time as she realized this fact, Liang Ran's heart subconsciously tightened. She quickly looked back at everyone. At this moment, everyone was discussing supplies enthusiastically, and they were all very natural and happy, and there was nothing unusual. Liang Ran suppressed the throbbing in her heart, tiptoed, and looked carefully at the place where the cloth was hooked on the stone wall. There was a body of a crushed black insect, and a strand of fiber on the cloth was wrapped around its sharp mouthparts, which were 1 centimeter long, just the length that could penetrate the gloves. Liang Ran carefully pinched the bug off and put it in her palm. No hunter member would be stupid enough to crush an unknown species with their hands, so she could imagine the scene at that time. It was probably someone who grabbed the protrusion above the stone wall when jumping out of the tunnel. After all, it was easier to bear the force. Unfortunately, the person's palm just happened to press on the bug that had just shed its skin and crawled out of the skin. This was simply bad luck. You should know that this glove has been jointly studied by the Research Institute and the military, and it can resist the collision and friction of most alien species. As long as it is not bitten by the alien teeth or pierced by the sharp mouthparts, most people can protect their hands. At this point, Liang Ran turned his head. There is nothing to hide about this matter. According to the research of the Institute, the parasitism rate of human hand injuries is 100%. Some things must be said, and some choices must be made. There are a lot of insects in the tunnel molting. Liang Ran held the cloth in his palm and said directly, "We have to get out quickly. Everyone is collecting supplies at this time." After more than 10 minutes of collection, the supplies in the air raid shelter have been basically emptied. Everyone's backpacks are bulging. Wu Ruozi and Chung Yun are chatting happily, and laughter comes from time to time. It sounds like they are talking about something interesting. As soon as Liang Ran finished speaking, everyone stopped what they were doing. Song Ning and Shiru ran to the tunnel quickly and bent down to check. After looking, their faces were not very good, but they were not panicked. It's not a big problem. Although there are too many bugs, we can still kill them. There are 10 of us here, and we should all be able to use pistols, Song Ning suggested. The tunnel is too deep and too dark. We can only kill the ones on the outermost part now. Why not wait until they shed their skins and kill them all at once? Then we can go through the tunnel. I have insect repellent here. Spray it on your body. Generally, bugs won't attack you. Ji Chan interrupted, "I have enough bullets." Liang Ran shook his head. This method won't work. She had thought of this solution just now, but since the sharpness of the mouthparts of this bug can directly pierce the gloves, they can't fight them head-on, because fighting requires holding weapons, and holding weapons will expose the hands wearing gloves. Of course, they can kill all these bugs, but they can't guarantee that all the bugs can't get close to them. If a bug flies onto someone's gloves, it will be bad. So now we can only hurry out before the insects have finished molting. Liang Ran was inevitably questioned after he made this suggestion. Sun Lu asked in confusion, "How do you know that the mouthparts of this insect are sharp?" Liang Ran pursed his lips and slowly opened his palm to everyone, and the bloody cloth suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "I just found it at the edge of the tunnel," Liang Ran said. "Someone in our group has a hand injury." In an instant, the air raid shelter was so quiet that it seemed that all the air had been sucked out. The atmosphere of laughter and joy just now was like a false dream, and everyone's breathing stopped. After a full half-minute, Ji Chan raised her hand, slowly took off her gloves, and showed them to everyone. "It's not me." This behavior was like triggering a button. Everyone lowered their heads, took off their gloves, and showed their hands to everyone. Liang Ran also took off his gloves and stretched his hands in front of everyone. Because they were both very frank, when Song Ning stretched out her hands, the blood on her fingertips suddenly caught everyone's attention. Ji Chan's pupils trembled slightly. Chung Yun immediately covered her mouth and tears flowed out. "No." When Song Ning saw the wound on her hand, surprise flashed in her eyes. She stood quietly for a long time, then raised her head calmly. "Sorry, I didn't know I was injured. Otherwise, I would have told you directly." Liang Ran pursed his lips. Its mouthparts should have anesthetic ingredients, so the small degree of piercing did not cause you pain. Song Ning nodded knowingly. She brushed the hair by her ears and smiled abruptly. "I didn't expect. But there is nothing we can do about it." She asked Liang Ran, "Since we can't wait for them to shed their skin, how are you going to get out?" Liang Ran whispered, "Lie on your back and get out without the help of your hands, but rely on the friction between your back and the stone wall. It will be painful, everyone bear with it. This is an ugly and uneasy posture, but it can protect your hands to the greatest extent." Song Ning heard Liang Ran's words and quickly responded, "A very good method." She looked at Chung Yun and several people in her team. "You will also get out this way. After you get out, bring a microbomb and blow up this passage." Song Ning said, "The high temperature caused by the explosion should be able to burn these insects to death." Chung Yun stared at Song Ning with red eyes, and Song Ning looked away. "Let's go quickly." Chung Yun did not ask what will you do when we get out. She has encountered this kind of separation several times. In the contaminated area, most people's cause of death is not serious injury, but parasitism. 2 people in the Yishao team have died in half a year, both because of parasitism. Separation always comes suddenly, and now it's Song Ning's turn. This is really unavoidable. Chung-yun sobbed a few times, put her backpack on her chest, took a few quick steps, and was the first to get into the tunnel. Because many insects around the tunnel had already shed their skins, and were trying to crawl out, their mouthparts were poking in the air, which would hurt passers-by. Chung-yun put her hand on the junction of her chest and backpack, lying on her back, rubbing her feet against the stone wall, feeling the pain of those mouthparts poking her back and scalp, and finally couldn't help crying out. It hurts, it hurts. She choked and asked everyone, "Does your back hurt so much?" Wu Rosie whispered, "It hurts. It hurts so much." Because the movement speed of this posture is really too slow, 10 minutes have passed when everyone went out. As soon as Sun Luo jumped to the ground, he ignored his bloody back and ran upstairs quickly. He wanted to do what Song Ning said, and blow up the tunnel with a bomb. Liang Ran was the last to come out. The moment she jumped down the tunnel, she faintly felt a flash of light far behind her. Then, there was the sound of a heavy object being thrown. Liang Ran turned her head, and found a pistol sliding out of the tunnel. A piece of paper was tied to the pistol with a rubber band. Because this tunnel has an inclined angle, as long as you throw it hard, the object will slowly slide out. Liang Ran lowered his head to pick up the pistol, and untied the rubber band. The note was Song Ning's words. "The underground signal is not very good. I sent the message twice, but it didn't go out. Please give this paper to my daughter." Song Ning wrote seriously, "Eat well and sleep well. Children who are not strong will be scolded by their mothers." Chapter 24. Two very restrained sentences. I wonder what the little girl felt after seeing this. Liang Ran suddenly remembered what Song Ning said half an hour ago. She said that her child was still waiting for her to go back for dinner, so she had to make a quick decision. But Song Ning was unlucky, so there was no future. She handed the pistol and the note to Chung-yun. "Please help convey it." Ji-chan also put her backpack at Chung-yun's feet. When she came out, she also took Song Ning's backpack. After putting it away, she looked up at Chung-yun. A few seconds later, she suddenly asked, "Do you always separate so suddenly?" Chung-yun took a deep breath, wiped away her tears, and nodded, "Every time. No warning, no signs, my two previous teammates were like this. If..." She turned her face away, and said sadly, "If they died because they couldn't beat the alien species, it wouldn't be so painful. After all, as long as we are still performing tasks in the contaminated area, there will always be this day. But this kind of sudden parasitism is hard to accept, and it takes a long time to slow down, because when we separated, the person was still alive, and it seemed that nothing happened, and it looked completely human, but we just knew that there was no way, no medicine could save the other person. We didn't even have a chance to try to save her." After Chung-yun finished speaking, she didn't fall into emotions anymore, and forced a smile and walked forward. "But it doesn't matter, everyone is used to it," she said. "If one day, those invisible parasitic species can be seen." Everyone thought so. When humans were first parasitized by alien species, everyone thought it was a virus. The logic was that humans would be parasitized by any alien species that injured their hands. So in people's opinion, all alien species in the contaminated area carried a parasitic virus that could enter the human body through human hand wounds. But later, it was discovered that it was not. After a person's hand was injured by a certain alien species, he might also be parasitized by other alien species. For example, if he was injured by a spider species, the alien signs that grew in his body belonged to mice. So different. So the research institute finally concluded that there are countless invisible alien species in this world, and they are always waiting to get into the human body. But this conclusion is useless in the end, because the research institute cannot observe such alien species, and cannot provide any solutions. Just like the gene detection machine cannot detect the hard gene of alien species, the human naked eye cannot observe the existence of invisible alien species. Very helpless, but there is no way. Liang Ran has a great interest in scientific research, so since she knew the concept of invisible alien species, she has been thinking about what it is. Her current inclination is that this is a disease. Just like some humans are born with heart disease, albinism, and color blindness, colorless and invisible bodies are also a congenital disease of aliens. This disease exists in all alien groups. There are as many types of invisible aliens as there are existing aliens. But it's useless to think about these now, because there is no data to support her inclination. Not only her, but everyone's current judgment on invisible aliens can only be based on guesswork. Even the alien species can only invade the human body through hand wounds is a conclusion drawn from countless cases. But is it really true? Are there really no invisible alien species that parasitize the human body through other means? No one can give an accurate answer. No one dares to be 100% sure that the alien species only parasitizes the human body through hand wounds, because the usual conclusions may occasionally be wrong, just like humans used to believe that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, but one day the sun suddenly disappeared and the moon always hung in the sky. At present, there is only one thing that is certain: as long as the hand is injured, it will definitely be parasitized. As for other parts, there are no cases, so no conclusion can be given, and no one dares to draw a conclusion. A few minutes later, Liang Ran and his group returned to their armored vehicle, opened the window, and looked at the abandoned mall. At this time, everyone in the Yushao team stood in front of the car. Sun Luo walked back to the mall with a microbomb. When he came out, he ran very fast, but now he was like a snail. After a long time, he was finally about to step into the door of the mall. A dull gunshot suddenly rang out in the mall. Hearing the gunshot, Liang Ran's calm mood suddenly trembled. She quickly lowered her head. Shiru stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove forward quickly. Not long after, the sound of bombs was heard from behind the car. A cloud of smoke slowly rose, and was blown away by the wind. The armored vehicle of the Yushao team soon caught up with them. The two teams rushed across the border with the latest mutants and full of supplies and drove towards the wasteland. In the afternoon, Shiru suddenly stopped the car. She took out the nutrient solution and drank it. Liang Ran also took out the nutrient solution from her bag. After drinking one bag, she tore open the seal of the second bag of nutrient solution and looked out the window. The memorial stone tablet belonging to Shinsi happened to be not far away. This time Liang Ran finally saw the few lines of words behind the stone tablet clearly. Everything on this land is worth cherishing: blood ties, lofty ideals, and those nameless people. She silently said, "We will eventually return to the starting point." In the evening, the armored vehicle finally returned to the Hope Zone. The artificial sun still had 10 minutes to turn off the ignition device. The lights at the city gate were partially lit. The man who let a few people pass yesterday stood under the high wall to check the passing vehicles. Several armored vehicles returning from other contaminated areas opened their doors, and the team members lined up one by one, took off their gloves, and underwent inspection. One of the teams had obviously experienced a fierce battle, and their protective clothing was stained with blood. The rescue team ran out of the city gate and carried a stretcher to the front of the car. Soon, a bloody man was carried out. His legs below the knees were gone, and the fracture was extremely incomplete, obviously bitten off by the alien species. The intense pain made him cry helplessly. His teammates hurriedly said, "He protected his hand very well. We checked it carefully. Please check it as soon as possible. He needs to enter the medical cabin as soon as possible." The patrol team walked quickly to the man, washed his hand with clean water, and nodded to the doctor after confirming that there was no problem. So the man was lifted onto the medical vehicle, and the white vehicle carrying him quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. The inspection was very slow. When it was the turn of the Xuanqing team, the artificial sun had gone out. The inspector turned on the light, looked at Liang Ran's hand over and over again 3 times, and finally let him go. This process was understandable no matter how slow it was, so when the other party let go of her hand, Liang Ran politely thanked him. "Thank you, you've worked hard." The man gave her a kind smile. "It's all my duty. Mark it on the return list." Liang Ran walked to the table nearby, bent down to find her name on the departure list full of names, and circled it with a black pen. After marking it, her eyes stayed on the paper for a second. 3 people's names were crossed out with black crosses on the paper, indicating that they had died in the mission. Liang Ran looked away and walked into the city. At this time, the S-Class railroad was parked not far away, waiting to take the hunters back to the main city. After Liang Ran walked into the city gate, a middle-aged woman and an elegant man holding a 6 or 7-year-old girl came towards her. The middle-aged woman kept muttering, "Is Guaibao coming back today?" She was dirty, and didn't look very clear-headed. The other two looked much happier. The man lowered his head and asked his daughter, "Do you want Daddy to hold you?" The little girl shook her head firmly. "No, if you hold me, how can I hold my mother?" "You mean it?" The man couldn't help laughing, squatted down, and got close to his daughter, and quickly kissed her soft little face twice. After Liang ran past them, he heard the little girl's suddenly excited voice. "It's Mom's team." "Ha ha ha, Daddy, Sister Chungyun seems to have grown taller again. We invited Sister to come to our house for dinner, but we didn't invite that stupid big Uncle Saluo. He always lifts me up. It makes me angry." Liang Ran instantly understood what was going on. She quickly took out a pair of earphones from her pocket, put them in her ears, and then walked to the face recognition machine in front of the railway track, bent down, and waited for the test to pass. After more than 10 seconds, a mechanical voice sounded. Third-level citizen Liang Ran is scanning the ticket, checking whether he is eligible to ride the S-level railway. Liang Ran pinched her fingers until the shielding bar in front of her finally slowly opened. She walked quickly into the railcar and found a seat to sit down. But after sitting down, she moved unconsciously. Her eyes still drifted to the window involuntarily. At this time, the little girl was hugging her father's legs and crying loudly. Chung Yun handed the note written by Song Ning to the girl, but the girl cried even more miserably after seeing it. She pushed Chung Yun's hand away, her mouth kept opening and closing, and she almost died with her face upturned. Liang Ran took off the earphone on her right ear and heard what the girl had been muttering. But Mom said, Mom's baby doesn't need to be strong. This is not what Mom gave me. Sister Chung Yun is lying. The man smiled apologetically at Chung Yun, took the note, put it in the girl's pocket, then picked up his daughter and turned around silently. I will kill all the aliens, the girl said with gritted teeth. Dad will kill all the aliens too. The man comforted her. His expression did not seem to be very sad, but he staggered a few times. Liang Ran watched the father and daughter leave and rubbed his face. It seems that she is not so used to death. She thought she had been used to it a long time ago. At this moment, the members of the Xuanqing team and the Yushao team got on the car one after another. Because of this, everyone was in a bad mood. Song Shanai and Ji Chan turned their faces away from each other, looking at the windows on their side, quietly without quarreling. Sui Yueshan put the medical kit on his lap and dozed off with his eyes closed. Shu Fu was jumping around in his backpack, but he didn't let it out. He just patted the backpack to comfort it. Wu Ruozi sat next to Liang Ran, with her face down, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. Liang Ran glanced at her for a few times and suddenly asked, Do you cry like this every time you encounter? Wu Ruozi looked at Liang Ran with some confusion. After a moment, she nodded, I will cry. She thought for a few seconds, as if she understood what Liang Ran was wondering about. She added in a low voice, When my parents were still alive, they also told me not to do this, but I couldn't help it. I would cry when I saw anyone die. During the training at the talent base, there was a situational class. I cried very hard every time. Many teachers thought that I couldn't perform the mission, but my mother argued with the base. She said that I have a talent and can be sad with others. It is also a strong talent. Maybe it is a direction of mutation. Liang Ran laughed. Didn't your teacher say that your mother was talking nonsense? Wu Ruozi seemed to remember something and laughed with Liang Ran. The teacher said that if that's the case, then she will train me again, maybe I will get better. Later, I really got much better. At this point, Wu Ruozi suddenly stretched out her hand and patted the back of Liang Ran's hand. Liang Ran. Liang Ran? Wu Ruozi looked at Liang Ran with curved eyebrows. She whispered, You will get better and better. Chapter 25. After arriving at the terminal, Liang Ran got off the train and prepared to transfer to the A-class railway to go home. She adjusted her mood quickly and had come out of her previous mood. She gently stretched her shoulders and moved her slightly sore neck. At this time, the music in the central square was deafening. Even though the get-off point was a little far away, the rhythmic drum sound still reached her ears clearly. The members of the Xuanqing team got off the train with their things. Sharu glanced at the time. The time is right. I go to the music festival. The music festival lasted for a week. Daiyu was the opening guest of each day. She had to sing 7 songs a day. Given Sharu's relationship with Daiyu, since she had time now, she naturally wanted to show her support. Sharu looked at the others. Are you going? Sui Yuesheng was the first to refuse. I have to go back to bathe and comb Zhufu's hair. The whole process will take until tomorrow. Liang Ran. ? See you on the next mission, everyone. Sui Yuesheng noticed Liang Ran's indescribable expression and smiled with narrowed eyes. Oh yes, I almost forgot. Are you going to pick a cat at home, or should I pick one and mail it to you? Liang Ran thought about it. Sui Yuesheng should live with his parents and brother, and if she went to their house, there would be a chance to meet them, so she wanted to socialize, so forget it. Just give it to me directly. Sui Yuesheng responded. Then I will pick a good one tomorrow morning and mail it to you, so that the poor guy can sell it for money. Thank you. Liang Ran praised Sui Yuesheng. You are really a beautiful boy who keeps his promise. Sui Yuesheng's expression instantly looked like he was disgusted. When Sui Yuesheng was unhappy, Song Shanai would be happy. Ha ha ha, hey, a beautiful boy. She laughed at Sui Yuesheng mercilessly. Half a minute later, she wiped the tears from her eyes, and looked at Liang Ran with her arms folded. No, why do I feel like you are picking on us? Liang ran. Not at all. Song Shanai snorted coldly. I won't blame this. She opened the interlayer of her backpack and took out a beautiful platinum card. The background of the card was the goddess statue on her axe handle, beautiful and solemn. This is a ticket for the church's invitation ceremony. But you can't sell this one of mine. No one dares to take it casually, and you can't contact those who dare to take it. Liang Ran's hand, which had just been stretched out, was instantly retracted. Forget it then. Song Shanai? ? She looked at Liang Ran with a shocked look. Her expression was even more shocked than when she found out that she was saved by Liang Ran in the morning. What did you say? She raised her voice. Do you know what this thing represents? Some people are even willing to exchange a tube of gene mutation agent for it. Liang Ran, then I will return this to you. Can you give me a tube of mutation agent? Song Shanai choked. I was talking about the past. Now there are not many gene mutation agents at all. Who would exchange them? Liang Ran regained his interest. Song Shanai stared at Liang Ran's face, and after finding that she was really not interested, he suddenly stuffed the card into her hand, and then quickly stepped back 2 steps, as if he was greatly humiliated. Liang Ran, you definitely did it on purpose. You are taking revenge on me. You must come to watch tomorrow. If you dare to throw it away, I will rush to your house and beat you up. Liang Ran, She looked at Song Shanai's back as he left quickly with a complicated expression, until he ran into a car. She reluctantly looked away. Okay. Anyway, she hadn't seen it, so it wouldn't hurt to see it. At most she would be looked at with disgust by others. After Song Shanai and Sui Yuesheng left, Shiru talked about her bet. If I don't have it with me, I will deliver it to your door tomorrow. Also, she paused and said seriously, if you don't want Sui Yuesheng's cat, you can sell it to me. Daiyu likes it very much, and has wanted it for a long time. Liang Ran can't even take care of himself now, so he won't consider keeping a pet. So she sold Shiru this favor. Exchange it with food, you can decide the price. Unexpectedly, Shiru suddenly shook her head. Don't worry about this. Liang Ran didn't understand. What do you mean? Shiru replied. Song Shanai will help you solve it. She frowned, as if she was thinking about how to describe it, and finally just said, the people around her are not good. She looks like this. When Shiru said this, a cold wind blew, blowing her straight hair. She raised her eyes slightly, and the emotions in her pupils were very complicated. It seems that there is pity, and it seems that there is hatred. Shiru's current attitude is very different from what she showed to Song Shanai during the mission. Liang Ran raised his eyebrows. I thought you hated her. Shiru shook her head slightly. No more talking, I'm going to the music festival. After saying that, she waved to Liang Ran and walked quickly towards the central square instead of taking the train. After walking a dozen steps, her figure flashed, leaving only her afterimage. Then I couldn't see it anymore. Liang Ran breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the last 2 people beside her. Aren't you leaving? Ji Chan and Wu Ruozi didn't participate in the bet, so naturally they didn't have to give her anything. If you don't leave, I leave first? Liang Ran said. Ji Chan nodded at her, and walked into the darkness carrying a 2-meter-high weapon box on her back. Liang Ran thought about her life experience and suddenly stopped her and asked, Do you have anywhere to go? Ji Chan turned her head and nodded slightly. Yeah. Who has nowhere to go? She turned her head and walked forward quickly. My family is waiting for me at home. Liang Ran frowned. Wu Ruozi saw her and asked, Are you also confused about the captain's life experience? Liang Ran looked at Wu Ruozi. Do you know anything? Wu Ruozi nodded. There is nothing to hide. The captain is an S-level mutant who suddenly appeared more than 2 months ago. No one had seen her before, so someone asked the headquarters. The headquarters said that she was in poor health before and could not afford the mutant gene. She could not perform the mission at all, so she was not recorded by the headquarters. For so many years, she has been raised at home by her parents. Her parents are both very high level, and they seem to be A+. Recently, the captain's health has begun to improve, so she has learned to go on missions. Ji Chan's sudden appearance always needs an explanation. Although this explanation has some loopholes, it can barely shut everyone up. Liang Ran nodded in understanding. She asked Wu Ruozi, Aren't you leaving yet? Wu Ruozi smiled and said, I don't care. My parents are gone anyway. It's boring to go home. Are you going home? Liang Ran nodded. Wu Ruozi asked her again, Aren't you going to the music festival? If you go now, you can still hear Daiyu singing. Liang Ran had only been to the music festival when she first came here. She went to the festival halfway through that time. She didn't listen to the songs from beginning to end. The singers on the stage sang with emotions and no skills. She had a mask of pain on her face and hurried away. She never tortured her ears again. Wuruozi invited her. Can you go with me to listen for a while? Liang Ren thought about Wuruozi's care for her in the past 2 days. Although she didn't know what the other party wanted to do, she could agree to this. After all, Wuruozi did help her and gave her delicious white dumplings. Let's go! As soon as Liang Ren finished speaking, Wuruozi said yeah and stretched out her hand as if to hold Liang Ren's arm, but hesitated and didn't do it. She followed Liang Ren, chattering all the way. Don't hate everyone in the team. And the bet? I thought about it later. This bet is not that bad, not just malicious. The first 2 researchers were not very good, and they died early. Everyone really didn't have much confidence in you. But did you realize that everyone's bet is how long you can survive in this mission, not how many missions you can survive? Wuruozi explained. Everyone thought this mission was very simple at the beginning. Just go to a fixed location to pick up some supplies. Almost no danger. Even if we encounter alien species, we only need to get off the car, not you. So those bets. Wuruozi said softly, as long as you don't do bad things like the previous researchers, you will definitely get them. It's just that no one expected that we would encounter alien species, and those molting insects. No one expected that you would save us all in the end. Another point is, Wuruozi's voice became even softer. They never asked me to lead the charge or cover the rear, nor did they ask me to protect anyone. My previous team was not like this. Listening to Wuruozi's analysis, Liang Ren had to admit that there was some truth. That's why she thought before that although this group of people were annoying, they were also the best first-class citizens she had seen since she stepped out of the research institute. There were cold faces, disdain, and jokes. But there was no exploitation. You have to know that in a contaminated area, as long as she is alive, no matter who she is worth being exploited to death. But this group of people never took the initiative to let her get off the car, didn't let her attract firepower, didn't let her be the vanguard or cover the rear. Liang Ren walked on the street, listening to Wuruozi's continuous chatter, from the team members, to the blessings, to the music festival, to the beautiful church. She couldn't help but ask, why do you like to talk so much? I remember Song Shanai said that you would get along well with every newcomer. Do you like making friends? Wuruozi's voice stopped. After a moment, she scratched her head embarrassedly. Not really. Before, I was afraid that the newcomers would not dare to speak. After all, our team doesn't seem to be easy to get along with, and everyone doesn't like to talk much. But you are different. Liang Ren was curious. She wanted to know what this strange person Wuruozi would say, so she asked, what's different? Wuruozi replied, because, well, although it's not very polite to say it, but I think we are very similar. Wuruozi's parents have passed away, and she felt that it was a bit rude to bring this point up for similar comparison. She weighed her words and said carefully, I saw it the first time I saw you. We both have no home. Liang Ren was stunned. Wuruozi continued, I also thought Ji-chan was like this before, but she didn't like to pay attention to me. You are willing to pay attention to me. So I thought about talking to you more. I believe that the death of Commander Liang Yin has nothing to do with you, because you are a gentle and strong person. Liang Ren thought that if she had met Wuruozi when she was the most innocent and confused 3 years ago, she would have regarded her as a close friend based on these few words. When Wuruozi was alive, she would miss her every day. If Wuruozi died, she would be her eternal white moonlight in the end of the world. But Liang Ren has grown up. So she just smiled. Thank you. You are also very good. The central square is just ahead, and the bizarre lights keep flashing, shining on Liang Ren's face, and then flashing Wuruozi's face, and finally everyone's face is bright and dark. Dayu stood in the center of the stage, holding a microphone, with black hair draped over her shoulders, wearing a pure white dress, like a white dove flying over the church. She has basically recovered now, and the gauze wrapped around her arm is very clean, just like her. She sang an unknown song, the lyrics of which Liang Ren could not understand, probably in some ancient language. Liang Ren stood quietly in the audience, looking up at this beautiful girl. For some reason, Dayu burst into tears while singing, but no one in the crowd said anything to her. Everyone seemed to have pressed a similar key, and suddenly their eyes were red. At first there were soft sobs, and then there were constant painful cries. Liang Ren was in the middle of it, and said nothing. She was more certain than at this moment that no one could be happy in this era. Chapter 26. The next day, Liang Ren woke up on time at 6 o'clock. She listened to songs for a long time at the music festival last night. Dayu's songs were mainly soft and ethereal, but those who followed her were not. They were basically all heavy metal punk music. Everyone wore bold clothes, and their exposed skin was covered with colorful paintings. Some wore silver horn helmets, some had interesting pigtails, and some had their short hair shaved one after another, as if they had shaved mountains and hills on their heads. Liang Ran used to think that music festivals were noisy and made her ears buzz. But this time she not only listened to the whole process, but also thought it was good. Sure enough, people are fickle. The sun shone into the bedroom. Liang Ran stretched, and habitually began to do morning exercises. She didn't run to take a shower until she was sweating profusely, then opened the refrigerator and took out a bag of nutrition. But before she took 2 sips, there was a voice at the door asking her to open the door. Liang Ran remembered that Sui Yuesheng said yesterday that he would deliver the bet to her doorstep, so the delivery person should be here now. Liang Ran opened the door and saw a white and particularly thick wall. She was stunned. The voice of the courier sounded behind the wall. Is it the owner of room 1174? I heard the door open. You are there, right? Can you take the package at the door first? I can't see you. Liang Ran, She stared at the huge wall-shaped package in front of her, and was slightly lost in thought. The courier's urging voice sounded again, and she quickly responded. This white package was probably delivered by the previous courier, but she didn't hear it because she was wearing headphones for exercise. Liang Ran glanced up and down at the package, stretched out her hand, and tried to push it to the side. The package didn't move at all. The courier said anxiously, freed his hands, and worked with Liang Ran to move the package. After 3 minutes, the package finally moved out of the gap with difficulty, and the two finally met. Haha, it's really big. The courier was very embarrassed. Today's work was not in vain. I learned a lot. After that, he pushed the cage in his hand into the gap, and then stuffed a receipt. Because it's a living thing, you need to inspect it in person. If you have no problem, just sign on the receipt after you check it. Liang Ran was embarrassed to waste so much time. She immediately opened the cage. According to her idea, as long as she was sure that the kitten was alive, she would sign immediately, but as soon as she opened the cage, she took a breath. The kitten in the cage was snow white all over, and every hair seemed to be glowing. It was lying lazily in the cage at this time, with its fluffy tail swinging left and right, obviously very comfortable. Noticing that the cage was open, the kitten looked at Liang Ran with confused blue eyes. When it found that it had not seen the other party, it jumped suddenly in fright. For short legs were exposed. Liang Ran squatted there and looked at it for a long time. The courier outside the door thought something was wrong and asked loudly, "Is there any problem?" No, the kitten is very beautiful." Liang Ran quickly signed the bill and handed it to the courier. In the end times, people who can keep pets are not ordinary people. The courier complimented, "You like cats at first glance. Congratulations on your love." Liang Ran nodded happily. Indeed, it can be sold at a good price at first glance. The courier's words were choked in his throat. After the courier left, Liang Ran squatted down and looked at the cat for a while, and finally stood up with some regret. "Let Dayu be your owner. She is rich, and can let you eat delicious food every day. I don't have many points, and you can't drink the nutrient solution, so don't starve here." After pushing the cage to the corner of the living room, Liang Ran began to pack the package. Because of Shiru's words yesterday, Liang Ran had a hunch that this thing was sent by Song Shanai, but she didn't know what was inside, and was quite curious. So she found a stool and scissors, and didn't bother to bring the box into the house, but opened it on the spot. The scissors cut the seal on the top. Liang Ran opened the thick baffle, and found that there were many fresh vegetables on the top layer. Liang Ran thought about it, jumped off the stool, and ran to the kitchen. Because she didn't have ingredients to cook, the rest of the kitchen, except for the refrigerator, were things left when Liang Gian was still there. The paint chip pot, the bowl that hadn't been washed for a long time, and the dusty insurance bag. Liang Ran took out 2 slightly larger plastic bags from the cabinet, washed off the dust on the surface with water, ran back to the door, stuffed those things in one by one, and when they were all full, she went back to get another plastic bag. Only when 4 bags were filled did the top layer of things go away. Each layer of things was separated by a barrier board. Liang Ran pulled open the lower board and found several pots and many beautiful bowls, and even several mini gas tanks for cooking. Then the lower layer. There were many neatly folded home clothes and travel clothes, all brand new. Liang Ran gestured and found that they were neither too wide nor too narrow, and they were all her own size. At the end, Liang Ran also found a few cat clothes. The lower the barrier board was pulled, the better Liang Ran felt. She felt the joy of opening a blind box. Although she knew that it would not be too troublesome for Song Shanai to get these things, it was not a reason for her not to be grateful. Especially those fresh vegetables. The Hope District is located in the middle of the wasteland, with poor soil and blood-stained wasteland all around. It is not suitable for growing any food. Therefore, all the fresh vegetables and fruits in the main city are cultivated by the Agricultural Institute through digging groundwater and using water. The quantity is quite small, and each small bag requires dozens or hundreds of points. The hunter team only gets 500 to 600 points for each mission, so most hunter members eat vegetables and nutrients, and cannot afford to eat vegetables every meal. An hour later, Liang Ran had not sorted out all the things inside. There was a pile of mess at her feet. If you look carefully, you can find that it contains various necessities for human life and everything needed to raise a cat. The things in the box are finally almost moved. Judging from the thickness, there should be only one layer of things left. Liang Ran rubbed his shoulders, put the box down, slightly lifted a corner of the box, and shook out the last thing. The moment he saw the things, Liang Ran blinked in confusion. She bent down and picked up the dozens of bags of nutritional supplements, and found that they were all lychee flavored. Liang Ran, this is her favorite flavor. When did Song Shanai figure it out? As she recalled, she put the nutritional supplements in the refrigerator and went to pick up the things on the ground. After packing, she was ready to carry the box downstairs to throw it away, but as soon as she lifted the box, there was a heavy knocking sound. There was something inside. It didn't sound like the kind of object that could be thrown casually. Liang Ran laid the box flat again and got in directly. A few seconds later, she got out holding a black box. The pattern on the surface of this box is simple and beautiful, as if it is used to store something important. Liang Ran found the lock and curiously opened it. Then she was stunned. In the box was a row of sharp scalpels of various styles. Liang Ran picked up a few knives and found that these knives were not strictly scalpels. The handles were thinned and were obviously more suitable for throwing, that is, used as weapons. After scanning around, Liang Ran found a few glasses in the corner of the box. She picked up the glasses and saw a piece of paper underneath. There were only 2 words on the paper, for you. There was no footnote, no name, but it could only be sent by Song Shanai. Liang Ran exhaled. To be fair, as an accompanying researcher and a member of the Xuanxing team, it was her job to help teammates to the best of her ability, and saving them was also one of her job contents. She didn't actually need to repay. The bet is the bet, and the rest is the rest. Song Shanai had already given her the content of the bet, so there was no need to give her the rest. After Liang Ran packed up everything, the kitten was a little bolder now. It took the initiative to walk out of the cage and began to patrol the new territory in her home. When it walked next to Liang Ran, its tail rubbed her legs from time to time, obviously testing her. Liang Ran looked at the suddenly full home and the pile of cat supplies at his feet. After thinking for a long time, he sent a message to Shiru. Daiyu is going on a mission. What should I do with the cat? Last night, Liang Ran and all the team members except Song Shanai added each other as friends, and Shiru replied quickly, her mother is at home. After receiving the message, Liang Ran felt relieved. She touched the kitten's head. I'm on a mission and can't take care of you, so let's go to someone else's place. After saying that, she packed up the cat's supplies and piled them aside, then changed her clothes and took out the viewing ticket Song Shanai gave her last night. The church viewing started at 10 a.m. She had never been to a church and didn't understand the process, so it was better to arrive early. Thinking of this, Liang Ran went out directly. At 9 o'clock, she arrived at the church an hour early. In front of the church, there were no people who looked noble except for normal visitors. As the largest organization outside the law enforcement corps, the church invited people with extremely high status in the main city. For example, the heads of various departments, S-level citizens, the hunter teams with the highest points, etc. Liang Ran stood and waited for a while, and finally people came one after another. Some people wore the work uniforms of the headquarters, some wore religious robes, and there were also hunter team members wearing protective clothing. They pinned the card in their chest pockets. Liang Ran looked around and followed suit by putting the card in her pocket, leaving 1/3 of it outside. After she was done, she found Ji Chan. Ji Chan came over with the support of a couple. Although the couple smiled and Ji Chan walked between them, the 3 of them didn't look very familiar. Seeing Liang Ran, Ji Chan stopped. She looked up, and the woman immediately bent down to her, as if asking what happened. After the 2 talked for a few words, the woman touched Ji Chan's head and turned away with the man. Ji Chan walked towards Liang Ran, her face tense. I thought you wouldn't come. Liang ran. I thought you wouldn't come either. Ji-chan took out a black thing that looked like a steamed bun from her pocket and took a big bite. If I hadn't kept urging you, no one would want to come. It's so annoying. Liang ran laughed. Just consider it as an opportunity to broaden your horizons. I broadened my horizons a long time ago. Ji-chan chewed the noodles in her mouth. What good things can the church produce? It's all just whining. Only idiots believe in this. You can't say that. Liang Ran gestured to Ji-chan to look at the group of devout worshippers outside the church. If they don't have the support of faith, these people will collapse at the end of the world. Ji-chan snorted. A group of lifeless people. At 9:50, the audience began to enter the venue. For people wearing white goddess masks came to the front of the church, opened their hands to the crowd, palms up, slightly bent over, and then walked towards everyone with masks. Soon, the church people walked up to Liang Ran, took the card with both hands, and after checking, handed the mask to Liang Ran. Liang Ran looked around and found that all the people who passed the test were wearing the same mask. So he put the mask on his face. Because Ji-chan was the shortest, Liang Ran found her accurately. Under the guidance of the church staff, she walked into the church side by side with Ji-chan. Ji-chan pulled the mask uncomfortably. What a ghost thing, so ugly. Liang Ran said the scene is a bit weird. It looks good when one person wears it, but it will be a bit strange if everyone wears it. The two walked forward side by side. After passing through the narrow corridor, Liang Ran's vision suddenly became wide. The bright church hall was surrounded by beautiful glazed windows, and many exquisite white chandeliers were hung on the top. All the decorations were extremely noble and gorgeous. In the middle of the hall stood a 5-meter-high goddess statue. Song Shanai, wearing clothes similar to the statue, stood under it, with her eyes downcast, quietly waiting for the start of the ceremony to invite the gods. There were several steps not far behind the statue. On the steps was the place where the ceremony was held. 12 believers in white religious clothes were kneeling in a circle in the middle of the platform, praying devoutly. For the umpteenth time, I despise my tiny soul and ask for the goddess's blessing. For the umpteenth time, I despise my pathetic soul and ask for the goddess's mercy. For the umpteenth time, I despise my filthy soul and ask for the goddess's forgiveness. Ji-chan listened to these words and turned her face away speechlessly. Instead of begging here, why not go and fight the aliens? How can someone who is so tiny and pathetic, who even despises herself, drive out the aliens? She was very good at rebuking Song Shanai. She can actually become the saint of the Sun Church. It's obvious that her mind is not normal. Liang Ran smiled. There were 30 seats at the viewing site. After everyone was seated, the church bells rang. The 12 people who were praying stood up and left. A blond, blue-eyed man with a golden scepter slowly walked from the side of the stage to the front of the crowd. He bowed slightly to the crowd and then smiled. Everyone, wait a moment. The ceremony of inviting the gods will begin soon. Chapter 27. Ji-chan stared at her toes in boredom. Liang Ran looked around and found that several people were obviously not interested in the ceremony, and would make some unconscious small movements, but the status of the Sun Church was here, and they had to come if they were invited. The most impatient person even lowered his head to look at the communicator twice when the Archbishop was speaking, and replied a message. Liang Ran looked at the person unconsciously, but after looking at it for a few times, she felt that the other person's figure was very familiar. After recalling for a while, she was surprised to realize that the person seemed to be Wan Mei. But the other person did not notice her. After looking at the communicator several times, she stood up, took off her mask, turned around, and left the church directly. Liang Ran heard faint gasps around him. It's been 3 years. A young female voice sounded not far from Liang Ran. Judging from her clothes, she should be a member of a high-level hunter team. There have been 6 summoning ceremonies in total. I heard that the head of the supervision department left early every time. I finally saw it this time. You are so brave. Shut up, the boy next to her reminded her. You are quite brave now. Watch the ceremony carefully, and don't worry about other things. The girl was a little indignant. If I have the power in the future, I don't plan to come. Captain Liang Gian had such a fierce quarrel with the church before. We have to stand on Liang Gian. The boy hit her arm. Will I suffocate you if I don't speak? What if the Archbishop hears it? Girl, okay, I won't say it, but then again, the distance is so far, and he is not a hearing direction mutant, so he will definitely not hear it. Boy, stop! I really beg you, Auntie. If you say another word, I will tell the captain when I go back. The girl instantly silenced herself, looked forward, and sat up straight. Liang Ran retracted his glance at the 2 people, turned his head, and glanced at Ji-chan beside him, and found that Ji-chan seemed to recognize something at this moment, staring at the archbishop on the stage without blinking. When she was sitting, her upper body was not as high as the back of the chair, but her momentum was inexplicably strong. Liang Ran looked down and saw her clenched hands. The little girl's nails were embedded in the gloves at this time, piercing the outermost layer of the gloves. Liang Ran stretched out his arm, pried open her clenched hands, and reminded, "You are strong, don't hurt your hands." Ji-chan's hands suddenly relaxed, and lowered her head again. Because of these two episodes, Liang Ran did not pay attention to what the archbishop said on the stage. When she concentrated on watching, the man's opening remarks had ended. He looked in the direction of the church gate with a smile, as if waiting for something. Liang Ran looked at him carefully. It must be admitted that this bishop in his 40s was extremely handsome. He lowered his head, stood in front of everyone in a white and gold robe, and the huge sun emblem behind him glowed faintly. Whether it was his temperament or his hair and eyes, he perfectly blended into the sacred atmosphere of the church, sacred and inviolable. Soon, under the guidance of the believers, several masked people came in restrainedly. Looking closely at the badges of these people, it can be found that they are first-class citizens and second-class citizens. Liang Ran had a bad premonition. As expected, the archbishop waved his hand and signaled Song Shanai to take these people to the statue of the goddess. Song Shanai raised his face, took a step, and did it silently. After bringing the group to the location, Song Shanai stood to the right of the goddess statue, leaving the middle position for his father so that he could talk to the newcomer. The man walked under the statue and looked at the first person. The first one was a man, and he cried before he spoke under the mask. Facing the archbishop, he slowly knelt on the ground, his body prostrated, his voice choked. "I long to be saved. I don't know if God can hear my voice." The archbishop sighed, his expression solemn and compassionate. He put his hand on the man's head and whispered, "I heard the sigh of God, and she told me that you have unspeakable pain. Now under the statue, God will forgive all your sins. Tell me, what do you want to get, and what do you want to give?" The man put his hand on the archbishop's toes, raised his head, and said sadly, "I disobeyed the fire decree. My first match and I gave birth to a child, a daughter. She is cute and pitiful. After the death of the first match, my child stopped laughing, and I stopped laughing. I don't know how to describe the details of my relationship with her. We are always happy and happy every day. I feel extremely painful for losing her. 5 years ago, fire conveyed the contact information of the new match to me, and I never contacted her. Later, when I was on a mission, an alien rushed towards me that day. I could have avoided it, but I don't know why. I didn't avoid it, and I lost half of my leg and fertility. Recently, my child is going to study at the talent base. The base investigated the truth and rejected my child's application for admission. I heard her. I heard her. Citizens who do not enter the talent base to study will be deprived of their badges and expelled to the outer city. My child cannot go." The man cried out in pain. "She is so innocent and pitiful. What she hates most is fighting. She will die if she goes to the outer city." The archbishop bent down. "So you want your child to enter the talent base? Have you thought about what you want to give?" "I have thought about it." The man raised his head and shouted earnestly, "I am willing to give my soul and energy to invite God to come." The archbishop closed his eyes. "God heard your voice. She said that your soul was once pure and clear, but now it is covered with dust. But she is willing to redeem every believer." The man was so excited that his hands began to shake, and he kept knocking his head. "Thank you, God, for your favor. Thank you, God, for your favor. The sun will last forever, and the church will last forever." A believer came up and helped the man to one side, and then the second person came up. This is an old man. As soon as the old man came over, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground. "I am willing to give my soul and energy, and ask God to save my daughter-in-law and grandson. My son made a mistake. He was parasitized in the contaminated area. I swear he has been a good child since he was a child, implementing all the laws of the main city, going on 13 missions, risking his life to save his teammates, and bringing back resources every time as much as he could. As a mother, I swear with my soul, he absolutely doesn't know he is parasitized. He was chatting with me on the way back that day, talking about how to surprise the child. He knows nothing. He must not know, because it was just a very small bleeding point. After he was killed at the city gate, we were punished and expelled from the main city. I don't care because I'm old, but my daughter-in-law just gave birth and can't survive in the outer city. She hasn't woken up since she fell into a coma yesterday. I ask the honorable God to save her. Please save her." The whole process is the same as before. The archbishop sighed softly. God is merciful. After hearing your request, she will never watch life pass away easily. God asked me to convey to you that she has performed a miracle, and your daughter-in-law will wake up soon. The old man was moved to hold the archbishop's hand. You are as magnanimous as everyone says. Thank you for conveying my prayers to God. The Son lives forever, and the Church lives forever. The archbishop pulled out his hand, motioned the believers to take the old man aside, and looked at the last person. This person is very short and is a child. Dear Bishop, I wish you happiness every day. The girl seemed to be in the church for the first time. She looked left and right, feeling a little uneasy. But she clenched her fists, stood up and said, My mother told me that if you feel pain and sadness, think about the stars in the sky. The number of stars represents the number of ancestors who are looking after our world. Although those ancestors have left, their will lead us to happiness. Is she telling the truth? The archbishop nodded, of course. He changed the concept and replied, The sun goddess will lead everyone to light. The girl asked, When will that day come? Liang Ran listened to the girl's voice, and felt it was very familiar. She stared at the girl, and after a few seconds, her back suddenly felt numb. That was Song Ning's daughter. Liang Ran was about to stand up, but her sight shifted for a moment, and she saw the believers with pistols on their waists on both sides of the corridor, so she restrained all movements and slowly sat back in her chair. She looked at the child who had lost his mother. She was still so young. Did she know where this place was? Liang Ran didn't know what the church was going to do, but from what the two had said before, the ceremony was likely to cost them something. The girl had already lost her mother, what else would she lose? The archbishop pondered for a moment and nodded. It will always come. The more devout the prayer, the sooner it will come. The girl asked him, Then can I help God? How can she come as soon as possible? Can I help her by giving my energy? The archbishop smiled with relief. Of course, the sun god is proud to have a people like you. The girl said seriously, Thank you, I've decided. It will take too long for me to grow up and kill the alien species to avenge my mother. I want to help my mother now. The archbishop didn't reply, but bowed his head and told Song Shanai a few words. But for some reason, Song Shanai didn't move after hearing the words. Archbishop. After a moment, she looked at her father. This child is too young. She doesn't understand the meaning of the ritual. Her energy will blaspheme the gods. She is making trouble. I'd better chase her away. After saying that, Song Shanai threatened the believer next to him and pushed the girl's shoulder to chase her out, but the man stopped her immediately. Her heart is extremely clear, and she has the most energy here. When did you learn to guess the will of God? The man said this with a smile, but Song Shanai suddenly shuddered. She looked down at the little girl several times, turned around and left the hall. Soon, she came over with 3 hibernation capsules. After putting the hibernation capsules in place, the archbishop smiled and said, Go in and lie down. After waking up, all your dreams will come true. Hearing that there was still a saying of waking up, Liang Ran's tense back relaxed a little. Led by the believers, the 3 of them put on moon-white robes and lay in the hibernation capsule. Afterwards, the archbishop took the white cloth handed by the believers, walked forward, and covered the 3 instruments in order. Then, he turned around and raised the scepter in his hand. The ceremony of inviting the gods officially begins. As soon as the voice fell, 2 lines of bright red tears suddenly flowed from the several-meter-high goddess statue in the center of the hall. The bleeding of the statue was a bad omen for Liang Ran, but it was obvious that others did not think so. They were obviously used to it, and there was no movement. They just sat in their chairs and looked up at the stage. The sacred and ethereal singing of children came from outside the church, echoing in the church for a long time. Everyone had different expressions, but they all remained silent, waiting for the moment when the ceremony ended. This kind of waiting made Liang Ran a little restless, but her reason prevented her from doing anything out of the ordinary. After a long 10 minutes, the lights in the hibernation cabin were finally turned off. Several believers walked forward, lifted the black cloth, and fumbled out 3 tubes of reagents from somewhere. These reagents contained different milliliters of light golden liquid. The light shone through the church's glazed windows and fell on these liquids, making them as dazzling as gold. Liang Ran couldn't help but be attracted to it. After looking at the liquid for a long time, she actually felt dizzy. After a moment, she shook her head. She looked at it again. She was sure that she had never seen such a beautiful liquid. She had read countless books and rarely encountered solvents that she had never seen before. Moreover, these 3 tubes of solvents were obviously taken from 3 people. So, what was extracted from them? Liang Ran's thoughts turned rapidly, and suddenly her heartstrings moved, remembering that these people had first-class citizens and second-class citizens, but not third-class citizens. You know, if the extraction of solvents is a bad thing, then it will definitely fall on third-class citizens first. But now it doesn't, which can only mean one thing: this solution cannot be extracted from third-class citizens. So what can only be extracted from first- and second-class citizens, but not from third-class citizens? The answer is really obvious. Genes. As we all know, the earliest batch of mutant humans, and a small number of humans after that, achieved mutation by injecting genetic reagents. Liang Ran always thought that once this reagent was injected, it would merge with the blood, especially for people who acquired genetic mutations through inheritance. Their genes had long been inseparable from them, but now she knew. This is actually a reversible thing. And now, what will these people who have lost their mutant genes become? Third-class citizens? Not only that, forcibly extracting any substance from the body will damage the human body, let alone such an important thing. So Song Ning's daughter. Liang Ran's hand trembled slightly, and the strange girl next to her, who had said that she stood by Liang, suddenly put her hand on the back of her hand. Relax, the girl kindly soothed, it's over. We won't come to see such a jaw-dropping ceremony again. This girl obviously didn't believe in the Church of the Sun, and so did her companions. But not everyone was like them. Intermittent applause came from the church at this time. Liang Ran raised his head and looked around the inner hall. The group of people who were applauding were wearing masks. Some were devout believers in religious clothes. Some were obviously applauding, but their body movements showed strong impatience. But they were still applauding for the benefits they could get from it. Liang Ran looked past the applause and looked at Song Shanai, who was standing in the front. The girl was unusually quiet today. Her temper, like eating a powder keg, completely disappeared. She stood under the statue with her eyes downcast, and now the applause was thunderous, and the archbishop couldn't help but applaud. He applauded while staring at his daughter. Saint, are you proud of the church? Are you proud of these souls? Song Shanai looked at her father's face and gradually smiled. Proud. I am also proud that you are the bishop of the church. After saying this, she suddenly showed an extremely abrupt excitement. She seemed to be full of energy in an instant. She quickly asked, "Where is the oracle? What is the oracle this time?" The archbishop took 3 tubes of liquid and walked to the statue. With a flip of his wrist, all the liquid was sprinkled on the feet of the statue. The glittering liquid was poured on it, like gold broken all over the ground. After waiting for a minute, he took out a scroll wrapped in gold thread from behind the statue. He opened the scroll in front of everyone, and his face changed drastically after just one look. After a moment, he sighed compassionately and read, "Aliens with human-like intelligence have appeared in the marginal pollution area, and suffering has begun to spread from the deep pollution area. Please be prepared, God's people." Liang Ran, Oracle? Is this how they use the highly intelligent mutant they captured yesterday? You know, they just brought that mutant back yesterday, and most people don't know about it, nor do they know what they encountered during the capture process, so this news can be said to be the first to be released by the church. Sure enough, as soon as the archbishop's voice fell, a heated discussion broke out in the hall. Oh my God! The girl next to Liang Ran burst into a swear word, and she quickly said to her teammates, "We have to tell the captain quickly." Her teammates whispered back, "Lin Yi, don't you think the church is garbage, and don't believe in the church's oracle at all?" "Be prepared," the girl replied. Listening to the discussion, Ji Chan sneered. She looked at the archbishop under the statue of the goddess, her fingers tightened, and she couldn't help but retching twice. Song Shanai also looked at her father with disbelief. Why? As soon as she opened her mouth, her wrist was grabbed by the man. She was almost dragged into the side hall by her father. At this time, everyone was busy with their own things, and no one noticed or cared about the two people's actions. The oracle was finished, and it was time to leave. The believers began to lead everyone to leave. Liang Ran stood up and walked out side by side with Ji Chan. On the way, the two of them used the excuse of going to the toilet, turned a few corners from the back door, and returned to the hall. The two of them were particularly tacit at this moment. They didn't communicate anything, but walked out of the side hall. At this time, Song Shanai was arguing fiercely with her father. What is that oracle? Her expression was a little hysterical. Isn't this the news our team just brought back? Why is it an unknown oracle? It was obviously not like this before, not like this. This oracle is useless at all. If it is like this, then why should the girl become a third-class citizen? She just lost her mother. Father, her mother just died in front of me, and there are 2 other people. They lost their higher genes for an invalid oracle. It shouldn't be like this. Unless it is necessary, Higher genes are something to be protected with life. This is what you taught me before. Only the oracle is worth the sacrifice of genes for first-class citizens, because the appearance of each oracle will reduce the casualties of mankind, so a small part of the sacrifice is inevitable. This is what you told me. If necessary, I am willing to give my genes to the oracle. I am willing. I really am willing. But now there is a problem with the oracle. Why do they want to lose their genes now? Tell me why they want to lose their genes. The man looked at Song Shanai like a child who was upset. He sighed helplessly, suddenly raised his palm, and slapped Song Shanai hard. Pa! The crisp sound passed through the side hall and reached Liang Ran's ears. Song Shanai's body shook. This slap was merciless. Her nose began to bleed, and soon her eyes were full of bloodshot, but the archbishop did not mean to feel sorry for her. Instead, he grabbed her collar and lifted her up directly. What are you questioning? What do you want to question? You wanted to drive that girl away just now, didn't you? That's the gene of an A-class citizen. Only such pure energy can make the oracle come smoothly. Have you forgotten what I taught you since childhood? You are disrespecting the sun god. Song Shanai, you look a lot like your mother. I have always loved you the most. Have I spoiled you to the point of lawlessness? The man tightened his grip and lowered his head to ask her, the saint can be replaced at any time. I also have other daughters. So do you want to be the saint of the Sun Church, or go to the outer city and be a rat that everyone wants to beat? The creaking sound of bones being tightened sounded, and his hand pinched Song Shanai to the point of almost suffocating her. Finally, Song Shanai struggled to reach out her hand and held her father's wrist. Saint! I was wrong, father, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. The man let go of his hand and touched Song Shanai's neck distressfully. It would have been better if you did this earlier. You have become more and more daring recently. You actually spent all your points to buy a box of weapons for that commoner. She doesn't deserve it. Come on, repeat what I taught you again. Song Shanai kept panting, and the pain made her kneel on the ground and unable to straighten her back. After a long time, she lowered her head and responded, the untouchables will always be untouchables, and are only fit to be rats in the gutter. Third-class citizens are the dirtiest people in the world. Don't have any conversation with them. The saint doesn't need friends. Except for my father, anyone is a stepping stone for me to get close to God. The archbishop laughed. That's good. He pulled Song Shanai up, helped her tidy up her collar, touched her hair, and then put a tube of golden solvent into her collar. After resting well, inject this. The gene mutation reagent I just got from the headquarters yesterday should be able to promote your secondary mutation. You also know. The archbishop sighed helplessly, your gene level is really too bad. If you don't look like your mother, I would have given up on you long ago. So don't let me down, okay? Chapter 28. After saying that, the archbishop turned and left. Liang Ran pushed Ji Chan and quickly turned to the corner and hid. On the wall of this corner were portraits of past bishops. Under the portraits, Liang Ran saw the name of the current bishop, Saint Ford. The bishop portrait closest to Saint Ford, judging from his eyebrows and eyes, should have a direct blood relationship with him, and it is likely that he is his father. The footsteps gradually faded away, and Liang Ran pulled Ji Chan to return the way they came and leave through the back door. But footsteps were heard again in the side hall. After this person walked out of the side hall, he stopped in the hall and did not leave for a long time. Liang Ran turned his head slightly, and then looked towards the direction of the hall under the cover of the wall. It was Song Shanai. At this time, she was kneeling at the feet of the statue, with her eyes lowered, and I don't know what she was thinking. The blood and tears left on the face of the statue fell on her knees. She lowered her head and wiped the blood carefully with her sleeve. Another drop fell, and she wiped it clean again. After wiping for a long time, she finally stood up, looked around, and then walked quickly to the 3 hibernation capsules. At this moment, the 3 people in the capsules had not woken up yet. Song Shanai looked around quickly again, took out the gene mutation agent she had just received from her pocket, and as if she had made up her mind, she took a deep breath, ran to the hibernation capsule containing Song Ning's daughter, and pushed the hatch open with force. Her movements were extremely fast. From unsealing the reagent, to extracting the solution with a needle, and then injecting the solution into the girl's neck, it took only 3 or 4 seconds. Liang Ran could clearly see the light golden solution being pushed in little by little, until it completely disappeared. Ji Chan also saw it, and the fierce look she had been suppressing softened. She said TSK? Not bad. This idiot is not hopeless. Listening to Ji Chan's words, Liang Ran suddenly thought of what Sharu said to her that night. The people around her are not good, And her appearance is actually. Liang Ran added the rest of the words to himself. She looks like this, which is actually very good. She looks like this, which is actually a miracle. After Song Shanai injected the reagent into the girl, her straight body suddenly relaxed. She snorted, raised her chin, and walked out the door with brisk steps. Liang Ran and Ji Chan also quickly left from the back door. When they went around to the front door, they happened to meet Song Shanai, who was stopped by the new believers. This believer came to the church to pray. Normal prayer does not require wearing a mask, so you can see her haggard and pale face. The woman held a bouquet of flowers, and insisted that Song Shanai accept it. "Thank you, Saint, you saved my son," the woman said with tears in her eyes. "You must not remember him. My son has never left home, since he failed at his mission, and lost both legs. He attempted suicide several times. The scars on his arms overlapped, and were extremely ugly. Except for you, everyone said he was cowardly and not brave. You scolded and punished those people, saying that those who laughed at the warriors were not worthy of being first-class citizens. You also told my son that God would cry for him, and guide him to cheer up. At first, I didn't expect you to really visit my child. I wanted to push him to the church, but you came alone after hearing about it. I will always be grateful to you and love you. Our family will always be believers of the Church of the Sun." Song Shanai took the pure and spotless flowers. The woman looked at the flowers, and added a little embarrassedly, "These flowers were specially cultivated for you by my youngest daughter at the talent base. They are a little small, and not very beautiful." Song Shanai lowered her head, which had been held high. "Very beautiful." After saying that, Song Shanai was ready to turn around and leave with the flowers, but after just a few steps, she stepped back and asked the woman, "Don't you think I'm fierce? You are very annoying when you curse people, not like a saint at all." The woman shook her head quickly. "How could it be? How could it be? You guided my child in the direction, and you punished those who did wrong with your anger. Although I have heard some bad rumors about you, I don't believe them at all, and my child doesn't believe them at all. You are the best saint." Song Shanai nodded very quickly. She walked onto the railway track without looking back, holding the flowers, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Liang Ran and Ji Chan walked out of the shadows. Ji Chan glanced at the direction where Song Shanai left and suddenly said, "I wonder what kind of punishment she will receive from that thing." Liang Ran shook his head. It was good that Song Ning's daughter did not reappear the genetic mutation. If it did, Saint Ford would understand what happened. From the way the father and daughter got along today, it can be seen that Song Shanai will definitely receive a very serious punishment. The two stood in front of the church for a while. A few minutes later, Song Ning's husband hurried over. His cheeks were sweaty. He stopped the passing believers and asked, "Have you seen my daughter? She is so tall, with black hair and wearing pink clothes. I went to a meeting this morning and didn't see her when I got home. Someone said they saw her walking towards the church. Have you seen her?" The believer had just come to pray and did not see the girl, so he shook his head. Liang Ran was about to step forward to explain the situation, but suddenly a little girl's soft voice came from behind him. "Dad." Song Ning's daughter, Song Qingxue, walked out of the church. She waved her little hand and greeted her father. "Dad, I'm here." The man breathed a sigh of relief and ran over. "Why did you suddenly run to the church?" He was now filled with fear, and his voice gradually became louder. "Do you know how worried Dad is about you? Your mother. Your mother. Dad can't lose you again. What would Dad do if you lost you?" The little girl sensibly held her father's hand and shook it gently. "I'm fine, Dad. I just want to fulfill my mother's wish. Dad, I just had a dream that I was strong enough to protect my mother. I'm so happy. I'm fine." The little girl was confused and didn't know anything. She saw a child walking by with a doll in the distance, and she forgot everything and ran over excitedly to see. Du Qingli sighed. He stretched out his hand to grab his daughter. "Shue, Shue, be careful, run slowly." Who knew that Song Qingshue's sleeves passed to his palm like a gust of wind? He was stunned for a moment, and then looked up in surprise, and saw that his daughter, who was still by his hand just now, appeared 10 meters away in just a blink of an eye. Ji Chan, who was watching everything, suddenly widened her eyes. "This is..." Liang Ran was silent for a moment, and said, "It should be an S-level speed mutant." The potion of Song Shanai not only restored the girl's level, but also upgraded her. Ji Chan replied, "Song Shanai is finished." But the two had no way to deal with it. Liang Ran could only tell Song Shanai the news as soon as possible, and let her think of a solution. Because Song Shanai had no friends, she posted the news in the teen group. Liang Ran, Song Ning's daughter has undergone a second evolution and has become an S-level mutant. It was less than a minute since she posted it. Wuruozi, who didn't know anything about the situation, was surprised and said, "Oh my god, it's great, so great. Captain Song Ning no longer has to worry about her child." Did the main city give Captain Song Ning's daughter a gene mutation reagent in gratitude for her previous contributions? Ji Chan interrupted the conversation. Not sure. Liang Ran and I just passed by and found it. After a few minutes, several other people also saw the message. Shiru, congratulations. Sui Yuesheng, oh, when will I have such luck? Song Shanai, you? Even if I give you 10, you still can't mutate a second time. Song Shanai's answer was the same as usual, very proud. What's wrong with S-level? Is S-level so great? You have to tell us this specifically, how petty. One day I will knock down all the S-levels, Ji-chan. Just wait, I will definitely beat you up so hard that your face is covered in blood and you can't even get up. Seeing the last sentence, Liang Ran turned his head and glanced at Ji-chan. I heard from Wuruozi that you fought the first time you met? Ji-chan said, as a matter of course, who made her say something she didn't deserve to say. After saying that, Ji-chan's face changed a few times, and after a few breaths, she explained, my relatives died at the hands of believers, but the first thing Song Shanai saw me was to ask me how my family was doing. I saw the church skirt she was wearing and couldn't help but beat her up. Now it seems that I hit you too hard. Although Ji-chan blurred most of the details, Liang Ran could already guess a little. She did not go to comfort Ji-chan. Ji-chan did not need anyone's comfort at all. She was like a wolf cub that had left the pack, but was still trying to grow up. Some of her personality was completely contrary to Song Shanai, but some of her personality was highly integrated with Song Shanai. Song Shanai's pride made her say thank you loudly even if she did not like Liang Ran. Ji-chan also had her own pride. She turned on the communicator and replied to Song Shanai. Ji-chan, oh, I hit you too hard that time, you come and hit me. Song Shanai replied immediately, you idiot, you are playing tricks on me? You think I can't hurt you, right? Ji-chan poked the communicator wildly. Liang Ran looked down and found that the last message in the group chat was a system message. Ji-chan withdrew a message. Looking up again, Ji-chan's awkward apology seemed to have disappeared without a trace. After saying goodbye to Ji-chan, Liang Ran went straight home. She sorted out some alien information at home, and time passed quickly. When she realized that it was already very late, the artificial sun just turned off, and her home instantly became dark. Liang Ran didn't like this dark environment. She immediately found the switch in the living room with the red moonlight outside the window and turned on the light. Not long after the light was turned on, she heard the sound of many people humming under her window. These people were obviously going to listen to the music festival. The music festival held every 6 months was about to end. Many people who didn't have time to revel before pushed all trivial matters and wanted to catch up with the tale of the revelry. Liang Ran also prepared to go and listen. After all, Dayu's voice was really nice, and she also wanted to find something else to do. After thinking it over, Liang Ran opened the door in his coat. There was a courier outside the door. Liang Ran remembered that Shiru said the bet would be delivered in the evening, so this might be it. Liang Ran returned home and opened the courier. He found that in addition to the signed lyrics tape, there were also several tubes of precious medicine and a note. Liang Ran, I called a door-to-door courier at 6:10. Please give the cat cage to that person. It was less than 3 minutes before 6:10. Liang Ran waited at the door for a while, and soon someone arrived. She pointed to the things under her feet. Cash on delivery. The courier looked at the pile of cat supplies, his expression a little confused. Didn't you say there was only a cage? Liang Ran. Anyway, cash on delivery. Courier, I know. Liang Ran saw that the other party began to command the container to collect things, and immediately stepped over the mechanical arm of the box, and went to the music festival. After getting off the train, Liang Ran's ears were instantly filled with the rhythmic drum beats, and her heart also pounded with the drum beats. It was completely different from the show she listened to yesterday. Dayu, who opened the show this time, was in a very good mood, and everyone was very excited at the moment. Liang Ran heard a girl next to her shouting loudly, Dayu, I want to fulfill the fire law with you. There were also girls who retorted with a louder voice, Dream on, it will be me who fulfills the law with Dayu. Liang Ran couldn't help laughing when she heard them. In order to let more people naturally accept the fire law and completely separate love from childbirth, the talent training base does not teach what is specific love. If someone asks why does my heart beat faster when I see her, the teacher of the talent training base will tell the other party, This is the most common thing. Just like you like kittens, feel pity when you see the wounded, and feel fear when you see aliens. When humans see a teammate they trust, their heartbeats sometimes speed up. If someone asks, "But teacher, my heartbeat doesn't just speed up when I'm with her during the mission, why is that?" The teacher will respond, "That's because my heart is wrong." You know, our body functions always go wrong. But there are always people who understand the true meaning of the word love from the words of the older generation, and they will also take this to ask the teacher. At this time, the teacher will respond, "Love in the old world is a disease. Seeing her makes me feel cute and pitiful, and not seeing her makes me feel painful. Love is like a disease. We are much healthier now than people in the old world, and we are rarely infected with this disease." The student asked, "Does the cute love mean the same thing as the love I want to ask?" Teacher, "No." Student, "Do like and love mean the same thing?" Teacher, "No." Student, "Then what does I love you mean?" Teacher, "I feel pain when I see you, but I am still willing to experience pain. Then how do I express my love for her?" The teacher's answer is, "If you are at the same level as her, then it is, I hope to fulfill the fire law with you. If not at the same level, then I hope you can recite the fire law seriously." Student, "But the love you are talking about is different from what my grandfather said. He said it is the most beautiful feeling, the chain connecting different people, and the most essential emotion of being human." In response to such words, the teacher will occasionally continue to explain, and occasionally fall into silence. Liang Ren heard conversations like this several times when he visited the talent base. These teachers often cannot even convince themselves. They clearly know vaguely what love is, but always give contradictory explanations. They say it is a disease that no one will experience again, and they also say it is a pain that many people are willing to experience. They cannot explain why many words are still used to say love if love is really a pain. What does it mean to like? What does it mean to love? And what does it mean that God loves the world? Every time they finish speaking, teachers and students will fall into confusion, but this conversation continues, and the conclusion will definitely fall on the fire decree. So when these girls like to wear the moon, their expressions are so strange. But there are always brave people, and there are always people who don't pretend to sleep. The short girl in front of Liang Ran suddenly raised her hands and shouted to Dayu on the stage, Yeah, I like your song so much. I love you." She held the wrist of the girl next to her and raised both of their arms. "We love you. We all love you so much. We love you." The girl shouted word by word, throwing the candy she had been holding in her hand into the air, and while the people around her were bending down to pick up the candy, she jumped high, hoping that Dayu on the stage could see her. Dayu did look over. Listening to the girl's voice, she stood on tiptoe and waved. Her voice spread to every corner of the music festival through the microphone. "I love you too." Liang Ran's heart suddenly calmed down. Chapter 29. Because of this episode, Dayu's song had not yet been finished, and the short girl standing in front of Liang Ran was taken away by a man. Even though the man was not wearing work clothes, it can be seen from his temperament that the man should be from the patrol team or the law enforcement headquarters. At this time, Dayu had already left. Liang Ran did not know her situation, so he lowered his head to contact Shiru.go and see Dayu. She should have been taken away by the headquarters. Shiru replied quickly, "She has gone. After all, Dayu's status and popularity among the people are here. Even if she is punished, it is likely that she will be educated, publish information on public platforms to promote the fire ordinance, and then deduct some points. But it is not certain for others." Liang Ran mentioned the girl a fan of Dayu was also taken away at the same time. She didn't know whether this incident would increase Shiru's workload, so she just mentioned that it would be best if the other party could take care of the girl, but if not, there would be no way. "Shiru, I know." After a moment, she said again, "It's okay, just listen to the song." Liang Ran turned his head with difficulty in the noisy crowd, and caught a glimpse of Shiru standing on the street corner, and then quickly disappeared. Liang Ran turned back, and continued to look at the stage. Over the years, she had already trained herself to quickly forget about any bad things. Shiru was right. She couldn't help much in her current situation, so she might as well continue to listen to the song. At this time, a band was singing on the stage. The drummer made the drumsticks turn in his hands, the bassist's body kept moving, and the guitarist plucked the pick quickly. The lead singer was a red-haired girl. She had braided her hair into dozens of small braids, and each braid was wrapped with colorful ribbons. She sang and danced on the stage, and the braids fluttered like butterfly wings. Everyone in the central square jumped up and jumped, and they would fly away quickly when their toes touched the ground lightly. The happy people kept restoring their arms, and some even pulled the rubber bands, letting their long hair fall down, and the hair fluttered in the wind. Liang Ran was surrounded by a lot of noise, and everyone was discussing a variety of things. I was so busy this week to have time to come here today. What do you do? Have you had dinner? Has your child been to the talent base? Not yet? Then you have to hurry up. Oh my, so you don't have children. You look quite old. Oh, you're only 24, then you have to hurry up. Liang Ran was listening well, but the last sentence made her anxious. How can you hear urging marriage at a music festival? It's really crazy. She was so scared that she quickly moved away from the two people. Soon the music festival was coming to an end. At around 10 p.m., the band that was performing on stage suddenly muted its sound. The lead singer tried several times, but couldn't make any sound. He looked towards the backstage for help. A few minutes later, a gentle mechanical female voice came from the radio at the edge of the square. Because of a sudden malfunction of the sound equipment, the music festival ends early. Please take your belongings and leave in an orderly manner. After that, the mechanical female voice repeated, please take your belongings and leave in an orderly manner. Liang Ran looked at the time and found that it was only 10:10. According to the convention of the music festival, there were at least 20 minutes before the end. How could the equipment malfunction? What a pity. People who had the same idea as her couldn't help but start to chatter, but the equipment could not be repaired in a short time, so they could only leave in an orderly manner. The crowd slowly walked towards the scattered passages at the edge of the square. Someone took out a loudspeaker from somewhere and took the initiative to direct, those going to Xiangyang Community, Guangxi Community, and Class A Railway should go to the left. People going to the B and C tracks go to the right. Under the command, the crowd slowly split up and walked to both sides at a leisurely pace. But for some reason, some of the people suddenly changed their expressions while walking, and pulled their companions to squeeze out quickly. The panic of these people infected others, and everyone subconsciously squeezed together. The team that was originally leaving in an orderly manner suddenly became extremely crowded, and Liang Ran was trapped in the team and couldn't move. Don't squeeze, don't squeeze. She tried to remind everyone, this will slow down the process even more. But her voice was instantly drowned out by the uneasy crowd. Liang Ran's front and back were tightly pressed against other people. She was driven and forced to rush forward. Soon a man fell to the ground, and the people behind him stepped on him in a daze. The man was still calling for help at first, but he stopped shouting after a few times. The patrol team drove over in an armored vehicle and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire made the crowd suddenly quiet down. The patrol team stood at the two exits and said sternly, those who disturb the order on the scene will be sent to the inner city detention center tonight. Nothing happened. Why are you running? Now everyone should leave the scene in an orderly manner. Some people have been injured. Watch your step. Because of the patrol team's words, the crowd that was in a mess just now calmed down a lot. After 7 or 8 minutes, half of the people in the square dispersed, and everyone's mood returned to normal. Someone laughed at himself. Haha, I thought something happened. Someone echoed. Who is not? I thought it was an alien species coming in. Liang Ran looked at the extension of the square across the crowd. At this time, Song Shanai and Wu Ruozi jumped off an armored vehicle, and Sui Yuesheng also carried a medical box, and quickly walked around the square and ran to the back of the stage. Liang Ran instantly understood what happened. She took a few steps back and ran to the back of the stage against the crowd. Her teammates were really not very reliable. She was worried that they would not be able to handle the difficult alien species, and then the trouble would come back to her. After running backstage, Liang Ran saw everyone gathered at the door of the dressing room. The man in patrol uniform was yelling at the communicator, what kind of alien is this? Speak quickly, is it an octopus mutant? Aren't you a Class B researcher? Can you speak to me in a positive tone? Do you remember that you are an adult? Open your mouth and speak for me. The wooden door of the dressing room had been pierced by the alien's tentacles. The thick and huge flesh-colored tentacles swung up and down, slapping the ground with a whip-like sound. A lot of blood dripped on the ground along its tentacles. Liang Ran took a closer look and found that there were even human heart and lung fragments inside. Liang Ran pursed his lips and ran a few meters in front of the tentacles. The one with short hair, are you going to die? The man on the phone noticed Liang Ran and cursed. He asked someone to stop her while yelling at the communicator. Didn't I take the photo for you? Hack you. How do I know how many octopus mutants there are? I don't care if you have 7 or 8 species. This is your job, not mine. Tell me how to kill it now. I'm really impressed. You're dumb, right? Your job as a researcher has ended today. Call the A-level researcher in your institute to answer the phone. Sui Yuesheng was on the ground urgently rescuing several musicians who had fallen to the ground and did not notice Liang Ran. Wu Rosie stood aside somewhat at a loss. She had just received a notice from the headquarters saying that a parasite had appeared at the festival and several musicians had died backstage, and asked the nearest Hunter team members to come as soon as possible. But after rushing over, she found that her abilities seemed useless, and she could only stand there. At this moment, she saw Liang Ran, and hurriedly ran forward to explain to the patrol team, "This is our team. She is not here to interfere with the mission." The patrol team leader, who was on the phone, glanced at Liang Ran, and his voice soared in anger. "We don't know what kind of alien it is at this time, and no team can get so close. Hurry up and let her get back." Liang Ran squatted on the ground and picked up the internal organs on the ground. The mucus is thin, non-corrosive, and has a normal smell. It's just an ordinary octopus. Liang Ran stood up, took a few steps back obediently, and quickly explained, "Sorry, I can't tell unless I get closer. The easiest way is to shoot it in the head with a gun. Remember to shoot the bullet from the eyes. Other places cannot be penetrated in a short time." Liang Ran looked at the man, but even if the octopus is brain dead, the tentacles will not be deactivated quickly. It is best to use electric shock or fire. The man took away the communicator beside his ear and asked Liang Ran, "You are?" Liang Ran, researcher. The man thought about what Wu Rosie said just now, turned his head quickly, and asked her, "Are you from your team?" Because Liang Ran's coat today covered the citizen rank badge on her chest, the man didn't see her rank, and asked again, "What level of researcher are you? Take out your work ID, and let me see it." Researchers in the institute are divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. The basic citizen's genetic level is the researcher's level. Liang Ran is a third-class citizen with an F-level genetic level. There is no researcher level suitable for her in the institute, so she was reluctantly promoted to D level. Liang Ran was about to speak, but Song Shanai suddenly interrupted her. "What are you talking about?" She looked at the man. "What level do you think the researchers in our team will be?" Song Shanai has a very high status in the main city. The man wanted to explain immediately, but Song Shanai didn't listen to him and picked up the axe by himself. "You listen to her. Come to the church to find me if you make a mistake." When saying these words, Song Shanai didn't even look at Liang Ran and walked towards the door of the dressing room. Sui Yuesheng added without turning his head, "You said they were slow, and you are slow too. If you don't go in now, everyone inside will die." The patrol captain explained speechlessly, "I really don't believe it, but this big guy doesn't look like an ordinary species." Wu Rosie looked at the 2 people who helped Liang Ran speak, and suddenly felt a strong sense of team honor. She quickly straightened her chest. "Why not? I think it looks like it. The researchers in our team must be right." The man couldn't help but reply, "What the hell?" But at this time, Song Shanai had already kicked the door open, and he couldn't think of other ways. He immediately waved his hand and ordered, "Patrol team, get ready, aim at the alien's eyes, and shoot." The sound of loading the gun sounded instantly. The 3 patrol members outside the house took out their pistols and aimed at the eyes of the alien in the house. But because the octopus alien kept dodging, the bullets kept falling on its head, but never shot into the eyes. Time waits for no one. Song Shanai rushed in with an axe, avoiding the bullets from above, and began to chop at the tail of the alien tentacles, trying to get the people strung on the tentacles out. The man regretted his order after giving it. He looked at Liang Ran. "Is this really an ordinary species? I have seen people parasitized by octopuses before, and his tentacles were not so thick." Liang Ran looked past him, and looked at the 6 tentacles waving in the house. These tentacles grew out of the eyes, mouth, abdomen, and back of the parasites. Each tentacle had 2 or 3 people strung on it. Those people lowered their heads, as if they had fainted due to excessive blood loss. Their bodies shook up and down with the tentacles, like freshly roasted pork skewers. It grows big not because it is a mutant, but because it has lived in the body of the parasite for too long. It not only absorbs all the internal organs of the other party, but also eats every day. Liang Ran finished speaking, and Song Shanai finally cut off the first tentacle. The octopus alien species was so painful that the tentacle shrank, and one tentacle was raised high and chopped towards Song Shanai's back. The man quickly took out his pistol, bang bang bang, a few bullets deflected the tentacle, and turned to ask Liang Ran, "Eating? You mean it has been parasitizing the human body for a long time?" "Yes," Liang Ran responded, "it should be half a year to a year ago. The parasite accidentally avoided the inspection of the city gate patrol and returned home. The octopus alien species devoured the memory of the parasite, occupied his body, and only moved in places where the hands did not need to be inspected. This situation occasionally happened in the past, but because even if the alien species has human memories, many actions will not behave like humans, so most of them are discovered by the patrol team. But the octopus species is different. They are born with high intelligence and excellent learning ability. As long as they are not in contact with people all the time, the risk of exposure is very low. The man understood. So it grows big because it grows well in the human body, not because it mutated? Liang ran. Yes. The octopus species is the smartest known species. It saw that there were many people at the concert today, and it could hurt people to the greatest extent, so it didn't wear human skin. Liang ran said so much, and the octopus's eyes were finally exposed to the range of the pistol. Bang! A bullet rotated and shot into its eye socket. In the severe pain, its tentacles kept flying up and down, hitting the walls of the house crazily, pulling countless blood marks on the white walls. Soon, countless suction cups emerged from the skin of the parasite, and its brain expanded rapidly like an inflated balloon, and the skin on its head was pulled almost transparent. Finally, accompanied by a cracking explosion, its head exploded from the inside, and dense purple-black seeds scattered on the ground, and the stench was overwhelming. Song Shanai looked up at the fallen behemoth, was silent for a moment, turned around and walked out of the door with an axe. At this time, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and started to sprinkle gasoline busily, preparing to set this place on fire. Is it all over for me? Liang Ran asked the patrol captain. No more, no more. The man laughed heartily, and said something a little embarrassed. Hey, sorry, I was almost mad at the researcher who answered the phone just now. You are very good. Can you leave me your contact information? I will ask you next time I meet an alien species? Sure. Liang Ran left the contact information to the man. Liang Ran glanced at the time and found that it was almost 11 o'clock. She yawned and walked out of the backstage. When she crossed the tentacles, she was suddenly stopped by Song Shanai. The other party asked abruptly, Did you go to the ceremony to invite the gods today? Liang Ran looked at Song Shanai and found that she lowered her eyes, looked tired, and seemed a little nervous. She thought for a moment and said, I overslept. It was over when I arrived, and I met Ji Chan at the door. Song Shanai was obviously relieved. She wiped the blood off her face and turned around. It's a pity that you missed the only chance to watch it in your life. But, she walked forward quickly, and a crisp voice came from afar, You seem to know a lot. Chapter 30. After returning home, Liang Ran received a message from Shiru. Yu and the girl were put into prison, and they were said to be released in 2 days. The prison is where the first-class citizens in the main city are punished. Because there are very few first-class citizens in the main city, most of them have to go to the polluted area to perform tasks after graduating from the talent base. One less person dies, and everyone is useful, so there has been no death penalty for a long time. People who have committed heinous crimes will be gathered to form a hunter team and use points to exchange for their lives. Others will either deduct some points or deprive of privileges for a period of time according to the degree of their crimes. In addition, those who have committed serious crimes will be put into prison for supervision. Liang Ran knows that place. It is said that it is a small room with black walls on all 4 sides. It is difficult to turn around. The soundproof and lightproof effects are excellent. No sound from the outside world can be heard, and no light can be felt. When the prisoners were locked up, they could not sit cross-legged because the space was too narrow, so they could only stand against the wall. Because first-class citizens were very resilient, they were not provided with water and food unless the punishment period was very long. Liang Ran also heard that there were torture instruments in some rooms. Although they were rarely used on prisoners, they would be remotely controlled from time to time to shake and make a ding-dong sound, which made people uneasy. Liang Ran asked her, If you behave well, can this time be shortened? Shiru replied, It's very difficult. I asked Cui Yuesheng for help. It was originally 3 days, but it has been shortened by 1 day. It shouldn't be shortened any further. Liang Ran sighed. The punishment in the rehabilitation center is mental torture. Yu and the girl are lively and even talkative. Such punishment may be much more uncomfortable than using torture instruments. But there was nothing she could do. Shiru must have found everyone she could. However, the fire ordinance was there. Expressing love to an unmatched person in public was the greatest sin. After turning off the communicator, it was already midnight. Liang Ran read a book for a while, and soon yawned. She had been busy all day, so she fell asleep soon. The clock moved slowly, and the bedroom was quiet. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Liang Ran's fingers suddenly trembled, her eyes closed, and her breathing became more and more rapid. Half a minute later, she suddenly opened her eyes. After taking a few deep breaths, Liang Ran reached out and touched her forehead, and found that it was covered with sweat. She was awakened by a nightmare again. This time, she still dreamed that her house was full of people. In the past 3 years, she always had the same dream. Countless people lived in her ceiling, under her bed, behind the door, in the wall, and in the refrigerator. Wherever she went, those people's eyes would turn in that direction. In the dream, when she was eating at the dining table, she would kick someone hiding under the table. When she closed the bedroom door, she would look into the eyes of the person behind the door. Even when she opened the refrigerator, she would look at the twisted person inside. This kind of dream is much more frightening than being chased by ghosts. Liang Ran has been consciously controlling her dreams over the years, trying to find out how these things got into her home and how she could drive them all out. But in the dream, her door was locked and the windows disappeared, and she couldn't figure it out. Liang Ran took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. She lay on the bed, trying to tell herself that the surveillance at home was gone, and no one was watching her. This was just a nightmare, and everyone would have nightmares. Empty yourself and forget it. Just as Liang Ran's comfort gradually took effect, and she was drowsy, she suddenly heard a very light footsteps coming from the living room. Tap. Liang Ran opened her eyes instantly, but soon she closed them again. She was hallucinating again. Liang Ran skillfully pulled the quilt over her head. In the past, she would go to the living room with a knife to search for it, but later she returned empty-handed many times, and was too lazy to move. A few minutes later, Liang Ran's breathing gradually stabilized. The scarlet moonlight fell on the bed in the bedroom, and Liang Ran could be seen curled up in his sleep, with a small bulge in the quilt. 2 days later, Sharu invited Liang Ran to go to the rehabilitation center with her to pick up Dayu. Dayu has always been grateful to you for saving her in the wilderness that day, Sharu said. If you hadn't suggested returning, she would have suffocated to death in the box. Before she entered the correctional facility that day, she said she wanted to thank you in person. Liang Ran had no reason to refuse. Besides, she had never been to the correctional facility, and was a little curious about this place. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Liang Ran arrived in front of the central building in the main city. Sharu was already waiting there because she was anxious to pick up Dayu. She lowered her head, wearing headphones, and didn't know what she was listening to. She didn't notice Liang Ran's arrival. Liang Ran called her, and when Sharu didn't respond, he patted her shoulder. Let's go. Sharu's body reacted faster than her eyes. Before she raised her head to identify who it was, she subconsciously grabbed Liang Ran's wrist, quickly raised her foot to hold her leg, and then pressed down her head with force, which was a big grab. Liang Ran? ? Sharu finished her moves before she saw that it was Liang Ran. A trace of embarrassment flashed across her face. Sorry, Sharu quickly pulled her up. No one except Dayu has ever patted my shoulder. I'm not used to it. Liang Ran. It's okay, just let go of my hand. Sharu turned Liang Ran's wrist over and confirmed that there was no red mark before letting go. Let's go. The rehabilitation center was just a few hundred meters away, and it would only take a few minutes to walk there. Liang Ran asked Sharu as they walked, What were you watching just now? The news? Sharu, yeah. She explained. The news reported on Song Qingshua's case, saying that many of Song Ning's friends exchanged all their points for half a tube of gene mutation reagent and gave it to Song Qingxue. Under very accidental circumstances, the girl had a second mutation and is now an S-level speed mutant. Sharu turned on the news and played it out loud for Liang Ran to listen to. At this time, the report about Song Qingxue has come to an end, and the host's voice sounded with emotion. Everyone knows that these points cannot be exchanged for genetic mutation reagents. The main city is grateful for Captain Song Ning's outstanding contribution, and the Archbishop thinks that Song Qingxue has a connection with the church and has a high probability of secondary mutation, so this half-tube of precious reagent was given to her. Everyone in the Hope District is connected to each other. All decisions made by the main city are for mankind to move towards hope. Thank you to all the compassionate people in this process. Liang Ran listened to the news content and had a new understanding of the bottom line of some people. They really reverse cause and effect and fooled the people, especially that damn Archbishop, who was clearly depriving people but insisted on giving them. She took all the credit from her own daughter. She also said that Song Qingxue and the church were destined to be together. If there was any fate, it was Song Shenai and Song Qingxue. At least they both had the surname Song. Sharu didn't know what happened specifically, but just said, it doesn't seem like something the Archbishop would do. Liang Ren fell silent. Song Shanai did it, and she had the right to choose to clarify or conceal it. Liang Ren couldn't explain it for her. So she simply replied, "It really doesn't seem like it." The two didn't communicate again. 3 minutes later, Shiru took Liang Ren to an alley, turned a few places, and came to a heavily guarded place. The prison was very inconspicuous from the outside. There were about 7 or 8 gray low buildings, but there were no windows on the walls, so it was impossible to tell how many floors there were, or how many rooms there were on each floor. Seeing the two, the guard came over directly. Meeting someone. "What's your name?" "You be deducted 100 points. Shiru handed her badge to the other party. "All will be deducted from me." "Excuse me, which room is Dayu in?" After swiping the points, the man looked at the communicator and replied, "Room 305 on the 3rd floor of Building 1. The password is 3378. Shiru thanked him, and walked forward quickly. She was originally a speed mutant. Even though she was taking care of Liang Ren at this moment, and did not use her ability to make herself flash out after images, she was still very fast. Liang Ren followed Shiru and trotted all the way to the front of the building, and ran up to the 3rd floor. After Shiru stopped, she immediately found room 305, and entered the password on the display on the door. Ding! The door was unlocked. Before Shiru opened the door, it was pushed open from the inside. Dayu's face turned pale, and she burst into tears. At this moment, there were only 3 of them. She cried without any image. While crying to Shiru, she cursed the detention center. "Ruru, it's so dark and quiet in there. I thought I was going to die in there. I was so scared. They didn't give me food. For 2 days, I only drank a glass of water. Woohoo! I'm so pitiful. I want a big meal." Dayu's emotions came and went quickly. She dragged the 2 of them to go to eat aggressively. As a result, as soon as she took a step, her legs were numb because she stood for too long, and she stumbled and fell to the ground. She cried even more miserably. 2 minutes later, she stood up with difficulty with the help of Shiru, rubbing her eyes. "Let's not talk about this, researcher sister. Thank you for saving me. I will treat you to a very delicious meal." "Oh yes, there are points." She pressed a few times on her communicator, then scanned Liang Ren's badge. "Here, 2/3 of my points. It should have been more. The damn detention center deducted a lot from me. I saved the rest for eating, hee. Dayu blew her nose and said embarrassedly, "I eat a lot, and my mother eats a lot too." Liang Ren couldn't help laughing. "Do you like that kitten?" After asking, she remembered that Dayu should not have seen the cat yet. She was taken away just after singing that day, and didn't go home at all. As expected, as soon as she finished speaking, Dayu's face fell. She cursed the detention center in a low voice. Stinky thing. Let's go quickly, I can't stay here any longer." Dayu's voice was clear and gentle when she sang, and now she was like a little son. Liang Ren looked at her for a few times, thinking that it was no wonder that Shiru liked to get along with her, and they grew up together, so she also liked to be with such a person. She felt all illuminated. The 3 of them walked downstairs, and when they reached the corner of the 2nd floor, there was a crisp sound of broken bowls in the corridor. Dayu stopped walking immediately. She quietly stuck her head out and looked at the corridor on the 2nd floor. At this time, a man in religious clothes was squatting in front of a room, lowering his head to pick up things on the ground. There is a 20-centimeter hole under the door of each room. As long as it is opened, things can be sent in. The detention center sends food to the people inside through this hole. The man picked up the fragments on the ground and comforted, "Eat a little, you will be locked up for 5 days. The Archbishop only allowed you to eat today, so just eat a bite." Before he finished speaking, a hand stretched out from the hole. The hand was wearing a thick glove, but the forearm was covered with scars, as if it had been whipped, with purple bloodstains one after another. Song Shanai fumbled to pick up the fragment closest to the door, and threw it in the direction of the man. "That's for dogs. I'd rather starve to death than eat this. Who gave you the courage to humiliate me? Get out." Liang Ren looked at the food on the ground and found that the food was crushed and pressed into mud, which was indeed not for human consumption. The man sighed helplessly. "The Archbishop is also doing this for your own good. You are too willful all day long." Song Shanai fumbled to pick up another piece of debris and threw it at the wall angrily. "Do you think I'm afraid of death? I'm afraid of death. What right do you have to humiliate me? Get out with your dog food. Get out." The cracking sound rang out again. The man stood up and put the things on the ground into the garbage bag. "Then you take care of yourself. I can't do anything. I have to report to the Archbishop." After saying that, he turned around and left from the other side of the stairs. Yu pursed her lips. They all knew who was locked up in this room. She felt around and looked at Shiru again. Ruru, did you bring any food? Shiru shook her head. I can't send it. Don't let her know that we saw it. Yu nodded slightly. She walked down silently, and the look of being anxious to eat just now disappeared. After a moment, she suddenly turned around and said to Shiru, I told you before. God's love is like the thorn bird. They crushed her just to make her sing better. We all did wrong when we were young. Even if it's compensation, we should help her now. Shiru said him. After leaving the rehabilitation center, none of them had much of a taste for food. They agreed to eat when they were free, and then went home. Sitting on the train, Liang Ran turned on the communicator, opened the forum, logged into her secondary account, and found the account of Xiao Pingyu. She didn't know what she wanted to do. Maybe she would look through her reply records, maybe she would look at her puppy avatar, or maybe she would just take a look. As a result, she suddenly discovered that the homepage introduction of Xiao Pingyu had been changed at some point. The light of the communicator shone on Liang Ran's face, and the introduction of Xiao Pingyu was reflected in her eyes, bright and dim. There were 8 simple words on IT.no friends. Unthinkable. Chapter 31. The vacation of the Xuanqing team soon ended. The research institute dissected and analyzed the brain of the mutant mermaid and determined that the brain nerves of the mutant were extremely active, far better than those of ordinary species of the same species. It was basically confirmed that the mutants in the polluted Area 3 were evolving towards high intelligence. However, because the ecology of other polluted areas is completely different, it still needs to be verified. After the research institute made this matter public, the reputation of the church was once again improved because of the oracle. The archbishop gave many speeches in the main city to promote the doctrine. Some people also pointed out in the forum whether the time of the oracle was too close to the time when the mutant was captured, but speaking out itself was useless. In the final analysis, the church only needed to convince its believers. As long as the existing believers are retained, the status of the church will not be shaken, not to mention that people join the church every day for various reasons. Faith is the anchor point for many people to survive in the end times. Without this anchor point, their lives will become chaotic and painful. Liang Ran got up and watched the morning news for a while. On the screen, Saint Ford held Song Qingshua's hand and stood in front of the goddess statue. The sun shone on his face, making him look sacred and extraordinary, as if he was favored by the gods. The little girl looked at him in confusion, her cheeks puffed up unconsciously. When Saint Ford reiterated that the Sun Church would lead mankind to hope and light, the girl couldn't help but mutter, "But in my dream, it was God loves." Saint Ford nodded and said, "Yes, God loves the world." After saying that, he turned his body and signaled others to take her away. When Song Qingxue was taken away, she turned her head to look at the bishop, and then turned back in confusion. Soon her little face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. Her classes today were very full. In the morning, there was a psychological education class to cultivate the honor and sense of belonging to the main city. In the afternoon, there was a mimicry training class to cultivate the ability to fight against alien species. In the evening, there was a scenario simulation class to exercise the courage to face alien species. She unconsciously thought that she was only 7 years old. When her mother was still alive, she often said that Shue didn't need to work too hard. As long as her mother was there, everything could be slower, but now she had to speed up. Protect the Hope Zone and protect the people her mother wanted to protect. Song Qingxue clenched her fists, cheered herself up, and followed the teacher into the gate of the talent base. Liang Ran turned off the screen and looked at the time. 7 o'clock. Yesterday, the headquarters sent a message that today was the day of the 4th mission of the Xuanqing team, and they would still gather at the S-level railroad at 8 o'clock. Liang Ran got up and quickly put on the protective clothing, checked the contents of each pocket, put on his backpack, and went out directly. At 7:50, she arrived in front of the car on time. Sui Yuesheng was chatting with Shiru in front of the car, and greeted her when he saw her coming. Sui Yuesheng unzipped his backpack and let Zhufu stick his head out. "I haven't seen it for a few days. I came to see if it still likes it now." Before he finished speaking, Zhufu had half of its body exposed and meowed at Liang Ran trustfully. Sui Yuesheng immediately stuffed it back into his backpack. "What's going on?" "It shouldn't be. I asked my mom, and she said that Zhufu has been professionally trained and generally won't stick to people they just met. You have no conscience. I spent most of my points on buying clothes and snacks for you. Why are you so enthusiastic about her?" Liang Ran probably knew the reason. "It's afraid of aliens, right?" she asked Sui Yuesheng in a positive tone. Sui Yuesheng said, as a matter of course, Of course, if it's not afraid, how can it issue a warning? Except for those who have been on dozens of missions. No one should have killed more aliens than me, Liang Ran said. I have dissected many aliens in the Research Institute. The smell of their blood when they died may be on me, and can't be washed off. Xu Fu's sense of smell is very sensitive. She can distinguish whether it is a living alien or a dead alien in the distance by the bloody degree of the smell. Liang Ran has killed nearly 1,000 aliens on the dissection table. She has a special smell that only small animals can smell, a reassuring smell of killing many aliens, but still alive. Sui Yuesheng understood what Liang Ran meant. Then why didn't it hide in your arms when it encountered a group of aliens last time? Liang Ran thought about it. Well, maybe I feel that I can't protect it with so many alien species. After 2 seconds of silence, Sui Yuesheng suddenly laughed, his shoulders trembling with laughter, his beautiful eyes curved, and he turned sideways while laughing. Get on the bus, researcher. Liang Ran did not comment. She walked to the face recognition machine and leaned down. Liang Ran waited for the ticket inspection instructions that lasted more than 10 seconds as usual, but this time, as soon as her eyes met the machine, the prompt sound of the inspection pass sounded. Ding! Citizen Liang Ran passed the ticket inspection. I wish you a safe journey. Liang Ran stood there and thought for a while, then turned to look at the two people. Sui Yuesheng shrugged. It's not me, I was told that it had been corrected when I complained. Shiru also shook his head, me too. Wu Ruozi was running over with a backpack at this moment, her curly hair flying against the wind. She saw a few people from a distance, jumped and waved, Friends, I'm here. When she ran to Liang Ran, she braked suddenly and stood still. Can you take a look at the facial recognition machine? I wrote a 3,000-word complaint report, so it shouldn't be a big problem. You've already passed by. Wu Ruozi looked at the location of the facial recognition machine, then at Liang Ran, and said awkwardly, I didn't notice. How about it? Did the machine embarrass you? Liang Ran shook his head. Thank you, it was very fast this time. After thinking for a while, she added, It's never been so fast before. Wu Ruozi smiled with relief. After she lowered her head and scanned her face, she came to Liang Ran. Are we sitting together this time? Liang Ran, it's okay. Then sit together. Wu Ruozi looked around, found a double-row seat with good lighting, and ran over with her backpack to occupy a seat. Soon, Ji Chan also came with her weapon box. She stuffed steamed buns into her mouth while walking, and didn't drink water when she choked, but closed her eyes and forced it down her throat. Liang Ran frowned at her, and could clearly see a large piece of something being squeezed down from her neck. Wu Ruozi looked at her in great pain. She lowered her head and took out a bottle of water from her backpack and handed it over. Here, Captain, drink some water. Ji Chan waved her hand to refuse. I swallowed it. Burp. Only Song Shanai hadn't come yet. Liang Ran calculated the time. Today was the day she was leaving the rehabilitation center. She looked out through the car window. 5 minutes later, Song Shanai finally appeared at the entrance of the alley. It was the alley that had to be passed to get to the rehabilitation center. She was wearing a protective suit, carrying her weapon box, and walked towards the track with her head down. When she arrived in front of the car, she bent down to scan her face and passed through, and then came to the front of everyone. She glanced around and her eyes fell on Wu Ruozi. As usual, she raised her chin and asked, Did you bring me breakfast? I'm hungry, give it to me quickly. Wu Ruozi took out 3 buns from her backpack and handed them to Song Shanai. Shanai, why do you feel that your lips are pale? Are you sick? Song Shanai took the buns, raised her arm, and put the weapon box on the shelf. She sat down and nodded casually. I had a fever for 2 days, but it has subsided. It's nothing. Wu Ruozi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Song Shanai pulled her sleeves, leaned back on the chair, and bit the bun in her hand. Because Liang Ran had been observing her, he could see that although Song Shanai was trying to restrain herself, she still ate quite voraciously. She took a palm-sized bun in a few bites and quickly filled her cheeks. Ji Chan looked at Song Shanai with deep thoughts in her eyes. Song Shanai noticed Ji Chan's gaze and immediately glared back. Kong Shimo Kong? Because her mouth was full of food, her pronunciation was very unclear. Song Shanai quickly swallowed the food in her mouth and frowned and asked Ji Chan, What are you doing? Haven't you seen people eating? Wu Ruozi's buns are delicious. She has improved rapidly. You eat like this? 2 minutes later, Song Shanai swallowed the last bite of the bun, twisted the water, and drank it with her head tilted back. Sui Yuesheng looked at Song Shanai for a few times and asked her, Fever? Why are you wearing protective clothing today? Song Shanai stood up. I wear it if I want to, and I don't wear it if I don't want to. What's wrong? Take care of yourself. Sui Yuesheng rarely went back. He thought about it, bent down and picked up the medicine box, pulled out 2 bottles of solvent from the side, drew out part of it with a needle, and then threw it to Song Shanai. It's for treating the sequelae of fever. The injection point is on the shoulder. Song Shanai subconsciously took the thing thrown to her. After thinking for a few seconds with her head down, she pointed the needle at her shoulder and injected it through her clothes. After the injection, she threw the syringe into the trash can at her feet. You are quite considerate. Song Shanai snorted, if you deliberately mess with me, I will kill you with a knife. Sui Yuesheng crossed his legs, you have to run faster than me. Song Shanai said pooh and said nothing more. She leaned back in the chair and closed her eyes unconsciously. The dark circles under her eyes were particularly obvious against the pale face. As the car bumped, her head swayed slightly with the bumps. For a moment, her head suddenly dropped down, and a corner of her collar slipped off. Liang Ran saw the glaring scar on it. Song Shanai was awakened quickly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she immediately zipped up her clothes and changed her position to continue sleeping. Liang Ran did not observe her again. Instead, he opened the communicator and looked at the mission location that the headquarters sent to them through the system yesterday. This time, their mission location is Polluted Area 2. Polluted Area 2 is separated from the wasteland by a hill. It used to be a forest with a very large area and few people live there. There are many tall trees and shrubs in the polluted area. After years of development, it has long become a paradise for insects and various plants. This polluted area is the place where the hunter team dislikes missions the most. It's not that the place is so scary, but mainly because there are too many insects, which are impossible to guard against. If you get off the car and walk around, you can get several bites on your face. It's not fatal, but it's annoying. But because of the appearance of the highly intelligent alien in Polluted Area 3, the headquarters has consciously avoided this place when assigning tasks. It is going to send several A-level teams to conduct detailed investigations before assigning subsequent tasks, so the Xuanqing team was assigned to Polluted Area 2 this time. However, because they had been on the mission less often, this mission still looked easy. Find the whereabouts of the Hongxiu team. Liang Ran looked down at the communicator. According to the mission description, the Hongxiu team went on a mission last week to capture snail mutants. The mission was originally successful, but they suddenly lost contact on the way back. The headquarters was basically sure that the team had been killed, but they couldn't figure out what they had encountered. So the Xuanqing team went to the edge of the contaminated area, this time to find the traces of several people, to see what alien species caused the Hongxiu team to lose contact, whether the team accidentally failed or was insufficient in combat power. The reason why the mission was not difficult was that the system added a sentence after the mission. No need to capture any dangerous alien species. Allow direct evacuation if the mission fails. Liang Ran stared at this sentence, always feeling that the existence of this patch made this mission look much more dangerous. Just as she began to recall the common alien species in the contaminated area too, Ji Chan, who was sitting in front of her, suddenly turned her head and stretched out her hand to Liang Ran. Liang Ran looked at the little girl's clenched fist, not knowing what she wanted to do, but still opened her palm to her. What do you want to give me? Liang Ran asked, and the next second, a silver pendant fell into her hand. Liang Ran lowered her head and found that the style of the pendant was extremely simple, but there was a heart-shaped ruby in the middle, which made the pendant instantly beautiful and eye-catching. Soon her communicator lit up. It was a message from Ji Chan. Aunt Xian asked me to tell you that because you have been under close surveillance by many parties, she didn't dare to contact you for 3 years for safety reasons, and you didn't go to her. Now the monitoring line on you has been removed. She misses you very much and hopes that you can meet her after the mission is over, and visit the organization established by Liang Yin before his death. The organization is called HEART. Its main purpose is to resist the hierarchy decree and the reproduction decree, and change the pessimistic and dead status quo of the Hope Zone. It has already reached a scale of thousands of people. Shiru, Daiyu and Song Ning are all members of it. Sui Yuesheng, because he is Aunt Xian's child, occasionally goes there. There is a vehicle-mounted surveillance in the armored vehicle. Don't mention this during the mission. I don't know what kind of plug-in Ji Chan used. As soon as she sent these words, they gradually disappeared from the chat page like air. Liang Ran looked at the empty page and fell silent. Half a minute later, she suddenly rubbed her face and lowered her head to reply, "Today is a sunny day. It's a really good day." Chapter 32. Because of Liang Ran's experience in the past few days, She has actually felt that this world seems to be very different from what she has seen before. Her life in the past 3 years was completely a two-point line, and all her life trajectories were intertwined between home and the institute. She could only contact those that the monitors were willing to let her contact. She was passively trapped in a heavy information cocoon, and could only receive information that others wanted her to know. First-class citizens are arrogant and arrogant. The talent base cultivates fighting machines. The central high level stubbornly maintains the hierarchical decree, and the church's ideas are illusory, but can comfort the souls of many people. All these are the information she got in the narrow living space. But is this information really completely correct? Song Ning is a first-class citizen. Why is she warm and strong, calmly going to death, and not giving herself any chance to hurt her companions? Dayu is a first-class citizen. Why is she healing and cute, even if she knew from the beginning that she was only a third-class citizen? She gave her so much sugar. If the talent base really only cultivates combat machines, then what's up with the group of awkward thorns in the Xuanqing team? Song Shanai gave her gifts, and spent all his points to buy her a box of high-end scalpels. Sui Yuesheng wiped her knives clean, and made them smell good. She complained about the differential treatment on the railroad tracks, and picked the best-looking kittens. Sharu also gave her several expensive life-saving potions in addition to the bet. People cannot accept thoughts outside of their thoughts. Their actions have actually exceeded the scope of the rules set under the level decree. Although they did not exceed the rules, they were still outside the decree. So, what thoughts are they accepting outside the talent base? Is it that there are teachers in the talent base who are secretly spreading content other than the decree, or that the things they have encountered have made them spontaneously update their thoughts, or that they have cultivated other qualities somewhere outside the talent base? The most obvious is the painful cries at the music festival. So many people, so many first and second class citizens. Why would they cry if they didn't feel depressed and painful? If no one taught Dayu and the girl the definition of true love, why would they say I love you at the music festival? From Dayu's natural emotional feedback, she already knew what love was. She already knew how the fire seed decree was eroding human nature, and the central high-level maintenance of the hierarchy decree. If the status of the hierarchy decree is really indestructible within them, why would the relevant initiatives to maintain the hierarchy decree be deleted after being written into the talent-based training content? So who is proposing the deletion? Even Liang Ran's initial belief that the Xuanqing team disliked her because she was a third-class citizen is now gradually becoming untenable. Sharu was scared by the previous accompanying researcher, and was unwilling to trust other researchers. Sui Yuesheng liked to tease people, and would go up to anyone who came to him to make people dislike him. Ji Chan and Wu Ruozi were needless to say. The former was a third-class citizen before, and had never targeted her. The only time he said harsh words was to ask her to only care about herself. The latter was even more strange and particularly close to her. From the current point of view, this may be related to Wu Ruozi's life experience and her previous team experience. Only Song Shanai disliked her because of her level, but Liang Ran felt that it didn't matter after seeing Saint Fold's skilled mental manipulation and physical torture of Song Shanai. Song Shanai's life is far from being as glamorous as she appears. Behind life are all maggots and lice that have drilled into her flesh and blood. From the personal introduction of Song Shanai's trumpet, it can be seen that she seems to have discovered that she has been deceived and brainwashed by her father, but family affection still traps her. Liang Ran doesn't know how long she will be trapped. It may be as long as a lifetime, or as short as a moment. Finally, there is the Sun Church. Liang Ran's previous thinking about the church is that it is an indispensable link in the doomsday world. People are panicked and painful, and it is understandable to seek an anchor point for the soul under anxiety, so religion is born at the right time. Although it will do some deprivation, it has stabilized the souls of many people. But now it seems that the Sun Church seems to be saving people, but has actually been eating people. It is known that the oracle is not an oracle at all, but a truth that has not been made public, and a prophecy that can be made up at any time. Then the 3 genetic drugs extracted from the human body, as a prayer for the arrival of the oracle, cannot be poured at the feet of the statue. Because it is useless, because it is too wasteful. So those genetic drugs are most likely to be collected and reused, part of which belongs to the church and part of which belongs to the headquarters. There must be a supply chain between religion and the headquarters, and this supply chain can make both parties profitable, so both parties maintain each other, and the ceremony of inviting gods has continued to this day. But not everyone in the headquarters supports the practice of religion, otherwise Ruan Mei, as a representative of the regulatory department, would not have left early for 3 consecutive years, and the girl from the senior hunter team would not have said that she would support Liang Qian, resist religion, and not participate in the ceremony of inviting gods. Liang Ran rubbed his temples while thinking. The organizations in this world are intertwined, and now they finally reveal part of themselves to her. One more thing. Liang Ran thought about what Ji Chan had just sent her. Before, because you were under close surveillance by many parties, she didn't dare to contact you for 3 years to be on the safe side. She had heard it several times, and Xian Yuping, Sui Yuexing's mother, the rarest S-level citizen in the main city, controls the most powerful pharmaceutical organization in the end times, and is good at training kittens. She almost has the final say in the main city. Ruan Mei's status and sphere of influence are definitely not as good as hers. And Xian Yuping actually said that the surveillance line behind Liang Ran made her dare not contact Liang Ran, which can only mean 2 things. First, Xian Yuping is making excuses for her laziness to find Liang Ran, and second, there are people with the same status as Xian Yuping, or even higher status, who are monitoring Liang Ran. One is really too easy to overturn. After all, they have to contact Liang Ran, so why bother to find such an excuse that is not right at first glance? So the answer is 2. Liang Ran didn't think that she, a third-class citizen, deserved the silent and strict surveillance of such a high-level person. The only high-level person who was closely related to her was her sister Liang Qian. In connection with Liang Dian's death in the marginal contaminated area, Liang Ran could be sure that the person was related to Liang Qian, and it might even be negatively related. Liang Dian's actions and personality must have caused fierce disputes with some senior executives of the headquarters. In other words, according to Liang Dian's philosophy, if she didn't stand at the highest point of the apocalypse and hold the highest power and organization, how much harm would she have to avoid in order to live well? Under the extremely strict hierarchical system, people who indulge in power will never allow her to implement her own ideas. So that person is someone who hates Liang Qian, and the dense surveillance line that Xian Yuping dared not easily intervene in really gave people the feeling that the other party was afraid of Liang Ran doing and saying something. How did Liang Qian die? And what exactly is the unknown tentacle alien species that destroyed the Dawn team? Liang Ran has been in the Research Institute for 3 years, and has never encountered a similar pure black tentacle alien species. As Liang Ran thought about it, his brain was a little tired. She took a deep breath, put down her hand rubbing her temple, lowered her head to open the communicator, and wanted to look through the forum to find something fun to divert her thoughts. As a result, Ji Chan suddenly sent her a download package. Liang Ran clicked it, and found that it was a new system, and there was a link showing the icon of the headquarters forum. But this forum itself came with the system, and Ji Chan had no need to send it to her, so this should be the internal communication forum of the Heart organization. Ji Chan, download the system first, and then download this link in the system. The underlying code of the headquarters system has been conquered. This forum can only be opened in the new system, and will not leave any traces in the original system. Destruction is also very simple. Press the power button 3 times quickly to delete all traces immediately. As soon as Ji Chan finished typing these 3 sentences, she disappeared just like before. This made Liang Ran suddenly interested in the coders of Heart. A few minutes later, Liang Ran finished downloading and installing. The car also stopped at this time. After all the members of the Xuanqing team got off the car, they took their backpacks and equipment boxes to the high wall to verify the mission. After the verification, Ji Chan handed the start chip to Shiru. Shiru sat in the main driving seat as last time. After confirming that everyone was seated firmly, he stepped on the accelerator without any nonsense and rushed straight into the wilderness. Liang Ran fastened his seat belt, turned on the communicator again, and clicked on the forum. What caught his eye were countless posts. It has been proposed to the headquarters that if there are third-class citizens in the outer city who have accumulated enough points, they can send their children to the talent base to study and slowly change. I hope that the differences between citizens will not enter a dead cycle in the future. Genes have nothing to do with IQ. Even if non-mutants cannot fight alien species, can they not learn soilless cultivation and weapon manufacturing? The talent base is recruiting more teachers. If there are qualified applicants in the organization, it is recommended that they all apply. Only with more teachers and educational resources can more people receive education, and more children will receive normal education, changing the current situation of self-satisfaction. Today, when I was in class at the base, another child asked me what love is. Although we still haven't come up with the best explanation under surveillance, the question itself is valuable. Realizing that the issue of laws is the first step to questioning authority. Tinder today, another couple appeared in the lobby, openly defying the birth law. Heart might try to contact. When I was on a mission in the outer city, I met an uncle who was particularly good at crafts. He said that his father had participated in the construction of an artificial sun, and he learned a lot of useful knowledge from his father. The uncle was very good, and I couldn't understand what he said at all, haha. Hart might try to contact. I haven't seen the child for 2 weeks. Today, she finally came back from the base. She said that a classmate in the class took a wooden bird. I asked her where to buy the wooden bird, and the child told me to buy it from a clever grandmother in the outer city. Clever, what a comforting word. Have you heard about the music festival? Dayu said I love you loudly, and my friends and I were in tears, but I still hope that my sister can protect herself. The lack of death penalty is both our basis for resistance and the basis for others to do evil. I heard that Hart has contacted the top management of the prison, and I was so excited that I didn't sleep all night. If it can be absorbed, then everyone will suffer less in the future. The church problem must be faced. The gene mutation agents extracted by St. Ford will definitely not be poured on the feet of the statue. It is likely to be delivered to his umbrella. I heard that the current acting archons are basically contacting the church to gain support. Everyone knows about the church. The current problem is that if the church loses its authority, will those believers commit suicide on a large scale? They don't have a strong soul and heart. Does anyone know about the end of the world alien files that the Institute is compiling? If it is really compiled, this file will definitely be a powerful tool for large-scale elimination of aliens. I am an assistant at the Institute. I saw someone discussing the alien files on the homepage. I have news that I just found out yesterday. The paper published by the researcher in our laboratory used data provided by a third-class citizen. According to my search, this third-class citizen has no articles in the Institute. How can a place that exploits people like this write a good file? Liang Ran suddenly saw this post and blinked subconsciously. After a while, she hesitantly clicked in. The first message was, "Is it Liang Ran?" The only third-class citizen in the Institute is Teacher Zhang, but Teacher Zhang hasn't been on the dissection table for 2 years, and hasn't produced any new research results for a while. The poster replied, "Yes, it's her. She left the Institute recently. I met her twice before. She seemed very cold and withdrawn. When she was expressionless, she looked gloomy. I didn't even dare to say hello to her. I didn't expect she had suffered such a big injustice. But it's also conceivable that many people in the Institute are petty and rely on their high genes. They are most afraid that the second and third-class citizens will be smarter than them. Wasn't Shinxi an example back then?" Liang Ran's fingertips moved down and looked at the second message. I have some impression of this name. The poster wrote, "I remember that 3 years ago, Hart sent a notice asking if anyone in the Institute could help Liang Ran. But something seemed to go wrong in the middle. The person who said he would help her soon had an accident during the experiment. I didn't know much about him afterwards. The organization never mentioned this person again. If the poster hadn't suddenly mentioned her, I would have almost forgotten her." Liang Ran was stunned when she saw this message. Because of her deep memory, she almost immediately remembered the sea-level researcher who helped her scold her colleagues 3 years ago. At that time, the other party helped her clean up the sticky liquid that others had splashed on the floor of her laboratory as a prank, gave her a brand new white coat, and comforted her a few words. But after that day, she never saw her again. I heard that she was parasitized by a foreign species during the experiment the next day, and the colleague who heard the noise shot her on the spot. Liang Ran's eyes suddenly became sore. She had never had emotions so quickly before. She tried her best to control her emotions, but tears still welled up quickly. The death of this researcher was by no means accidental. Liang Ran's life was precious, but everyone's life was precious. When she knew nothing, someone actually died to comfort her, and now, after 3 years, she only found out about it today. Liang Ran closed his eyes and looked out the window in panic. Chapter 33. At 4 p.m., several people arrived at the border of polluted Zone 2. The border this time was a small hill more than 200 meters high. After driving over the hill, they reached the edge of the polluted zone. Sharu turned around and asked everyone, "Do you want to rest here, or go over the hill to rest?" Because after going over the hill, there are still 7 or 8 meters to the border, and the aliens cannot come out, so it is safe to rest anywhere. Seeing that no one spoke, Sharu looked at Liang Ran. "What do you think?" After several hours, Liang Ran had adjusted his state. She knew that something had changed. It must be different, but she couldn't tell exactly where it was different. Hearing Sharu's words, Liang Ran thought for a moment and replied, "It only takes more than 10 minutes to cross the hill. It won't be a problem to cross it tomorrow. Let's rest here." Although the alien species in the contaminated area cannot cross the border line, they can see the scene outside. We are resting so close to the contaminated area. They can see it, and there is a chance that it will cause trouble. Xiaoru nodded. Then let's rest here. After saying that, she turned off the engine. There are rest areas built by the main city here and behind the hill. Now, while it is still early, Xiaoru jumped out of the car and went to the rest area to find something. When she came back, she brought out a small gas box and a wok, and she also held a few green plants with thin stems and wide leaves under her arms. This is a plant from contaminated area too. Have you eaten this? Song Shanai's condition at this moment is much better than when she first got on the car. After injecting the reagent, eating a full meal, and sleeping all the way, the paleness on her face faded away by a large part, and her expression returned to its previous appearance. She pouted in disdain. I haven't eaten it. It doesn't taste good at first glance. Maybe because of Daiyu's previous words, Xiaoru did not respond to Song Shanai in silence this time, but answered carefully. Many teams will pull up edible plants and put them in the trunk when they are performing tasks in polluted area too. When they are safe, they will stir-fry them for snacks. Some plants can also be broken open and eaten dry. The inside is sweet. Song Shanai looked at Xiaoru in confusion. Xiaoru continued, Daiyu took a photo of this wild vegetable for me, saying that it is delicious when stir-fried, and the taste is sweet. It can also be eaten with sauce, but the points for exchanging sauces are very expensive, and I haven't exchanged them yet. Song Shanai looked even more confused. When did you say so much to me? Have you committed a crime? Are you asking me for help? Xiaoru, She put down the small gas tank in her hand silently, and stopped talking again. Sui Yuesheng glanced at the plant in Xiaoru's hand, and continued the topic, wild celery. I exchanged points for this thing. Why would it be placed at the rest stop? Xiaoru, teams that have completed their missions in polluted area too often put uneaten wild vegetables at the rest stop. My previous team did this. But I was seriously injured and recuperated for a long time. During this period, I also went to the headquarters to help for a year. 2 years have passed, and the situation in polluted area 2 should have been turned upside down. Liang Ran knew this kind of plant. As I said before, there is no good thing about the animals and plants that can survive in the polluted area. Along with the arrival of the alien species, there is also water pollution and land pollution. The soil in the polluted area is polluted, and the edible plants growing on it are no longer the simple wild vegetables of the past. She reminded, check if the roots are clean. The roots of this plant are slightly toxic. Xiaoru lifted it up and looked at it carefully. Cut it clean. Will you try it? Of course, I haven't eaten it before. Are there other plants? Wuruozi also jumped out of the car and ran to the rest point. I go search around. While Wuruozi was searching, another armored vehicle stopped in front of the hill. This team also came to Pollute Area 2 to perform a mission. The man driving the car rolled down the window. He looked at everyone and saw the bunch of plants Wuruozi was holding in her arms. He laughed immediately. Ha ha ha, aren't we thinking the same thing? Have you prepared the seasoning? We prepared it specially. Do you want to eat it together? Wuruozi's face instantly turned red. I didn't take all of it. There are still a lot of them inside. The man waved his hand quickly. Hey, that's not what I meant. We didn't bring any seasoning last time. We wanted to try something new, but found it difficult to swallow. It was so uncomfortable. If you don't have any seasoning, we can share some with you. Wuruozi looked at Xiaoru. Sure. Ru shook her head. I really didn't bring it. The man rolled down the car window and threw a small cloth bag to Xiaoru. It's all packed in portions. Sprinkle some seasonings to double the taste. After Xiaoru took the seasonings and was about to thank him, the man enthusiastically stretched out a finger and shook it left and right, signaling her not to speak. Thank you is too polite. We are all friends when we are away from home. Don't be polite. Liang Ran looked at this silver-haired, blue-eyed, and familiar old man. He couldn't help but stare at his hair for a few more times. The old man noticed Liang Ran's gaze and stroked his hair proudly. Looks handsome, right? I dyed it specially. It cost me a lot of points. Sui Yuesheng interrupted. The color is quite bright. The elder brother looked at Sui Yuesheng for a few times and said sincerely, not as bright as your face. Sui Yuesheng smiled and nodded. Thank you, I think so too. Ji Chan, who had been listening to the conversation silently, turned her head away from Sui Yuesheng, a little further away. As she moved away, she muttered softly, my ears are useless after hearing this. At 4:30, Xiaoru picked up the gas tank and iron pot, and the opposite team also got off the car and moved a bunch of wild vegetables from the rest point. Liang Ran took scissors and processed the plants one by one. At Wuruozi's request, she explained while cutting, this leaf is not poisonous, but it tastes bitter when fried, so it is suitable for dry eating. This red fruit is very astringent. Unless you are starving to death, you should not eat it. This rhizome cannot be eaten too much. Like the root of wild celery, it also has very mild toxins. It is okay to eat a small amount, but eating more is not good. I will probably sleep until 9 o'clock tomorrow. Speaking of this, the eldest brother, who was processing the ingredients 5 meters away, suddenly shouted, "Oh my God, our team overslept collectively last time. It can't be because of this thing you mentioned." Liang Ran raised the plant in his hand. "Is it this?" "That's it." The elder brother slapped his thigh. "So that's it. We thought he overslept because he drank too much," I said. "He only drank a few sips. How could the after effect be so strong?" Hearing this, Liang Ran frowned immediately. "You guys still drink on the mission? You really don't want to die." The elder brother hurriedly shook his hand. "It was just that time, and we drank in the wilderness. It's not a big deal. Xiaochen just got married. He's a little confused. We talked about our family affairs, and couldn't help but drink 2 sips. The 4 of us didn't even drink half a bottle together. In the end, we waited until we were sober before entering the contaminated area to carry out the mission." Nothing was delayed. Liang Ran nodded. Sui Yuesheng cut the dishes. Wu Ruozi cooked dinner, and Shiru put several dishes on plates and placed them in front of everyone. Wu Ruozi ate while asking about the other party's mission. "What are you doing this time?" The eldest brother replied, "Oh, the most common mission. There are few supplies in contaminated area too, and it was emptied a few years ago. In recent years, the headquarters found that the plants in it are edible, so they always send teams here to purchase them. Now that supplies are so scarce, we really have to try everything that can be eaten. If the alien species were not so disgusting, I guess some people would want to cook it and taste the meat." This is true. The edge of contaminated area 2 is a forest that stretches as far as the eye can see. Before the end of the world, basically no one lived there. After the arrival of the Red Moon, in order to ensure the survival rate of citizens of various countries, a large number of humans moved in here, betting that the Red Moons here are the slowest to fade. Because the people moved in temporarily, all kinds of buildings were also temporarily built, and all kinds of materials were also temporarily transported in. The amount of materials is definitely not as much as those polluted areas that were originally cities. The polluted areas are divided into marginal pollution areas and deep pollution areas. The 2/3 of the polluted areas close to the wasteland that can be illuminated by sunlight belong to marginal pollution areas, and the black areas that cannot be illuminated by artificial suns belong to deep pollution areas. No one knows what has developed inside. At the beginning, a large amount of materials were stored in the current deep pollution area. At present, very few teams have the ability to enter the deep pollution area to find materials. It has been more than 50 years since the end of the world. With the difficulty of obtaining and planting medicines and food raw materials, and most of the production capacity supplied to artificial suns, the materials stored in the early years have almost been exhausted. If humans want to survive, they have to actively try different things. For example, plants in the contaminated area. Continuously refine, experiment, and try and error to find out what is edible, and then let the hunter team bring it back. First bring edible plants, then bring their seeds, and try to cultivate them with groundwater. Liang Ran thought about this matter. According to this development, in a few years, humans may really try the meat of alien species. Because it is more difficult than cultivating fruits and vegetables to raise meat poultry in the end times. If the bodies of first-class citizens are viewed according to the standards of the old world, many of them are actually malnourished, but good genes blur this point. The elder brother talked about the other task again. Didn't a team suddenly lose contact when catching snail mutants? The headquarters asked us to look for it by the stream to see if we can find any traces. Wu Ruozi said, "Huh?" Shiru raised his eyes. "Normal. Our mission is to find traces at the edge of the western part of the forest, and the stream runs through the middle of the forest. Our destination and theirs are basically different. The Hongxiu team probably ran through both places. After all, no one knows where those snail mutants crawled to." Wu Ruozi nodded suddenly. The elder brother understood what the two said and greeted them enthusiastically. "That's a coincidence. There is a long way to go. We can go together. You are the new team, and we can take care of you." This instantly reminded Liang Ran of Song Ming. Others may have thought of the same person. Ji Chan was the first to refuse. "No need." The elder brother wanted to continue, but was interrupted by Song Shanai. "We don't need the old team to lead." Wu Ruozi, who was a gentle person, also shook her head. "Thank you, but we are very good, there is no problem." Hearing this, the teammate of the big brother pulled his sleeve, so he stopped persuading. After dinner, Everyone returned to the armored vehicle. Liang Ran half lying on the chair. Wu Ruozi was listening to music next to him, swaying. Because of Hart and that forum, Liang Ran felt that the gap between her and the first-class citizen seemed to be much smaller. She thought about the message Ji Chan sent her. In this team, it seemed that only Song Shanai and Wu Ruozi were not members of Hart. She could understand Song Shanai, but Wu Ruozi. If Wu Ruozi was really like what she showed, Hart would definitely contact her. Thinking of this, Liang Ran turned his head slightly and looked at Wu Ruozi. The girl noticed her gaze, took off her headphones, raised her head with a smile. "What's the matter?" Liang Ran thought for a moment and asked, "You said before that you followed other teams. Have you been to Contaminated Area 2 before?" Wu Ruozi shook her head embarrassedly. "Maybe I have been here, but I don't remember." Liang Ran, "Don't remember?" Wu Ruozi nodded. "Well, I can only remember some fragments of the injury, and I don't remember anything else. I was seriously injured before. I heard that everything below the waist was gone. Although I was rescued later, I basically forgot all the memories of the mission. The hospital said that my brain deliberately blocked that memory to protect me, and did not support me to remember it." Liang Ran pursed his lips. "Sorry, I don't know." Wu Ruozi said easily. "It's okay, hey, who cares about this? You shouldn't feel sorry for what I said. It's not the attitude of a good teammate to always feel sorry. You should think that Xiao Wu is so powerful that he is more than enough to protect Liang Ran. Liang Ran is not used to this kind of kindness." It was like the hot wind in summer blowing in his face. No matter which direction he turned, he would not be able to hide. She looked at Wu Ruozi inquiringly. After saying these words, Wu Ruozi didn't care about Liang Ran's reaction. Instead, she picked up her backpack and asked her, "If you are hungry, I have some cookies here." Liang Ran shook his head. "I'm not hungry. I ate a lot at night." "That's good." Wu Ruozi curled her eyes and pointed to her headphones, indicating that if Liang Ran had nothing else to do, she would continue listening to the song. Liang Ran said him. So Wu Ruozi put on her headphones again, bent her knees, and sat on the chair, poking her knees with her chin while listening to the song. Liang Ran withdrew his gaze. Wu Ruozi had a bad past. Both her parents died, and she lived alone for a long time. The previous team used her mutation as a capital for trial and error. In the last mission of the team, everyone died, and only Wu Ruozi was hanging on because of her ability. She lay in the hospital's medical cabin for a long time before slowly recovering. After waking up, she lost most of her memories during the mission and joined the Xuanqing team. She is a tragic girl. Liang Ran could actually feel that the girl's kindness to her seemed to be real, without any hypocritical acting. The most important thing was that her kindness was not just talk. She was the first to suggest that everyone treat Liang Ran as a normal teammate. She was also the one who wrote a 3,000-word complaint, which made the rail transit delete the ticket machine's scrutiny of Liang Ran for more than 10 seconds every day. So did she become a more serious people-pleasing personality because of her past experiences? But in this case, from a realistic perspective, shouldn't the heart be more proactive in approaching her? Wu Ruozi seemed a little mysterious. There was no point in thinking too much. Liang Ran quickly stopped thinking. If it had nothing to do with her own situation, she had no intention of digging into other people's past. As time went by, everyone felt sleepy. Everyone drew lots to determine the order of everyone's night watch. This time Liang Ran was the second night watch. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, she was woken up by Sui Yuesheng, probably because the terrain of the wasteland here was higher, and the temperature at night was lower than that of the pollution zone 3. Liang Ran rubbed her palms vigorously, and put them on her cheeks. After Sui Yuesheng woke her up, he also felt a little cold, and lay down in the quilt. After a few minutes, the fluffy blessing was thrown by him, and fell into Liang Ran's arms in a parabolic posture. Liang Ran raised his head in confusion. "It's so heartless that it's kicking me to death." "You can play with it." Sui Yuesheng turned over, and after a moment, he seemed to remember something and turned back. "When you bring it back, don't lift my quilt, just put it next to my head." Sui Yuesheng yawned and said, "Although I'm dressed, it's still embarrassing to have my quilt lifted by a girl. I had nightmares for 2 consecutive nights." Liang Ran, She knew Sui Yuesheng was pointing a finger at her. But who told her that she was not right? Liang Ran was embarrassed for a few seconds and replied, "You woke up last time?" Sui Yuesheng, "Guess?" Liang Ran, Whoever wants to guess can guess, anyway, she won't guess. Liang Ran teased the warm blessing in her arms, and ignored Sui Yuesheng's words. Soon, Sui Yuesheng's steady breathing sound came. Shufu is so small that it seems to feel cold. It uses its claws to pull open Liang Ran's sleeves and tries to get in with its head down. It is trying hard with all its strength, and its 4 claws keep flapping, and its tail is standing high. Seeing that it can't get in, it is so angry that it slaps Liang Ran's arm. Liang Ran feels the little strength, unzips her coat, and puts it on her warmest abdomen, keeping warm with the kitten. If she settles down in the future, she will also keep a kitten. But she must wait until everything is very good, otherwise she will never go home, and the cat will be very bored. Besides, if she dies suddenly, it is also a problem whether the cat can find a new owner. I heard that changing owners will cause great psychological damage to cats. Liang Ran is keeping watch while planning the future cat-raising plan. More than an hour passed quickly. It's time to change the person to keep watch. Liang Ran glanced at the time and walked towards Song Shanai. But after Liang Ran stood firm, he just stretched out his hand and suddenly stopped. At this time, Song Shanai was lying on the car seat and sleeping. I don't know if she had a nightmare. Even though the weather was so cold, there was still a lot of sweat on her forehead, and her eyelashes were trembling from time to time. Liang Ran slowly withdrew his hand. Her eyes unconsciously looked down, and saw the scars on Song Shanai's ankles. She squatted at Song Shanai's feet, and gently rolled up her trouser legs. The more she rolled up, the more shocking the whip marks became. Most of the whip marks were already very light. The body functions of first-class citizens were here. Even if they were not regenerative mutants, their body recovery speed was different from that of ordinary people. However, some whip marks were too deep, and have not recovered yet. The flesh and blood that were turned over have healed halfway, and you can still see the bloody and miserable situation at the beginning. Liang Ran walked back to her seat, took out a box of ointment from her backpack, twisted it open, melted the milky white ointment in her palm, and then gently applied it to Song Shanai's calf. As she applied it, she paid attention to Song Shanai's expression. She knew very well that according to Song Shanai's personality, she would not want to expose her bad situation to others. After applying it to her calf, Liang Ran put down her trouser legs. At this time, Song Shanai turned over. Liang Ran thought about it, gently lifted the corner of Song Shanai's clothes, squatted down, and quickly glanced at her back. The injury on her back was basically healed. Liang Ran put away the ointment with confidence. The physical condition of teammates is related to the entire team. Even if it is only for her own life, Liang Ran will care about Song Shanai. Besides, she is not a cold person who can ignore the suffering of others. From Song Shanai's initial admiration for the ritual of inviting gods, her worship of the oracle, to her hysterical dispute with her father, it can be seen that Song Shanai has always been taught that it is okay to sacrifice a few people for the oracle to come, and for more humans to gain hope and future from the oracle. Because great things always require sacrifices, and those people are willing to sacrifice. If necessary, she is also willing to make this sacrifice, using her own genes in exchange for the oracle to come and guide mankind forward. But all this is based on the oracle can really benefit mankind. The latest oracle made Song Shanai realize the falsehood of it, but she is not sure whether only this oracle is invalid, or whether all the past oracles are scams. If they are all false, then what did she do before, and what role did she play? If Liang Ran put himself in her shoes, he would also feel that it was cruel to deny himself from the very beginning. If he couldn't hold on, he would probably have a mental breakdown. The most common way to deal with it was to convince himself that the doubts in his heart were false. Besides, the oracle was not wrong, it just happened to be consistent with the latest unpublished news. What's more, the appearance of the oracle also made this matter from being difficult to distinguish true from false to a foregone conclusion. Liang Ran did not wake up Song Shanai, but got up and returned to his seat. More than 10 minutes passed. Liang Ran had not been keeping vigil for Song Shanai for long when he heard the sound of the other party getting up. Song Shanai sat up slowly with her back to Liang Ran and looked at the time. Is it my turn? Maybe she just woke up. Her voice was a little hoarse. Why didn't you wake me up? Fell asleep? Liang Ran replied, No. Well, Song Shanai put on a coat. You go to sleep. Liang Ran glanced at Song Shanai's back for a few times, said nothing, laid down, and got into the bed with blessings. The next morning, Liang Ran was woken up by Wu Ruozi. After she opened her eyes, she looked at the sunlight outside the window in confusion and touched her communicator. Why didn't my alarm go off? As a result, she found a blessing on her wrist. The kitten pressed the communicator tightly under her belly. Seeing that Liang Ran found it, she wagged her tail as if asking for praise. Liang Ran nodded helplessly. Are you afraid that I will be woken up? How can you be so great? The kitten's tail wagged even more happily. Sui Yuesheng came over at this time, and took Jufu into his arms. He said to Liang Ran, "I'm not saying that you, a researcher, are too rude. We agreed last night not to lift the quilt when returning the cat, but you just didn't return it." Liang Ran folded the quilt with a guilty look. Song Shanai glanced over here and said to Sui Yuesheng, "Don't blame others if you can't control your cat." Ji Chan stretched, jumped off the chair, and found a bag of nutrition to drink. Hearing the conversation between the few people, she nodded. It seems that Liang Ran and Sui Yuesheng are sucking at Jufu at the same time. Maybe Jufu will run to Liang Ran's side. "Do you want to try?" Sui Yuesheng. ? He stuffed Jufu into his backpack. "You are dreaming so early in the morning. Jufu likes me the most, there is no doubt about that." Sharu also joined the discussion. She interrupted, "Let Jufu out and let us see." Sui Yuesheng immediately zipped up his pants. "This is so hurtful, Jufu will think I don't trust him. Also, why do I feel like you treat Jufu like a dog?" After saying that, he looked around and his face darkened. "Take a break, everyone, and stop watching the show." Liang Ran thought of an adjective that was very suitable for Sui Yuesheng on weekdays. As she thought about it, she looked at Sui Yuesheng. The other party probably understood Liang Ran's thoughts, and his face suddenly became happy. He returned to his seat in a good mood, unzipped his backpack, opened the car window, and started combing Jufu's hair. Sharu also sat back in the driver's seat. After more than 10 minutes, seeing that everyone had finished packing, Sharu said hello, started the car, and drove towards the hill. Just as Liang Ran said, it only took a dozen minutes to climb over this hill. After driving down the hill, you can see a wooden sign a few meters away. This is the critical point of Zone 2, half a meter away. Liang Ran looked past the sign and looked at the scene of the polluted Zone 2. Nearby is a dense and dilapidated low house, which was once a temporary residence for humans. You can see many tree stumps around the houses. It is obvious that these living spaces were freed up after a large number of trees were cut down. Looking further away, there is a forest that is endless. Polluted Area 2 is also called the Wood Barrier Area. The reason why the large tracts of trees here can thrive is closely related to the polluted land. Polluted Area 2 is the area with the most serious soil pollution. The pollutants in the soil not only make the trees here grow at an unimaginable speed, but also make them have toxins. The alien species here are mostly insects and birds. Their food is mainly these plants with toxins, so most of the alien species in this area are virus carriers. Liang Ran thought about the alien species in Polluted Area 2 that she had studied before, and turned to say to everyone, "Our mission is to the western edge of the forest. Don't get close to the stream here, let alone go into the water. The water here is very polluted, and the water quality is strange. You can find any species that may appear in the water from it. It is not surprising that there are octopuses in the stream. Since the mission does not require us to capture any alien species, don't try to kill any alien species this time. Let's go straight to the destination." The situation in Polluted Area 2 is special. There are so many alien species that it is impossible to kill them all, and there are many kinds of plants. Even the short plants grow very tall. Some have thorns and are very sticky. Occasionally, they will penetrate the protective clothing and scratch the legs, causing itching and pain. At present, pharmaceutical organizations and research institutes have not developed strong special drugs, which can only relieve but not eliminate them. Once you get off the bus, tighten the elastic bands of your sleeves and trouser legs, apply insect repellent on your face, don't take off your goggles, and plug your ears with cotton balls or other things. I just looked at the supply box, and there are no airtight masks in it. It should be that the previous team used them up and the inspectors didn't replenish them. So after getting off the bus, try not to open your mouth to talk. Flying insects can get into the human body from anywhere. Liang Ran said it very seriously. After she finished speaking, she looked at everyone. "Is it okay?" Wu Ruozi immediately raised her hand. "Of course. I listened to you." Sui Yuesheng shrugged. "Okay, researcher." Sharu also nodded. "Okay." Ji Chan put the weapon box on the shelf on her lap. "It's all right. You can replenish it at any time. My memory is not very good." After several people finished speaking, they looked at Song Shanai at the end. Song Shanai frowned. "Why are you looking at me? Did I say I don't agree? What are you dawdling about? Let's go." Chapter 34. Because of the uneven terrain and lush vegetation, it is very difficult for armored vehicles to travel here. Sharu drove for more than 10 minutes, past the abandoned low houses on the edge, calculated the time, and said, "I just looked at the map. The central and western regions are very wide. At the current speed, Even if we don't encounter alien attacks along the way, we can't finish the search before 6 p.m. By then, the artificial sun in the main city will go out, and we need to spend the night here. In the past few years, because the supplies in other areas have not been emptied, the main city rarely sent teams to the polluted area to perform tasks. I haven't been here with the old team. Everyone should be vigilant at all times. Speaking of this, Sharu looked at Liang Ran in the rearview mirror and asked, "How many days do you think we will stay here?" Liang Ran thought about it and told the truth, "I don't know. All my knowledge of Area 2 comes from the videos sent back by the hunter team, but because everyone's mission location is different, the signal in some areas is not good and will be disconnected, and many remote areas will not be entered by the team, so my understanding of this place is not coherent. I know the alien and mutant plants in the central area, and I can roughly calculate how long it will take for the car to pass through them, but I can't guarantee the western area." Liang Ran gave an estimate. The western area is very wide, about 2 days. If you encounter trouble on the road, the time will have to increase. Sui Yueshun leaned his elbow on the window and said boredly, "It's really long. The fuel in the car this time is 5 days. Excluding the round trip, we can stay for a maximum of 3 days. Wu Ruozi responded, "There is no way. We are here to find clues about the Hongqiu team. The speed cannot be too fast. We have to observe along the way, which takes more time. How can we go back in just 3 days?" Ji Chan held the gun, eager to try. "There are so many bugs here. Can't we kill any of them?" "Yes," Liang Ran said. "Just kill those that block the way. Use firearms and melee weapons to kill medium and large alien species, and flamethrowers, or just avoid small ones. After all, some alien species are not even as big as bullets, and are very flexible, so bullets are useless." Liang Ran looked at the surrounding scenery. At this moment, the armored vehicle was slowly shuttling through a dense area of plants several dozen centimeters high. The plants were hung with green lantern-shaped fruits, and the fruits were covered with dense soft thorns. This plant is called green cage fruit. The soft thorns on the fruit are not very hard, but the fluff on the soft thorns has a strong adhesion. It can't pierce the tires of the armored vehicle, but it can stick to the tires. If there are too many attached, the tires will slip, and you have to get off the car to deal with it. So although Liang Ran just said that he would go straight to the destination, and would not get off the car unless necessary, there were still many necessary situations. They had to get off the car several times along the way. Half an hour later, the armored vehicle finally drove through the dense green cage fruit bushes. Sharu frowned. The feel is wrong. She was driving, and her feel was wrong. In fact, it meant that there was a deviation between the current speed and her control. Without Liang Ran's reminder, Sharu stepped on the brakes and stopped the car. After stopping, the car slid forward a few meters. "We have to clean it up." Sharu looked back. "Each person cleans a tire. We will do it as soon as possible." Liang Ran knew that he and Wu Ruozi were not included. Sure enough, after Sharu finished speaking, the other people in the car got out of the car with their weapons, put on goggles, blocked their ears with something, and quickly wiped the tires with the cloth strips with bamboo poles. The car was parked in a small open space, which was specially chosen by Sharu. There were not many plants and insects, but the thorns of the green cage fruit were very sticky and difficult to clean. After 7 or 8 minutes, the tires were not cleaned yet, and more than a dozen bone-breaking centipedes discovered the few people and crawled from behind the tree towards the armored vehicle. Each of these centipedes was the size of 2 palms of an adult, and was completely black. There were a total of 16 pairs of legs, 8 of which were normally bent downward, but 8 pairs of legs were folded over and symmetrically upward. The legs in different directions were arranged intermittently. As long as a large alien stepped on them, as long as the skin was not as hard as iron, the 8 pairs of upward legs would pierce the flesh and inject strong toxins. When Liang Ran analyzed this type of centipede before, he gave them a nickname, called Die Together, which belongs to the alien species with strong toxicity in the marginal pollution area. Because of the perspective, only Liang Ran and Sui Yueshun could see these centipedes, but at this time Sui Yueshun was lowering his head and poking those soft needles hard, and he didn't notice them at the first time. This kind of centipede crawls fast, and can crawl over in less than 2 minutes. Liang Ran pulled down the car window and called Ji Chan behind him. "Ji Chan, don't you want to kill insects? Set up your gun, there is a bone-breaking centipede behind you." Ji Chan lowered her head and brushed the tire without looking up. Liang Ran, ? She quickly stretched out her arm, crossed the car window, and slapped Song Shenai, who was closest to her. At this moment, Song Shenai was squatting under Liang Ran's car window. His head was suddenly slapped, and he was startled and raised his head. "Why did you hit me?" she asked loudly. "What do you mean by hitting me out of thin air? It's inexplicable." Liang Ran heard this, and immediately understood what was going on. She quickly stretched out her arm, and pulled the cotton out of Song Shanai's ears. "There's a fight, look behind." He was not obedient before, but now he is a little too obedient. Who is so weird? I told you to stuff cotton in, but I didn't tell you to stuff it all over. What's the situation when you can't hear anything? How can you fight? After saying that, she jumped out of the car, ran to Ji Chan in 2 steps, and pulled the cotton out of her ears. The other two saw Liang Ran's action, and quickly pulled out the stuff stuck in their ears. Ji Chan quickly set up the gun, loaded it with a click, and said nothing. She squinted her eyes, and aimed at the scope. 2 seconds later, with a bang, the bullet rotated and shot at the alien. As soon as the gun sounded, blood burst out of the alien's body. Liang Ran took a look with the telescope and reminded, "It's not dead. It's best to shoot at the head. Hitting the legs is useless. Hitting other places requires additional shots." "Oh, okay." Ji Chan raised her head obediently, changed the direction of aiming from the abdomen to the head, half lying on the ground. The heavy sniper rifle almost covered her face, and she stared at the alien with a serious expression. The pistols carried by others did not reach Ji Chan's shooting power. After Shiru tried a few shots, and found that the effect was not particularly good, she rushed up with 2 knives. Liang Ran did not stop her because Shiru's speed was faster than the bone-breaking centipede, and she could dodge it anyway, so she was not worried about being attacked. After approaching the centipede species, Shiru quickly flashed behind one of them, and the tip of the knife stabbed into the back of the alien's head with an elusive afterimage, and then pulled it out neatly. The yellow-green viscous liquid was rolled out by the dragon's spine on the back of her knife, dripping all over the ground. The bone-breaking centipede looked like a dish that was cut at random under Shiru's knife. Liang Ran watched her fighting movements for a while, and was sure that Shiru had the strongest fighting awareness here. She had received strict training in both body and knife skills. But the problem was that she was too unique in the fight. She dodged very quickly, and Ji Chan's eyes could hardly keep up with her speed. When shooting, her lips were tightly pursed, and she was obviously a little nervous. Once Shiru encountered an unexpected situation and failed to dodge, she would probably be hit by Ji Chan's bullet. Liang Ran looked at the door for a while, and turned to get in the car. The armored vehicle had just been driving for an hour, and the bone-breaking centipede could only be regarded as an appetizer. This alien species is easy to fight, but not easy to fight. If you step on it, you will be poisoned to death. The poisoning period is very short. It will take only a few minutes for the bones to be twisted, and the head and legs to touch each other and die in pain. As for not stepping on it, then just fight casually. 3 minutes later, several people returned to the armored vehicle. Shiru half-legged outside the vehicle, and took a bottle of water to wash the sticky centipede brain tissue on her weapon. It was not difficult to kill the aliens this time. Only she and Ji Chan joined the battle. After finishing the cleaning, she closed the car door and drove forward again. Liang Ran thought about it and took the initiative to talk about the situation just now. "It's my problem. Didn't I tell you not to block your ears too tightly?" Wu Rosie waved her hands quickly. No, normal people know that they can't make themselves deaf when fighting. It's everyone's problem." After she finished speaking, she realized that it was wrong and quickly corrected her words. "Not normal people, I'm not saying that everyone is not human, everyone is normal, only just now, I mean." She took a deep breath and said a little discouraged, "I mean everyone is human." Ji Chan couldn't help but interrupt. "What's there to explain? Liang Ran is quite good. I thought I listened to everything, and was too lazy to use my brain." Sui Yuesheng raised his hand. "I use my brain, but I'm afraid that the bugs will really get into my ears. What if they are too loose and get rubbed off? Does the researcher have any good ideas? I want to block it completely, and hear clearly at the same time. How can such a good thing be possible?" Liang Ran: "No. In theory, combat headphones can solve all of this. They are small, and can be plugged into the ears. But the problem is that the magnetic field signals in the polluted area are too chaotic. The headphones will emit harsh electric sounds that break through the eardrums at any time, interfering with combat and killing hunters. So the headquarters will not provide them later." Sui Yuesheng sighed, and played with the cotton balls in his hand. Shiru also reflected on herself. "When I heard you say that bugs can crawl into the ears, I really couldn't help but stuff the cotton deeper. I have been observing the surrounding situation, but the car is too high, and the place where the alien just came out is a blind spot in my vision, so I didn't notice it. I won't do it next time. Song Shanai saw that everyone was talking, frowned and said, didn't she say to listen to her? I did it, but who knew she would still play freely? Liang Ran covered her forehead. Disobedience is a problem, and being too obedient is also a problem. What's the situation? She said seriously, I'm not good enough to give perfect instructions, you still consider it. Speaking of this, Liang Ran suddenly remembered the consequences of everyone playing freely in the last mission, and immediately said, listen to me, I will try to explain it in detail in the early stage. It will be easy later when you understand what's going on. Ji Chan nodded obediently, okay. Soon the car was quiet again. Shiru drove along the central route. Everyone kept an eye on the outside to see if they could see anything from the Red Sleeves team on the ground or on branches. Song Shanai couldn't help scratching her legs while observing. The whip marks on her legs had scabs. These 2 days were the most itchy. She wanted to scratch them when she was in the detention center. Fortunately, it was difficult to even bend over there, so she didn't scratch too many scabs. But now there is no space limit. The itch surged up, like countless cotton wool blowing on her legs. She tried to divert her thoughts, but the harder she tried not to think, the more amazing the itch became. Song Shanai's scratching of her legs became stronger and stronger. 2 minutes later, she finally felt better, let go of her hand, and subconsciously glanced at her hand. As a result, as soon as her eyes fell, her pupils shrank suddenly. After a moment, she raised her hand and looked at Liang Ran. She stuttered for a rare moment. There are a lot of dead ants and blood on my gloves. Shiru stepped on the brakes instantly, and Liang Ran quickly grabbed the handrail to stabilize his body. The next second, she stood up and walked quickly to Song Shanai's side. At this time, there were 7 or 8 sesame-sized ant corpses on Song Shanai's gloves. They were found because they were crushed and rubbed to bleed. Liang Ran pinched her wrist, quickly wiped her gloves with his sleeve, and then took off her gloves. After carefully looking at it twice, Liang Ran said, it's okay. Everyone instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Ruozi patted his chest. I was scared to death. Song Shanai's hands were a little stiff at this time. After Liang Ran helped her put on the gloves for a few seconds, he looked down along her line of sight. What's on your pants? It should have just climbed up from the car. It's the same color as the pants, so it's really hard to find. Did it crawl into your legs? This ant is really too small, not to mention that Liang Ran's eyesight is a bit problematic now. She took out a lighter from her pants pocket, turned on the light, squatted down, squinted her eyes, and got close to Song Shanai's pants. As a result, as soon as she took a look, her back subconsciously numb. At this time, Song Shanai's pants were not covered with, but there were dozens of densely packed small black sesame seeds. They were clinging to Song Shanai's trouser legs. At this time, 7 or 8 of them were crawling into Song Shanai's trouser legs, like a conveyor chain. This thing is really too small. Even if the trouser legs are tied tightly, it is hard to prevent. Liang Ran took the fire and approached the 30 or 40 ants huddled together. There was a crackling sound, and a smell of rotten meat spread quickly. Liang Ran caught the fallen ant corpses with paper and looked at Song Shanai. There are some in your pants. Burn them as soon as possible. Song Shanai shook his head subconsciously. They won't kill people. Let me see if I can shake them out. Liang Ran. This kind of ant is very similar to ticks. It sucks blood. When it is full, its body will be 4 or 5 times larger. Then it will bury its head in your legs. It is very easy to cause bacterial infection. I have seen hunters who have had their limbs amputated because of this. Hearing this, Sui Yuesheng took out the eye mask from his backpack, yawned, leaned back in the chair and began to sleep. Liang Ran knew the reason why Song Shanai didn't want to take off her pants. The scars on her legs had not yet disappeared, and it was obvious how severely she had been beaten. She was afraid that others would show any sympathy for her. Liang Ran had faced a similar dilemma many years ago. At that time, her parents had just died in the line of duty. Anyone's sympathy could overwhelm her, and she wished to drive everyone who approached her out of her world. So she thought about it and said, well, you come with me to the trunk, you burn them clean yourself, and I help you check through your pants. Song Shanai looked at Liang Ran for a few seconds and nodded. She jumped out of the car behind Liang Ran, holding the replacement protective clothing, and quickly opened the trunk, and the two got in together. Liang Ran threw the lighter to Song Shanai, and then sat in the corner with his back to her. Half a minute later, a smell of barbecue mixed with rotten meat came. Liang Ran knew that it was Song Shanai who burned the ants that got into the meat. This smell lasted for a long time, until the rustling sound of dressing was heard. Soon, Song Shanai's voice came from behind her. I'm fine. Liang Ran turned around and saw Song Shanai, who was already dressed neatly. Except for her little white lips, everything looked normal. Liang Ran bent down and patted her legs from top to bottom. This kind of ant will suck blood immediately when it touches human skin, and its body will swell up. After Liang Ran made sure that his pants did not feel any bulges, he stood up and said, "Okay, let's go." She opened the trunk and jumped out first. Song Shanai followed behind her. When she was about to get in the car, Song Shanai suddenly pulled her hard. Bang! The next second, a high-speed rotating bullet passed by Liang Ran's ear. Liang Ran staggered and stood firm. She quickly turned her head and saw the twisted body of a centipede with broken bones exposed under the wheel. The centipede was shot in the head as soon as it stuck its head out. Now its 16 pairs of legs were twitching, and the green soft tissue in its brain was slowly flowing out. Liang Ran guessed that when they drove through the bushes just now, this centipede that had left the team jumped under their car under the cover of the bushes, and ended up clinging to the car and following for several kilometers. Song Shanai lowered his hand holding the gun and spoke in a low voice. "Get in the car." Chapter 35. Liang Ran glanced at her landing position. If the centipede jumped out from under the car fast enough, she might not be able to dodge and step on it directly. Danger is everywhere, and there is no time to relax. Liang Ran thanked Song Shanai seriously. Song Shanai let go of the hand holding her wrist, pushed her shoulder, and urged, "Get in the car." After the two got in the car, Ji Chan put her face against the car window and tried to look under the car. After a while, she sat back in her seat with the gun. "I hate polluted zone too," Ji Chan said. "I hate disgusting bugs." Sui Yueshan agreed. "There are too many bugs in this polluted zone. Shufu is shaking all the time. If the headquarters hadn't rejected my application, I wouldn't have brought it this time. I have to report Jufu's work injury when I go back, so that they can help me share some cat food points." Song Shanai sighed. "Stingy men are really not ashamed." Sui Yuesheng nodded happily. "Is it shameful to be frugal and raise a kitten?" "No." Song Shanai asked him, "How many points did you earn?" Sui Yuesheng calculated and replied, "How many points did you earn?" "I don't remember. There are about 3,000 or 4,000 left. Shufu is too spendthrift." Song Shanai, "Guess how much I have." Sui Yuesheng's face darkened. "Who wants to guess this?" Song Shanai, "Let's make a bet. If the number you guess is less than my current points, I will give you all the points. If you guess more, you will give me all your points. If we are tied, you will give me half of your points. How about it?" Sui Yuesheng refused. "I don't like to bet in my life." He lowered his head and touched Shufu for a while, thought for a long time, and felt that it seemed impossible to lose this bet, so he raised his head again. "Forget it, bet." He said the winning number, 0 points. 0 points is definitely less than the points Song Shanai has. No one would use up all the points unless they are gamblers. Song Shanai made a mocking sound. She lowered her head and pressed the communicator a few times, and turned the screen to Sui Yuesheng. "I am willing to accept the loss. Transfer quickly." Sui Yuesheng looked over, and saw the incredible number -2,000. "I am kind-hearted, so I will just transfer half of it." Song Shanai explained while crossing her legs, "I owed some money." Sui Yuesheng's face was almost as black as charcoal. He pushed Song Shanai's communicator aside without being bothered, and quickly transferred 2,000 points to her. "Who can be more stingy than you, great saint?" Song Shanai raised her chin proudly. Sui Yuesheng couldn't help but say again, "My dear teammate, you deliberately bought on credit just to cheat me once?" Song Shanai asked back, "What else?" Sui Yuesheng, He looked around. "Is there no one to take care of it?" Ji Chan, "I'd love to see it." Wu Rosie couldn't help but let out a puff. Laugh. "Sui brother, you have cheated Shanai many times. Just consider it as paying you back once." Sui Yuesheng turned his face to Liang Ran, his eyes accusing. "Researcher, look at them." Liang Ran pursed his lips, and slowly turned his face to the window. Sui Yuesheng, question mark. "Why don't you dare look at me?" He put his face close to Liang Ran. "Are you afraid of seeing my broken heart?" "Researcher, why did you close your eyes? Is my beauty very aggressive?" This sentence somehow touched Ji Chan's funny spot. She suddenly laughed from her chest. Because she was holding it back too hard, the laugh sounded like a duck's quack. She covered her mouth as soon as she made the sound. As a result, due to poor breathing, the duck's call turned into a pig snoring. Ji Chan covered her mouth, stared with her big round eyes, and looked at everyone awkwardly and cautiously. The car was silent for a few seconds. Sui Yuesheng was the first to burst out laughing. "Ha! The car was instantly filled with laughter from different people, and Ji Chan's face turned red with anger. I knew it. Liang Ran was driven by the atmosphere, and couldn't help but curl his mouth. Time passed quickly, because Liang Ran was more familiar with the central marginal area, so he was safe along the way. It was close to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The armored vehicle had been driving for 10 hours. After driving away several snakes that fell on the windshield, Shiru sighed a little tiredly. I didn't find any information related to the Red Sleeve Squad, she said, but I saw a lot of other things. Because the road they were driving on was often used by the hunting team, they occasionally saw some broken human bones along the way, ants holding weathered leg bones to crawl into the cave, dense moths flying on the human chest skeleton to lay eggs, and half of the skull hidden under the broad leaves as a love nest for birds. The sound of wind chimes rang out, and Shiru subconsciously slowed down the car and looked up. At this time, hundreds of spider silks were hanging in the air, and under each spider silk was a human tooth. The teeth collided with each other in the wind, making a dull sound. Liang Ran also saw the tooth wind chimes, and his mouth suddenly felt a little sour. She said, all these human body parts on the road are severely weathered and corroded. They are a few years old. It is impossible for them to come from the Red Sleeve Squad. Let's hurry on. It's almost night. Find an open space to prepare for rest. After driving for another half an hour, Shiru parked the car in an open space next to a small lake. Liang Ran looked around. No, keep looking for other places. You can't park in the grass or by the water. Wurozi was puzzled. Why is that? The grass is so dangerous, it feels like bugs will suddenly jump out. Liang Ran replied, the grass can only cover bugs and small animals. We have a layer of protection in the car. But it's different by the water. Large animals need a lot of water, so they will definitely find streams and lakes, which can easily find us. The armored vehicle can't withstand the continuous impact of large animals. After Shiru understood, he clicked on the map on the communicator and looked carefully. Said, there is an open space ahead, we can get there in half an hour. Then let's go there, Liang Ran replied. Don't observe the roadside situation first. The Red Sleeve Squad is not as important as everyone's safety now. Speed up and arrive before the artificial sun goes out. Once the headlights are turned on to illuminate the road, we will be surrounded by insects. Song Shanai thought of that scene, rubbed his arm subconsciously, and urged, hurry up, if you delay for a long time, there will be only 25 minutes of sunlight left. Shiru also knew that the situation was urgent, so he didn't deliberately slow down to observe the surroundings. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed directly to the destination. From time to time along the way, small flying insects hit the windows of several people, and even a bird hit it. Because both sides were very fast, the bird smashed directly into the windshield. The red meat stuck to the feathers and slowly slid down, leaving a string of bright blood. Ji Chan, who was sitting in the co-pilot, got up and moved closer to that place, turned his head and said, it hit a small, inconspicuous groove. Is this serious? It didn't matter whether it was serious or not. Song Shanai pouted, can you fix it? That's right. Ji Chan sat back in her seat. Song Shanai looked at Ji Chan in confusion. Did you take the wrong medicine these 2 days? Ji Chan, ? Song Shanai, why don't you quarrel with me? Ji Chan was also confused. Am I sick? Why should I quarrel when you are right? Song Shanai, you mean everything I said before was wrong? Ji Chan, don't you know whether it is right or not? Song Shanai was choked, she turned her face away, and lowered her voice. Of course what I said is right. After that, neither of them spoke again. The sun was about to disappear, and everyone stared at the communicator on their wrists, counting the time. Shiru was driving very fast, and she couldn't see anything outside the window. Countless trees flashed by, and she didn't know how many insects were killed by the car. Wurozi looked at the time for a while, then leaned back to the window, and looked at the surrounding scenery carefully. There are so many insects everywhere. She was dazzled, but there are too many obstructions here, and my eyesight is also greatly affected. I hope it will be better after we get to the open space. Liang Ran shook his head. There is no open space in the pollution zone 2 in the strict sense. At the last minute when the artificial sun went out, Shiru finally stopped at the small open space she mentioned. Just as Liang Ran said, although this place is an open space, it should be called a grassland, with 20-centimeter high weeds growing on the ground. Fortunately, it's not higher than the tires. As soon as Liang Ran finished speaking, the light outside the car suddenly disappeared, and the whole world was forced into darkness. Liang Ran frowned in annoyance. As soon as the car stopped, there was no sunlight. She had no time to see the surrounding situation. She looked out of the car window. There was only dim red moonlight outside. The brightness was very low. Not to mention seeing any insects, even the surrounding grass could not be seen clearly. Because of Liang Ran's previous words, Shiru did not turn on the lights in the car. For a while, everyone could only see each other's blurry faces and some rapid breathing. Because it was the first time to come to polluted area 2, everyone subconsciously looked at Liang Ran. What should we do now? Wu Ruozi asked Liang Ran in a low voice. Get off the car and spread insect repellent around the car. Liang Ran opened the cabinet under the seat. She had seen it before. The headquarters would equip each armored vehicle with many common medicines, anti-itch and analgesic, anti-allergic, and insect repellent. Because the mission location this time was polluted area 2, the number of such medicines prepared in the cabinet tripled. Liang Ran looked at Shiru. You and I will go down and carry. She remembered the feeling of being carried by Shiru and changed her words. Carry me and run 2 laps quickly. I will spread a few layers of medicine. Put on goggles, plug your ears, and don't talk after you go down. To prevent stepping on poisonous insects, turn on the flashlight after you carry me, pay attention to the grass under your feet, and throw the flashlight away immediately after spreading the medicine. Also apply this on your face. The smell is a bit disgusting, but the effect is okay. After making arrangements, Liang Ran squeezed out some of the paste from a tube and threw it to Shiru. Shiru nodded, squeezed out a large amount of paste, closed her eyes, and covered her entire face. After doing it according to Liang Ran's instructions, she immediately opened the car door and got out of the car. Liang Ran also opened the car door, used his toes to push aside the grass where he was standing, and after making sure there was no problem, he jumped down. Shiru was very efficient. She held Liang Ran's waist and lifted her up. Liang Ran took out 2 bottles of medicine from his pocket, put one elbow on Shiru's shoulder for support, and held the 2 bottles of medicine with 5 fingers of one hand. He stretched out his arm and sprinkled them on Shiru's back. Because of the light of the flashlight, countless insects of all sizes rushed towards her. Even though Shiru ran very fast and had medicine on her face, she could still feel a few insects hitting her face. But this is a necessary step. Even if the armored vehicle is turned off, the temperature of the vehicle body is higher than the night temperature in the forest. If the insects are not driven out as much as possible, all the window glasses will be covered with insects when they get up tomorrow morning. The scene is creepy to think about, and it will be extremely troublesome to drive them away at that time. 10 seconds later, Shiru had already run around the car twice. Her ears were filled with the harsh chirping of insects and the rustling sound of wings flapping. Liang Ran sprayed the scent of large animals in several corners and put his elbow on Shiru's neck. Shiru understood what she meant, went to the car door, put Liang Ran down, set the off time for the flashlight, and threw it far away. With a click sound, Shiru quickly opened the main driver's door and got in. Even though her speed was as fast as it could be, a few insects followed her in. Ji Chan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, immediately rushed over and pressed Shiru's head to make her lower her body. The next second, several scalpels flew over with the sound of wind, brushing Shiru's hair and nailing 3 thumb-sized yellow insects to the car window. A strand of hair fell down. Ji Chan let go of her hand and stood up. Liang Ran let me go just now. Shiru nodded, pulled the scalpel off the window, wiped it, and handed it to Liang Ran. After Liang Ran took it, he recalled the feeling of throwing the knife just now, and thought it was more comfortable to use it this way. Because it is a throwing weapon, the handle and blade are specially designed and built to meet the throwing force mode. When she practiced throwing with a regular scalpel at home, before, she always felt awkward and often had various deviations. Sui Yuesheng looked at the knives curiously, and then looked at the weapon box Liang Ran put in his backpack, and asked, "Did you exchange it with points? I have seen this box on the scoreboard. I remember it is quite expensive." Liang Ran glanced at Song Shanai. Song Shanai straightened up. "Why are you looking at me?" Liang Ran, "I'm not looking at you." Song Shanai, "Oh?" Shiru asked Liang Ran, "Have you learned this at the talent base? I heard that citizens who don't enter the contaminated area don't need to learn how to use weapons." Liang Ran, "No, it's just a hobby." Shiru nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The current situation is that you can neither draw the curtains nor turn on the communicator to browse the forum. All entertainment related to light has been erased. Everyone is very bored and can't talk loudly. After being in a daze for a while, they all decided to go to bed. Because they are staying overnight in the contaminated area, this time they will keep watch together. After drawing lots, Liang Ran stretched lazily. She and Ji Chan were drawn to the first group and needed to keep watch until midnight. After the others fell asleep, Liang Ran leaned back on the chair and looked at the moonlight outside. The sound of the wind and the sound of insects came into her ears. In order to prevent herself from getting sleepy, she began to recall the various alien information she had written in the notebook. Because she had read and recited the book too many times, when she recalled the contents, her mind would recall which page and which direction she wrote it, and she would occasionally unconsciously utter a few very light syllables. Ji-chan was also bored at this moment. She listened to the breath Liang Ran exhaled from time to time, stretched her neck, and tried to eavesdrop on a few words, and finally rubbed her face with a dull look. What a perverted woman. She actually loves to recite books. Ji-chan didn't like to recite books since she was a child. She was born with great strength, and her favorite thing was to help her neighbors carry this and that. Her family lived in a shabby house, but she was not a shabby person, and the old lady next door was not a shabby person either. The old lady would often take the book she wrote and chase after Ji-chan to teach her the truth, but Ji-chan would feel dizzy every time she heard a few sentences. However, there was one sentence she loved to hear, and wished she could hear it every day. Our Chan-chan was born with such great strength. If she had the opportunity to inject genetic reagents, she would definitely be an S-level mutant. After all, those superior people did not have the natural power of Chan-chan before the injection. This sentence accompanied her as she grew up. But later, she really became an S-level. Why did she suddenly have no past? What about her past? Ji-chan thought about it, and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She quickly stopped thinking about it, and continued to watch the night outside the window. There would be some fog in the forest at night. The thin layer of fog made the scenery outside the window even more unclear. Ji-chan stared at the window for a long time. After finding that she could not see anything clearly, she puffed her cheeks and turned her face back. After being in a daze for more than 10 minutes, she suddenly heard a very thin cry. Ji-chan thought of Liang Ran, who was keeping watch with her, and felt a little disgusted. She didn't expect that some people who looked so strong would cry in the middle of the night. She didn't want to embarrass Liang Ran, so she held back and didn't look back. But just as she made up her mind, she heard Liang Ran's low voice. Ji-chan. The crying sound continued, mixed with Liang Ran's voice, which was particularly strange. Ji-chan suddenly widened her eyes, and turned back to look at Liang Ran. Liang Ran put his index finger on his lips, and stared at Ji-chan. Her expression was a little serious, and she said word by word with her mouth, "Don't talk. There is a child crying outside the car." Chapter 36. How could there be children in a polluted area? Ji-chan listened carefully to the intermittent crying outside the window, and when she found that the crying was getting closer, her scalp exploded. After a moment, she emboldened herself and pressed her face against the window. Through the mist, she vaguely saw a shadow a few meters away, which was circling around the tree in a panic, as if it had lost its way. Soon, the crying became louder. Others were awakened by the crying, and now they all opened their eyes sleepily. She subconsciously put her hand on the starter, but after her mind was clear, she quickly put her hand down again. Who is crying? She looked around. A child. Wuruozi tried to look outside. It seems to be a person, she said uncertainly. Very long hair, a little tall. A woman? Her voice is probably too high, so it looks like a child. Song Shanai frowned. Could it be someone from another team? What is she doing outside so late, crying so loudly? Is the team attacked? Sui Yuesheng looked at the figure that kept spinning behind the car, and suddenly asked, is she crying around the body of her teammate? Sharu shook her head. Something is wrong. Don't get off the car, don't care. Who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, the figure stopped crying, turned to their direction, and suddenly said, is there anyone there? Help me. Please come and help me. My teammate and I are injured. I can't carry him. It was a woman's voice. Hearing this, everyone's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. Sharu turned on the starter, and wanted to turn the steering wheel to back up, and see what was going on. Liang Ran subconsciously stopped her. Don't do it yet. She thought about it, and her voice was a little louder. Her question came from the car. Where are your teammates? The woman began to cry softly again. The cry was sharp, as if she couldn't breathe. Wuruozi felt uncomfortable listening to it. She was not used to facing other people's pain directly, and whispered, did she not hear it clearly? She also imitated Liang Ran and asked loudly across the car, your other teammates? How are you doing? Are you the only two? The woman took a few steps in their direction, but before she could speak, she was attacked by something. Her body bent down, and she screamed piercingly. Wuruozi said anxiously, why don't we go and have a look? Just back up the car, don't get out, and get out after confirming the situation. This is the contaminated Zone 2 where poisonous insects are everywhere, and it's nighttime when large animals are out. It's really strange for this woman to appear here. As long as her brain still has the ability to think, she can't cry here. What if she attracts alien species? But we should be prepared for the worst. What if she really gets into trouble, and the armored vehicle has good protection, so it can resist for some time if it really gets into trouble? So Liang Ran didn't stop it. The car began to back up slowly, and Liang Ran kept observing the woman's situation. At a certain second, the woman suddenly fell to the ground as if she was exhausted, and her whole body was buried in the grass, and completely covered. Sharu immediately accelerated the speed of backing up, and Wuruozi also hurriedly asked, "What's wrong? How are you?" The car approached the woman's position, and Sharu stepped on the brakes. Liang Ran took out the flashlight from under the seat, quickly turned it on to the lowest setting, and shone the light through the car window at the fastest speed towards the woman. There was nothing there except some bloodstains. A large number of flying insects sensed the light and flew over here, and Liang Ran immediately pressed the flashlight switch. But just before she turned off the flashlight, a woman pounced on the car window on her side. The person's face was covered in blood, her eyes were wide open in fear, and she kept screaming, "Save me! Save me! Save me! Save me!" Sharu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, quickly glanced at the woman's face, opened the door, and was about to get out, but Liang Ran immediately stopped her loudly, his voice even trembling. "Ji Chan! Pull her back and close the door." Ji Chan has always been obedient. When she heard Liang Ran's words, she immediately unbuckled her seat belt, quickly leaned over and pulled Sharu, who had one foot out of the car, back, and then slammed the door. Bang! At the moment the car door closed, a face came close to the door. Liang Ran saw Sharu coming back, closed his eyes, and slowly exhaled. She whispered. The woman didn't open her mouth. In case everyone didn't understand, she continued, she said so many words just now, but she didn't open her mouth once. A creepy feeling instantly filled everyone's heart. Sharu stared straight at the woman in front of her car. Soon, the woman's head tilted and slid to the ground. A brown bear more than 2 meters tall slowly stood up, and it pressed its bare face against the car window. After a few seconds, it suddenly opened its mouth, revealing a gray catfish in its mouth. The catfish opened and closed its mouth. Its long tongue moved up and down, and it spoke in a woman's intermittent voice. "Is there anyone? Is there anyone there? Help me! Please come and help me! My teammate and I are injured. I can't carry him." Wuruozi swallowed hard. "What is this?" she murmured. Liang Ran explained quickly. The gray parrot catfish lives in the streams and lakes in polluted Zone 2. It can live for 2 hours without water. It has no lethality, but it can learn to speak like a parrot, so it was named by the Research Institute. It can repeat what it has heard recently to lure hunters to approach the water source. The current situation is very clear. The brown bear is holding the gray parrot catfish that was caught from the lake not long ago. With the cover of fog, it bends down and puts the head of the recently dead person on its bent waist to talk to us through the window. Liang Ran suddenly fell silent when he said this. After a moment, she shook her head slowly. "I've never heard of this. This place is far from water, so I didn't think about it. Bears are solitary animals, but special circumstances are not ruled out. We should hurry up." Before Liang Ran finished speaking, several human figures walked out from behind a tree not far away. They were all human, or they had human heads. But compared to the previous brown bear, they were obviously smaller in size. They should be the cubs of this big brown bear. As these brown bears gradually approached, their heads came into everyone's view. The heads of 2 of them were very fresh, and they had obviously died not long ago. They were members of the team that had chatted and eaten with them at the rest point, and the head of one person had rotted, and the time of death was more than a week. Wuruozi was the first to see the other person's face because of her mutation direction. She whispered, "It's the Red Sleeves Squad." But now no one has the energy to analyze whether the entire Red Sleeves Squad was defeated here, or only one person died because of these human bears. Liang Ran looked at the brown bears getting closer and closer, immediately stood up, and walked quickly to the container behind the car. "Don't turn on the lights, just drive forward. There is a smell of brown bears on the car now. Unless you are extremely unlucky, no other large animals will approach. Bears have excellent physical strength. If we don't drive them away or kill them, the armored vehicle will be chased for several hours. Now it's foggy, and the road conditions are unclear. We will be caught up sooner or later." Sharu asked quickly, "Is it feasible to get off the car and drive them away?" Liang Ran replied coldly, "At this time, If you want to get off the car in polluted area too, you might as well commit suicide directly. Once you are injured, the bloody smell on your body will instantly overwhelm you with insects. Wuruozi, go ahead and check the road now. Tell Shiru when to avoid rocks and trees. I will get rid of them first. Liang Ran spoke while quickly tapping the control panel behind the container. After a while, the red start light came on, and Liang Ran immediately turned on another one. After hearing Liang Ran's words, Wuruozi quickly got up, stood up holding the pickpocket behind the main driver, bent over and nervously looked at the road conditions ahead. There is a rock 10 meters ahead, Wuruozi said quickly. Shiru immediately turned the steering wheel. Half a minute later, Wuruozi continued, there is a row of trees on the right, and there are trees on the left after passing. You need to turn and pass through. Song Shanai said anxiously in the back, who could understand this. Please explain it in detail. Wuruozi glanced at the 4 brown bears chasing after the car, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and changed her words. Sister Shiru, listen to me, turn left in 7 or 8 seconds, and turn the steering wheel to the maximum. Shiru moved her wrist, and immediately turned the steering wheel to the left at a high speed when the time was up. Wuruozi stared at the front and couldn't help raising her voice. Okay, now turn the steering wheel to the right, these trees are too close, if you don't turn, you will hit them. Shiru looked at the white fog in front of her. She couldn't see anything now, and could only move forward according to Wuruozi's words. Hearing Wuruozi's words, she stepped on the brakes hard, and the steering wheel turned rapidly on the spot. The car turned in a direction under her hands. She released her foot on the brake, and the wheel rolled up the dust brought by friction and rushed over quickly. Wuruozi breathed a sigh of relief, and her chest kept rising and falling. Liang Ran had also set it up. She took off her coat and covered the container, then turned around and asked for Sui Yuexing's coat and covered another container. Shiru, slow down, I have to throw them down. Liang Ran put his hand on the door handle. Now everyone understood what Liang Ran was going to do. Shiru stepped on the brake again, Liang Ran opened the door, and pushed the 2 containers down against the wind that was blown into the door. The set time was up, and a mechanical voice sounded outside the car. Hi, my friend. What garbage are you going to pick up today? Friendly reminder for the box, this box is small and very fragile. It can only hold small and medium-sized garbage. Please contact my brothers and sisters if you want to hoard living things. The night vision of bear species is extremely poor, and now it is foggy, they basically rely on smell to distinguish humans. Seeing the 2 sounding bodies that emitted human smell falling from the armored vehicle, the brown bears quickly pounced on them. The intermittent mechanical sound continued. Self-destruction mode has been activated. 5, 4, 3. As the countdown returned to 0, 2 explosions like thunder sounded in the forest. The aftermath of the explosion penetrated the white fog and hit the armored vehicle, causing the vehicle body to shake violently several times. Everyone held the handrails tightly. After more than 10 seconds, the armored vehicle rushed out of the choking smoke and brought out a cloud of dust. Liang Ran looked back and confirmed that the brown bear chasing the few people had disappeared. Wuruozi stared at the back for a long time, and finally covered her chest with a sigh of relief. Finally. Before she finished her words, she was interrupted by Liang Ran. It's not over yet. Liang Ran turned his head and looked at the layer of black fog floating in front of the car, and put on a spare coat. The fire attracted the swarm of insects. Chapter 37. Liang Ran expected the swarm of insects to appear. She knew it would be troublesome, but there was really no better way. Brown bears are huge and highly defensive. Unless they have weapons with strong bombing power, other ordinary guns can hardly cause serious damage to them. The best way is close combat supplemented by long-range attack. But this is polluted zone too, and no one knows what the consequences will be if they get off the car to fight. At the very least, they will be stung by flying insects, and their cheeks and ankles will be swollen. At the worst, poisonous insects will pierce through their protective clothing. They cannot protect humans at night, but they are the best umbrella for aliens. So getting off the car is absolutely not allowed. But what if they don't get off the car? Keep running along the road? According to the situation just now, the fog is so heavy that the headlights cannot be turned on casually. They don't know this area as well as the brown bears. Even if the armored vehicle can get rid of the brown bears in a short time, they will always be caught up. Running away is not a long-term solution. So Liang Ran decided to blow up these brown bears. She knew that the smoke and fire would attract insects, but there was really no better way to deal with it. She could only solve the urgent problem first, and then deal with the next trouble, and deal with it as it came. Liang Ran looked at the black fog floating close to the ground, and a thought flashed through her mind. At least it can't fly. Seeing that the black fog was getting closer and closer, Xiaoru tightened her grip on the steering wheel, rushed forward. She remembered what Liang Ren mentioned during the first mission, that some alien species could take advantage of the characteristics that it is difficult for them to turn around, and rushed towards the direction of the alien group. Liang Ren held up the telescope in his hand and stared at the insect swarm. Let me see what it is first, maybe. Hearing Liang Ren's words, Xiaoru was about to step on the accelerator, but when Liang Ren saw what kind of alien it was, she changed her tone and raised her voice suddenly. No! Can't charge. Brake quickly. It's a colony of devouring ants. Turn quickly. Everyone has heard of the name of this alien, and the car was silent for a moment. Xiaoru didn't ask any reason, turned the steering wheel 90 degrees at the fastest speed, and rushed to the forest next to it. Wu Ruozi quickly stared at the white fog and began to show Xiaoru the way. How could it be the devouring ants? Sui Yuesheng asked anxiously. Isn't this an alien species that only appears in the central area close to the deep pollution area? Liang Ren kept an eye on the movement behind the car and quickly replied. The reason why the alien species can evacuate the settlement in large numbers is either climate change, or looking for a place to lay eggs, or the appearance of natural enemies. The first two possibilities are not high, and the third one is more likely. Their natural enemy alien species should have appeared in the deep pollution area, and they chose to evacuate after sensing it. At this point, Liang Ren couldn't help rubbing her eyebrows in annoyance. Information about the devouring ant flashed through her mind quickly. The devouring ant is one of the most lethal alien species in polluted area too. Its horror does not lie in its individual combat power. On the contrary, its combat power is not strong. Even ordinary people can step on it to death with a little force, but no one has the opportunity to step on it. Because every time it appears, it is a sea of ants. Tens of thousands of yellow-brown ants the size of rice grains are connected head to tail, stacked up and down, leaving no grass behind wherever they pass. They are not afraid of even large alien species. As long as they crawl over, any alien species will be left with only a skeleton. If we use similar animals in the old world to describe the ants, they are probably marching ants. However, the ants are more lethal, and have a certain degree of vision. During the process of walking, each ant will secrete a sticky liquid to mark the route. The smell of that liquid is slightly strong, fishy and smelly. Even with the car windows closed, Liang Ren can vaguely smell it. Don't panic, pay attention to the road. Liang Ren looked at the thick white fog in front and reminded. With the help of Wu Ruozi, Xiaoru drove the car quickly. The ants found them, and followed the armored vehicle 10 meters behind them. They didn't get close, but they were not thrown away by the car. The current situation is the same as being chased by a brown bear just now. They are worried about hitting here and there, but the ants are not afraid of anything. As long as there is any mistake in the driving process of the car, tens of thousands of ants will swarm up, cover the armored vehicle, and then eat it clean. In order to avoid the ants, the current route deviated from the original destination and headed straight to the central area. After the car had been driving for more than 10 minutes, Wu Ruozi suddenly reminded, there is an armored vehicle in the right front. Liang Ren raised the telescope and looked at the place where Wu Ruozi said. It was the team they met at the rest stop. At this time, a team member was standing under the car, covering the bones of his teammate in front of him with a piece of white cloth. Hearing the sound of insects crawling in front, he looked forward in panic, got on the car in a hurry, and drove the car directly into the fog. The man turned into bones as soon as he died. Ji Chan also saw it with a telescope. She said, it must have been eaten by ants. Liang Ren said there was a bomb with only a shell left next to the corpse. Liang Ren could guess what happened just now. It was probably that their team was also chased by the devouring ants, but because there were no visual mutants in the team, they could not see in the fog at all, so they were quickly caught up by the ant colony. The speed mutant in their team took the initiative to get off the car and lead the devouring ants away, preferably leading them far away before blowing them all up. But he underestimated the species of devouring ants. Before the bomb was ignited, he was crawled all over by the ant colony, and the bomb was eaten clean. Later, because of the 2 containers that Liang Ren detonated, the ant colony did not chase the team anymore, but changed its route and crawled rapidly towards the Xuanqing team. Xiaoru and Wu Ruozi focused their attention on the situation ahead. Sui Yuesheng opened the medical box and took out several tubes of reagents for emergency use. He asked Liang Ren, Researcher, have you studied devouring ants? I dissected 3 a year ago. Liang Ren replied. Ji Chan interrupted the topic. Is this the only way we can run now? The fog seems to be getting heavier. If it goes on like this, Wuruozi won't be able to see the road clearly. This is indeed not a solution. Liang Ran thought about it, walked to Wuruozi's side, and asked, "How is your memory? Now I ask you to remember the appearance of 4 trees. If the car drives over again, can you find them accurately?" Wuruozi thought about it and said, "If there are different places on the trees, such as scratches or something, I can remember them. Even if I can't remember them in a short time, I can use a pen to mark the memory points on paper." Liang Ran nodded. She told everyone about her plan. This hiding method will definitely not last long. Everyone has only slept for more than 2 hours. Even if we are highly nervous now, we will be sleepy and dizzy. Now the fog is getting heavier, and Wuruozi may make any mistakes. Then we will all die here. So the most urgent thing is to get rid of the devouring ants. Ants are afraid of fire, but it takes 10 seconds for the bomb in our hands to ignite and detonate. Even if we throw the bomb far away, the devouring ants will definitely catch up within 10 seconds and eat it up before it explodes. The container is much more maneuverable, but its explosion is not strong enough. It can kill or injure 1 or 2 large aliens, but it definitely can't blow up tens of thousands of devouring ants, not to mention that there is only 1 container left in our car. Liang Ran quickly explained the current situation and pointed out the current situation. If we don't take some risks, we can't leave alive. Sharu held the steering wheel and asked without looking back, how to take risks. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and the fog in the forest was getting heavier. Even Wuruozi could only see things within a few meters, not to mention others. Looking out of the window, the visibility was no more than 2 meters. Liang Ran said directly, "I get off the car." Such a shocking sentence. Sharu tried her best to control the steering wheel, so that the armored vehicle did not crash into the tree in front of her. The reagent in Sui Yuesheng's hand slipped from his palm, and he quickly caught it and immediately looked at Liang Ran. "Researcher, are you going to die?" Wuruozi turned back in disbelief. "What are you talking about? How can you get off the car now? If you get off the car, you will die." She was panicking and wanted Liang Ran to give up the idea, but Sharu spoke first. "Wuruozi, don't be distracted, help me watch the road." Let's listen to Liang Ran's explanation first. Liang Ran liked Sharu's calm state in the face of danger, and she quickly explained. One of the most significant characteristics of the ants is that they are strongly affected by pheromones. In the process of chasing and hunting, the ants will constantly secrete a liquid that drips on the ground, leaving pheromones behind them, telling the ants behind them that as long as they follow closely, they will find food. But pheromones are a double-edged sword. They can help ants and trap them. Imagine that if ants walk around a circular path many times, then the circle must be full of strong pheromone smells. Ordinary ants have low IQs and poor eyesight. If we take advantage of the ants' inattention at a certain moment and speed up to leave the circle, the ants in the front will not notice us, and they will still crawl around the original circular path under the influence of the pheromones under their feet. Because in their view, as long as they follow the smell of their own pheromones, they will find prey, even if they can't see or smell where the prey is. Liang Ran's explanation was very clear, and everyone understood it. Sharu said, "So you mean to let Wuruozi command me to circle around this forest, and let these ants leave layer after layer of pheromones until the concentration of these pheromones can interfere with their judgment?" "Yes," Liang Ran said. Song Shanai, who had not spoken for a long time, asked, "Then why did you get off the car? We keep circling more than 10 times, and then find a node when the fog is the heaviest to speed up and rush out, right? With such a thick fog, since the ants have some vision, they will definitely be affected, right?" Song Shanai's question was correct. Liang Ran nodded, indeed. But all this is based on the fact that the leader ant is also an ordinary species. Liang Ran said, "A year ago, I dissected 3 ants, one of which was a leader. It was on the verge of mutation, showing that the concentration of pheromones was adjustable, and its sense of smell was more sensitive. In other words, in order to ensure that it would not go back, it would secrete stronger pheromones every time it walked a certain distance. If the leader of this ant colony was a mutant, when it found that the concentration of pheromones in the area ahead was what it had smelled, it would step out of this area and look for its original prey again, and would not face the dilemma I mentioned. I need to sprinkle pheromone disruptors on its march." Song Shanai lowered her head, and after more than 10 seconds, she suddenly raised her head. "Why do you, a third-class citizen, have to do this? Who are you looking down on? If you want to sprinkle something, I can do it too." Liang Ran laughed. Pheromone interference agents of different species need to be mixed on the spot. The pheromones they drip into the soil are the raw materials. It takes 3 to 5 minutes to mix them. Only I can do it here. The air in the car suddenly became very quiet. In the dark car, everyone could hardly see each other's faces. They could only hear the rustling sound of insects crawling on the soil, which sounded like a death warrant. Ji-chan was the first to break the silence. I am the most powerful here. I will accompany you to get off the car. After that, she stood up with a gun. Sui Yuesheng said, ouch. Captain, don't. He pointed at himself to Liang Ran and recommended himself. It's still me. For the matter of getting off the car to dig raw materials, you should need speed mutants more than strength mutants. Chapter 38. What Sui Yuesheng said was indeed correct. After jumping off the car, Liang Ran needed to rush to the area where the ants had just crawled, mix the interference agent, and then sprinkle it in the circle path before they came back. The whole process must be very fast, and the ants may come back if any step is slow. Now the fog is getting thicker and thicker, and Wuruozi's visible range is getting narrower and narrower. They must make the most circles in the shortest time to ensure that the concentration of pheromones in the soil can interfere with the olfactory system of the ants, and then leave here and wait somewhere for the fog to dissipate and the sun to appear. After making the decision, Liang Ran told Wuruozi, drive about 500 meters and turn. Remember the tree at the turn. Don't make any mistakes. Turn 4 times in total, and repeat this path until your visible range reaches 4 meters. Song Shanai and Ji-chan, Liang Ran looked at the two of them. One of you will watch Shiru's driving speed, and the other will start timing after the first turn. The former will ensure that Shiru's driving speed is not too fast or too slow, and the latter will record the driving time after each turn and remind Wuruozi when the time is up to prevent her from making mistakes. Ji-chan, I watched the speed. She sat in the co-pilot seat, and it was indeed more convenient to watch the car's driving data. Song Shanai heard Ji-chan's words, and did not say anything. She turned on the communicator, and switched to the timing page. After doing everything, she tilted her head, her eyes were straight forward, and her eyes never left Liang Ran. The expression of careful observation was somewhat cute. Liang Ran looked at her for a few seconds, and found that she seemed confused and bewildered, and there were some deeper emotions that she couldn't see. What's wrong? She asked Song Shanai. Song Shanai didn't hide it, and asked her directly, why do you do this? Liang Ran replied seriously, this is my job. Song Shanai, is it your job to get off the bus for a team like ours? Liang Ran frowned. What do you mean by a team like yours? Isn't this the team I'm in? Hearing Liang Ran's words, Song Shanai pursed her lips. At a certain moment, she suddenly turned her head and looked at the thick fog outside the window. Well, researcher. Huh? Sui Yuesheng looked at Song Shanai. This is not the title I gave you. Huh? It's boring to follow the trend. Song Shanai immediately turned her face back and raised her eyebrows. What do you mean by your name? This is Liang Ran's job. Anyone can call me that. I can call you whatever I want. You have no right to interfere. Ji-chan interrupted. Now you admit that I am a serious researcher. Song Shanai looked down at the communicator. I'm going to start the timer. I'm too lazy to talk to you. After a short joke, time passed quickly. The armored vehicle reached the first turning point. Wuruozi stared at the target tree for a few times and memorized the characteristics of the tree. Sister Shiru, turn here. She commanded. Shiru immediately turned the steering wheel skillfully, turned a 90-degree arc, and entered the next path. Ji-chan looked at the speed on the dial, and Song Shanai also pressed the timing button. Soon the second and third turning points appeared. Under Wuruozi's command, Shiru drove the car flexibly through the woods. Fortunately, most of the road after the turn was straight, so there was no need to remember any forks in the road. The car completed the first circle smoothly, followed by the second and third circles. According to the time display, one circle takes 6 minutes. It can't be faster, and it must not slow down. Half an hour later, the car made the 6th circle. Everyone's nerves were highly tense. The ant colony that had been following the car showed no signs of slowing down. They seemed to not know what fatigue was. They would exhaust all the prey's physical strength and finally eat them up. When Wuruozi directed Shiru to enter the next circle, he looked at Liang Ran. My vision range is 4 meters. Liang Ran said and stood up. She had prepared everything she needed after getting off the car. All the skin that might be exposed to the air was coated with thick paste. Injection of retarder, Liang Ran followed Yuesheng and said. Because Liang Ran had informed him in advance, Sui Yuesheng immediately handed the syringe in his hand to Liang Ran, and Liang Ran injected the ice blue liquid in the syringe into her neck. Almost immediately, she felt a chill from the inside out. The slowing agent is a new type of agent developed by the pharmaceutical organization in the past 2 years. It can reduce the body temperature and breath in a short period of time, reducing the probability of being discovered by alien species. However, the dissolving agent must be injected within 10 minutes after the injection of this agent, otherwise it will cause irreversible damage to the human body. After Liang Ran finished the injection, Sui Yuesheng also finished the injection. Reduce the speed. Liang Ran looked at Shiru. Hearing this, Shiru immediately stepped on the brakes, and the heavy wheels of the armored vehicle slid a deep track on the ground. Sui Yuesheng saw the opportunity, threw the blanket out of the car, and then hugged Liang Ran's waist and jumped out. Because the blanket was very thick, it could press down the grass and small alien species on the ground, so neither of them was injured. After getting up, Liang Ran dragged Sui Yuesheng and ran to the distant woods. Without the cover of the armored vehicle, the rustling sound of the insects crawling was particularly clear. Even if you only heard the sound, you could imagine how those insects turned their compound eyes, stood up with dense erectile hairs on the ventral side of their abdomen, inserted their hind legs into the soft soil, and gnawed everything on the soil. The soil must be dripping with brown liquid oozing from their bodies, making the soil particles stick together and become lumps. Liang Ran could clearly smell the fragrant and stinky smell coming from the air. This smell was hard to describe, like the smell left by flies crawling over rotten fruit. It smelled a little fragrant, but when the strong smell hit you, it was a nauseating stench. Because he couldn't speak, Sui Yuesheng could only guess at all of Liang Ran's actions. After running a few steps with Liang Ran, Sui Yuesheng grabbed her sleeve, and his figure flashed a few times, flashing in the direction of Liang Ran's running. Sui Yuesheng was an A-level speed mutant. In terms of speed alone, he was faster than Shiru. The two of them hid behind a tree in the distance in just 2 or 3 seconds. The two hid behind the tree side by side. Because of nervousness, Sui Yuesheng's breathing was a little rapid. Liang Ran's palms gradually became wet. To be honest, the two of them got off the car at this moment and risked their lives. Earthworms and lizards can be seen everywhere, poisonous flying insects that are hard to guard against, medicines that will endanger life if they make a mistake, interference agents that can only be prepared at the speed of life and death, etc. Any mistake will kill the two of them. The sound of the insect swarm crawling was getting closer and closer. Liang Ran hadn't stood still for a few seconds, and the heavy sound of dense insect legs inserted into the soil sounded. This sound became louder and louder until it stopped not far from the two of them. Liang Ran's breathing stopped instantly. She clenched her hands. Because of the injection of the retardant, her body temperature was surprisingly low. She nervously clasped her hands together, her fingers slightly bent and trembling, not daring to make any sound. Liang Ran knew what happened. The leader ant vaguely smelled their breath, but was not sure, so he judged on the spot. The deathly silence lasted for half a minute. Sui Yuesheng swallowed hard, gently grabbed Liang Ran's sleeve, and prepared to escape. At this moment, cheerful music suddenly came from the forest in front. This sound was like pressing the restore button, and the ant colony suddenly moved. They were connected again, and moved quickly in the direction where the armored vehicle left. The rustling crawling sound was getting farther and farther away, and Liang Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had told them in the car that if the ants didn't follow the armored vehicle as before after they got off, Chi-chan needed to make a noise immediately to attract the ants. Chi-chan did a good job. She had a hunch that if she and Sui Yuesheng continued to wait, they might really die. After a moment, Liang Ran covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, "Let's go." Go to where they just stopped. Sui Yuesheng pulled up her sleeve again and rushed to the ground in a few seconds. Almost as soon as he stopped, he couldn't help but cover his nose. Liang Ran also held his breath. Because the ants had stayed for a long time, the soil viscosity was higher than other places, the secretions were thicker, and the smell was more pungent. Liang Ran took out thick anti-corrosion gloves from his pocket, protected his hands, and squatted on the ground to grab a handful of soil. She had studied ants, and although the secretions of these things were corrosive, they could not penetrate such thick gloves as long as they were not in contact for a long time. Liang Ran took out 2 measuring cups, 2 bottles of blue solution, and a bottle of yellow-green crystals from her trouser pockets, and prepared the pheromone disruptor on the spot. Sui Yuesheng squatted beside Liang Ran, and watched her methodical movements carefully. He was a doctor, and he knew better than anyone what Liang Ran's skilled movements meant. Pheromone disruptors are currently recognized as one of the most difficult reagents to prepare on the spot, for no other reason than that they require too much from researchers. It not only tests the researchers' understanding of the concentration, acidity, alkalinity, and adhesion of the secretions of the alien species, but also tests the researchers' on-the-spot reaction ability, the mentality of facing the alien species, the proficiency of basic drug preparation, etc. Only with all of the above can the researcher select the most accurate alien pheromone, auxiliary drugs and crystal measurements, and make a unique disruptor that is only suitable for the alien species. Liang Ran didn't know what Sui Yuesheng was thinking. She just shook the solvent in her hand quickly to speed up the dissolution of the small crystal particles. All the basic raw materials of pheromone disruptors are the same. Liang Ran had learned before that almost all accompanying researchers would prepare these materials when entering contaminated area 2, so she also prepared some before leaving. 2 minutes later, Liang Ran prepared the first tube and stuffed it into Sui Yuesheng. Help me keep shaking it. Because she didn't have her hands to cover her mouth now, she could only squeeze out words from between her teeth. I'm going to prepare the second tube. Sui Yuesheng took the tube of solvent and shook it quickly. Seeing that he was fast, Liang Ran handed him the second tube as soon as it was ready. Shake. Liang Ran took the first tube of fully dissolved reagent, took a deep breath, walked forward a dozen steps, squatted on the ground and started digging. Soon she dug a 10-centimeter pit. She sprinkled different volumes of solvents on each layer of soil she covered, ensuring that as the ants continued to step over here, the smell of the interfering agent here would become stronger and stronger, and their sensory system would be completely disordered like a frog in warm water. After Sui Yuesheng shook the second bottle, Liang Ran sprinkled it on the top layer of the soil, and then stood up. At this moment, the sound of the armored vehicle was not far behind him, and the roar sounded. Sui Yuesheng grabbed Liang Ran's shoulders and rushed to the direction where the sound came from in the white fog. The mist brushed across Liang Ran's face. Liang Ran thought about the time she had just wasted. Because it was surprisingly smooth, it shouldn't be so urgent. Thinking of this, Liang Ran's eyes widened instantly. She suddenly raised her hand and held Sui Yuesheng's wrist tightly. Run back. Run back. Liang Ran didn't care whether the insect would fly into her mouth. She hurriedly said, the time is wrong. It will take Ru a minute to come over. At least 1 minute. The situation is wrong. It's not a car, it's a bear. A bear that speaks human language will definitely simulate the sound of an engine. Run! Sui Yuesheng's pupil shrank suddenly. He stopped abruptly. He didn't care about his knees that were in constant pain due to the sudden stop. He turned around and rushed back to the place just now. Behind the two of them, a faint fishy smell came. Sui Yuesheng couldn't help but curse while running with Liang Ran. It's you. The aliens that polluted Area 2 are one after another, and you are even doing a combination punch. They are crazy. Chapter 39. Liang Ran also wanted to curse. In such a tense situation, people's thoughts are prone to stagnation, and their minds are full of survival. When she heard the roar of the armored vehicle just now, she also subconsciously felt excited. It felt like her life had been floating for a long time and finally returned to her hands. Fortunately, when Sui Yuesheng ran halfway, she realized something was wrong. Ru's driving time for each lap was basically the same, 6 minutes. She couldn't go faster or slower. Liang Ran has been paying attention to the time all the time. It took a total of 5 minutes to hide and prepare the interference agent just now. It stands to reason that Ru still has 1 minute to come, not to mention that in order to attract the attention of the ant colony again, the car deliberately slowed down and played music halfway. Liang Ran was pulled by Sui Yuesheng to run wildly. She was anxious to run, and Sui Yuesheng carried her on his shoulders with force. Liang Ran looked down and felt all kinds of complex smells mixed into her nostrils. The pungent smell of insect repellent ointment, the smell of grass in the evening breeze in the forest, the fragrant and rotten smell of the secretions of the ants, the fishy smell of the brown bear, etc. These smells made her abdomen churn, as if she was pressed into the smelly sewer of the slaughter market. Liang Ran tried to divert her thoughts to prevent herself from vomiting. Sui Yuesheng's situation was not so good. He was sprayed by the brown bear's bad breath just when he turned around. Now his face was in a state of collapse. He ran and retched, and he even pooed twice in the middle and vomited a small flying insect. Fortunately, Sui Yuesheng's speed was much faster than the brown bear, so it was not difficult to hide. Hide where you were just now, Liang Ran reminded. Okay. Soon Sui Yuesheng took Liang Ran back to hide behind the tree. 10 seconds later, the brown bear followed the sound and walked back and forth 7 or 8 meters away from the two. Liang Ran was worried that its intelligence had also evolved and it would find them through the footprints of Sui Yuesheng stuck in the soft soil, but after observing for a while, she denied this conjecture. It was not one of the 4 brown bears that originally chased the armored vehicle. It should have been foraging nearby. Ru drove the car around here so many times, and the parrot catfish in its mouth learned the roar of the engine, so by coincidence, it simulated this sound. It is common for different species to cooperate in hunting, but it has never been heard of a bear holding a fish to lure prey. If one of the two species has a higher IQ, Liang Ran would prefer the parrot catfish. Because the parrot catfish is a carnivorous fish, the scales are very hard, the meat is also rare, and the waters where it lives are relatively deep. The brown bear can't bite it to death, doesn't like to eat it, and can't catch it at all. So the parrot catfish took the initiative to drill into the brown bear's mouth when it entered the water to eat, relying on the other party's inability to swallow it, and force cooperation. The brown bear tasted the sweetness, so the two species reached a cooperative relationship. But these are not what we should consider now. The armored vehicle will arrive in 20 seconds, or at most 30 seconds. They rushed over as fast as possible. During the last moment of waiting, Liang Ran couldn't help scratching her face. Because her face was covered with thick transparent paste, which was quite sticky, it was now covered with a lot of grass clippings and a few small flies. These small flies fluttered on her face, and the tips of their legs were stuck in the paste, leaving several red marks on her face. Liang Ran could feel that her face was starting to itch, and it would swell up soon. Sui Yueshing's situation was no less severe. He wiped his face with his sleeves in disgust, rubbing off the moving insects and throwing them aside. Liang Ran looked at him. Sui Yuesheng noticed Liang Ran's gaze and pouted at her, indicating that she should look at her swollen mouth. Liang Ran couldn't help but smile. "Let's go!" A few seconds later, Liang Ran's expression became serious, and he looked into the fog. At this time, the roar of an armored vehicle came from the fog. The brown bear heard the sound and ran into the fog. Soon, Wu Ruozi should have discovered the brown bear and issued a warning to Shiru. The roar of the armored vehicle increased, and it was obviously turning the steering wheel to avoid it. Sui Yuesheng dragged Liang Ran towards the car. Liang Ran was a little worried about the situation in the fog, because after the brake turning sound, there was no other sound in the fog. But Liang Ran soon found that her worry was unnecessary. Accompanied by a very loud collision, the armored vehicle suddenly rushed out of the thick fog. Song Shanai pushed the door hard and opened it sideways to make room for the two to get in. Sui Yuesheng laughed, accelerated towards the car door, pushed Liang Ran in, and then firmly grasped the handrail on the car door, then turned around and slammed the car door shut. Bang! Shiru and Wu Ruozi dared not be distracted at all. Now the pheromone disruptor had been sprayed. After the car rushed into the white fog, it took advantage of the cover of the white fog and dense trees to turn into other small roads, and then rush forward at the fastest speed. This was a flat small road. After 2 minutes, Shiru slowed down a little. Except her, everyone looked behind the car. The dense ant colony did not catch up. The car was quiet for a few seconds, and suddenly laughter broke out. Everyone dared not laugh loudly. They laughed like thieves, and laughed inexplicably, and couldn't stop. Sui Yuesheng took a towel, and began to wipe his face vigorously. Liang Ran threw him a few tubes of medicine. Sui Yuesheng reached out to take it. "Thank you." Liang Ran shook his head with a swollen face. "You're welcome." Song Shanai looked at Liang Ran. The smile of surviving a disaster on her face had not yet faded, but she soon returned to her usual arrogant look. She said to Liang Ran, "You look like a bun made by Wu Ruozi." Liang Ran certainly knew that she looked like a bun now. As long as she looked down slightly, she could see her suddenly bulging apple muscles. She pressed her face, trying to suppress her swollen apple muscles. Song Shanai noticed her movements, and her expression suddenly became a little unnatural. After a while of hesitation, she said, "I didn't say you were ugly." "What are you pressing? Who dares to say you are ugly?" Liang Ran casually replied, "Oh, then am I good looking now?" Song Shanai's expression froze on her face instantly. She hesitated for a longer time and said quickly, "I don't like lying. Ask Wu Ruozi, she will praise you to death." After saying that, she turned her head. Wu Ruozi heard her name in the conversation and quickly turned her head to look at Liang Ran. She said loudly, "Our Liang Ran is the most beautiful." Shiru reminded her, "Keep your voice down." Wu Ruozi hurriedly whispered, "You are now the most beautiful and powerful researcher in the world." Sui Yuesheng immediately raised his hand. "Stop, stop, stop, now it's my turn to praise. Please look at my most beautiful face in the whole Hope District." Ji Chan lay on the back of the co-pilot seat, raised her little head to see Sui Yuesheng's face clearly, and hit him mercilessly. "The biggest apple in the whole Hope District is not as big as your face." Sui Yuesheng, he said in disbelief. "You treat them differently?" Ji Chan, "Not really, it's just that you look so mean, I can't praise you enough." "Well, considering your brave behavior of getting off the car, You are now the most beautiful apple in the entire Hope District. Sui Yuesheng's expression was slightly broken. Okay, you are also the shortest captain in the entire Hope District. Ji-chan, damage index 0. Sui Yuesheng. Liang Ran looked at everyone who were bickering in a low voice, and suddenly felt as if everyone had changed. Ji-chan became more lively, and stopped bickering with Song Shanai. Song Shanai became much quieter, and his words were not so explosive. As for Sui Yuesheng, he suddenly became so chopped. Liang Ran thought about herself. I found that I had actually changed too. The death of the C-level researcher in heart because of her was a big blow to her, and touched her a lot. She suddenly reconciled with many things and took on certain things. 10 minutes later, the car gradually became quiet. Sharu parked the car between a few trees. The fog is too thick, and we can't find any other place. Let's rest here for a while. Everyone couldn't sleep at this moment, so they just covered themselves with quilts and leaned back on the chairs. Sharu asked what they encountered when they got off the car just now, and why there was a brown bear. Liang Ran explained briefly, and then asked them how they handled it. Did you hit the brown bear directly? Sharu nodded. The situation was urgent at the time, and we couldn't think of any other way. Fortunately, there was only one, and it was not big. The front of the car was dented, but it didn't delay the car's driving. The brown bear was not killed, and it got up and ran away. Liang Ran said him. 1 or 2 brown bears can hit, but more than that will be risky. Once the armored vehicle is smashed and some parts are broken, everyone will have to abandon the vehicle and run away, and then it will be difficult to survive. Sharu did not ask again, but Song Shanai suddenly asked again. So you prepared the interference agent 1 minute before the car came back? It only took a few minutes for minutes? Sui Yuesheng snorted with an ambiguous meaning. It's not us, it's Liang Ran. I won't prepare this. For minutes and 2 bottles. I have lived for so long, and I have seen a total of 3 researchers prepare interference agents. One of them was ineffective, one took 7 minutes, and then it was Liang Ran. The first 2 are A-level researchers. Liang Ran, Sui Yuesheng said bluntly, is very strong. Ji-chan would not miss any topic that attacks first-class citizens. She swallowed a half yawn and echoed. After all, a high genetic level does not mean a smart brain. No matter how stupid a person is, he or she can become a first-class citizen if he or she is lucky. The way the Institute divides researchers into different levels will ruin everyone sooner or later. After thinking for a while, Ji-chan continued, if Liang Ran is a first-class citizen, we will see her on the news in a few days. Ji-chan sternly imitated the voice of the news anchor. Researcher Liang's extensive knowledge and superb skills saved the Xuanqing team from danger and allowed them to survive the pursuit of tens of thousands of ants. Thank you, Researcher Liang Ran. We always believe in the Xuanqing team. Ji-chan said the last sentence with great emotion, and it was obvious that she had complained and imitated it many times in private, and Wu Ruozi couldn't help laughing. Because of the Oracle, many things about the Xuanqing team would be on the news, but no one actually believed in the Oracle. But soon Wu Ruozi's smile disappeared. She said carefully, Liang Ran has saved us several times. She is so powerful. We should have known her in forums and news a long time ago, just like we know those powerful researchers. But except that she is the sister of Commander Liang Qian, we have never heard of her before. Wu Ruozi whispered, she must have many achievements in the Institute. Since there are many achievements, why doesn't everyone know her? The answer is obvious. The car fell into silence for a while. Song Shanai had been lowering his head and clicking on the communicator frantically for a few minutes. But at this moment, due to magnetic field and signal problems, the communicator could not contact anyone and could only maintain the most basic functions. After clicking on the forum several times without success, Song Shanai finally raised his head and looked at Liang Ran. She asked Liang Ran, are you 881,218? Chapter 40. 881218 is the name of Liang Ran's forum account. There is no metaphor, it is simply randomly generated by the system. Liang Ran was too lazy to think and just clicked to confirm. After Song Shanai asked the question, she kept staring at Liang Ran, as if she wanted to stare at a hole in her. Hearing Song Shanai's words, everyone in the car suddenly looked at Liang Ran. Ji-chan's memory is not very good, she wondered. What is 881,218? Wu Ruozi whispered, it's the poster of the post that Shanai posted before. Shanai said that we should see the world and see what a real researcher is like. That's it. Ji-chan remembered. She recalled, oh, it was Song Shanai who said that the poster was very modest and disdained to be praised by others in high-level forums, So he found a small and broken forum to post. That's it. Woo Rosie, yeah. Ji-chan. She also boasted about her good eyesight for a long time, saying that the poster must be ranked in the top 3 researchers. That's it. Woo Rosie, yeah. Oh, she also asked all of us to comment on the post. She said commenting but actually wanted to hear praise. If she didn't hear others praise the poster, she would. She was angry and upset. Liang Ran didn't praise her, but she still said. Before Ji-chan finished her words, Song Shanai stopped her loudly. When did you have such a good memory? Shut up. After that, she looked at Liang Ran again. Just say it or not. Liang Ran hesitated for a few seconds, thinking that there was nothing wrong with admitting it, so he nodded. It was me. As soon as Liang Ran finished speaking, Song Shanai's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only did her face turn red, but her neck and ears also turned red, as if someone pinched her. After a moment, she moved her body slightly, and her voice stuttered. You, show me the login page. Liang Ran, is this important? Song Shanai avoided the question. Can't I see it? Yes, I can. Liang Ran lowered his head and clicked the communicator a few times, and suddenly raised his head. The signal is not good, I can't get on. But there is something that only you and I should know. Liang Ran said. The replies you sent were deleted by the system because of the wording problems. Stop. Song Shanai suddenly jumped up like a cannonball and stopped Liang Ran on the spot. Okay, don't say it. Sui Yuesheng curiously urged, delete. What reply did the system delete? Ji-chan raised her hand. Does Liang Ran need to tell me? It must be a flattering statement to Liang Ran, and the system couldn't stand it and deleted it. Song Shanai stretched her neck and retorted, You know it again? Ji-chan, I don't know, you can tell me. Song Shanai, I won't tell you, I piss you off to death. After that, she looked at Liang Ran. You're not allowed to say it either. Ji-chan rolled her eyes, angry index 0. Sui Yuesheng agreed in a mean way. Funny index 100. Song Shanai clenched her fists and looked at the two men aggressively, not daring to look at Liang Ran's direction. Liang Ran was amused and called her, Song Shanai? Song Shanai turned her head and asked unhappily, Why do you want me to do it? Liang Ran said, Add a friend. Song Shanai was stunned. After a long time, she finally nodded. Then you apply. She took out the communicator and was ready to agree. I will agree with reluctance. Liang Ran reminded her. The signal is bad, we can't add it now. Song Shanai, of course I know. I'm checking the time. It was already very late, and Sharu saw that everyone had finished the discussion and looked tired. So she suggested that everyone take a rest. Just now it was Ji-chan and Liang Ran who kept watch. Now it's my turn and Sui Yuesheng's turn. Sharu said. She glanced at the time and added, The shift will change in 2.5 hours. Everyone sleep until 6 o'clock and see how they are doing. If they are not doing well, we can talk about it later. We can leave later. Everyone had no objection to this. Because she was so nervous just now, Liang Ran felt sleepy very quickly. She closed her eyes and lay on the chair, her thoughts becoming heavier. Before falling asleep, she suddenly remembered something and opened her eyes to remind him. We will return the day after tomorrow morning at the latest. The calculation of fuel in the armored vehicle does not include rest time, that is, if the engine is turned off at night, they can stay in the contaminated area for 3 full days, but if they encounter trouble at night and consume a lot of fuel, then their daytime activities will be shortened. The anti-edema medicine Liang Ran had just taken was taking effect, and he was getting more and more sleepy. His eyes gradually closed and his voice became lower and lower. Drive back from the edge the day after tomorrow morning, reach the rest point in the wasteland at night, sleep for a night, and then return to the hope zone, so the time is just right. After saying that, she tilted her head and fell asleep directly. Sharu, who was on night watch, frowned and asked the others who were not asleep yet, Did Liang Ran speak just now? Ji-chan shook her head. It seems that he did, but I didn't hear it clearly. Ask again tomorrow morning. Sui Yuesheng. Maybe he was talking in his sleep. Wuruozi didn't know. Liang Ran's voice was so low just now. She was tired all night and was too sleepy. Song Shanai opened her eyes speechlessly. She said quickly. She said she had to go back the day after tomorrow morning. The car just circled so many times, and the fuel was not enough to stay for 3 days. Can you listen carefully to what the researcher said? After saying that, she turned over and turned her back to everyone and started to sleep. Wuruozi couldn't help covering her lips and smiled with her eyes curved. Shanai is awkward and cute, and very serious. Ji-chan pouted. Don't flatter Song Shanai. She was just possessed by a ghost. After a round of jokes, everyone quieted down, and fear surged up. Everyone thought of those bears with human heads, talking fish, ant colonies hidden in the white fog, and the few people who died. I don't know what happened to that Big Brother's team, Wuruozi whispered. There were 5 people in their team, 3 of them died. Judging from the time, they should have encountered the bear pretending to be a human, and then encountered the ant colony, just like us. They got off the car. They shouldn't have gotten off the car. Sharu shook his head. The remaining 2 should be fine. The ant colony was attracted away by us. They will definitely leave the contaminated area early tomorrow morning. They are no longer able to perform their mission. Ji Chan interrupted. Have the aliens in contaminated area 2 also become highly intelligent? Those brown bears are too outrageous. Sui Yuesheng replied. It's hard to say. The IQ of brown bears is originally higher than that of ordinary aliens. High intelligence evolution means that aliens with ordinary IQ suddenly become as smart as humans, emphasizing the advancement of aliens. Brown bears. Sui Yuesheng shook his head. It is indeed smarter, but not as smart as a human, otherwise it would not put its face close to the car window. Not opening its mouth is too easy to expose. Wuruozi sighed. Big Brother's team may have heard the cry for help in the fog and got off the car directly. Before the brown bear walked to the front of the car. Liang Ran was a light sleeper. Hearing the discussion, he struggled to say, those fish should have evolved to high intelligence, but they have no ability to move on land, and because of the difference between species, they can't command brown bears, so those bears are both smart and not smart. After that, Liang Ran fell asleep again. Song Shanai turned around. Wuruozi saw Song Shanai's action and hurriedly said, Shanai, we heard it this time, you don't need to explain. You go back to sleep. Song Shanai, She closed her eyes tightly, breathing steadily, pretending not to hear anything. The nights in the contaminated area always pass slowly. No one can rest well. The night watchers are tense, and the sleepers are restless. The panic of being surrounded by aliens enveloped everyone, until the artificial sun lit up and illuminated the edge of the contaminated area, and the uneasiness gradually dissipated. Liang Ran woke up on time at 6 o'clock. When she woke up, Ji Chan and Sui Yuesheng were still sleeping. She yawned, sat up, and paid attention to Sui Yuesheng's face. His face was almost healed at this time, but there were still a few bruises on his cheeks. Liang Ran's face was not so good. Although the swelling was mostly gone, the bloodstains on it had just scabbed over, and it would take at least a few days to recover. Liang Ran used a cotton swab to dip in ointment to apply medicine on his face. Half an hour later, everyone woke up and looked around through the car window. At this time, the white mist had dissipated, and the sun fell on the window through the gaps between the leaves. There were a few small spiders weaving webs on the windshield of the car. Ji Chan knocked on the window, and the small spiders were frightened and crawled everywhere, and soon left the armored vehicle. Liang Ran took out 2 bags of nutrition and drank them. After drinking, she suggested, go back to the place where the ant colony is circling and look from a distance. The appetite of the ants is very large. They will become weak if they don't eat for a few hours, and they will starve to death if they don't eat a lot of meat for more than 10 hours. When we met them last night, they were obviously hungry, and the little they ate was not enough to fill their stomachs. If nothing went wrong, they should be dying now. After listening to Liang Ran's words, Sharu turned the car around and started to drive back. It is necessary to observe the current situation of the ant colony. Every day, a new team enters the contaminated area, and once they encounter the group of ants, they will suffer. If the ant colony is still alive, either they will solve it, or report it to the headquarters, and let the headquarters send other teams to solve it as soon as possible. If the ant colony is dead, everything can be discussed later. Because of the good visibility during the day, Wuruozi could see the situation there just after the car drove back for a few minutes. She nodded to Liang Ran. Many ants are not moving, and some are still crawling in circles, but very slowly. Liang Ran nodded. She walked to the back of the car, took out 2 cans of gasoline, and found a flamethrower. Who wants to get off with me? Wuruozi raised her hand. I do it, I do it. Liang Ran, 1 strength and 1 speed mutant. Wuruozi put down her hand listlessly. Okay. Shurian said concisely, I will. Ji Chan, I can do it too. Sui Yuesheng fell back on the chair. I'm so weak, I won't get off the car. Liang Ran knew that what he said was actually true, so he nodded. Well, you turned too fast yesterday and injured your knee. You can't run fast. It's best not to get off the car today. Sui Yuesheng looked at Liang Ran for a few times and changed his words. The knee is fine. Getting off the car is a piece of cake. Song Shanai snorted coldly. She stood up directly, snatched the 2 gasoline cans from Liang Ran's hand, and asked her, "Where did you spill it?" Liang Ran saw that everything was taken away, so he replied, "I show you when it's close." Okay. Sharu also stood up at this time. After the 3 of them were ready, they got off the car one after another. They walked half a circle from behind the tree and walked to the dead ant corpse. Liang Ran looked around and saw dense black corpses stacked up layer by layer, forming a small hill. The living ants were eating the corpses of their companions, but after replenishing their energy, they were still circling. The strong pheromones trapped them. They stubbornly believed that the tempting food was just ahead. This is the control power of pheromones over low-intelligence aliens. Once the ants have evolved to high intelligence, they will realize that they are going in circles and can no longer be controlled by pheromones, so they will walk out of the circle and pursue their prey persistently. At that time, the huge ant colony will be the nightmare of all hunters. While the living ants have not yet completed a circle, Liang Ran asked Song Shanai to pour gasoline on the corpses, and then several people stepped back, and Sharu opened the flamethrower and ignited the gasoline. Instantly, crackling sounds rang out. The aroma of barbecue wafted in, followed by a foul smell. The raging flames rushed up, white smoke was steaming, and countless living ants rushed into the fire one after another, and the sound of their bodies cracking became louder and louder, and then slowly subsided. The fire gradually died down. Liang Ran coughed twice and said, "There is sand all around, so the fire can't start. Let's go back." Song Shanai covered her mouth and nose. Why worry about the fire? There are alien species here. It's better to burn them to death. Liang Ran, there are only a few alien species that are afraid of fire. Most of them are not afraid of fire, and can't be burned to death. There are many plants here that are quite useful. If they are burned, there will be less food to eat in the Hope area. Besides, Liang Ran smiled, maybe the alien species will disappear in the future, and the land pollution and water pollution will be solved. By then, polluted area 2 will be a very beautiful scenic area. Song Shanai lowered her head. While walking, she swiped her communicator. The signal was much better at this time, and she could connect with a stutter. She said casually, "I always feel like I forgot something." Liang Ran was puzzled. What did you forget? Sharu, who was walking beside her, twisted her arm and reminded her in a low voice, "Friends." Liang Ran suddenly realized. She immediately sent a friend request to Song Shanai, but after waiting for more than 10 seconds, the system did not reply immediately. Liang Ran looked up in confusion and instantly met Song Shanai's eyes. The girl shook her head somewhat proudly, and then clicked to agree. "It has to be me," she said with a double meaning. While praising herself, she pointed to a corner of the woods ahead and said, "Researcher, what is that?" Liang Ran followed her line of sight and saw nothing. After thinking for 2 seconds, she walked to Song Shanai's position and looked there. Not far away, there was a white arrow symbol on the tree covered by layers of bushes. Under the symbol, there were 2 crooked small characters carved with a knife. Hong Xiao.